Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51, Rowena Ravenclaw. Word count. Rowena Ravenclaw. An illusionary figure appeared in front of Harry and Hope. The first thing they noticed that she was tall and very beautiful. Heart-shaped face, high cheekbones, full lips and smooth long black hair reaching till her lower back. She was wearing a deep blue dress in old robe design. Well did live 1,000 years ago. That dress corresponds with the style from that time period. But why is she so young? She should be in her 50s or 60s. The Potter family was brought back to what age they died in. Does the stone bring you back how your inner self thinks you look like? If that's the case, then this woman is a narcissist as well. Rowena opened her eyes. She blinked a few times before her eyes widened. Who are you? Where am I? No. I remember this place. This is the entrance room to my room of innovation, the woman said in a Scottish accent. Harry raised an eyebrow. Room of innovation. Named after innovation clear probably. And it's not like the name is wrong. Frankly, I like it more than the room of requirement. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a researcher. Greetings, my name is Harry Potter, Harry said with a gentle smile. Rule number 1. Never tell anyone your true name. Hadrian James Potter is going to be my secret as long as possible. Well, until someone bribes those greedy goblins. I should kill off any goblin that knows this information. Rowena frowned. Potter. Ah, from that old family. Child, what year is it? I did glance at Hogwarts once every few decades after I died. But I stopped after 8 times. Harry grinned. Rowena Ravenclaw, welcome to the year 1991. 1,000 years have passed since Hogwarts was established in 990 T-thousand. Rowena said with a surprised expression. Hogwarts has withstood 1,000 years. She then got an extremely proud expression on her face. Yes. Yes. I'm sure you are very proud, but I'm a very busy man, so can we please proceed with our conversation? Rowena noticed the way the mood changed. He isn't an ordinary child. Wait, how could he have summoned me in the first place? A boy as young as him, practicing necromancy. If it were an old man I would understand. But he looks like he has just entered his teen years. Child, how have you summoned me here? Rowena frowned. Summoning spirits isn't something one can easily do. It requires a complicated ritual on the night of Samhain. Harry smiles as he shows her the resurrection stone in her hand. You should recognize this. From the tale of the 3 brothers. The resurrection stone. Rowena said in a shocked tone. I always thought they were a myth. No, all of them are real. Now my first question. Where have you been watching over Hogwarts? Did you go to heaven? Harry says with an extremely serious tone in his voice. This was a very sensitive matter. Going by history, wizards and witches are forbidden from going to heaven. And if they don't go there, then which death god has a hold over their souls? Harry needs to stop the Potter family souls from spying on him. And he needs to destroy the ones that already know too much. He is sure that his family is now paying attention to him. Heaven. You mean from the church? Rowena scowled. Those bastards are the reason we have to go into hiding. Do you think we can go to their so-called paradise? She spat out. Nay, those with the gift of magic end up in a dark void, where we look over the mortal world until we ourselves decide to pass over, to where I do not know. Harry immediately started to theorize on what he had heard. Dark void. Wizards go into limbo. And if no one is looking after them or guiding the souls, that means they are outside of any death god's domain. I see. Wizards were created by devils. And devils are practically hated by every faction. No one wants their damaged goods. A few souls don't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Even now, there are only about 50,000 wizards in the popular wizarding countries, with America coming closer to 100,000. Even if you combine all of the souls, it won't even reach 1 million. Wizards had a pathetic population when they were created. And it was only now that they reached this number. Not to mention that the church hates them. So getting on the bad side of the church and heaven over some useless devil creations is just not worth it. And now even if someone wanted to take those souls, it would be seen as embarrassing. Since they waited for so long, any death god who claims those souls will take a hit to their reputation and be seen as desperate. Harry lets out a sigh of relief. Phew. Glad I don't have to waste the time to kill off all of the Potters who looked at me from beyond the grave. Now that at least one of Harry's objectives has been completed, he was much more relaxed. I'm happy to hear that. I don't fancy meeting any death gods so soon. Now for my second question, well, more like request. I want the blueprints to the Room of Innovation and your secret library. Rowena frowned. You want the design for my legacy. The legacy that I spent over a decade to gather and to create. You couldn't crack the safety measures I installed. Harry shook his head. Nope. Didn't even try. If I was in your place, I would have installed a bomb that would go off if anyone tried and killed everybody on this floor. Kill everyone on this floor. Have you no compassion for the students? How can you say that? Have you no shame, young man? Rowena pointed her finger at him and scolded him. Hope just facepalmed. Already knowing what is coming. Harry showed a slight sneer. Shame. Never heard of it. I only do what's in the best interest for myself and my family. And this Room of Innovation will definitely help out. It is a researcher's best friend. I want one in my home. Rowena was about to click her tongue and tell the brat to go to hell. Since her spirit was summoned by the stone, after a while knowledge started to appear in her head. Knowledge about how the stone works. The boy could not harm her in any way. Wait. There is a way to get him back. You are too young to play with someone like me, little boy. Sure, I'll help you gain the blueprints for my Room of Innovation, along with my library, Rowena agrees. And then has a smug look on her face. But only if you find and return my diadem to me. Hope's eyes widen and she looks at Harry in shock, who was frowning. But on the inside he was having his evil mastermind laugh. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. That's quite a challenge. You do know your diadem hasn't been found for the last 1,000 years, Harry says with a difficult face. Hey, Rowena smirks. Will you do it or not? Spend all of your life looking for it, you stupid brat. Was I ever this petty? No, but only to Salazar and Godric. Those two fools pissed me off so much that I got extremely petty with them. Salazar's smug expression and Godric just being an annoying pain in the ass with his womanizing. This child reminds me of them. I'll do it. But you will need to swear an oath on your soul that you will understand why. After all, it's not like I can trust you to keep your word. Rowena just smiled, agreed. It is completely understandable, I would have done the same. I, Rowena Ravenclaw. Swear on my soul, should Harry Potter find my diadem, I will show him how to create his own Room of Innovation. A light shines from her ethereal body. Are you satisfied now, child? Now release me from this contract. I do not belong in the mortal plane. Not in this form. Call on me if you ever find my diadem. Not like that will happen in your lifetime. Slap. Hope facepalmed. Hard. She couldn't keep it in and was actually pitying the spirit woman. You poor fool. Rowena was dumbfounded. What could have caused this young girl to hit herself on the face? She turned to Harry only to see an extremely smug expression on his face. Snap. Harry snapped his fingers and the diadem appeared in his hands. Found it, he said with a grin. Rowena was speechless for the next few moments, but soon sighed. She was an intelligent woman. And she could tell that she had been tricked. No, scammed. This was all a big scam. You predicted this, didn't you? She slumped a little. Watching the green ethereal spirit slump made Hope feel even more bad. She is dead and she is still getting bullied. Not even the afterlife can save you from someone like Harry. Of course. After all, you sent a hunter to go get it back. The history books might not mention that fact. But dead men tell no tales doesn't apply to ghosts. It was simple to learn about what really happened. And from there I set this all up. I'll show you how it's done, Rowena said in a defeated tone. Hey, don't be so down. Since I got what I came for, I'm feeling quite generous. After you show me how to make this room, I'll take you to your daughter's ghost. Maybe if you apologize it will allow her to pass on, then again. If an endless void is all that is waiting, she might prefer to stay in the mortal world. I know I would. Mental note. Make contingency plans to get a body, if I am ever killed and survive as a spirit. Tom made the same mistake. Crap, I have to research cloning now. Rowena blinked at the unfamiliar word cloning. I have never heard of that word. What does it mean? It is basically creating an artificial human. A fake human that is a perfect copy of yourself. A homunculus. Homunculus. Yes. I have heard of that phrase. It started to spread around the time I last glimpsed at Hogwarts. So it's common now to make them. Harry was about to correct her but shut up. Actually, he didn't know if it was common or now. But homunculus parts did show up on auctions. And magicians do buy them, just so they can catch a clue on how to do it. Cloning or crafting a homunculus is still very much a secret passed down from master to disciple among necromancers. Well, that's the answer to your question. Now please. My blueprints, Harry said, making Rowena sigh once again, but this time explaining why she has been sighing all this time. The blueprints, as you say, are accessible only to my bloodline. Which means, for you to see them you have to cast away your enter my bloodline, taking the name Ravenclaw. No, Harry immediately rejected, surprising Rowena. You want me to give up my names? What are you smoking? Smoking. Rowena tilted her head. This caused Harry to facepalm. Right. Tobacco is a new world good. Tobacco was introduced to England in the 16th century. Right, never mind that. I'm not giving away my names. I'll just absorb the Ravenclaw house. My family is older than yours anyway. If you don't do something your soul is going to burn, you know, Harry says with a cold voice. And I'm saying I can't do that. For you to absorb the Ravenclaw family, a female member of my house must marry you and be your wife. Rowena scowls. Kinda hard to do that since both you and your daughter are dead. And why do you have to overcomplicate things? Can't you just order it to appear? Harry pointed at the book behind him. I'm an echo summoned by the stone. I can't interact with the mortal world. Rowena shook her head. Figured as much. Hope just nodded along. She didn't want to get in between a conversation/argument between the smartest minds that the wizarding world has produced. Before Harry could start again, a cold voice interrupted them. You might not be able to. But I can. A bluish-white translucent woman came through the ceiling. Rowena stepped back once she saw who it was. Hello. Mother, the woman glared at Rowena. Helena Ravenclaw has arrived. And she was pissed. Chapter 52, Founders Reunite. Word count. Hello, Mother. Helena Ravenclaw glared at her mother. Rowena was surprised to say the least. The genius, the famous and infamous Lady Ravenclaw was speechless. Helena. Rowena said with a shocked expression. Damn, I should have brought popcorn, Harry whispered regretfully. Ugh. Hope quickly elbowed him at his side. What? Harry hissed at her. Harry, please, they are having a moment. Hope, they look like they are about to kill each other. They are having a moment. Hope was very insistent on that. Harry sighed. He knew that Hope and Melinda loved romance and drama novels. But this is taking it too far. Actually, maybe not. Depending on how things turn out. Hope's love for dramas might be useful in this situation. Or not. I'll decide on what to do depending on how their conversation goes. What surprised to see me. Helena calmed down, but her eyes, they looked sharp. Like she was about to stab Rowena with her gaze alone. But Rowena quickly gathered her wits and actually gave Helena a warm smile. Yes. I am. I never thought I would get to see my daughter again. I am happy and grateful that I have had this chance. Happy and grateful, those words repeated themselves in Helena's mind. What do you mean? Helena narrowed her eyes against the woman who ruined her life. She was never good enough. No matter what she did, she could never satisfy her mother. She was never praised for anything that she did. That's why she took the diadem. To make Rowena actually look at her. And yet all she did was get killed. Now she is saying she is happy and grateful. Exactly what I said. I always regretted not seeing you before my illness claimed me. Harry was surprised, so she didn't ever see her daughter even as a ghost. Then again, anybody who wrote what happened back then probably exaggerated things, as it is usual in these cases. The ghosts would probably need time to go back to Hogwarts anyway. And Rowena was already sick then. Floating all the way from Albania to Hogwarts must have taken them a few months at least. It's 2,500 kilometers distance between them. And that's if they didn't get lost. Regretted not seeing me. So much so that you sent the Baron to kill me. Helena hissed. Rowena shook her head. I sent him after you. To bring you back, and if possible the diadem as well. I was going to destroy it before my death. It was too dangerous to leave alone. But I stressed that you were to be asked to come. I had failed as a mother, but in my final moments I couldn't help but want to see you again. I asked the Baron to convince you to come back. And if you still refused, he was to leave you an enchanted bracelet. I didn't tell him, but I had put a large amount of gold in it. Enough for you to start a new life wherever should you choose. But seeing as neither him nor you came back, I knew that something must have happened. So I died with regret. Oh, this is good. Took me a while to come up with this, glad that I waited and didn't rush it. Helena's jaw dropped as she eloquently expressed her surprise. Did you think I didn't love you at all, you silly girl? Rowena shook her head. I admit I was a terrible mother, and to have neglected you. But you best of all know what kind of time we lived in. I couldn't afford to look weak, especially after building Hogwarts. I had more intelligence than half of those idiotic wizards in Britain. Yet there was nothing I could do compared to their sheer numbers. Sheep will always be sheep. I had to get married even when I didn't want to. When we built Hogwarts, people were still skeptical. After all, they would be sending away their children for most of the year. If all four of us did not have the reputation we did, Hogwarts wouldn't have succeeded. I don't like this part and what follows. I'll try to make it more emotional. I have rewritten this part a few times. But it doesn't feel right. I know I can never make up for ruining my life. But I hope that someday you will find your happiness. It turns out that I failed even at that. And I truly was a failure as a parent. Helena frowned, skeptical about what she was hearing. What about my father? When I was young you said that he was killed. Rowena nodded. He was. By me. That man pushed his luck far too much. He wanted to marry you off to some influence family. It was plain and simple, he wanted to sell you. Without even telling me about it. He paid for that with his life. Oh. Nice, Harry smirked. How do I know you are telling the truth? Helena asked her mother. Rowena closed her eyes. She couldn't tell her daughter to trust her. She didn't deserve her trust. But she could always make another oath. I swear on my very soul. Every word I told my daughter is true. So mote be. Helena's eyes widened. But she quickly calmed down. She has been hating her mother for 1,000 years. That kind of hate doesn't just disappear. But her mother would soon leave. So she would be civil. They talked for a few minutes. Helena about her life as a ghost and Rowena with more stories. Harry had enough. He had been waiting for a while but they just didn't stop talking, so he quickly stopped the bonding moment, as Hope put it. Sorry for the interruption. But what did you mean when you said that you have a way for me to see the blueprints in the library? Hope looked devastated. No. My real-life drama. WHYY. She then started to insult Harry in her mind: stubborn, big head, narcissist, poser. A/N, Food Wars Hinako. Harry deadpanned at her expression. She is sulking, isn't she? And most likely cursing me in some very weird way. Well. Helena shared her thoughts. According to her, Helena had evolved in a way. For the first few hundred years. She lamented her fate as a ghost. Eventually she got so bored that she started to find open books that students left and started to read them. But that got frustrating as she couldn't turn the page to get to the next part. But she didn't give up. She secretly attended lessons in the classrooms. By hiding in the furniture or objects there. She asked some students to just place a spell on a book that will turn the page every few minutes. Through sheer will and the magic that kept her as a ghost in the first place, along with the accumulation of knowledge over centuries, she ascended to a higher state of being. From a ghost to a spirit. Helena can touch the physical plane. She can move books and use a weaker form of telekinesis. And at most some first or second year magic spells. At this point Helena is more knowable about magic than Rowena ever was. Magic had improved immensely over the last millennia. And she has seen and read it all. Due to me still having some form of magic available, I can act in my mother's stead as the head of house. But it would be quite inconvenient for you to call me over and over again, so we will be transferring the Ravenclaw Lordship to you, Helena stated in a calm voice. Before Rowena could correct her, Helena spoke up again. Mother, there are now different methods of transferring the Lordship. Both you and I are dead, forget about any blood, not even our bones would remain intact after all this time. What we will be doing is something along the lines of appointing him as Lord only through words. Helena turned to Harry. Since you entered the room first, command it to turn into a Lordship transfer ritual. Harry did as he was told. They were giving him everything he wanted, who cares if they were a little bossy. The room shifted. No longer were they in the pure white marble room. Now they were in a box made out of stone with primitive torches on the walls. On the floor there was a carved magic circle. Helena floated above the ritual circle. This is based on what happened in the 14th century. When wizards were being hunted left and right, and houses suddenly found themselves without heir, there wasn't any time for a proper blood ritual. So they found a talented, suitable individual to continue the line. The lord of the house would ask magic itself to transfer everything to the individual. Any magic that they had learned, and even slowly change the person's blood to become similar to the family. Naturally, this kind of oral ritual came with costs, usually with the lord of the house dying. But seeing as I am already dead, and we will be using a ritual circle specifically designed to lessen the backlash of the ritual, I believe it will turn out fine. Harry, Hope, and Rowena looked at Helena with wide eyes. This was very interesting information. Harry hasn't even seen this yet. I wonder if we have something like this in the Potter library. There must be a copy somewhere. Damn it, reading all those books will take me forever. Do I really have to make a clone of myself? Go the Vegapunk route. Then again, that's not such a bad idea, making a phylactery. But instead of an object, I put in a clone, basically making a second life for myself. But that would turn me into a lich. And I checked, liches are a thing here. Maybe just clones with parts of my soul. Mental note for later. This is an interesting train of thought. It actually was just a train of thought. I wrote this as I went along DxD. Let's begin. Harry, pour a bit of your blood in the small bowls around the magic circle. This is just to act as a second guarantee to who is receiving the Lordship. The step can be skipped, but it's better not to take any chances. After all, this ritual has never been used by a spirit before. Harry nodded and poured his blood in the required places. Strip your clothes and enter the ritual circle. You can stay in your underwear though if it isn't magically enchanted. Harry immediately stripped of all his clothes. He was as naked as the day he was born. Rowena facepalmed. You have enchanted undergarments. Egyptian silk underwear. Enchanted with comfort and protection charms. Helena and Rowena deadpanned. Hope had her hands over her eyes, but she was peeking through the gaps. Oh, my. Her face was red, but she was greatly enjoying the sight in front of her. Especially as her eyes trailed downward. Looks like I don't have to worry about that in the future. Let's just begin, Helena sighed as she started to chant. Old Gaelic. Why is she chanting in that? Welp, I can always ask her later. As soon as the chant was over, the ritual circle lit up in a bright blue light and engulfed Harry. When he opened his eyes, he saw that nothing had changed. Was it a dud? Helena shook her head. No, it worked. Welcome back from the dead, Lord Ravenclaw, she added with a little smirk. She called something from the room. A ring appeared. It was old. Very old, from the medieval times. It was a silver ring with a blue sapphire on it. On the inside were the words Ravenclaw, and on the outside the silver had feather patterns on it. But it was a woman's ring. Seriously. Harry deadpanned as he looked at the ring. He put it on his finger and it was still a bit too big for him. Well, I guess if anybody is worthy of being a Ravenclaw, it would be you. You fit the image that is associated with my family line. The secret library is in the Room of Innovation. Just call it out and use the ring to open it. Should I consider our deal to be completed? Rowena raised an eyebrow. One moment. Harry raised his head. Show me the blueprints of the Room of Innovation, he called out, and suddenly Rowena smiled. The next moment the room shifted. Harry found himself staying on a small transparent platform in the air looking at the sphere-like room. Holy shit. Harry called out. This was not what he was expecting. The entire inside of the sphere. It was filled with many different types of runes. Some that he hadn't even seen, and as an enchanter that's saying something. They were interconnected with magic circles working like cogs. The entire room was just one big machine. And it was not just on the surface of walls. There were runes in the air, magic circles near them, lines of runes looking really similar to modern code. Fucking hell, I was just making a comparison, but she really did build a primitive computer. I recognized the big circle made up of tiny magic circles, that one probably handles all the transfiguration. Copy all of this. In a year. What shit have I been smoking? It's like asking somebody to copy the software and hardware of a computer from scratch. And the code is in different languages with the hardware being in many different materials. Good luck copying this down. And making it anywhere else. This room could only be built due to Hogwarts being on top of a few ley lines. Along with the castle itself being saturated with magic. Helena had this smug look on his face that somehow really pissed off Harry. He was going to need at least a minimum of 2 to 3 years to copy all of this down. Make fun of me, will ya? Let's see what your colleagues have to say about you. What better way to embarrass somebody than get her friends to embarrass her for me? Godric Gryffindor. Helena Hufflepuff. Salazar Slytherin. Harry quickly whispered 3 more names as he held the stone. 3 more ethereal figures joined them on the platform. Rowena was speechless as lump formed in her throat. She was looking at her friends again. The redheadman shook his head a bit to gather himself and then looked at Harry. Then at his fellow founders. So, who's the little shit and why are we all here? He took out the cork from his bottle and took a swig. Blast. Empty. Oi, someone find a way for me to drink, . The following head palms from the other founders echoed in the room along with their groans. Still the same moron, aren't you, Godric? Salazar sniffed. What do you want, you weirdo? Shut in. Godric stood in front of Salazar, his eyes asking him to make a move. Of course, Helena sighed as she looked at her friends arguing. It's good to see all of you again. Rowena neared her friend. Same to you, Helena. It's been a 1,000 years since we have died. Hogwarts still stands tall. Really, that's incredible. The 2 women talked while the men just argued. What I want is for you to act respectable just for once, you fucking man war. Salazar looked like he was going to pop a blood vessel. Harry raised an eyebrow. So the records were true. Godric was a huge man-war, saying that he slept with any witch he found. Most of Britain are probably his descendants anyway, since the population was so low back then. As time passed and people kept getting intermarried with other magical families to keep magic pure, even Slytherins probably have Godric's blood now. Godric laughed, ha. Better a man-war than a mass murderer. Salazar's eyes turned cold. You know why I did what I did. Godric, that's too far, Rowena called out, agreeing with Salazar. She is right, back it off you two. Helga got in between them and separated them. Hope and Harry just watched as they went back and forth. Godric huffed and turned towards the children when he noticed another spirit. Great gods. Helena, is that you? The spirit nodded. Good to see you again, Uncle Godric. Especially after you got killed by your own son for sleeping with his wife. PFFFF, ha 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 ha. Harry couldn't take it and burst out laughing. Talk about karma. Salazar and the others also started to chuckle. What do you know, you little shit? He turned to Harry. And why did you summon us? Since you and your little girl are the only one alive here, only you could have done it. Salazar let out a disappointed sigh. Godric used that head of yours for once. He summoned all four of us at once. He most likely desires our knowledge. He could have summoned us separately, but he didn't. Now that we have all seen each other and are in a somewhat better mood, he has a better chance of gaining what he wants. Am I right, little 1-inch? Harry smiled. Pretty close. As expected of Salazar and his silver tongue. Salazar was a very well-known negotiator and manipulator of his time. Dollar, you are mostly correct, Dollar, Harry hissed. My use of Parseltongue visibly surprised the founders. Salazar got a proud look on his face. There was a high chance that this boy was his descendant. And he looked capable enough. Keh, another snake lover, Godric grumbled. Why did he call you a mass murderer? Harry asked Salazar with a curious look on his face. I slaughtered a Muggle village because they had burned my daughter on a stake. She was only 10 years old and didn't know any magic at all, Salazar said with a pained face. Harry's facial expressions didn't change, but he sympathized with the men. If he was in his place, forget about just killing them. He would trap all of their souls in the emerald soul-eating flame, so that they will burn for eternity. Salazar shook his head and gathered himself, but that is all in the distant past. Now why have you summoned us, child? A/N. Samhain was the beginning of winter, Beltane the beginning of summer. Chapter 53, Scamming the Founders. Word count. But that is all in the distant past. Now why have you summoned us, child? Harry smiled when he heard that. He really prefers to deal with smart people like Rowena and Salazar. They get to the point. Well, my first reason for summoning you is for you to give me some embarrassing stories of Rowena. She has been on a high horse for a while and I wanted to bring her down a bit. What? Rowena shouted out in surprise. This boy brought back the dead souls of her friends to embark her. The other three looked at each other and let out large grins. Rowena was always the cool beauty, keeping a cold and calculated face. She kept them in line because she also knew secrets about them. Who would have thought that they would get their chance to embarrass her from the grave? So what if she tells them their secrets? They are already dead. Helena looked with interest. She had never seen her mother like this before. Godric looked at Rowena's face, which somehow looked paler. Well, there was that one time when we first met and Rowena was discovering how to turn into her inner animal. Godric Gryffindor. You will stop if you know what's good for you. Rowena threatened with a raised fist as she got near them. She had a beak on her face for a week. Rahahaha. He just laughed right in her face. You bastard. Her Scottish accent slipped as she got angry, and caused the others to laugh. There was one time where I tricked her into taking some experimental herbs as medicine for focus. The herbs hit her so hard she acted like a drunkard the entire day. That day still remains one of the happiest days in my life. Helga giggled as she remembered the scene. You tricked me. Rowena yelled out. You got high. Ha ha ha, Harry yelled out before he started to laugh. Got high. Is that the term that you kids use nowadays? Quite fitting, I might add. Let's see, what embarrassing story do I have of Rowena? Ah. That will do. Rowena saw his face and immediately knew what Salazar was thinking of. Salazar. Please. Rowena asked with an almost pleading expression. You deserve this, Rowena. After we founded Hogwarts and built the Ollery, Rowena one day turned into her owl form and went inside. At this point everyone was at the edge of their seats. Rowena looked like she wanted the earth to open and swallow her up. Fun fact, magical owls look for potential mates depending on how much magic they have. Everybody's eyes widened, so when Rowena flew in, every single male owl flew at her to mate with her. She panicked and flew away, followed behind by dozens and dozens of male owls. They flew so fast that she didn't even have time to return in her human form. They chased her for an hour before she finally lost them and found a place to switch to normal. Rahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Godric and Harry burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Helena, Helga, and Hope quietly chuckled by hiding their mouths behind her hands. Rowena got on her knees and looked depressed. You bastard. You were there the whole time and you didn't lift a finger to help me. Salazar smirked. You never asked for any help. I was an owl. I couldn't talk if I wanted to. Hey, Salazar let out a little laugh. Are you happy now? Ninito. A/N little boy in Spanish. A/N, Salazar is such a Spanish name, along with his tanned skin. Why nobody called this out before. It would make more sense if Salazar was Spanish, who came to England to learn more magic. In the wiki it is said he had Spanish descent. But I think it would be more fun to make him Spanish for the heck of it. To make things more interesting. Ninito. Harry looked at the bald man with a raised eyebrow. Spanish. But why? Then everything clicked to Harry, the name, Parseltongue, and his skin color. And promptly facepalmed. Never mind. I'm just stupid. Why didn't I realize this before? Britain only has about 4 native snake types. And only one is venomous. Why would Parseltongue appear here when there is no danger? On the other hand, Spain has like 12 species of which 6 are venomous. A/N if this is true, different sites say different things. It makes much more sense for Parseltongue to appear there. Maybe someone rich from Spain paid someone to have a child with a Parselmouth from India. Hence why Spain has Parseltongue now. And Salazar came to Britain and now Britain has some Parseltongue. Let me guess, you hid that fact because of the retarded nobles in Britain at the time, Harry deadpanned. Something along the line of, outsiders are savages. Salazar blinked. That is surprisingly accurate depiction of their response. Of course it is. Honestly, are all the wizards here with half a brain? No, it's the common sense that's the problem. No matter how smart or talented they are. If they just stay trapped in this society, sooner or later they will turn to idiots too. Harry mused out loud. Maybe if I nuke the ministry things will turn out all right. Like a reset button. Nuke. Reset. X4 The founders found the new word strange. While Hope and Helena facepalmed at Harry's casual plan to commit mass genocide. Helena turned to Hope. It has not been easy for you, child. You have no idea, Hope smiled wryly. Harry snapped back to reality. Oh yeah. Good job. But now for the second reason why I called you. But first. He turned to Rowena. You might get in the way, so I'll summon you back later. Huh, is all Rowena could say before she disappeared into thin air. Hey brat, why did you send her away? Godric stood up and tried to intimidate Harry, who just deadpanned at him. He wasn't a ghost or poltergeist. He was just a phantom, an echo of his true soul. And he wanted to threaten him. Good luck with that. Salazar sighed. Godric, stop charging like a bull. We don't belong in the mortal plane anyway. And the kid said he will summon her back later. He most likely sent her away so Rowena doesn't interfere with our negotiations. Ah. I see. Helga caught on to what Salazar was talking about. Negotiations. What negotiations? Godric yelled out. Helga and Salazar looked at each other before sighing. Still as bullheaded as ever. The second reason the kid summoned us, why do you think he would waste his time talking to us? It's obviously that he wants something from us. But none of us are the kind of people who would give things out for free. Hence negotiations, Salazar explained slowly like he was speaking to a child. Oh. Well, why didn't he just say that from the start? Salazar deadpanned. It's no use. Even in death he is still a moron. I'll just ignore him from now on. Harry smiled. As I said, it's much easier to deal with smart people. Well, first of Helga. I am quite accomplished at potions and have many gardens. So what I want is your herbology potion and herbology knowledge. The middle-aged lady got near me. You control the room, right? How about you show me your garden and I'll make my decision based on that. I will also need a single thing from you, but that will depend on whether you can impress me or now. I don't know about the others, but I have been keeping track of my descendants. The Smith house can hardly be called that now anyway. None of them are particularly good or talented at herbology. Harry was surprised that she had such a simple request. Sure. Show me my garden. Show me my garden. Show me my garden. And just like that, the room shifted to Harry's garden at Potter Manor. Helga and Salazar toured the greenhouses and the vivariums. They were surprised by the large diversity of plants, insects, and animals that Harry was raising. Godric was not the least bit interested. He just mumbled something about this being a waste of his time. But then again, it shouldn't be too surprising. After all, 1,000 years has passed. Plants are bound to mutate and be crossbred, Salazar commented as he was looking at the vivariums. The poison jar ritual. To think that it has survived for all these years. It appears that my descendant is quite capable. He should be no older than 13 and he has already accomplished much. A reincarnator perhaps. Those were rare in my day, but perhaps it changed after all this time. But it matters not. All I need to know is I have a competent descendant. One who I don't mind leaving everything to. But first I need to give him a few tests. There are many who would scheme to use him, I need him to be able to see through traps like that. Exactly, but these are also some of the plants I created using crossbreeding and genetic manipulation. Harry said with a smirk and turned to Helga and wished for the room to show his potion room in the Potter Manor. This surprised the two founders once again. Both Helga and Salazar were accomplished in potion. Helga was of course better since that was her main occupation. But Salazar still needed potions for some of his ritual studies. Now what's your second request? Harry asked the brown-haired woman. Helga smiled sadly. I know that the cup was stolen by some madman a few decades ago. From a Hepzibah smith. I wish for you to retrieve it. I don't care if it remains in your possession. After all, you are worthy of possessing it, unlike my idiotic descendants who were so easily deceived. I just want it cleansed and away from that creature. Creature, EY. That sounds interesting. Maybe I should have kept up with the times. Salazar said with interest. Helga was normally a very kind and caring woman. For her to call a man a creature, then he really must have done something horrible. Harry smiled. Actually, Salazar, it was another of your descendants that stole the cup and killed Hepzibah. Salazar's eyes widened before he sighed. Of course it was. Why is it always me? Helga rolled her eyes. Oh, stop whining. At least you have a competent heir now. While my family is about to fall into obscurity from their own incompetence. Ha. You both suck. I bet my descendants are much better off than yours, Godric bellowed as he watched his two friends bicker. Hope chuckled. Harry here is also a descendant from your line. The last female Gryffindor married into the Potter line. Well, that just means Harry is the official descendant. Harry nodded. Yeah, with how big of a man you were, half of Britain are your descendants. And there is no way I'm doing your stupid test to become the heir. Put my life on the line to protect the school with courage and bravery. Hell no. This brat is the official descendant of my line. No. How depressing, the Phantom slumped. Shut up, you useless piece of shit, Harry scowled at Godric before he turned to Helga. You got a deal, lady. Let's make a pact. After all, I have to bind you somehow, you can just refuse even if I do find it. Oh. Smart move, Salazar complimented while Hope facepalmed. Another one bites the dust. Why did that line pop into my head? So kiddo, what do you want from me? My ritual knowledge? My dark arts? Or perhaps my original Parseltongue spells? Salazar said with a smirk. All of it. The problem is that everything you own is stored in the Chamber of Secrets, right? Salazar frowned with a confused look before he realized what Harry was talking about. Chamber of Secrets. Is that what people call my living quarters now? How interesting. But yes, you are right. However, they are quite well protected, he says with a smug look. Yeah, about that. Another once of your descendants broke in, raided the place, manipulated the basilisk to kill a student, then left. Oh, and he also has your wife's locket. K. What? Yeah. So I could go in and break apart the defenses, but there is a chance it will be empty. So I'm not even going to bother, Harry said with a smirk. Hope deadpanned at that. Liar. You are already making preparations to kill the basilisk. At the level Harry is now, he can easily kill it. But no. He wants a perfect intact specimen to get the most gains out of. That means he can't harm the skin as it is extremely valuable, nor the flesh, eyes, and teeth. He can't poison it because he plans to eat it later. So he is doing this in an extremely complicated way because of his obsession with experiments. Some young upstart broke into my home, stole my books, and used my pet to kill a student. Salazar started cursing in Parseltongue. Brat, I will give you everything I have if you kill the bastard. And take the locket from him. He doesn't deserve my legacy. Harry smiled. Done. Let's make a GIAs. But just to make sure, you want him dead, right, as in his body destroyed? Yes, what other kind of dead do you know about? Salazar says angrily. Okay, just checking. Hope withheld a sigh. I feel sorry for these people. He even went as far as to mention Voldemort to make Salazar angry so that he wouldn't notice Harry's wordplay. Okay, the Hayas is finished. Harry then pulled out the cup and locket. And grinned at the founders. Now pay up. What? Chapter 54, A Good Day. I have another FIC on WN. Alcoholic Pandas Snippets. Where I post the first few chapters of the fics on my pat. I'll post a chapter later, so go and check it out if you want. Word count. Godric looked at the scene with wide eyes. I did not see this one coming. Helena merely smiled, as expected. He is a crafty 1 foot. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Harry quickly summoned back Rowena, who had an amused expression on her face. Ha! You got scammed too. It's what you deserve for making fun of me. This time Helena surprisingly facepalmed. This is completely destroying the image I had of my mother. Where is the cold heartless bitch I remember? Wait. 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 You already had my cup with you, Helga said with a flabbergasted expression. Salazar just kept quiet and was in deep thought. I see. Well done, he said with a smile, as expected from my heir. Salazar couldn't be any prouder. Scammed by his own descendant, and so masterfully at that. He realized that Harry had played on his emotions to make him angrier so that he would be easier to handle. Truly masterfully deceived. But there is one thing I don't understand. When did you have time to kill the piece of shit who had my wife's locket? Harry smiled. I didn't. He came to me. When I was a toddler, that idiot attacked us and killed my parents. He then used the killing curse on me. But I managed to reflect it right back at him. That's why I am known as the boy who lived. Ha! So the fool practically committed suicide, Salazar said with a large grin. Nope, he is still wandering around as a wrath. He was killed due to some rituals that he did. His soul is still bound to the mortal plane, Harry said offhandedly. Salazar then went back on the terms of his agreement with Harry. Harry specifically said destroyed, not killed. I see. Well played, young one. But are you sure it's a good decision to let a threat like him be wandering around? He tried to steer the conversation in the direction he wanted. And he wanted Voldemort dead. Yep. After all, who is going to gather an army of some inbred morons if he is dead? Harry says with a cruel smile. Helga was speechless. You are letting him leave just so he can gather an army for you. An army you plan to slaughter like a bunch of chickens. Bingo. Give the lady a prize. He is going to save me a lot of effort. I don't want to waste my time hunting them down. Their souls and family magic will all belong to me. Even if their so-called family magic is primitive and simple, it still allows me to skip starting an entirely new branch. Salazar's smile never left his face. I'm glad I got called back. I'm also glad I never had to fight against this little monster. Who in their right mind would let a huge army of enemies gather because he is too lazy to go and find them himself? Very well. Summon me anytime you wish to visit my chamber. Harry's eyes actually widened at that, and then he grinned. Who? As expected from you. Salazar had picked up enough about Harry's personality to realize that Harry didn't want to rush through this. This whole thing was for him to make a pact with them. He would go and get his rewards at a later time when it suits him. I'm completely lost, Godric deadpanned. Nothing new there, Rowena crossed her arms. What did you say, you sad excuse of a Scottish woman? What did ye see, me red-haired brute? Rowena yelled out. Helga sighed. Great, he pissed off Rowena. She let out her Scottish accent. Ye heard me, ye arrogant boot equals bitch. RLY. Godric got in her face and both of them started to glare at each other. Well, this has been fun. But how about you let us go now? Salazar turned to Harry. Helga nodded along. I agree, dearie. You can summon me anytime. I will show you my research and even help you out with your plants. Unlike the others, I would very much like to see what kind of plants you have in this age. I see. Thank you for your help then. Harry thanked them both. Hey, what about me? Why did you even summon me for? Godric called out. Oh. I just wanted to piss you off and to see the face of the moron who got killed by his own son for raping his wife. Goodbye. Harry raised his hand and gave him the finger. Fuck you. You lit dash. And just like that, all three of them were gone. Only Rowena was left behind with a confused face. I'll give you a minute to say goodbye, Harry said to Rowena and Helena as he walked away. He commanded the Room of Innovation to shift to some rare books that are in Hogwarts. There was no rest for the wicked. He needs to copy all of these books and send them back home. Who knows how long he will stay in Hogwarts? It is true that he isn't hurrying anywhere. But if he knows one thing is that fate and luck are fickle. Well, that is unexpected of him, Rowena says with a surprised expression. He is planning something. But I think it's better if we don't talk about him. Helena turned to Rowena. I guess this is goodbye, mother. Well, until I let go of my grudges and eventually pass on as well, Helena says offhandedly, if I can even pass on anymore. I'm not a ghost after all, she thought to herself. Helena, Rowena said softly, you have done something that was thought to be impossible. Being a ghost was only a temporary thing until the ghost decides to pass on. But as you said, you are not a simple ghost anymore. Because of me you weren't able to live out your life. Stick with that boy, he may find a way to bring you back to life. And this time I want you to live to your fullest. Helena didn't say anything for a few moments before she turned to Rowena. I will try. Mother. Rowena let out a few tears. That's all I can ask of you. She turned to Harry, who was busy copying down some books. Mr. Potter. It would be better summon me again unless it's absolutely necessary. It feels wrong for me to be in the mortal plane. Sure, Harry says while shrugging his shoulders. Take care, my daughter. I will be watching more closely from the other side. Leaving one final warm smile, she disappeared into thin air. There was a silence in the room for the next few moments. Until Harry nonchalantly decided to break it. Well, now that they are finally gone, it's time to get to work. Hope facepalmed while Helena just deadpanned at the boy. Her emotions were a wreck, but this kid didn't care one bit. Show me the secret library. Show me the secret library. Show me the secret library. Upon reading the commands from his mind, the room shifted. There was only a stone room with stone doors. In between the two stone doors there was a very tiny hole. Harry immediately knew what he had to do. With a sigh he put on the ring and walked to the doors. Thinking about rings. I should forge some and enchant them. That could be an interesting idea. Didn't I write this down? I think I did. Fucking a clemency. I got perfect memory, meaning I don't lose any data. But finding that data is a pain in the ass with all the experiments I do. I should really spend more time sorting out my memories from my experiments and all the little notes I put in my mind. Harry presses the ring inside the little hole. CRRRRRR. The doors open up to reveal a large bookshelf. Ha. Harry makes a confused expression. What kind of bullshit is this? There were about 500 books in total. What kind of shit was Rowena smoking when she made this? I have more books in my dining room than there are here. At first he was visibly confused. But then he started reading the titles. After every book his eyes widened further and further. Every book. Every single one was a rare book about magic. This is the peak of what the wizarding world had to offer 1,000 years ago. Including Rowena's self-created spells. Some lost languages. Complex rituals. Rowena's arithmancy calculations. Oh ho ho. I'm gonna be busy the next few days, Harry says with grin on his face while rubbing his palms. Well, since I am not needed anymore. I shall be leaving you to your endeavors, Helena says politely. Harry reacts to that and frowns. How can I get her to be my assistant? 1,000 years of knowledge. She would help me out a lot. But she needs a body so that she can conduct experiments for me. It would have to be a homunculus or golem doll. Hell, I can even try to make a Jagai to go along with my Bleach theme. A Jagai is an artificial body designed to house a soul. In a way it's completely different from a homunculus. A homunculus is an artificial human. They can eat food, drink water, and even procreate. A Jagai is just an empty shell, in a way deigned to store or house a soul. Let's go with Jagai. It should be the simplest one to make. Making a doll would require too much effort and it wouldn't have the same effect. Plus they need to be made out of some rare materials, otherwise they will be fragile, and I sure as hell ain't spending my rare stuff on her. Hope gives her a small bow. Thank you for your assistance, Lady Helena. You have made things much more easier than it would have been had we been alone. Helena smiles at the polite young girl. Think nothing of it, child. I gained a lot as well. I was able to see my mother and her friends again. Even if it was only for a short amount of time. I feel like a lot of weight has been lifted from my chest. I'm sure it must be liberating. Well, I wouldn't want to keep you here any longer. I'm sure you have more important things to do, especially now, than proceed to endure Harry's presence. Hope chuckled at that, making a little joke hopefully to make a more favorable impression on Helena. She was hoping to improve it even just a bit. Since her impression of Harry was probably a scamming rude con artist. Hope nudged Harry a bit, breaking him from his thoughts. She stared at him for a bit, hoping that he'd get the message, say goodbye, properly. Contrary to her plans, Harry just grinned. And it was not one of his regular grins. This is the same grin he gave the founders. The, I'm going to scam and rob you blind, grin. Helena. What do you think about me building you a physical body? Helena and Hope just stood there frozen in shock. What? Did he just suggest to bring her back to life? Chapter 55, Britain's Magical Association. The next few chapters will be about some world building. Different paths from different people. A community or association. As a title for these guys. In a community people have a sense of belonging. A village, a tribe, or town. An association is a group of people with a specific goal or purpose. Headmaster's office. After Harry left the potion classroom, Snape directly went to Dumbledore to complain. Headmaster. That brat needs to be punished. He made a mockery of my first class. Snape practically roared out, his face was red and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Dumbledore just rubbed the bridge of his nose. This is my most trusted right-hand man. What was my lesser self thinking? And he is supposed to be an occlumency expert. Control yourself for Merlin's sake. Sigh. Severus. Try to recall the boy's condition for joining Hogwarts. Snape stopped for a second and thought about it. Harry Potter will not gain or lose points and won't get detention. And besides, Severus, isn't this better for you? You won't have to see the boy at all in your classes. Snape gritted his teeth. He insulted my teaching skills and took some students with him. Dumbledore sighed again. Your teaching skills are abysmal, as you well know, but I tolerate that because of your usefulness. I have had so many complaints over the years, but I just brush them off or say that you will do better. And what students did he take? Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. 2 students. You lose 2 students in exchange for not seeing Harry Potter again. Honestly, Severus, your grudge with the boy's father is dulling your intelligence and decision-making. Get a grip or you will lose my support. I do not need an incompetent spy. Snape was shocked. Dumbledore had never addressed him like this before. No, it's not just that. The way he held himself had changed. This is a different Dumbledore than what he was used to. Snape gulped. Understood, Headmaster. I will return to my class now. He left with his robes bellowing behind him. I need to think. This new attitude will change things. He didn't used to care about what I did. But now I truly feel like he will feed me to the wolves if I mess up. Damn it, this is bad, especially with the Dark Lord in the castle. If either of them give me an order I can't fulfill, I'm dead. Dumbledore watched silently as Snape left his office. The other me let him have too much freedom that it's gotten to his head. Sometimes you need to pull on the leash to remind the dog of its place. Maybe this is a side effect of the spell. The other me has made some really bad decisions that is taking me quite a lot of time to fix. Not to mention the political and diplomatic mess Harry Potter has caused for me. I have my hands full of meeting with people and reminding them of who they are actually messing with. That and eliminating some troublesome ones like Jujutl. His grandson seems to be smarter than him since he seems to be staying clear of me now. Dumbledore hummed as he drank his tea. He got rid of all the lemon drops. The ones that were doused with witch sharpening potion. Maybe it was a consequence of prolonged use of those candies. But still. Harry Potter is much different than I would have expected. To think his goal would be Ravenclaw's secret library. How laughable. I have searched for it for years and I couldn't find a single trace in this castle. Mr. Potter can try all he wants. It would be better if he tried for all 7 years, staying here so that he is within my influence. This castle is mine. I am at my strongest when I am here. And if he does, by some miracle, find the secret library, well, a quick obliviate and he would forget everything about it and the library would all become mine. For the greater good, of course. Dumbledore chuckled at his own joke. Speaking of mine. The other me actually managed to convince Nicholas Flamel to give the stone to him, temporarily of course. It appears my teacher must also be getting dull with age. But not before making an oath with my other self. Dumbledore or his helpers can't use the stone for their own good or for anyone else. The stone is only to be used as bait against Voldemort and protected to the best of his ability. That's quite a tricky one, but luckily it has already been done. The other me did try, to the best of his ability. So did the staff in a manner of speaking. They tried their best with most of their magic being sealed. Which made the tests barely have any difficulty at all. Most of the defenses were wards that he had set up when Harry Potter appears. He can naturally disable them. Since the boy wasn't included in the oath. The stone can only be taken out by 2 people. Himself and Harry Potter. If all goes according to plan, there should be 2 scenarios. The first, Tom Riddle's wrath gets trapped in the mirror, because Harry Potter had no interest in stopping him like he said at the press conference. The second is Harry Potter takes out the stone and defeats him. Should Harry Potter get the stone, it will temporarily grant him protection against evil. A rare spell that he learned during his travels. Destroying Voldemort's vessel with the spell should be pretty easy, and this will solidify his image as the chosen one. Adding some responsibility to the young boy's mind. He is the chosen one. He can harm Voldemort. Only he can defeat him. Well, this is only if things go perfectly. If not, I can always adapt. PSHHHH. Fawkes Flame traveled to his extravagant elderwood perch. He had a letter in his claw. Dumbledore summoned it with a wave of his hand and read through it. Sigh, it appears another one of my political opponents has to die. Why can't people ever know their place, Fawkes? Dumbledore threw some chili peppers at the bird, who greedily gobbled them up. Scree. The bird just nodded and continued to eat its spicy snacks. The old man just chuckled. He had long gotten used to Fawkes's antics. He slowly stood up from his throne. No rest for the weary. He raised his arm and the exotic bird landed on it. To Bulgaria, Fawkes. Scree. Fawkes spread his wings and was engulfed in a flash of flames. PSHHHHHHH. The portraits watched this scene in silence before most of them sighing once he left. There he goes again. Another political opponent dead. And this is the leader of the light. Bollocks. That boy has no idea what he has unleashed onto the world. He is going to need all the help he can get. Silence, Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black yelled out. We are all dead. We have no rights to meddle with the living. Our job is to give advice to the headmaster of this school. If he is an asshole like Dumbledore is and doesn't need our help, then we can all just sleep for the next century. The men in the portrait glared at the other portraits in the room before leaving his photo. I don't know who took down my portrait at the Black Town House. But at least they put it somewhere dark and quiet. I can get some sleep. Once Black left his portrait, the other portraits cursed him for a while before all of them followed his lead and fell asleep. London. Kensington and Chelsea. The richest borough in London is Kensington and Chelsea, known for its high property prices, affluent residents, and prestigious addresses like Kensington Palace Gardens, and is one of the most affluent areas in the UK. What nobody knows is that many members of the Britain's Magical Association actually live there. There are 20 major magical families/houses and clans that stand above all other magicians except the Pendragon family. They hold themselves much higher than the lower families, which mostly lead them to be ostracized by the others, but they still can't say anything. Since the Pendragons consistently create ultimate class fighters over generations. The head of the family is always the ultimate class fighter. The major families at most have 4 to 5 high-class magicians. Currently 5 of the 20 families were having a meeting. These families had a working relationship with each other. A small alliance, driven only by profit. Each family controls something to do with trade. Various warehouses. Trading routes. Having majority of various industries. Food, textile, etc. The families in question were the Brooks, Russell, Townsend, Connolly, and Prest family. All 5 meet each other in different locations each time. Naturally, their bodyguards stood outside waiting. If anybody from outside looked at this, they would think it's a mafia boss meeting. Though they wouldn't be too far from the truth. All right, Russell, stop with the stalling. We are done with all of our usual matters. You had a business opportunity that could make us all even richer. So spill. Arthur Brooks was a tall middle-aged man with slick brown hair to his nape. He had a greedy expression on his face as he lit his 3rd cigar of the night. And I imagine him as Kayasuk from Death Note. The 3rd Kira. Fake Kira. That's right. You aren't the type to bluff. So start talking. Thomas Prest, a young man in his 20s with long black hair, smiled softly. But others knew better than to underestimate this faker. He is the type to whisper sweet nothings in your ear while he plunges a dagger in your back. A/N. Just paying my respect to the FIC. I quite like it. I imagine this guy like Sakio from Yu Yu Hakusho. Okay. Oliver Russell, a short man who was bald at the top and had spiky brown hair at the sides and back of his head. He had a small mustache and was wearing small circular sunglasses. Though this mostly applies to both of you. A/N. Gato from Naruto. Oliver turned to the 2 men who were quietly waiting. One of the men, Edward Connolly, was tall, had blonde hair and blue eyes. A/N. Yoshikage Kira. From JoJo. The other was Neville Townsend. He was a man in his 50s. He had full black hair and a goatee which was graying, and the man looked like he was dying from exhaustion. A/N. From Blacklist. They had the most magical plants in Britain. Some they grew himself, some they gets through various means. Import, stealing, and sometimes through squibs in the wizarding world. Both of them naturally told nobody this since the other magicians consider wizards as savages. They do however suspect each other, but it would be stupid to call out the other since it could easily be used on them. So they have this weird stalemate where they ignore each other, but work together to keep others from gaining a piece of their pie. I heard some news, and got proof. I found a way to increase the growth of magical plants by 3 times. Edward and Neville's eyes widened. The other 2 were also suppressed. They looked at each other in shock and came to the same conclusion. The rumor was true. They had heard talk from their spies in the wizarding world, but took it as some scam that a wizard invented. After all, how could a bunch of savages create something as revolutionary as that? Really? How? Arthur and Thomas, on the other hand, knew nothing. I'll keep that to myself for now. All I ask is for 30% of this new venture instead of our usual 20%. I will handle all of the details. And just get the method to Edvard and Neville, who will grow them, and you 2 will distribute it through your channels. Edward and Neville were unwilling to accept this. But their system of acquiring things from the wizarding world was very precise. If the wizards caught on to what happened, they could blow their entire operation. Some rare plants can only be acquired from the stupid wizards. And unlike them, Oliver probably didn't have as much knowledge about Wizarding World. Meaning his methods were most likely to fail. Getting him a lower percent or no percent at all from this new venture. While they would have the time to set up a proper channel for whatever method Oliver has found. Since they only have rumors to rely on. But they will soon learn the whole thing from their spies. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. Agree for now. When he fails, take over. I agree. So do I. Arthur and Thomas had no reason to reject, so they both agreed as well. Oliver grinned happily. I'm going to make a killing. Now to find the brat that makes those pots and convince him to work for me. He wanted a piece of the pie, that is Harry's pots. Currently only the Wizarding World has access to the pots. Harry Potter doesn't have the industrialization part done yet. He can't produce enough pots yet. So he is holding off on entering the supernatural market. In his eyes, Harry is a country bumpkin who by sheer luck somehow managed to make this. With their funding and connections, they can spread it around Britain and the supernatural world, gaining money and recognition. Oliver found out about the pots by pure chance during his raids. Once in a while his men go and harass some muggle-born wizards to do some grunt work for them. Enchant simple things or make some potions. Say what you will about the wizards. Bone growth potions and other things like blood replenishing potions work just as well on ordinary humans. One of the witches had a special pot, which apparently speeds up the growth of magical plants. But when they used a diagnostic spell, the pot shattered. Once he heard about this, he was furious with his men. He forced the wizards to get more and told his son to do the testing. But once his son, who was mid-class, got near to the pot, it cracked. The same thing happened when a true high class got near it. Low high class. So only his men could handle them. This was a flaw, but not a big one. The low-class grunts were usually the ones doing all the work anyway. As long as he finds the boy and gets the rune scheme from him, he will be rich. What Oliver didn't know is that any devil or fallen or angels that come near it will instantly crack. Even if it's a low class. Only low-class humans can touch them. Even Harry himself can't touch them. After creating them, and when the security runes become active, Harry can't touch them anymore. That's why others handle them. Why did he make it like this? To prevent others from stealing his work and to piss people off. This pot can hugely impact a lot of people's lives. Especially in the supernatural world. Magical herbs used in healing are always rare no matter where you go. Being able to speed them up is amazing. And yet they can't even get near it. And the pots can't handle the more valuable plants, since they themselves generate too much magic for the pot to handle. Harry and his family have their own extremely durable pots that work great with all kinds of plants. Unfortunately for Oliver, Russell and Harry Potter, the men working for the Russell family were just like their boss. Slimy and sneaky. Some of his men were spies for other families. And they all reported to other families, who had spies from other factions, because it was useful to know what the Britain's Magical Association was doing. And that's how those without any knowledge of the Wizarding World got the news about magical pots that can speed up the growth of magical plants. Because one scumbag couldn't be bothered to properly screen his people. He had oaths against telling people about family secrets. But nothing stopped them from telling others before he, as the boss, declared it a secret in the first place. And so the supernatural world had its eyes on Harry Potter. As if he didn't have enough on his plate. A/N. Random British surname generator 4, magical families. Pressed, just for fun cause of the Thomas Priest FIC. Ackland, Russell. Cecil, Hendrickson. North. Gray. Townsend. Caswell. Collier, Sawyers. Kane, Connolly. King, people from Blacklist. Bradshaw, Prescott. Brooks, Landy, Simmons. Chapter 56, Satan Meeting. Word count. Underworld. Lilith. Lucifer Castle. It was that time of the month again. Time for another Satan meeting. After the end of the Civil War, these meetings were quite frequent, happening multiple times a month. But after the first 100 years had passed, they became a sort of gathering at the end of each month. Nowadays Ajuka is too busy with his experiments and Falbium is on the fallen border. So the important Satan meetings have turned into Surzex and Serafal getting together to drink and complain about their worries and jobs. As the Satans of internal and foreign affairs, they had the biggest workload. This led to a lot of stress on their side. This was the one day in the month where they could completely relax and drink away their worries. Nobody was there except them. Not even Surzex's queen and wife Graphia. Since she was lightweight, it would be weird for them to be drinking and her to just stand there. Thud. Serafal's forehead hit the table. Why did we ever become Satans after the Civil War? Blast this inborn devil ambition. We should have just asked for a shit ton of money, territory, and a bigger noble title. Then we wouldn't have to deal with this bullshit. Another little shithead decided to forcefully reincarnate sexy exotic woman from Greece. Turns out she was a minor demigod. Granddaughter of Aphrodite. Of course the Greeks didn't care, they rarely care for their own kids except if they are exceptional, and she was useless to them since besides being beautiful she didn't have anything else going for her, but they will use any excuse, no matter how minor, to create trouble for us. Now I have to go and deal with that mess. And that was what just happened yesterday. Let alone all the bullshit I had to deal with this month. Xerxes chuckled at that. Seraphol was wearing her green magical dress today to relax in. Since today they are drinking and green is for St. Patrick's. A little thing both of them love. St. Patrick wasn't a saint or Irish, nor was his name even Patrick. Humans really are amazing, they literally created a fake holiday just so they have another excuse to drink. It's the same thing with me. Trying to stop another civil war. Oh, last week, some imbecile from the neighbor's family got into a scuffle with the Bune family. Just because they are weak now doesn't mean that they can be messed with so easily. It got into a fight where the neighbor's member was beaten badly. Seraphol laughed at that, ha. Is that piece of shit family head still doing his experiments? Xerxes nodded solemnly, most likely, but as usual, we can't find or pin anything against him. And the old Satan faction is backing him up, making it even more difficult for me. Sigh. I need my sonadium. I miss my baby sister. Sotan is so cute. She will definitely be a looker in the future. Seraphol started to giggle like a pervert before gasping, no. I have to be careful. I will teach her to stay away from boys, and I will beat up anyone that comes near her, she finished with a fist pump. Xerxes laughed along, I can relate to that. I will destroy anybody who comes near to my Riestan. Then he remembered what his parents said and clicked his tongue, TSK. My parents have plans to engage her to the youngest Phoenix brat by the end of the year. I am not happy about that. Something about a super baby having Baal and Phoenix powers. Seraphol deadpanned, really? But they were born last year. Sona just had her first birthday 3 months ago. Xerxes remembered something and decided to add fuel to the fire. My parents aren't the only one. I heard your parents are planning to engage Sona to Zephyr Glaciolabelas. Crack. Crash. The glass in Seraphol's hand was crushed into pieces, engaged to that loudmouth brat. I'm going to kill them. Xerxes raised his hands in a calming manner, now, save that for later. You might as well get drunk before going over so that you have a good excuse to wreak your parents' place. Seraphol's expression brightened at that, good idea, she then proceeded to drink some wine, directly from the bottle. Pihaya. Oh, things are a bit rough with the yokai again. Xerxes sighed, clearly a Belial incident. Yep, Seraphol popped her lips, that and more idiots keep reincarnating yokai. Dihauser Belial wasn't happy about what happened with his cousin. Especially since there was no trial and she was just executed. The whole thing is so sketchy that I'm not surprised. But there is nothing we can do about it. There was a lot of support against any investigation. From both the old Satan faction and Great King faction. Seraphol scrunched up her eyebrows, oh yeah. Old bastard Zekrom Baal got involved. Great King, my perky ass. If it wasn't for the amount of political backing he has, I would have popped his head like a grape. Careful there, Sarah. Your inner berserker is showing. The magical girl slumped back into her seat, right. I worked hard to make people forget about how strong I really am. After all, I'm just a magical girl, a squishy mage type now. Xerxes chuckled as he shook his head, I am still suppressed that it even worked. When you first suggested I thought you were crazy. But now everybody truly believes you are a mage type. Even though you are the strongest of us Satans. Seraphol smiled, thanks to you and Ajuka, Falbium and I were mostly in the background. Plus it was not even that well known to begin with. I only fought with ice magic in the war and used my physical strength when I fought stronger opponents and was a bit further away from my troops. It's still amazing what having the sin of envy can do. Normally jealous people don't get far. But she did. When we were children she didn't have my destructive capabilities nor Falbium's defensive ones. She wasn't as smart as Ajuka. She just had a lot of demonic power reserves and an ice mutation. Compared to others she was strong, but compared to us she was weak. She was envious of what we could do and what she couldn't. She was so jealous that we were getting all the attention even though we were all the same age. So what did she do? She trained and trained. Until she collapsed every day. She trained her body and her magic. Like the madness of envy had consumed her. Until one day, she surpassed us. Seraphol is the physically strongest Satan. The sin of envy can truly be terrifying, Xerxes mused to himself. It's also why she has such a soft spot for devils that train their bodies instead of just magic. She knows full well how hard it is to get any results doing physical training. Oh, and I learned something funny. Sarah jumped all of a sudden and grinned. Surzex raised an eyebrow. It must have been quite something if it could raise her spirits this much. Well, are you going to be all mysterious or are you going to share? Seraphol smiled even wider. Do you remember the wizards? The first human mages. That was an odd topic to switch to, Surzex thought to himself for a while. Wizards? Let's see. Ah yes. I do recall something about them. They are the experiment that the devils tried on humans about 1,500 years ago, right? The time they tried to see if they can give humans devil magic. And possibly use their biology to create more family magic. Since we already know that half-devils can mutate the clan trait even though it's very rare. I believe they have formed isolated societies in every major country in the world. And are avoiding both the mundane and supernatural worlds. Sarah snapped her finger. Bingo. They are a bunch of arrogant twits who rarely reach mid-class and they think they are above everybody else. Most people in that society don't even know the supernatural world exists. Especially in the super racist and backward place like the British wizarding community. Okay, what about them? Surzex was officially confused. This was a very random topic. See, a week ago I heard that a Juka had almost gotten his hands on an interesting little trinket from the wizards. She grinned happily. Almost. Since when does a Juka do almost? He frowned. That does not sound like a Juka. Surzek's attitude sent Seraphol in a burst of giggles. Some of a Juka's people who go around the world and bring him interesting things found about this trinket in a magical shop near Boston. A pot capable of speeding up the growth of any normal plant and some magical plants by 3 times. Now this suppressed Surzex, really. A wizard invented that. The supernatural world considers wizards beneath them because they are. They are arrogant, dumb, racist and practically live under a rock. So to think that someone from that society invented something like this is very surprising. Yeah, and hear this out. It was a kid. A 10-year-old boy invented this. Naturally this got the interest of a Juka. He thought it was an interesting concept to study and improve for the devils. He needed more funding anyway and this seemed like a quick way to do it. Surzex nodded. Now this sounds like a Juka. But here comes the fun stuff. His contact brought the pot to a Juka, but when he started to walk towards the low-class human, it cracked before he was even 10 meters near it. Seraphol started to laugh with tears in her eyes. Surzex just deadpanned, not getting what was so funny. So the human screwed up. Sarah, seeing this, explained further. It wasn't the human's fault. At first he thought he was being scammed and his time was being wasted. Luckily for the human he had another pot nearby, so he brought it and put it on the ground and walked away. When a Juka approached again it and reached the 10-meter mark, it broke again. Apparently the creator made it so when any person above mid-class touches or gets near the pot, its defense mechanism would activate and destroy the pot. A Juka has been obsessed over the pot. And he is extremely annoyed. Like, and I quote, "I have seen the most fragile glass in the world have more structural stability than this. He made it so sensitive to aura, energy, and magic, it might as well be half broken from the start." He said with bloodshot eyes. It was freaking hilarious. Sarah started to laugh. Surzex started at her with wide eyes before joining he as he also burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's great. It's been a while since we have seen a Juka this worked up about something. The last time it was when he finally got his hand on a sacred gear only to blow up in his face when he tried to mess with it. I know, right? That was funny as hell. Surzex grabbed a bottle. I don't know who the kid is, but cheers for him allowing us this good laugh. Seraphol quickly mimicked him and they clicked bottles. Cheers. A/N. For a little clarification. Harry Potter plot starts in 1991. Harry starts first year in Hogwarts. He is 11. Will be 28 in 2008. DxD plot starts in 2008. Issei Hayate was 17 then in second year. Rias and Aquino were 18. Harry is born on July 31, 1980. Rias was born on April 9, 1990. Sona on June 7, Aquino July 21. Issei was born on April 17, 1991, this year, Kiba and Asia same year. Ravel and Kaneko will be born 1993, next year, but will be first year in Kuo. La Fey Pendragon will be born in the same year, since she was about 15 when introduced. Hope this clears things up. And why I say MC won't be with RIAS. He is literally 10 years older than her. She is a child in his eyes. By the way, calculated Kuroka's age cause I know people will ask. She was 21 in 2008. So she was born in 1987. Lavinia Rennie's age wasn't mentioned, just a young woman in her 20s. So I'm making her 23. 1985. Why am I going so much into details? Cause I have a whole freaking timeline. Roswis was 19 to 20 when introduced. Chapter 57, Vampire Hunters. Word count. There is currently a poll going on Pat. It's about potential harem members. Oh, and I will be holding a Q&A. So if you guys also have any questions, feel free to ask. A city that was close to the eastern border. It was actually close to two borders. With Hungary and Serbia. Making it the ideal location as a distribution city. Which unfortunately was being occupied by vampires. Like the devils, vampires are residents of darkness that have existed since ancient times. They have similar rankings and weaknesses like those of high-class devils. They may seem similar, but their views and culture differ greatly, although, like devils, they have a long lifespan. Vampires also have a strong fear and hatred towards werewolves as they are natural enemies, just like angels are for devils. Romania has two main factions. Well, three if you consider the Orthodox Church, but their influence has been slipping. The vampires are ruled by two different vampire royal families, the Teeps family and Carmilla family. Several hundred years ago, there was an incident that split the world of vampires, where the vampires argued between choosing a female true ancestor and a male true ancestor in order to retain the purity of pure-blooded vampires. This incident eventually gave birth to the Teeps faction, a male-dominated vampire faction, and the Carmilla faction, a female-dominated vampire faction. Timișoara does have churches, but the Orthodox Church hold over this town is weak, allowing the vampires to do as they please with the city. However, the church would not give up so easily. Due to politics, they can't easily march into Romania. They do try to immediately kill any vampires that enter Hungary, Serbia, or Bulgaria. But for Romania, they are forced to request aid from third parties. Meaning mercenaries. Specifically vampire hunters. The group of vampire hunters that the church hired was the Team Libra. Libra was special even amongst other Fang hunters groups. They used blood magic in combination with holy weapons to fight. All vampire hunters gathered to create the Fang hunters. The big organization finds the location of vampires and sends out a team to handle them. Libra was requested for this mission. A tall tanned white-haired man was slashing down thralls and low-class vampires left and right. He was wearing a black turtleneck under a white leather jacket that ended above his navel. He also wore white jeans and white shoes. This man was Zap Renfro. This man was an user of Big Dipper blood battle style, allowing him to turn his blood into a sword or threads, and being able to change the properties of his blood to be flammable. All I am saying is that I killed the most. Wouldn't that make me the best? Zap yelled out as he decapitated 3 vampires at once. Bang. Bang. Boom. A woman who uses a large rifle proceeded to headshot vampires. Sometimes even using one bullet to kill many of them, including explosive rounds. K. is tall, thin woman with chin-length blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a red trench coat over a black crop top, shorts and thigh-high high-heeled boots. She uses 954 blood bullet art that she developed herself. She turns her blood into electricity along with magecraft to further increase the power of her rifle and shoots out bullets blessed with holy water. Typically cheerful, she cares deeply for her comrades and sons, whom she treasures above all else. So much so that she proceeds to do this dangerous job to keep her sons protected and to have enough money to support them in whatever path they choose when the time comes. I don't like him because he kills the most. I like Klaus better because he is a perfect gentleman. KK smirked as she shot another vampire with her rifle. Unlike you scumbag, Chain Samurai spread her fingers as claws appeared on them. She just slashed apart any vampire who came near her. Chain is a young woman with chin-length black hair and dark purple eyes. She is seen clad in a black suit with a white shirt underneath it, black pants and shoes. Chain was a werewolf born with a particular ability. Blood phase. She can phase her own body through most materials in the world, including other bodies. Her abilities are perfect for information gathering and assassination. Sadly, she can't pass through magic, so wards and malls made by magic can stop her. Her biggest secret was that she was a big slob and doesn't want her co-workers to know that. Chain phased through a vampire but left her hand inside his chest. As soon as she materialized, her hand crushed its heart. Zap snapped when saw how she killed the vamp in a cool way and was still insulting him. Fuck you. You crazy wolf bitch. You wanna go, you shitty monkey. Chain was now very angry. They were in the middle of a battle, but this fool just had to open his mouth. Enough, you two, Dr. Stephen yelled out as he dashed towards the vampires. Dr. Stephen Allen. Starface is tall man with short black hair and a thin scar running down the left side of his face. He typically wears a dark gray suit, blue shirt and a yellow tie. His shoes are custom made to use his blood skills, with a pointed metal-like cross on the right, multiple small square crosses on the left. He uses ice magic along with his Esmeralda blood freeze, which is when he uses his blood as a medium to hit targets and freeze them with his blood. Lanza del Ciro Absoluto, Lance of Absolute Zero. He kicked his foot and launched an ice lance that landed in between a group of vampires. As soon as it hit the ground it exploded, raising huge ice spikes that impaled all the vamps there. Ah! A young teenager was running for his life. Someone save me. This boy's name was Leonardo Watch. And he was a bit special. He was one of the rare few that ever gained the eyes of Horus. He was able to see the true name of vampires. When he was young, his entire family had been killed by vampires. Well, rather than family it would be more precise to say coven. A family of 12. All witches and wizards. He was the eldest and was born with little magical capabilities. Almost a squib. But the most important thing for a coven were the bonds that keep them together. That made them stronger. The vampires saw the coven as a threat. So they sent 2 mid-class vampires and dozens of low-class to exterminate them. Leonardo only survived because he was in the city that night. When he got back at dawn all of his family members were dead. He also saw vampire corpses in the house. And ash in the yard. He quickly figured out what had happened. In his rage, he did a sacrificial ritual. He sacrificed all of the corpses, anything to gain the power to fight the vampires. The one who answered was the Egyptian god Horus. He was the one who informed him about the greatest weakness a vampire has. Their true name. Anyone can kill a low and mid-class vampire if they are strong enough. But high class and ultimate class. They were the elders. Vampires who have lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. Their regeneration made them almost impossible to kill. But if you knew their true name, you could quite easily seal them. So in exchange for the corpses and half of Leonardo's lifespan along with his soul when he dies, Leonardo gained the ability to see a vampire's true name. Leonardo. Run here. K.K. quickly ran towards the youngest member of their team. But the vampires threw their blood like needles at them. A large barrage of needles soon flew at both of them. Leonardo. K.K. A loud deep voice roared across the battlefield. Leonardo instantly felt released. The leader was here. Klaus von Reinherz is the leader of Libra and young head of the noble Reinherz family. Klaus is a large, red-haired man with a distinctive underbite, green eyes, and sideburns. He wears a white shirt with a red tie under a black waistcoat, as well as black pants with brown dress shoes. He also wears glasses. The back of his vest is adorned with a small silver cross. Known for his gentlemanly composure, honest to a fault nature and unshakable will, he typically conducts himself in a calm, polite manner unless suitably angered, in which case he will lash out with a beast-like level of savagery. Due to his nature, he tends to overstress himself worrying for the safety of others, not even blinking for a second as he puts himself at risk to save others. It is as K.K. said. Klaus is an unrivaled gentleman. Brain breed blood battle to cheeks. Form 117-foot Klaus called out in his mind as he pumped blood and mana into his knuckle duster. Unzerbrechlich Cruise Shield, Unbreakable Cross Shield. He yelled out as he thrusted his arm, creating several large giant cross-shaped shields in front of him. Protecting Leonardo and KK. Leonardo, K.K. Are you hurt? Klaus asked in a concerned tone. K.K. instantly brightened up. You are worried about me. I'm so happy, Clausy, you really are a sweetheart. No matter how strong you are still a lady. Feel free to come to me whenever you are in danger. Klaus griped his knuckle dusters as he punched a vampire's head clean off its shoulders. Tisk, noble to a fault as always. Zap clicked his tongue, and why aren't Hounddog and Zed here with us? Chain actually phased behind him and kicked him in the ass, sending him flying. You know why, you fool. They are handling another town all by themselves. Boom. The mid-class vampire that Klaus was fighting landed on the road, cracking the ground. Everyone. Focus, the battle is almost over. Leo. You know what to do, Klaus roared out as he prepared to fight the mid-class vampire. Yes, Sir. 1 hour later the fight was over. Every vampire has been slain and their heads taken as evidence for the kill. Some vampires had specific bounties even though they were low class. Similar to the Rouge Devil system. All of the hunters were sitting or lying down. Extremely tired from the fight. Klaus just stood there thinking about their situation. They were too short-staffed. For whatever reason. The vampires really pissed off the church this time. The church made a contract with them and they were willing to pay big bucks. Even for low-class vampires. Mid- and high-class vampires were worth a lot more. Thralls naturally were worth a lot less. They had spent a lot of money on gear in preparation for this job. For their team to break even they would need to hunt more mid-class vampires. But they were deeper in vampire territory. We need reinforcements. Guess we will have to share the reward. How unfortunate. I used a lot of connections to get this deal. A week later. What do you even doing here, Argent? Zap called out the middle-aged man. Argent equals silver. Hunting scumbags. Oh look, there is one in front of me. The hunter pointed his gun at Zap, who just growled and made a blade form his blood. Christopher. Good to see you again. Klaus came near Argent, who lowered his gun and shook hands with Klaus. Same to you, Klaus. I was quite surprised to get your message. You usually prefer to work alone. It's not just you, I have already sent a message to Hai Sing and the Winchester brothers, Klaus said with a wry smile. Wait. Hai Sing. Van Helsing. The Helsing. Leonardo start to fanboy. Yes, that Helsing. Chain tapped Leo on the head to control himself. The Winchester brothers. Those maniacs. Klaus, are you serious? Zap said with a flabbergasted expression. Sam and Dean Winchester. The maniac brothers who were reckless beyond the point of belief. They were so lucky that people were wondering if they were blessed by angels since they survived so many vampires. Or cursed by demons since they meet so many vampires. One of the two. They had heard rumors that those two inject themselves with tiny dosages of vampire or demon blood to gain a boost in battle. Very, Klaus said in a deep tone, I'm calling in everybody. And I do mean everybody for this. We are going to push further into vampire territory than any hunter has ever tried. Without enough skilled hunters, none of us are going to make it back. I have even sent a letter to the House of Belmont. The room instantly got quiet. Even the new people that had just arrived, everybody was staring at the big red-headed men in shock. I do hope that they get my letter. Klaus, oblivious to everything, wiped the blood of his hands with a napkin, straightened up his tie and left, leaving behind a room of people with their jaws dropped. A/N. Just names and possible people. Van Helsing Blade. Vicente Cruz. Galen Vaughn. Winchester. Brotherhood of the Five. Chapter 58, Building a Body. Check out my other FIC. Pandas snippets. I'm going to be dropping some ones-hots later. Jack-o'-lantern, happy Halloween everybody. Ghost. Word count. Helena and Hope just stood there frozen in shock. What? Did he just suggest to bring her back to life? Both Hope and Helena looked at each other to see if they had misheard. But it appears that was not the case. Are you serious? Is that even possible? Bringing me back to life, Helena says in a shocked tone. Ha. Harry says in a confused tone, who said anything about bringing you back to life? I said, what do you think about me building you a physical body? Is there a difference? Now even Hope was confused. Harry just sighed. But then again, it should be expected. They don't have his knowledge and magical theories. Frankly, his knowledge of other worlds is such a cheat. He knows they exist, he is 100% sure of it. That means there has to be a way to replicate the effects. As a wizard, he has a little more leeway in these kinds of things than magicians. It's a similar principle to faith and miracles. Except Harry doesn't have to believe, he already knows. Bringing someone from the dead is extremely difficult for a human. Well, except if you are a necromancer, but then you will be brought back as an undead solider. The only ones who can really bring back the dead are the devils with their creepy enslaving evil pieces. But in that case, I'd rather prefer to stay dead. Since once you are revived, you will be a slave for the rest of your long-ass life. Hope nodded at this. She knew very well how Harry hated the evil pieces. He called them an extraordinary piece of magic, and Ajuka was certainly a genius for designing them to even give specific boosts in magic, speed and durability. But Harry also expressed his doubts that Ajuka could really revive someone from the dead. It's most likely the crystal used in the evil pieces that has that power in the first place. The other ones who can revive people are gods and pantheons as a whole. They spend the faith they gathered and their divine energy to revive their fallen members if their divine spirits aren't completely destroyed. Some evil dragons have been revived multiple times throughout history. And the last method is one of the most broken. Longinus. Sephiroth Grail. It's so stupidly overpowered that it actually harms its user. And causes them to go insane. Good luck actually getting that one. Most humans in history who got it committed suicide without ever reviving anyone or even using the sacred gear. They could see the souls of the dead and the secrets of life and death. Ordinary human minds aren't built to handle that kind of stress. If you are not bringing me back to life, then what exactly will you be doing? Helena asked with an awkward expression. How does one even try to begin to talk about their own revival? The thing is, this is only applicable to you. You are at a higher level of existence compared to other ghosts. Quite frankly, you are a wraith, but on the opposite side of the spectrum. I'm sure you have figured out that you can temporarily possess humans. Helena nodded, yes. But I find it unethical to possess someone's body like that. The first time I figured it out was when a young student passed through my body. And I accidentally possessed her. Naturally, I quickly stopped once I had realized what I had done. Well, I will be doing that, but with an empty host in a way. I will build you a body you can possess. Quite frankly, there are many ways to do it. Homunculus or golem doll or even a mechanical doll would do. Hope quickly raised her hand. Wait, isn't a homunculus an artificial human? How is that not coming back to life? Harry scratched his head. Technically it is and isn't. It depends on how you classify as alive. Does living as a wooden puppet classify as alive? Well, not really, Hope said unsurely. Then what difference does a puppet made out of flesh make? From what I gathered, you need the specific DNA of someone and build an exact body for them combined with a ritual to bring them back to life. If I just stuffed Helena in a homunculus, she would be able to taste and move around. But she can't have children, her skills in magic or ki or whatever energy would drop significantly. Since she is after all not completely alive. It's merely a form of possession. Plus a homunculus body has a relatively short lifespan. Or shelf life, depends on how you look at it. A/N, what do you think about the whole homunculus thing? I'm just messing around with a few ideas. Traditionally, homunculus are alive. But I was like, let's make this needlessly more complicated to add a little more depth to the magic thing. And I came up with this. Opinions, please. I see, Helena hummed. If you look at it that way, then yes. There is not much of a difference in what I possess. I will still only be half alive, half dead. What do you plan for me to posses? Harry let out a mad grin. A shell. Quite frankly, in theory it is the simplest one for you to posses. I will make a humanoid shell that is empty on the inside. It will be tuned into spiritual matter so the possession will be even easier and you won't lose as much magic. I'll call it DxD, faux body. I sense there is a but in there, Hope pinched in. But it doesn't exist yet. Helena blinked. What now? The technology doesn't exist yet. Well, I think it doesn't. This is just a theory of mine that I haven't gotten around to proving yet. But if you really want a body that fast, I can just take a mannequin doll from a store and put some runes on it to allow you to take control of it, Harry said offhandedly. His mind was already working lightning fast on how to make a DxD. Once he has an idea at mind, he will become obsessed about it until he finishes it. Why? Because it's a cool idea. He proved this point with his ship and pots. So you are going to make something that currently is purely theoretical. Helena shook her head. Do you even know how difficult it is to do that? Do I even know how difficult it is? Harry just looked at her with a frown before he came to a realization. Oh, right. I haven't told her about my pots and ship yet. Of course I know how difficult it is to create something completely new. Well, for the ship I copied the general scheme and half the runes. But the other half were entirely my additions to the design. Don't you worry about that. Here is the real question. If I give you a physical body, are you willing to serve me as my assistant? Helena hummed as she looked at Harry. So that's your play. I was wondering what your angle was. But first, isn't this nice young woman here your assistant? She pointed at Hope. Harry nodded. Yes, she is my first assistant, but since I'm doing so many experiments at once and will continue to increase them, we will be short-staffed. I have high expectations from the people who will aid me in discovering the secrets of magic. And you, my dear, reach those expectations. I think this is a fair deal. And if you serve me well, I might find a way to truly bring you back to life. He smiled at the woman. Helena frowned as she considered her options. It wasn't a bad deal. She had developed a thirst for knowledge due to her boredom as a ghost. Nowadays a day doesn't pass where she doesn't read any new or old books, and theorizes about magical creations. This boy in front of her was giving her a chance to put her theories to the test. And possibly even return back to life. But she would have to work under him. Which is frustrating, but if that is what she must do, so be it. I agree to your proposal. Harry grinned. Welcome to the team. Helena Ravenclaw. After the whole debacle, Harry took all of the books in Rowena's secret library. Then he went back to the room of requirement/room of innovation. And called for the lost and found room. He conjured some steel boxes, made them semi-permanent and expanded the space inside. They were only designed to last a few days but were very stable. Harry then almost completely emptied out the lost and found room. All of the broken furniture was repaired, all of the books he found he also took with him, chandlers, silverware, instruments, lost jewelry, and so. He got it all packed up, sneaked out of Hogwarts and went into Hogsmeade, where he teleported out and went to the Potter Mansion. Which he still needs to rip down and rebuild the wards. HAAA. It was a good idea to get Helena on board. I need more smart people working for me, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with all of the crazy experiments I think of. Harry rolled his shoulders as he walked back in home. Harry walked into the living room and saw that Melinda and Ophelia were sitting around and drinking tea. Harry. Melinda said in shock. Ophelia was also suppressed. School had just started and Harry was already home. Did something happen? Yo, Harry raised his hand as large steel boxes floated behind him. Don't worry, I'm just here to drop off the stuff that I stole from Hogwarts. Continue to enjoy your tea, Harry said casually as he started to go to the basement. Melinda and Ophelia looked at each other in confusion. Stole. Before both of them bolted out of their seats to follow him. Wait a minute, you brat. What do you mean by stole? You robbed Hogwarts. Ophelia yelled out as she followed the very peeved Melinda. Bellatrix was in her room glaring at all of the math, physics, and chemistry books on the table. Even a simple fire spell took so many calculations to get it to work. Wizards just had to say, "Incendo," and fire would appear. But we have a limit. Harry said not to count fiend fire as a measurement for power. Since the spell just summons flames from hell using the wizard's magic to keep the gate open. A wizard's most lethal fire spell is probably our Black's Violet Cursed Flame. And for damage we can burn down a big house or two if we use up all of our magic at once. That is our limit. But the spell Melinda showed me. Prylance Incisus. The heat of the flames and the size as well. That's beyond what a wizard could create, maybe besides Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald. But Prylance Incisus is quite a common spell among magicians. The difference in our base strength is far too wide, so much so that it is difficult for us to even be seen a threat to them. If I want to become stronger, learning magecraft is a must. And as wizards we have an even bigger advantage if we combine our natural magic with magecraft. According to Harry, even if my calculations aren't perfect, our magic helps us to complete the spell, allowing us to even omit certain parts of the spell formula. In Harry's words, wizarding magic is just a worse version of devil imagination power. But to us as humans it still offers a significant advantage as it allows us more leeway in creating and using spells. And most spells created by wizarding magic are impossible to be copied by magecraft. Not that they can even be useful. What's the use of turning someone's ears into bat wings or making them puke slugs? Stupid shit like that is why wizards are so weak and behind magicians. They don't make any major improvements and just focus on making faster brooms or useless spells. Which, now that I look at it from this angle, he is right. Even during the 20 years that I lost, nothing has changed. Except for some new beauty products and a new broom. Nothing has been improved. Pop. Lady Bellatrix. Titus popped into Bellatrix's room. The master has returned. You asked us to inform you when he comes back. Bellatrix frowned. Already? It has only been a day or two since he started. Did something happen? Where is he now? Master Harry along with Melinda and Ophelia are going in the SEC dash. Ahem. In the basement, Titus corrected himself from calling it the secret library. Since it wasn't really a secret anymore, and Harry said just to call it the basement. Since besides books there were many monster materials and valuable objects. Bella nodded as she stood up and also made her way down there. Harry. What the hell did you do? Rob a museum. Melinda watched speechlessly as Harry started to pull things out of the steel boxes. Expensive old furniture started to pop up one after another, along with some old books and jewelry. Harry stopped. Not a bad idea now that I think about it. Smack. Melinda smacked him at the back of his head. Stop having insane ideas. Most people try to avoid intrusive thoughts, you just go all in on them. Harry just chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. But you are the one that gave me the idea, so you are also at fault here. Ophelia and Bellatrix were just surprised by the quality and craftsmanship of the furniture. This was centuries old, and were made using magic. Harry said he got them from Hogwarts, but neither of them remember seeing anything like this. Harry pulled out the vanishing cabinet and put it to the side. He also put a sign on it, "Keep out. I'll deal with that later. I need to carefully study the runes before attempting to repair it. Oh, and Harry, a letter arrived to you through the official channels you set up for the House of Belmont. This one made it through all the screening processes. Who? Looks like someone finally realized it was useless to send me letters without tracking spells or devices in them. Let's see from who it is." Harry took a look at the letter before frowning. Who the hell is Klaus von Reinhers? Chapter 59, Joining the Hunt. Word count. After reading the letter, Harry sat down in the living room and had a thoughtful expression on his face. What's on your mind, Harry? Normally you don't get this affected by news unless someone discovered a new potion. I still remember how pissed off you were that someone discovered the potion grenade before you. Even though it's already been discovered for a decade when you found out. Melinda sighed, remembering the sheer amount of curses she heard leave that boy's mouth. I'm still pissed about that. I can't believe I didn't consider potion grenades before I heard it. Such an embarrassment as a pyromaniac. Melinda deadpanned. So you do admit that you are a pyro? No, how could I? Harry Potter is a nice, lovable, gentle genius child. There is nothing nice or lovable about him, Ophelia thought, but kept her mouth shut. Yeah. So, who was that letter from? Melinda said in a serious tone. Harry smiled as he flicked the letter to her, despite looking like it was spinning fast. It slowly and gently landed in front of her. There was no magic in that throw. What is this stupid brat spending his time on learning such a useless skill? Sigh, you have been playing around instead of experimenting again. Harry laughed. Everything is an experiment for me. Plus I needed to practice my throwing for another experiment I'm doing. Is that so? She said in an uninterested tone. Harry does dozens of experiments all at once and just juggles them around. She tried to stay interested and keep up, but after a while she realized it was best to let him do his own thing and just wait for him to show the finished result. Klaus von Reinhers. You got a letter from the noble Reinhers family. Melinda said in surprise as she read through the letter. Noble. Harry frowned. In the olden days during the reign of Kaiser Wilhelm I, the Reinhers family were just mercenaries who protected the crown and the country from supernatural forces. They were so accomplished at killing monsters that after a few years of working for the crown, the emperor gave them the rank of viscount. I see, so they want the famous Belmont family to help out on their raid. So what are you going to do? I'm going to join in. For my age I am strong, there is no doubt about that. Except for some geniuses from really powerful backgrounds. I doubt anybody else can match me. But my fights against stray devils that I fight prove how inexperienced I am. And in this world, being inexperienced is a good way for you to die because of some cheap trick. Do whatever you want as long as you safely come back. Melinda smiled softly. Her words caused Harry to let out a tiny snort. Who do you think I am? I value my life more than anything. I'm going to be so overprepared that dropping a nuke won't be able to kill me. And I can just run away when it becomes too dangerous. As expected of you, both Melinda and Harry started to laugh, causing Ophelia to be in a strange position. Do I join their laugh, or will it be seen as rude? Or would it be rude not to join in? She started to overthink a lot, while she is quite satisfied with her current situation. She was still terrified of Harry. Will you take Hope with you? Harry thought about it for a bit before he shook his head. Hope still needs to get a bit stronger. And I don't want to reveal her yet to other vampires. That would just cause unnecessary drama and trouble for myself. They are so arrogant and stupid that they might just come to Britain to kill of the stain in their bloodline. Melinda nodded at that. I agree with that. Vampires can truly be annoying. Especially their regeneration. The older ones are even more absurd, with blood and shadow techniques. Harry stood up and straightened up his spine. He smiled after hearing the satisfying popping sounds. Well, looks like I'm going on a hunt. One day later. Right before sundown. Romania, Timișoara. Everybody was at the meeting point. There were many famous vampire and monster hunters here. Yet all of them were nervous for the last person that was arrive. The Belmont family. The legendary family. More famous than even the Brotherhood of the Five. All of them were eager to see a living Belmont. Centuries ago they suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth. Most people think that various vampire, werewolf and monster groups gathered together to eliminate them. Others said they were poisoned or cursed, leading to their downfall. Dean, what do you think they will look like? Sam asked his brother, who just turned to him with a deadpan look. Human. Sam sighed. Come on, you know what I mean. Is he young or old? Tall and fit or short and fat? What equipment he has? Dude, could you be more gay? Dean glanced at his brother, who was taking a second to think of an answer. Dean shook his head. Don't answer that. Equipment, just say gear. Leonardo deadpanned when he saw their interaction. They are weird, and that's saying something since I work with Zap. Zap gulped as the time for the meeting was only a few minutes away. Klaus, have I ever said how much I respect you? Klaus stopped. Yes, a few times. Well, this one takes the cake. I can't believe you got the Belmonts to come. Yeah, Clausy, how did you pull that off? K. said while she was cleaning her rifle. I was curious about it too, Dr. Stephen said with a smile. I didn't do anything special. I just introduced myself, politely explained our current situation. And asked if he wanted to join, Klaus said honestly. For real? Sam raised an eyebrow. Heh. Maybe he is as crazy as us. Everybody turned to Van Helsing. He was wearing all black with a black coat and hat on top. SHHHHHH. He has to be if he is coming here, Blade commented as he was sharpening his sword. Argent and his men were busy with making the last-minute preparations. I think I'm rather sane, all things considered. Click. 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 SHHHHH, WSSHHHHHH. Everybody pointed their guns at the shadows in the forest. Libra activated their blood abilities. Slowly they heard footsteps approaching. Quite the force you have gathered. Klaus von Reinhers. Out of the shadows arrived a man. He was tall. Had short black hair, and a black eye mask. There was a red glow where the eyes were. He was wearing a white shit, loosely tied black tie, black suit and pants, along with a black coat. He was casually smoking a cigarette as if the guns pointed at him didn't exist. Klaus raised his hand, and the others lowered their weapons but not putting them away. Greetings, are you with the House of Belmont? Yes. I'm John. John Constantine. But my full name is Jonathan Constantine Belmont. But you can call me Constantine. Ha. Zap said with an exaggerated tone. You are all that the Belmont sent. You don't look like much. And what's with the eye mask? Believe me, mate. I'm more than enough. And the mask is to hide my handsome face from the world. Can't get people becoming jealous of me now, can I? Something you seem to know nothing about. Zap had tick marks appearing on his forehead. Klaus, can I kill him? No. Klaus then turned to John. Greetings, Mr. Constantine. Klaus was very flexible. He noticed this person preferred not to use the Belmont name. The fact that he still has a middle name means he probably married into the family. He was a bit peeved that they didn't even send a real member. But he would judge that later depending on this person's skills. And he already showed something very impressive. All of the people here are experienced hunters. Yet this person managed to sneak up on them until he was 10 meters away from them, and they only noticed him when he revealed his presence. Thank you for responding to my letter. John waved his hand. Think nothing of it, mate. We are hunters. We hunt. You said we were going to go deep in vampire territory. I can't pass up on a chance like that. Very well. Do you have everything ready? You don't seem to have a lot of gear on you. Klaus said in a confused tone. Besides the coat where he could be hiding some weapons. He didn't have anything else. Even him who usually prefers his knuckle dusters has some guns and a sword strapped to his back just in case. Constantine smiled as he pulled out a new cigarette. He snapped his fingers and a flame appeared on them, which he used to lit up his cigar. This small action got the attention of the hunters. He obviously used some form of magic. But there was no magic circle and he didn't use any blood. Which were the most common means of attacking for hunters. So this means he is using something else, something that they don't have access to. Constantine let out a puff of smoke. Let's hunt ourselves some bloodsuckers, shall we? Hogwarts. Mr. Potter will be taking an extended leave to handle his lordship business. Dumbledore said with a raised eyebrow. Minerva nodded with a frown. It appears so. At least that's what his servant said. And do pray tell, why isn't his servant with him? Dumbledore said in a suspicious tone. Minerva smiled. I asked the same thing. The girl wasn't happy to be left behind. Apparently she was to protect the Greengrass sisters. And since Mr. Potter will be back shortly, it doesn't seem a serious matter. Everything is serious when it comes to that boy. The last time he did his lord duties he cost me a fortune and all of my reputation. The Wizengamot is also nearing. I may need to convince some of the players in the Gary faction to help vote against whatever Mr. Potter plans on doing. Very well. Would you like to stay for a cup of tea, Minerva? Dumbledore asked with a kind smile, causing the woman to smile as well. I'm afraid not, Headmaster. I have much to do today. But thank you for the offer. Now if you will excuse me, the woman slowly left the office and went back to finish her duties. Once she was away, Dumbledore frowned and closed his eyes. It's time to start scheming again. Chapter 60, The Power of a Belmont. Word count. Hogwarts. Slytherin common room. How dare that half-blood talk like that to me? Malfoy yelled out for 5th time. He has been whining for the past hour and it was really getting on the nerves of the older students. Especially since they learned what happened from sources that wasn't Malfoy. Harry Potter had basically silenced Weasley and Malfoy and told them to stay away. Their parents told them to get close to Potter if possible and if not to make sure not to make a bad impression. A lot of money deepened on whether Potter's pots. And their parents didn't want them to screw up any chances they had, no matter how small. And this spoiled brat did just that in the first 5 minutes he met Potter. Well, at least this will lower Lord Malfoy's standing. I know what I'll do. We will teach those traitors around him, the Greengrass sisters and Davis. Along with his beast. That ought to teach Potter a lesson. Then he will know who his betters are. Malfoy started to laugh like it was a genius idea. So did the other first years. The older students, however, looked at the boy like he was a moron. Gryffindor common room. Sigh, we looked all over, brother of mine. Indeed we did, less handsome version of myself. The map is gone. Both twins were sitting in the corner of the almost empty common room and whispered to each other. That map was our greatest advantage. Ah, we pulled off so many pranks with that. The two reminiscent for a moment before both of them turned serious. You know what we must do, right? Of course. We have to pull off a great prank, one better than all the other ones we did, without the help of the map. And our target? Both of them grinned, Harry Potter and his crew. Room of requirements. Hope sighed as she heard the recording from the golem snakes Harry sneaked in the common rooms. Great, now I have to deal with the brat, along with Tweedledum and Tweedledee. She gritted her teeth as she felt the strain on her body. Currently Hope had special bandages on her wrists and ankles. They had runes that increased the resistance the body has when moving. Every movement had become much more difficult. She had her claws out and was shadowboxing. Once every few seconds she would create a magic circle and then dismiss it. She was working on her casting speed while she was fighting. I need to be a lot stronger to protect Harry. Hope roared out as mana engulfed her claws. She swung her hand and 5 air blades slashed into the floor. She did the same again, but this time. Incendo, her claws caught on fire, setting the air blades aflame. Much stronger. Hope asked the room to create enemies for her to fight. Wooden puppets appeared and started to shoot spells at her, all while large stone golems turned into beasts and charged at her. So that I can protect those who I love. Romania. Harry POV. Man, walking around in this body is weird. I'm so glad I took some time to get used to my adult form. The walking pace and my range. Mr. Constantine, the woman in the suit asked. She was Chain, I think. Ah. John Constantine. That's one of my better ideas. And I still find it funny. What is it, love? I took a puff from my cigarette, really selling the act. You have been smoking for a while, which is usually stupid. Even Zap doesn't smoke when we are hunting. But I have noticed that you have no scent. Even the cigarette doesn't smell like anything. How is that possible? I just smiled at her. Artifact that erases all scent from and around my body. Yeah, right. Like I'm going to tell her I'm using wizarding magic. Normal magecraft spells don't have that kind of versatility. Magecraft spells are mostly for combat. This surprised a few people. Artifacts like that were rare in their community. Hunters who have such items are usually very well connected and rich enough to afford them. As expected from the Belmonts, many of them thought. As Constantine continued to walk, Chain noticed something strange. He didn't walk with the perfect hunting method to reduce all noise. Yet his footsteps left no sound. Also his overcoat blended in with the shadows. If she didn't pay attention, the man appeared like a shadowy figure with only his head visible. Must be another enchanted piece of equipment. How many does this guy have? Mr. Constantine. How is the House of Belmont these days? Forgive my rudeness, but your family disappeared centuries ago. The sudden appearance has many people curious. Christopher Argent asked politely. That was something all of them were curious about. Constantine, Harry, took a long drag from his cigarette. It's nothing too complicated, mate. We were cursed. Cursed? Asked multiple people at once. Yep, good ol. Belmont ancestors managed to piss off a god. He cursed our bloodline, nearly killing all of us. But a century ago, we managed to break the curse. We have been laying low until we got our strength back up. So that's why you appeared so suddenly. Leonardo nodded like he uncovered a great mystery. No. Actually, our young lord decided it was time to step into the light. We had no choice but to follow him. HAAA. Some brat is calling all the shots in your house. Zap said in an exaggerated tone. The other hunters were also quite surprised. Yep. Oh, and insult my lord again and I'll put a bullet in your head. There is a reason why everybody obeys the young lord. Even with his young age is the strongest in the house. Even now, all of us could attack him at once and he will still slaughter the whole lot of us, Constantine said with a serious expression. You have got to be kidding me. Dean asked with a sweat drop. A child is leading you, Blade asked with a raised eyebrow. Constantine chuckled, wish I was, mate. He was always a talented kid, but then his father started ordering him around and he went wild. If it wasn't for the rest of us jumping in the fray, his father wouldn't have made it out alive. He still kicked our asses though for interfering. Harry was laughing on the inside. Man, I'm really in the zone to bullshit today. These guys are believing everything I say. Well, most of them, but since this is the first real news that people have gotten from the Belmonts, they are assuming it's true. So why isn't he here then? Sam Winchester said in a confused tone. He is going after another target. And I'm strong enough to handle a couple of vamps on my own. Speaking of vamps, there are a few of them 1 kilometer away from us, Constantine said casually. Chain vanished right away. After a few moments she reported back to Klaus. It's true. There are about 100 of them. At least 6 are mid-class. Chain said over the comms. Klaus turned to the hunters. I would ask for us to work together, but it would be pointless, right? You got that right, Dean chuckled. I fight best alone, Blade answered calmly with sword in his hand. My team has great teamwork, I'm sure yours does too. But it's best to fight how we are used to. Shaky teamwork might get us killed in this type of situation, Argent said, and his team agreed with him. And you, Mr. Constantine? K.K. asked curiously. I'll do both. What do you mean both? Sam asked while his brother tapped him on the shoulder and pointed at a certain direction. Sam nodded to Dean and both of them headed off while everybody was focused on Constantine. My fighting style is pretty versatile. I am able to attack and defend. I'm similar to you, Klaus, except I fight mid-range. K.K. grinned. See, Klaus. We have another supporter. Well, it's a pleasure working with you. K.K. smiled as she started to jump on top of the tallest tree she could find with a good vantage point. Boom. Everybody turned to the explosion where vampires were screaming and yelling. Klaus. The Winchesters blew up the vampires. It was only then that they looked around themselves and found out that the Winchester brothers were missing. What the hell? Zap yelled out with the veins on his forehead pulsing. Those fucking maniacs. Well, it's not surprising really. Dr. Stephen cracked his neck. The one who kills the most will be paid the most. Exactly. So keep up. Blade crouched slightly and dashed. Clearly showing his damper physique. Blade the Daywalker. He was the hunter that vampires hated the most in the last 30 years. Keep up, gents. John, Harry, smiled at them as his boots lit up slightly. Whoosh. Ah. Klaus. Hurry up. There won't be any kills left for us. Zap yelled out as he also rushed in. Why? Klaus raised his hand but Zap was already gone. Leaving him to sigh. Argent patted him on the shoulder. Must be rough having a guy like that in your team. You have no idea, Leonardo also sighed. Seconded, Chain responded over the comms. Let's just go. Klaus put on his knuckle dusters as all of them ran forward. Bang. 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 See, I told you it was a good idea, Dean smiled as he continued to shoot. Great idea, Dean. Now they are all focused at us, Sam said as both of them were back to back, shooting at anything that comes near. Slash. 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 You two are crazy, you know that. Blade quickly arrived as he started decapitating the vampires near him. What kind of sane person would be in this profession in the first place? At this moment Constantine appeared with guns in his hands. He got you there, mate. Now duck. Bang. 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 Harry started to shoot left and right. He then smacked his foot on the ground, destabilizing their foothold and shooting them in the chest. He looks down at the guns, not bad for a last-minute creation. Just a simple mana bullet pistol. Works fine, and there is plenty room for improvement. Thought I expect them to break in a few hours. Big Dipper blood battle style, Zap yelled out as his blood transformed into a big sword that caught on fire. Blade form 4, Crimson Bone Eater. He then turned to John only to find a weird expression on his face. Is this what they call a Chinibu? Mate, that's so cringe. Constantine backed away a bit like Zap was contagious. I'll fucking kill you, you bastard. He yelled at John but didn't notice the vampire that jumped out of the shadow behind him. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets hit the vampire in the head but left only one hole. John looked at the tall tree where K.K. was waving at him. Nice shot. Both of them complemented each other. Both had fired the bullet right in the middle of his forehead at the same time. At that moment the rest burst out of the woods and unleashed hell on the vampires. Harry grinned on the inside as he used a wandless Revelio spell, like a radar. Good. Now let's get this party started. Chapter 61, Power of a Belmont. The 5 mid-class vampires watched as all of the hunters gathered. Insects. No matter how many we kill, they just keep coming back. Just because you are stronger than the rest of us doesn't mean you can underestimate these hunters. They have taken down dozens of our brethren who are on our level. That's because they were stupid enough to face them alone. There are 5 of us here along with an army. That's right. Let's rip them limb from limb. Fools. Arrogance will only get you killed faster. Despite them being mid-class and having known each other for a century. All 5 of them still don't get along with each other. Vampires are ranked differently in their society. Due to the 2 factions constantly being in war with each other. They have their own ranks just like Devil Society but more militaristic, with just the ultimate and high class being noble vampires, or pure-blooded vampires coming from the original progenitors of vampires. Pure-blooded vampires are aristocrats that only recognize fellow pure-blooded vampires as equals and view all other races beneath them. For vampires who are not pure-blooded, they enter the army and are given a rank based on their strength. Low class are foot soldiers. Mid-class captains. Low-high class are colonel. Ultimate class are generals. And just like an army, they are given a sub-rank like lieutenant or major colonel. This depends on which of the 3 ranks they are in their class. Low-mid-high rank of their low-mid-high class. The vampires were very lazy, so they organized their ranks according to the human army system. It was easy and simple to understand. And the turned vampires could easily understand their positions. Charge. The four captain rushed to kill off the hunters while the last one just facepalmed. Why is my race filled with idiots? This vampire was named Damien Salvatore. He was turned into a vampire 178 years ago. And unlike the rest of his comrades, he can actually use his head. It's why he has survived this long despite not being very talented. Vampires grow naturally stronger as they age. Of the 5 mid-class vampires, he was the only major, signifying his strength as peak mid-class. This does not look good. These hunters are different than the amateurs we usually meet. They are professionals. I recognize a few of them. Libra and the Daywalker. Both have killed many vampires during their hunts. And occasionally they take down a captain when they find one. Looks like we are going to lose this fight. But we should at least kill off a few of them. At least that way Lord Tapes won't punish me. Damien melded with the shadows and disappeared, waiting for his chance to strike. A/N. I was too lazy to keep writing the mid-class vampires, as it got boring and repetitive. So I implemented the army ranks. And I was like, I need a name for the smart vampire. I didn't want to choose a name from any popular show. So I just googled vampire names. And I got Alaric. I'm like, no, so I go to the next one and it was Damien. And I'm like, fine, whatever, XD. Here they come. Harry smiled as he noticed the leaders of the vampires rush in. Let there be light. Constantine pointed his arm forward and with a tiny white magic circle appearing on his palm he aimed it at the vampires. Lumos Maxima. WSHHHHH. Light bait the vampires, causing them to scream out in pain. It won't do any real damage to them as they can regenerate, but it's psychological trauma. Reminding them of real sunlight. It caused instant disarray in their troops. That magic circle was a fake adut to protect his identity as a wizard. Harry took this opportunity to make a real magic circle, a low-level spell to set the vampires on fire with a wide-range attack, causing further panic. If they had calmed down they would have realized that the fire isn't even that strong. The hunters didn't miss this opportunity. They started to shoot and cut down every vamp in front of them. 5. 6. 7-inch Sam called out after killing each vamp. 6. 7. Damn it, he is still alive, Dean grumbled. Bang, there. 7-inch. Slash. 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 You two are insane, Blade commented as he sliced and diced up a vamp. We know. The captains reached the hunters. That's a stupid mistake. They should work together and pick us off one by one. Instead they are focusing on each group separately. That just increases their chances of defeat. Men vampires are really so arrogant to the point that it lowers their intelligence. Looks like they are not that different from the devils than I thought, Harry mused to himself as he casually shot another vamp grunt in the head. Bang. A vamp's head popped like a balloon. SHHHH. Leonardo watched as one of the captains approached their group. His eyes strained, seemingly striping apart the vampire's essence. Until he found it. Its name. Zoophaladries Vaubank. Zoophaladries Vaubank, Leonardo whispered into the microphone in his collar and started to retreat into the background. Searching the names of vamps takes a lot out of him. He needs to rest before he attempts it again. He also wrote the name in the group chat, just in case the name isn't heard correctly. Klaus smiled. He had its name. Good work. Leonardo, he then focused on the vampire. He needs to tire it out a bit before sealing it. Captured vampires were worth a lot more. The church likes to experiment on them, trying to find more effective ways to kill them. Come here, you bastard. Zap's loud voice echoed in his surroundings as he slashed and set the vampires on fire with his blood. I really need to get him to go to therapy. Chris, one of the men called out. I know, here he comes. Prepare the traps, Chris Argent commanded. Die. You lowly bloodbags, the captain rushed at them straight ahead. His nails stretched, eyes red with anger and bloodlust. Now. Chris yelled out. Every member of his squad threw something in the air. The vampire's eyes widened as he realized what was going to happen. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Aha. Flash grenades exploded in the air. The hunters had already covered their eyes, the vampire wasn't so lucky. He and his soldiers were blinded by the flash bangs. They fell for the same trick, again. Throw the nets. And shoot the grunts. Two teams threw nets at the captain. As soon as it hit, electric current started to flow through the nets that were doused with holy water and Argent family poison that worked specifically on vampires. The captain's skin started to sizzle as he screamed out in pain. The rest of the vampires were easily taken care of by holy bullets. Good work, gentlemen. We are going to make a killing tonight. I think not, a cold voice echoed. Argent just turned around to see a grenade coming straight to his face. Boom. Damien looked from a bit further away with Hunters dead at his feet. Fools. Against better mid-class opponents like me, having more people is actually worse for them. They give me the ammunition I need to take them out. Damien grabbed a few more knives and blades and threw them at the Hunters, impaling them, killing some and severely injuring others. Set me free. Damien, the captured mid-class vampire, called out in between his screams. Yeah, right. Damien grabbed a gun and shot him in the head. One less idiot to worry about. I'll just say in my report that he was 2 weeks since he was captured and killed by the Hunters. On to the next group. Killing Hunters like this is my specialty. Why should I bother with head-on attacks when I can easily kill them from behind? Harry let out a sigh of relief. That was a close one. I barely managed to get Argent out of there. Well, that's one family that's in my debt. But that vampire. He is a smart one and strong. You rarely meet strong assassins these days. His Umbromancy/Shadowmancy is good as well. Frankly, I think I can kill him if I catch him. My Bakudo spells counter him since most of them are light-based and are for sealing. But he is fast and slippery. Don't ignore me. A captain rushed at Constantine, who just pointed his gun at the ground. Bang. Boom. A huge explosion happened right in front of the vampire, who screamed out but still pushed through the pain, only for his next step to sink into the ground. Huh. The next moment John appeared in front of him, sending a roundhouse kick to his face. That snapped his head back. Continuing his motion, John aimed at the now unbalanced vampire and shot like a madman. Bang. 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 Bzzz, click. 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 Fuck. They broke. Harry cursed in his mind. He was ready to back away and fight with magic, only for the vamp to fall to the ground. Damn, you, mortal. Harry was deadpanning. Really? Just that? Why are they so weak for mid-class? Does holy water really make that much of a difference? The mid-class devil I fought with was much more dangerous. Or I have just gotten much stronger. Whatever. Harry pointed his palm at the fallen vamp and fire erupted, engulfing him whole. After a few seconds the vampire was nothing but ash except for his head. Harry had controlled the flames so that it would burn everything below the neck. Why? For dramatic effect. Well, on to the next one. Dean. I think this was a bad idea, Sam said as he blew another soldier's head off. You think? Dean used his sword to decapitate one vamp, while he headshot another one. I was really hoping to avoid this. Sam pulled out a tiny bottle. Like hell. You knew this was going to happen. Gulp X. Both brothers shook and winced in pain. Their scara turned black and their iris turned a dull yellow. Die motherfuckers. Dean grabbed a vampire by its head and ripped it off. Before he was grabbed by a captain and flung into a tree. Sam hit the vampire in the face a few times before it stabbed him in the guts. But Sam didn't stop. He just kept hitting. The captain, surprised, threw him off and watched as the wound on Sam's guts regenerated. What kind of freaks are you? Dean appeared behind him and put him in a chokehold. The crazy kind. Blade was killing a lot of soldiers and then fought the mid-class captain. Due to being more skilled, he manages to defeat and stab the vampire through the heart. Curse, you, the vampire grunted weakly. In that moment, just as he was about to pull the blade out and decapitate it, Damien came out of the shadow behind the vampire and stabbed his arm right through his chest and into blades. It was a good battle, Daywalker. I hold no grudge against you. Frankly, as a former human I respect you a lot. But I don't want to be punished by the king. Save a seat in hell for me, will ya? PKSHHHH. He crushed Blade's heart, killing him instantly. Harry's neck practically snapped with how fast he turned in their direction. Fuck. Chapter 62, Tactical Retreat. Word count. Fuck. I was too late, Harry cursed as he watched Blade's body fall to the ground. Well, fuck, there goes Constantine's perfect debut as a vampire hunter. I'm really starting to hate that vamp. He is unusually skilled and sneaky. Well, compared to other vampires I have seen before. Well, guess I'll fight him a bit with some magic. Just to show off a little so this little trip of mine isn't a complete failure. Constantine appears near Damien and a magic circle forms on his palm. Fireballs erupted from his hands. One after another he threw them at the vampire. Damien, who saw the attack, immediately retreated, but Harry pressed on. He changed it up and switched to lightning. When Damien tried to escape using his shadow, he would throw a flash spell. Damien returned the attacks with blood magic and shadow sneak attacks. But Constantine saw through them and destroyed them. Where did this pain in the ass come from? Damien dodged another attack from Constantine. I need to stall. Unlike those idiots, I saw where this battle was going. I already sent a distress signal to the nearest high class. He should be coming soon. Even if he takes all of the glory for finishing off these hunters. I still have my kill of the Daywalker to gain merit with. Harry, on the other hand, was frowning. The vampire suddenly switched to a defensive fighting style. Why is he stalling? Blade might be dead and Argent team is down. But we are still whining. Klaus is just about to finish off his captain. If we gang up on him, he is dead. Harry used a wide rage flame attack to cut off Damien's escape path behind him. Then went straight in for close combat. The hell? Isn't he a magician? Damien was surprised, but he then grinned. Close combat is where vampires are best at. Damien ruthlessly attacked Constantine, who defended with shield spell circles. However, just as he swung his claws again, Constantine dismissed the spell shield and grabbed his wrist, pulling him closer. Their eyes met. Legilimency. Harry attacked his mind. Damien screamed out in pain as he backed away. But Harry was already in his mind. He ruthlessly rushed in, not caring at all about subtlety before he found out Damien's plan. He quickly grabbed the mic that was on the collar of his coat. Retreat. A high-class vampire is coming. Everybody flinched slightly when they heard high-class. That was not an opponent they can face. A single one can easily wipe them all out. Klaus quickly took command. How accurate is this information? 85%. I got this information of the captain's mind. He called for reinforcement the moment we attacked. Harry replied as he rushed to Blade. He used earth to surround Blade, burying and puts his hand in the small opening. Then, without anybody knowing, he used magic to put all of his gear in the expanded pocket he had in his sleeve and used the emerald soul-eating flame. The flame burned Blade's body and took his soul. Free stuff, it would be a waste to leave it all behind. Hearing the information from Constantine, Klaus's mind raced. He didn't know Constantine at all, but he was competent and strong. Not to mention he was carrying the reputation of the entire house of Belmont. He shouldn't give out false information. While they have gained a lot, they lost Blade and a few of Argent's men. It was a pity to stop here when they had just started. But fighting a high-class vampire, even if not a noble one, would be suicide. Hence the only conclusion would be to cut their losses. Gather the proof of kill and retreat. I repeat, gather proof of kill and retreat. A high class is coming our way. Everybody immediately acted. Cutting off heads of the mid-class and stronger low class, while taking out the fangs of the weaklings. Some of them even started to take quick pictures of the battlefield, to show just how many they killed. Damien held his head as he growled, damn, his head felt like it had been hit repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Damn you, Hunter. He roared at Constantine, who just smirked, nice try, vamp. I'll be seeing you around, Damien Salvatore. Hearing his name, Damien paled. The Hunter knew his true name. Not even other vampires knew it, even the king didn't know his name. No. He must not leave here alive. If the Hunter left and spread the news, his life would be in constant danger. Even weaker hunters could gang up on him and seal him by using his true name. Harry smiled and put his thumb and middle finger together, while pointing at the vampire who was rushing at him. Take this gift from the house of Belmont. Snap. A spark lit up. B-O-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M-M. Damien was blasted away by the huge explosion that appeared out of nowhere. His face and chest were burned. So much so that it reached his bones. He cried out in pain as he started to regenerate. Instinctively the shadows swallowed him up. Just as they did, a bullet hit his previous location. Up on a tree, KK clicked her tongue as she dropped down from the tree. Damien watched from the shadows as the hunters retreated. He was too injured to move, and the regeneration would take a few more seconds. But that was enough for the hunters to run away. Damn it. I will remember this. I will hunt you down until the ends of this earth. I will hunt you down. Belmont. Fucking damn it. Zap cursed, we just got here. And a fucking high class shows up. Are you even sure? He turned to Constantine. B-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M. A large explosion happened behind him. John laughed out loud, yep. Pretty certain, mate. That explosion I left behind can only be triggered by people who are above mid-class. It does this by calculating the amount of mana they have and passive mana they let out. Everybody had cold sweat appearing on their backs. They narrowly escaped death. Ah, thank goodness for Mr. Constantine, Leonardo said out loud while being carried by Zap. Shut up, pubes. Why are you mean? Leonardo complained. Why are you such a virgin? Zap yelled back. Such an uncivilized conversation, Chain said with a calm voice. Shut up, wolf bitch. You wanna go? Who hhhhhh? Zap said in an annoying tone, making tick marks appear on Chain's forehead. Stupid Neanderthal. Jonathan, I owe you my life. The Argents will remember this debt. Christopher said in a somber tone. He had lost half of his team, but he was alive. Sure thing, mate. Get yourself checked out, will ya? I blocked the explosion, but you still might have some internal injuries from the shock. Argent winced, no kidding. I felt my internal organs shift, busted half my ribs as well. But I'm alive. That's all that matters. Mr. Constantine. We all owe you a lot. If not for you, all of us would be dead. I'm planning to give you a cut of everything that was made today. I'm sure the others won't complain, Klaus said in a calm tone. He was ever the gentleman and a true honest man. To him it was simple. John saved them all, hence he gets more. Of course we won't complain. We almost died. Sam and his brother ran by them. Their wounds were slowly healing. How the brothers were still alive and standing was a miracle. They literally had fist-sized holes in their bodies. Ugh. I hate using demon blood. It tastes disgusting and I always feel weak and sick after I use it. Dean complained as the effects were slowly wearing off. Only you two are insane enough to actually try to consume demon blood. Not to mention surviving the effects. How do you two even do it? K asked in a jovial tone. Dean scoffed as he dusted off his clothes, or what was left of them. You can thank our old man for that. Did some sketchy shit to us when we were babies. We don't understand how or why. But it works for us. Harry was very curious about how their bodies worked but held it in. There will be another chance for that. Interesting. Well, if it helps keeps me alive, I would use it no matter where the power is from. Oh, and Klaus, I don't need the bonus. The reason I even joined this mission was to show the world that the Belmonts were back. That kinda backfired on me. Man, the young lord is going to be pissed. Are you going to be fine? I can write a letter to your boss to explain the situation, Klaus said worriedly. Constantine was their savior. How can he let him go and get punished without doing anything to stop it? Nah, it will be fine. He is going to kick my ass a bit, say that I have been slaking on my training and let the whole thing go. The young lord isn't unreasonable. And he always tells me to prioritize my life first. Klaus smiled after hearing that. You have a good leader. Seeing that they were a good distance away, Constantine stopped and threw the proof of kill to Klaus. I'm going to be going now. We are far enough away and it doesn't look like the high class is chasing us. You can handle the exchange. I'm going home to sleep. This has been exhausting. Klaus took the bag and nodded, understood. It has been an honor fighting with you. If you ever need help or if you get a big job, just give us a call. Same here, Dean smiled, yep. Don't be a stranger, Sam waved his hand. Good luck on your hunts. Constantine, Argent also said his goodbyes. John Constantine waved his hands and a magic circle appeared under his feet. It was yellow and had the Belmont crest on it. See ya, lads. Whoosh. In a flash of light he teleported away. The high-class vampire dusted off his shoulders. That explosion was unexpected, but it didn't even leave a scratch on him. He turned towards the woods where Damien was sitting on the ground with his back against a tree. Get up, scum. Hearing the cold tone of his voice, Damien quickly did so, despite the pain he was in. My lord, he did not expect this. When he called for help from a high class, he assumed it would be turned vampire. This was a pureblood. A noble in the vampire world. Tell me, scum. How did 6 captains lose against those hunters? The lord growled as his red eyes glowed in the dark. The enemies this time were no common hunters. Libra was leading the charge. The Argents were there as well. Even the Daywalker joined them, whom I have killed, my lord. You have slain the Daywalker. The vampire lord said with a raised eyebrow. To them the Daywalker was like a rodent. One that they could not get rid of. They have even sent high-class turned vampires to hunt him down. But the Daywalker would somehow find out and would dig himself into whatever hiding spot he could find. And wait out the vampire. Yes, my lord. I crushed his heart myself, Damien said with his head lowered. Good. Very good. You shall be rewarded, Solidar. Thank you for your generosity. But the Daywalker wasn't the most shocking thing. They had a Belmont with them, my lord. What? The vampire grabbed Damien by the shoulders. Are you sure it was a Belmont? Damien was shocked. He had never seen a lord act this way. Yes. The vampire lord grinned. So you house survived after all. Frederick. I have another chance to wipe out your cursed bloodline. This vampire lord was one of the first victims when the first Belmont. Frederick Belmont started to hunt. Due to his inexperience at the time, this vampire survived. And it held a grudge. Back when he was young and impulsive, he desired freedom. So he traveled and feasted on anyone he could find. He was a pure-blood vampire. But he was just born, so his strength was low class. On that cursed night, he sent away his guards and went and attacked a woman. But he didn't know that the woman was just bait for vampires. He fell into a trap. It was only due to his heritage and knowledge of blood magic was he able to escape. By the time he called his guards back, the hunters have escaped. He later learned that it was a Belmont who did it. I will find you and I will kill you and every one of your kin. Just you wait. 30 minutes later, Harry has been running and teleporting around. To make absolutely sure nobody was trailing him, he has been going in major cities in the Balkans and going to another city to teleport away. Doing this a few times until he arrived in Vienna, Austria, where he strolled around before finding a nice quiet place to teleport back home. He teleported in the designated spot for arrivals, near the lobby. Ugh. I'm so exhausted, Harry complained as he drank a potion and he soon returned to his original form. The growth potion was flushed out of his system. So how did it go? Melinda asked calmly as she was busy sorting through requests. Killed a few vamps. One of ours got killed as well. Very tricky mid-class vamp with excellent shadow magic. He called a high class. We barely got out of there in time. Melinda deadpanned at him. Why must you put yourself in such a dangerous position? Harry just stretched as he headed for his bed because when the real danger comes, I will be ready. I learned a lot today. Tested out a few things as well. I got so many ideas for improvements but I really need to sleep now. Good night. Melinda just shook her head. Magic maniac. I'm crazy for even worrying about him. That brat definitely has port keys and ready-made barrier placed on his vital spots. But I still can't help to worry. I have gotten soft, she chuckled at herself as she sent back replies. Business was going well. A/N. What do you think of this chapter? It took a while since I wasn't sure on how to structure it. But I am satisfied with the result. Chapter 63, Living Printer. Word count. Harry was walking on the road back to Hogwarts while smoking his cigarette/Fluxy. That was still in its development phase. Soon he will let it hit the open market, giving him more funds that he can immediately spend on his experiments. Once he reached the doors they swung wide open. Hello magical castle who is currently under shitty management, Harry said to himself, but what he didn't expect was the slight buzz of magic that appeared for a second near him. Okay. I did not expect this. I knew the castle was somewhat sentient. But not to this extent. Interesting. Well, more things to research. I'll add it to the list. Harry went back to his room only for Hope to be waiting for him with an unamused expression. What, I'm fine, aren't I? You almost ran into a high class. How is that fine? Hope poked him on the chest. She was supposed to be his bodyguard. To take the hits for him and even die if necessary. How is she supposed to do that if he leaves her behind? Ah. But there lies the truth. Almost. Since I didn't, that means I am technically right. The best kind of right. You are an crazy idiot, Hope slumped. She knew arguing with Harry was a waste of time. A brilliant one. So you're not even denying it. What sane person goes into vampire territory to test new gear for fun? Harry just answered back as he slumped into his very comfortable sofa. I'm going to go and study. Hope lost another battle of words. No more. She decided to preserve her sanity and not continue this conversation with the crazy person who blows up things for fun. Harry looked confused. What did I do? Restricted section. I have you. I copied this already. Read that one. Oh, I haven't got this one. Yoink. Harry was walking through the restricted section like he was in a bookstore with an unlimited budget. Which is strangely accurate to his current situation. Okay. During the years the Potter family has managed to copy about 50% of the restricted section. Back in those days it was hard to gain entry. And in the last 200 years it was even harder. Dumbledore, Headmaster Diggle and his predecessor were very light-oriented people. Which is another way of saying they were controlling the country by withholding knowledge. Everything remotely useful was thrown in the restricted section. Alchemy. Rituals. Some specific rune languages. Dark magic. White magic. Anything that could pose a threat to them was locked up. And access to the restricted section was difficult to get. Frankly, only talented 7th-year-olds can get access to it. And only in certain sections to help their thesis. The Potters having copied so much is already a big achievement. Especially since only students can get in here. And it took a lot of skill to break through the protective enchantments on the bookshelves and books. It takes a lot of knowledge in runes, enchanting and arithmancy. Some even need knowledge to get past curses. Not everybody can be like me. After all, I am a magical Jenny. Is that an alchemy book? Yoink. Harry lost his train of thought as he continued to break the security enchantments left and right and copy one book after another. Call me the copycat. That sounds stupid. I'll think of something better. But after I'm done copying the books, there still comes the blueprints for the room. Oh, that reminds me, I need to go and get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry threw a few more books in his storage space. Now how do I avoid going through all those ridiculous traps? Decisions. Astoria's days in Hogwarts. Another day, another new adventure. Ever since she had arrived at Hogwarts, Astoria has been having fun. Daphne and Tracy were showing her around the castle as they both explored as well. This was so much better than staying with their father. Daphne and her mum were always sad and crying. Now both are safe and somewhat happy. She was being taken care of. Harry was monitoring her health and giving her potions and pretty jewelry. Why he said to throw pretty jewelry at enemies she didn't know. Gems enchanted to explode when they were far enough away from Astoria. She spent her days learning Transfiguration, which was difficult, especially for someone as young as her. But Harry makes it fun. I don't know why Daphne was complaining about, or why she would be transfiguring matches into needles. She should just make clay into dolls like me. Harry called this exercise shaping. He also showed me something called Lego. I make blocks out of clay and use it to build things. I made a dollhouse. He also has Astoria do a lot of meditation training, which is difficult for an adult to do, let alone a hyperactive young child. But she has been making progress. Sometimes she would glance at a furry white fox that would appear in her dreams. It has happened a few times. And each time she would see the fox just a tiny bit longer before it would disappear. Harry said that if she wants the curse to have no permanent effect on her, she needs to become an animagus. That means studying only Transfiguration and sometimes potions to relax. I will do it. I will become an animagus and make everybody proud. So that Mum and Daphne don't have to worry about me anymore and can enjoy their lives like they deserve. NYM, don't call me that, Tonks. Thank the gods. Thank Merlin and Morgana for brining Harry to Hogwarts. This pasta is divine. Mao, more, Tonks said with her mouth full as she lifted her empty plate up. Dora. Control yourself, Hope sighed as she saw the colorful girl grin at her. Shut it, Wolfie. You are not the one who has had to endure 6 years of Hogwarts food. This is food made by the gods. How can I not stuff my face? By having a modicum of self-control, Harry said with a calm face as he enjoyed his pasta mix. Tonks ignored him. Ever since she met Harry, things have been chaotic for her. Her entire life had been turned upside down. And she realized exactly how small she was in the grand scheme of things. A tiny little witch. Barely above a muggle. In a world where a dragon god can destroy a country by sneezing. It would be weird if she was still normal after learning all of that. Now she had to unlearn everything she had studied for the past 6 years in Hogwarts. To get rid of any bad habits she might have picked up from wizards and witches. Then there was the physical training and studying magecraft. So much math and arithmancy. She avoided it for so long even though it would be helpful in her future career. She chose runes and care for magical creatures. But it finally caught up to her. She had no choice but to learn it now. If she doesn't, that means she will forever remain an easy target for the people in the supernatural world. For her and her family to survive, they need the strength and the backing to do so. Their backing was Harry. And as they get stronger, Harry's ability to negotiate increases. Which in turn keeps them safer. But that's not important right now. What is important is that delicious chocolate cake dessert. Familiar's POV. Few days later in the room of requirement. Harry was working on something further away that was blocked off by walls and barriers. On the other side, Hope was sitting in a sofa and was reading a book on magecraft. Around her feet the familiars were laying and lazing around on the heated floor. Ah. Choosing to follow Harry was the best decision I made, Sabrina the Malabar Pit Viper sighed out from relaxation. I agree, Salazar nodded along. Me too. Zeno chirped out. Here. Here, Nala and Kiera the lionesses called out. Sabrina turned to the last member of the group. Selena. The only one of them who was somewhat magical from the start. Selena. What's the matter? The snake in question only raised her head. Sorry. Just had something on my mind. Salazar sighed, not again. Are you still concerned about your bloodline? Harry looked through all of the magical snakes he could find and you weren't a match for any of them. He said you didn't have to be bothered by it. But I'm weak. Far weaker than any magical snake for my age. Even you guys who were normal snakes caught up to me once you mutated with Harry's magic. The magical snake slumped. The only clue I have to my bloodline is my dark green scales, which are just a bit darker than other snakes. Maybe Harry was right and I'm just a mutated new species that turned out wrong. Smack. Sabrina smacked Selena over the head with her tail. Stop moping. Harry just said it was a possibility and not to let it get you down. The truth is even he doesn't know what you are. And he certainly doesn't care about it. B-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M-M. The entire room shook from a large explosion. Speak of the devil. All of the familiars had the same thought. Crash. Harry crashed partially through the wall that was strengthened and had a barrier on it. He was in a horizontal position with his hex sphere barrier around him. He was halfway through the wall and was floating inside his sphere barrier. So that's what happens when you mix erupant fluid and nitroglycerin. Good to know. Hope facepalmed as she looked at Harry. Isn't erupant fluid also called exploding fluid? So you just randomly decided to mix two highly explosive, highly unstable materials. Just why? Well, I was planning on making them into grenades to throw at enemies. But it still needs further research and tweaking until it's usable. Harry turned off his barrier and dusted off his clothes. But that's fine. It will eventually work out. Harry shrugged as he walked over to Hope and plopped down on the sofa armrest. Now what don't you understand from this? He said as he patted her on the head. Hope shook her head from his antics, but there was a smile on her face. Well, I'm confused about the combination of numbers for the mid-class spell Aqua. The room's peaceful atmosphere returned as the familiars laid down again to take a little nap. A/N. Kinda a filler chapter. Next chapter there will be a month time skip and I will also be doing more time skips from now on. Chapter 64, Wizengamot Session. Word count. 1 month later. October 10th. Today was the day the Wizengamot was going to be held. The first one ever since Harry Potter returned to England. All of the members who were going to participate in the meeting were getting ready. Preparing their minds and hearts. Everybody just knew it, they could feel it. It was going to be chaos today. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore and Snape were talking about the meeting. Severus raised concerns that Harry might join the Dark faction out of spite, since he needs more allies to fight against Dumbledore. No. Harry Potter definitely won't join the Dark faction. Too much trouble for him there. He will most likely go with the Grey faction and bribe them with the money he got from me, or perhaps he will be bold and join the White faction to try and strip away my dwindling power block. Ho, ho, ho. How exciting. Dumbledore laughed with that damn twinkle in his eyes. Snape glanced at the old man with a weary look. He has changed. He isn't the senile old man I knew before. In fact, he reminds me of the night when I begged him to save Lily. That manipulative, jovial personality. Well then, Severus, continue your classes. I'll be going in first, to see their reactions. Keep an eye on Professor Quirrell, will you? Snape just nodded. He knew what Dumbledore wanted. For him to keep Voldemort away from the room on the third corridor. Because it was not the right time yet. His plans about the Potter boy. For him to face the Dark Lord are frankly ridicules. And if the boy does face the Dark Lord, then that confirms my theory that all Potters are idiots. As you wish, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded and entered the fireplace. He grabbed a bit of flu powder. Ministry of Magic. Wash. In a green flame he disappeared. Wizengamot Chambers. The noble houses of Wizarding Britain were slowly gathering. As were the Ministry officials. Usually almost everybody has arrived during the first 30 minutes. They each head to their separate factions and power blocks. The Dark faction / the Traditionalists. The Light / the Progressives. The Grey / the Neutrals. Everybody was watching Echoer. How they interact. Who they talk with. How they look. Any information that might give them an edge. Even at what minute they arrive in. Too early, too late. Are they nervous or overconfident? Right now there are 40 minutes until the Wizengamot starts. And at that moment Albus Dumbledore arrived in the room. Which instantly turned quiet. Good evening everyone, Dumbledore said in a grandfatherly tone. But to his surprise nobody said anything to him. Which caught him off guard. Ah. I see everybody is wary of me. This might be troublesome. After all, even if there was no proof. They know Dumbledore had something to do with the death of the ICW official. And people who have crossed Dumbledore or have taken advantage of his weekend political power have slowly been suffering bouts of misfortune or just straight up dying. Even the Light faction has been feeling uneasy. I expected this from the Dark and Grey. But to think even my own faction is doubting me. Maybe I have been too hasty. It has been a long time since I came out and had fallen back into my habit to get things done as soon as possible. I need to slow down on my attacks. And let the sheep regain a bit of peace of mind so they can feel safe. False safety but still useful to control these people. After all, nobody is truly safe in this country. The old players slowly started to enter the room. Lord Algen, whose family has created fire whiskey, entered with a smile and started to mingle with the light faction players, lightening up the mood. Dumbledore just glanced at the men. Algen was an old friend and knew how to navigate the political scene. Ever since he found out about the death of Jujutl, Algen has been buttering up more to Dumbledore. He had sensed that there would be a change in the status quo, and decided to better his relationship with the magical titan that was Dumbledore. The dark faction players saw this and sneered on the inside. They had a plan about today's session. And they can't risk anything going wrong. So they were more tame and controlled today than they usually are. Today they were going to force the Ministry to remove Sirius Black as clan aide. To gain back the wealth of the Black family. That gold and political power is the reason why Lucius Malfoy has the position he has now. On their own, the Malfoy family don't have enough capital to play around with the old families. After all, a few generations ago the Malfoy family fled from France. Well, what do you expect from a name that means bad faith? The neutrals have just been doing what they always have been doing. Playing both sides and chasing after profit. The only surprising thing that has changed with them is Ophelia Greengrass. Ever since her husband died, she was like a different woman. She took charge of all house matters and broke of almost all arrangements with the dark faction. But on the other side, she increased the payments of the light faction. So she made enemies from both factions, making the neutrals confused. Yet nobody was making a move on her for one reason. And that is because somehow Harry Potter was supporting House Greengrass. And it was quite obvious about it. So everybody was waiting for the man of the hour. To see what he will do. Yet with about 30 minutes to go, Harry Potter still hasn't shown up. Room of requirement. 10 minutes ago. In his mind, Harry sees Albus leave Hogwarts. The first time he noticed that the name changed, he was confused. Why did Dumbledore's name change all of a sudden? He had a few theories, but they didn't make any sense. The best conclusion he came to is that Dumbledore was probably making a deal with someone and temporarily changed his name. Since he already knows about the map's existence, he hid his name and made Hogwarts only recognize him as Albus. It's showtime. Shiny red stone, here I come. Show me the room with the mirror, X. Then in front of Harry the scenery changed. He entered a dark chamber-like room lit up with torches. And at the middle stood a bit ornate mirror. Harry then asks the room to show him the room of the mirror in a 3D holographic version of Hogwarts. Giving him the precise coordinates of the mirror. Okay. So far so good. I have precise coordinates of the mirror. There are two options now. Use Magecraft teleportation or my newly invented reverse apparition. Apparition is where you imagine a place and force your body to go through a tiny gateway that takes you from point A to point B. But in this case, Harry will first find point B and link the mirror's magic to the gateway to force it to go to point A where he was at. He is tricking the magic in the apparition process to think that the mirror is a person. I hope Dumbledore didn't put up any protection against Magecraft. Here goes nothing. Harry channeled his magic and a magic circle appeared in front of him. At the same time on the screen, a magic circle appeared under the mirror. In a few moments a flash appeared and the huge mirror was in front of Harry. Hell yeah. Harry fist pumped. It freaking worked. The mirror of the erased. Erased stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. We will see about that. He immediately started to do some scans on the mirror from a distance. After a while he snorted. Really? Just a legitimacy attack based on the person's desire and ego. And what bullshit was Dumble sprouting in the original? Only the one who wanted to find the stone but not to use it. Bullshit. It clearly says that only Dumbledore and Harry Potter can remove the stone from the mirror. The game was rigged from the start. After all, any thief in the world would get it if the enchantment was true. They want to find the stone to sell it, not to use it. Harry continued his scans until he found what he was looking for. There we go. Alarm spells for when the stone is taken or the mirror is damaged. Confuse the spell about the stone. While leaving the one about the mirror. He took a step forward and immediately felt a mental probe from the mirror. Harry smiled as he guided the probe to the Cart Enon Temple/Double Dungeon. His first floor of protection with the statue of God. He then used his magic to trap the mental attack there. Good. Now if I understand the enchantments correctly, destroying this mental attack should form a small crack on the mirror. Just enough to trigger Dumbledore's alarm. I'll do it while the Wisengamot session is in place. Hopefully the old man will make another mistake, so that I can gain even more benefits. Harry walked to the mirror, which was blank. It didn't show anything, since it couldn't collect Harry's desires. Harry placed his palm on the mirror and he felt something else other than the mirror's smooth surface. He pulled his hand back and in his palm there it was. A big shiny red gem. The Philosopher's Stone. The fifth element. The Grand Elixir. Wealth. Immortality and life. All within such a small object. However, the moment Harry's eyes made contact with the stone, his entire body shivered. No, his soul itself. The Peveril bloodline was reacting to it. Flamel, you madman, Harry said breathlessly. If he had thought the brothers went too far with the sacrifices for the Deathly Hallows, it was nothing compared to this. Millions. There are millions of souls trapped in this thing, no wonder it's so freaking powerful. What the hell? I half expected it to be fake. What was Flamel thinking? Giving this to Dumbledore? Harry shook his head as he started to inspect the stone. He noticed something in the core of a stone. It was tiny bead, filled with groves. He took out a jeweler's loupe. Basically a monocle with a magnifying lens on it, and put it to the stone to take a closer look. He put the stone right above his face and got nearer with the monocle. These runes. This combination. I think it's a locator spell. No, not a spell. A permanent locator artifact. I see. Flamel can find this anywhere in the world. Possibly even beyond it. With the power of the stones he can search it even in different dimensions. There is a self-destruct switch as well. Most likely if some other supernatural factions got their hands on it. Troublesome. Harry kept musing for a few minutes before he shrugged. Well, that means I just can't move it away from Hogwarts. After all, Flamel won't dare explode it while the stone is still here. They can search this castle all they want. They can search the room of requirement as well. This is Rowena's personal space in the room. Nobody can enter here without my permission. I can only make 1 bottle of elixir per week. Or use that same energy to make a kg of gold per week. I'll make 1 elixir now and give it to Melinda. Then the next one will go to Bellatrix. But that's for later. Now I have a party to show up to. Let the chaos begin. A/N. Hidden Tittle. The Philosopher's Stone. What do you think of the chapter? Chapter 65, Wisingamot Session. Word count. 15 minutes until the start of the session. Most of the people have already gathered. It was now that the ministry officials started to walk in. Why? To be fashionably late. And they all come together. A bright idea of their esteemed minister. Miss all the information that they could have gathered to look good. Head of DMLE Amelia Bones walked in with a stone-cold face. Not being able to read anything from her micro-expressions or body language. This showed a great skill in occlumency and training to control her body like that. She was already used to this stupid show where the ministry makes an unified front. Her main job was to deal with these idiots 24/7. Catching criminals was more like a side job. She glanced at Dumbledore. Amelia knew that he had killed those people. But there was no proof. Nor any witnesses. There was quite literally nothing she could do. Not to mention those spies he has in my department. Does he really think I don't know Kingsley and Alastor are members his little order? He really thinks everything is going according to his plan. And sadly it was. Until Harry Potter came along. Frankly, the fact that a young boy could take away so much of his power, political and economic, is frightening in itself. And we still have no idea what Mr. Potter's objective is. I just hope that he will not cause us any more trouble. Greetings everyone. Is everybody here? Minister Fudge said with a joyful laugh. Of course everybody was here. It was an unwritten rule that the ministry should arrive last. One of the minister's aides counted the seats and shifted awkwardly. Minister, 2 houses are missing. The minister frowned and let out a deeper voice. Well. Which ones? Harry Potter and Sirius Black aren't here, sir. Amelia almost chuckled when she saw the minister's face. Those 2 people were the 2 big topics of this meeting. And neither of them were here. Well, I guess we will have to start without them. Pity, the minister smiled. This was the ideal situation. They could say and do as they like. If Harry Potter and Sirius Black weren't here to defend themselves, well then it's their fault. Thud. The wooden doors of the chamber opened. And Andromeda Black walked in a magnificent black dress. On her face there was slight dark makeup to accentuate her features. She wore a lot of silver and white gold jewelry to contrast her dress. Her hair was done in an extravagant manner. It was an elevated topknot with a few pieces of jewelry in it. Andromeda Black stepped into the room like she owned the place. You, Umbridge recognized her. What are you doing here? She spat out. Andromeda was from a pureblood house, but she married a mudblood. So in the eyes of the blood purists, she was a traitor. Only lords and ladies can participate in the Wisengamot. Andromeda smirked at her, and Regnant's asterisk I believe. And coincidentally, I am the new Regnant Black, she said with a bright smile. Lucius Malfoy gritted his teeth. The minister immediately intervened. We need proof that you are Regnant Black. And one of the discussions in this session is denying Sirius Black the lordship. After all, he has spent many years in Azkaban. We can't let a mentally unstable person join our council, Fudge said with a smile. Andromeda just raised an eyebrow. Whoever said that Sirius Black is Lord Black? She handed him a scroll containing the wax seal of the Lord Ring. The minister opened the letter and it stated that on the authority of Lord Black, Andromeda has authority to represent him at the Wisengamot. There is no name in this scroll, the minister pointed out. Is there a law that the Lord has to write out his name? He is the Lord, he can do as he wishes. Andromeda merely walked past them and sat on the seat reserved for Lord Black. The minister quickly looked at his people who searched through the laws. There is no law that forces a lord to write out his name, sir. Since it is common sense to do so. But there is nothing stopping him from not writing it as well. I see. Please take your seat, the minister commented while he screamed in his mind, what do I do now? What do I do? Lucius. I need to ask Lucius for advice. Thank you, minister, Andromeda said in a calm voice. Under the watchful eyes of the whole chamber she calmly walked to the seat designated for the House of Black. Dumbledore ran his fingers through his long beard. Interesting. I assumed Sirius Black would be the next lord. I haven't been able to find him anywhere and I had planned to play the grandfather card and apologize to the great injustice that has happened to him as soon as I met him here. Connect him with his old friends like Alistair and the rest from the order to keep him closer to my side. But if he is not the lord, who is? Someone from a branch family seems the most likely. And he probably isn't from Britain. Andromeda sat down, ignoring any people who wished to speak to her. She was under direct orders from Harry. She wasn't here to make friends or allies. She was here to cause a whole bunch of chaos and trouble. But she deliberately kept her eyes off Ophelia, and the latter just copied what everybody else did. Glancing at Andromeda every once in a while. She did it a bit more since everybody knew that there was a betrothal contract between the Greengrasses and Blacks. They also know that the Greengrasses have tied themselves to Harry Potter. Since her daughters are always around him. Dumbledore mused, this could change many things. One possibility is the alliance between House Potter and Black. Lord Black could use his connection to the Greengrasses to get Harry to his side. And he is bold. Sending Andromeda here. More than one actually. First he chose Andromeda to be the regnant. The woman who was cast away from her family and considered a blood traitor. Sending her here means he purposely was antagonizing the dark faction. It also means he took her back into the family. Second, it means he wants nothing to do with the light faction. Otherwise he would have sent Sirius Black as a regnant. Sirius would have been a better choice for it, depending on how much Azkaban changed him. If he turned out to be calm and calculating, he would be in a perfect position to play all three factions. But then again, the ministry has it out for him, so it's good that he didn't arrive now. Another thing Lord Black declared by sending Andromeda here is that he dislikes or looks down on the Wisengamot. A regnant is chosen if the Lord has many duties and he can't attend the meetings, or if he is just bad at politics. But never before has a Lord not shown up to introduce himself. The fact that Lord Black did so means he deems these meetings a waste of time. Yes, these scenarios do make the most sense. Dumbledore's thoughts were broken by the sound of the doors opening. And walked in the greatest contributor to his recent troubles. Harry Potter had arrived. As always, he was in his expensive casual clothing with his green coat and a snake around his shoulders. I'm not late, am I? He says with a little smirk as he looks at clock. And so did everybody else. There were 5 minutes until the start of the meeting. Of course not, Lord Potter. In fact, I believe you are just in time, Ophelia said with a charming smile. She was playing her part as the lackey warming up to the new lord. Just as she was ordered to act as. Great. Then let's get this show started. I have a lot of work to do. And I'll appoint some regnant to be here for me after Tota Dash. Harry Potter glanced at Andromeda and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you Andromeda Black? Why are you here? Andromeda stood up and bowed. Greetings, Lord Potter. It's good to finally see you. After the incident at Godric's Hollow. I, among many of your family's friends, came up to check if you are healthy and to give you a home. But all of our attempts were pushed down. She glanced at Dumbledore, informing Harry about who is to blame. Not surprising, actually. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Aren't we cousins of some sort? My grandmother was Doria Black. It's not like it matters anymore. But what I am interested in how you are here, Harry said with a small grin. The new Lord Black appointed me as regnant to handle his matters. He also said that he would like to get into contact with you, Andromeda replied with a smile. The entire chamber was watching their back and forth, hoping to hear any sort of information to be of use to them. When Andromeda finished, Dumbledore was about to speak up. He can't allow them to get into contact that easily. But Harry was faster. Ha! He just made you a regnant. Just like that. Seeing Andromeda nod, Harry clicked his tongue. Damn it. I didn't know you could do that. I would have done the same. What a fucking waste of time. Dumbledore shook his head. Stupid child. You might be a genius, but clearly social skills aren't your forte. You just antagonized the whole Wizengamot. Harry Potter and Lord Black. Everybody now had a different opinion of them. After all, nobody wants to be looked down upon. Whatever. We will get in contact later. Harry just started going towards his seat. Ahem. The minister cleared his throat, gaining the attention of the members. Well, now that everybody is present, I declare this meeting to be in session. With his words, the doors closed and locked. This was so that nobody could rush in to interrupt the meeting and keep the members safe from any attacks. It was also a small power play by the ministry. However, what followed was one of the most chaotic meetings in the entire history of the Wizengamot. A/N. Asterisk regent and regnant are apparently the same. Some differences when it comes to royalty and such. Especially if it's a queen. But both work fine in this case. Chapter 66, Wizengamot Session. If I ever have kids, I want one of you to come and shoot me in the head. Between them and work, I have barely slept. I got eye bags so big I look like a Gara wannabe raccoon. I woke up early to write this chapter in peace and quiet. Anyway, here is the chap word count. The Wizengamot had officially started. Everybody took their seats and waited for the people of the ministry to bring the topics that would be discussed today. Of course, these were only the things the ministry wanted. Later on, people could bring their own topics as well. Bang. 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 Fudge tapped the gavel. Well then, on to our first order of business. New measurements for the pewter cauldron. Again. Many of the lords and ladies groaned over this. Usually they would be calm and collected. But this was the 27th time this topic has been brought up. Again and again. Harry blinked at that. Okay, time for brain to go offline or think about other things. Leave a few % of the brain active on the conversation to wake me up when few key words are spoken, like next topic or the gavel banging again. After 30 minutes of speaking nonsense come the real thing. All right. Now for the new legislation. Increasing taxes on products made in another country by a British citizen. As soon as Fudge said this, the room did a double take. Then looked at Harry Potter, who was casually sitting there. This new law was clearly pointed at him. Yet he was perfectly calm. Does anybody object with this law? Dumbledore spoke up. The Potter Alliance was silent. People were starting to realize there was something more to this. Lord Potter. Don't you have anything to say? After all this affects your business, it wouldn't be wise not to pay attention on these things, Lord Knott said in a friendly manner, as if giving advice to the younger generation. They wanted Harry Potter to argue against this law. Then help him out, or put him in their debts. Anything to lower his current position. No, I'm fine with it, Harry said casually, further confusing the members. What is this boy doing? But Lord Potter. This is quite a large amount of money. Are you sure you are willing to pay that? Andromeda asked courteously. Harry glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. Breaking his bored look. Pay? Who said anything about paying? If they increase the taxes in this country, that just means I won't sell it here. Simple as that. There is a finite supply and the demand is growing by the day. I don't need to sell in Britain to make a profit. Fudge spluttered, but we had a deal. Harry smiled. Indeed we did. I promised I'd sell my products in Britain and we agreed on the price and laws. What you didn't know, I put in a clause that if you threaten my business in any way, I can just stop any and all business transactions in this country. Dolores quickly waved her wand and the agreement they signed floated up from the rest of the files. There is no such thing as that mentioned here. The toad screeched out. Look closer at the last paragraph. Right below our signatures. See something odd about the color? Harry chuckled. Umbridge looked closely at the parchment. Then realized that the boy was right. She traced her finger at the edges and it peeled off, revealing a whole other section. Harry Potter laughed. You wizards are so quick to judge and dismiss muggles. They come up with the most interesting things, you know. You cheated. Fudge's face turned red. No. I just made sure you can't cheat. There is a difference. And I do count this new law as a threat, so the hidden section is already in play. Congratulations, Minister. You just cost Britain my invention. Bravo, Harry mockingly clapped his hands. You, Fudge was getting angrier and angrier. Ahem, Andromeda cleared her throat. I thought about waiting for the opportune moment. But since we are already telling bad news, I might as well continue now. I have a letter to read out to the Ministry and Wisengamot from Lord Black. Lucius' eyes narrowed at this. And so did many from the Dark faction. At first Lucius planned to block Sirius from the Black Fortune, but now that plan is ruined because someone else is Lord Black. He needs to find a way to reveal this person's identity. Perhaps this letter will help. Andy started to talk. Greetings, fake lords and ladies of Britain. A few months ago a letter arrived from the telling me that the former head of the House Black Arcturus Black III that I am the new Lord. Now as I am from the continent we have a different meaning for lords. Which you British should know from the nomage, a lord governs over a territory and its people. You govern over nothing. You are just people with a lot of money who wanted to pretend that they are royalty. Harry smiled as Andromeda read the letter that he wrote. He meticulously planned to anger the people without revealing anything. The only thing that they know now is that this Lord Black is an outsider from the continent, usually meaning Western Europe. At first I was surprised that I got the lordship. Me a member of a branch house. Why not any of his children or grandchildren? Well, turns out most of them were criminals and insane killers, so he couldn't. I was very disappointed to learn about the situation in magical Britain. You people let an insane megalomaniac almost destroy your entire country. And after that you give pardon to all the criminals who followed him. Why? Because they were rich and bribed the ministry. Absolutely pathetic. Harry glanced at Fudge, whose face was no turning purple. If this goes on, maybe his head will really explode. Magic is weird like that, but it would be funny for it to be true. Andromeda ignored all the glares coming her way and continued to read the letter. Apparently the previous lord and some of his friends had arranged something to be done. Next thing I know, some mercenary group came to me and ransomed off Sirius and Bellatrix, which they have broken out from Azkaban. A prison defended by demons. You people have weird tastes. So as a normal person I was furious against these two. A betrayer and an insane maniac. I felt sick knowing that I shared blood with them and planned to kill both of them off. Bellatrix was laughing like a maniac, saying how her lord would kill me. But Sirius Black begged me to let him see Harry Potter. Let me see my godson, he said. Now that stopped me. As far as I know, those who take the Godfather oath cannot harm or put their godchild in harm's way. So after confirming the oath was there, I knew something didn't add up. I dosed Sirius with Verita serum and lo and behold came out the truth. Sirius was innocent, he was thrown in prison without any sort of a trial, and Pettigrew, the real betrayer, was still out there. An innocent man spent 10 years in prison because the British were lazy and corrupted. Unsurprising, I have to admit. Wow. That gave a lot of reactions. Harry was watching the crowd. The Light were feeling guilty, since Sirius fought for them and they just threw him away after not needing him. The Grey were a bit uncomfortable, but this was what they did. Making sketchy deals with both sides. And the Dark were furious. This outsider was mocking them, their lifestyle and traditions. Dumbledore on the other hand was frowning, so that's how Sirius escaped. I didn't expect this from a man like Arcturus. To think he still had an ace up his sleeve. Hiring skilled mercenaries. He is creating trouble even after he died. Well played, old friend. Well played. Now since I found out that Sirius was innocent, there was a small chance Bellatrix was as well. But she has gone completely mad, so the Verita serum wouldn't work on her. So I did what only choice was left, I used legilimency on her. After seeing the things that she had done I became more and more ruthless. I ripped her mind apart, convinced that she was a lost cause. But then I found it, just a second after I had decided to kill her. The truth. First of all, I have to apologize to House Longbottom. If Bellatrix did join the Dark Lord of her own free will, I would have killed her on the spot after confirming that. But she didn't. Bellatrix was sold to House Lestrange. She would have been forced to listen to her husband. After that the Dark Lord used potions and legilimency on her to twist her mind further. Creating a crazy attack dog, willing to listen to his every order. I hired the best mind healers money could find. And after all this time, they had managed to heal Bellatrix. Return her to how she was before the marriage contract. Now I have a 17-year-old girl trapped in her own 40-year-old body. Scared out of her mind. All because you couldn't be bothered to check her mind before throwing her in a cell. Andromeda's voice wavered here. She was getting emotional, but that appealed to the members. Augusta Longbottom didn't know what to say. She hated the Lestranges and Barty with a passion. But could she really blame Bellatrix? Not now. As a traditional woman she knew how awful those binding blood contracts were. Well, with Barty Crouch Jr. dead and now the Lestranges, there was no one left for her to hate besides the Dark Lord. After seeing the injustice my family members have suffered under the British ministry, furious doesn't even begin to explain my emotions. So it is with great pleasure that I announce this. As Lord Black, I call back every single favor owed to the House of Black to be paid in full as well as any money that was made on behalf of Draco Malfoy to be returned in full with interest. And so it begins. Harry watched as the entire chamber practically explode in noise. Almost everybody jumped from their seats and started to yell and shout. Order. 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 Fudge kept banging his gavel but it was of no use. Dumbledore raised his wand in the air. Bang. 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 He created some explosions calming down the crowd. Regent Black. Are you sure you wish to do this? If I understand this correctly, this will cripple magical Britain just to pay back their debts. Dumbledore said in a serious tone. Andromeda smiled. These are the wishes of my lord. And I will do exactly what magical Britain did when Sirius and Bellatrix were imprisoned without proper procedures. Nothing. I will do nothing except just stand there and watch. Even while magical Britain falls apart. The lives that will be ruined. Dumbledore pressed his magic leaking from him. Andromeda stood her ground even then. This is bound by magic. No matter what laws you pass. If the debt isn't paid, magic will make sure to even things out. Awesome. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. House Potter does owe you some favors. I will gladly pay up. After all, I don't want to wake up with some blood curse all of a sudden. This made the Blood Dark faction members freeze. They put a lot of pride in their bloodline. And now when faced with a blood curse, that could happen at any moment. It was natural that they would start panicking. Lucius glances at one of his associates. And uses leniency to send a message. Challenge the Lord Black to an honor duel. Just so we make him show up. Goyle Sr. nodded. He knew their usual tactics. As long as they can make him show up it would be fine. Especially since this Lord Black was an outsider from a small branch. He could easily defeat him himself. But if he turned out to be strong. Well, if an accident were to occur on Lord Black before their duel, it's not his fault his opponent had too many enemies. Goyle Sr. stood up. This is unacceptable. You are going to ruin magical Britain. Lord Black, I challenge you to an honor duel. A/NBTW. If any of you are wondering why I don't fix the past mistakes you guys point out. It's because WN will delete the comments on that paragraph or all the paragraph comments on that chapter. I would much rather let them stay for others to see. Chapter 67, Honor Duel. As of today I'm officially on vacation for 2 weeks. Updates will be random. Either I will write a lot. Or I will be drunk rolling on the floor laughing. Word count. Lord Black, I challenge you to an honor duel. Goyle Sr.'s voice echoed in the chamber. Andromeda stood there with a calm face but on the inside she was shocked, just like Harry said. Someone would challenge Lord Black to a duel. Are we wizards that predictable? Harry called wizards monkeys with sticks. But lately I have been thinking he actually believes it. Talk about having your worldview broken. Several houses had different reaction. But the most common one was curiosity. What will the House of Black do now? In cases like this, Andromeda as regent has no authority to accept this on behalf of her lord. She has to go back to Lord Black and notify him. But in doing so she will lose all the momentum she has gathered up until now. And the other houses can rally together to gang up on the House Black to force them to waive off the debts. But contrary to their expectations, Andromeda just closed her eyes and nodded or murmured something. She then opened her eyes and turned to Lord Goyle. Lord Black accepts your challenge, and as the one who was challenged he can choose the time. The honor duel will take place immediately. To say that the lords and ladies were shocked would be an understatement. Everybody watched with their jaws dropped. Regent Black, are you sure you have the authority to accept this honor duel? I know that you said Lord Black has given you full authority. But this is a serious matter. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise, calming down the situation slightly. You are right, Andromeda addressed the headmaster. I don't have the right to decide that for myself. Which is why I contacted my lord and he came to a decision. She then turned to Harry, who had an amused expression on his face. Contacted. So your lord can reach you, despite all the protections here in the distance. Fascinating. Some sort of soul magic perhaps. Ask your lord if he is up for an exchange. I'm quite interested in this particular magic. And Harry wasn't the only one. With the technology in the wizarding world, the only way for information to be shared is with Owl's letters or Patronus message. Instant communication like this is unheard of. And it doesn't even exist. Harry just placed a legilimency probe in Andromeda and linked their minds somewhat. It's only possible due to the close distance between them. But the wizards didn't know that. And now Lord Black was becoming a bigger and bigger threat. As only a great wizard could accomplish something like this. Lord Potter, Lord Black has a proposition for you. It would take quite a while for my lord to come to Britain for something so small and insignificant, so much so that it would be a waste of time. So my lord asks of you to take his place in the duel, fight as his champion. If you do so, he will waive all debts to the House of Potter and is willing to negotiate for the magic you are interested in. Well done, Andromeda, Harry praised through their link. You are one manipulative bastard. You are going to fight, but without anyone actually knowing your identity. Honor duels are often fought to the death with magic as the witness. Champions are rare since magic might reject them. And conveniently, magic will accept Harry Potter as a champion since you are the real Lord Black. Further proving that our side is right. Without anyone knowing that you are the real Lord Black. Andromeda felt pity to anyone who decided to provoke Harry Potter. He would kill them and take everything they own before he is finished. Harry stood up. I accept. I hate it when I'm indebted to anyone. So this is a good and simple opportunity to clear the slate. And I get the chance to learn new magic. I call that a win. So where do we fight? Lord Potter. Perhaps you should be so eager to accept to fight in Lord Black's place. After all, you yourself seem to know so very little about him, Dumbledore said calmly. Truthfully, he would rather the boy fight right now, but he isn't sure that Harry would survive against an experienced wizard like Lord Goyle who had fought many Aurors during his days as a Death Eater. The boy needs to live so that he could die under Riddle's wand. Fate truly was fickle and you did not want to mess with her and her prophesies. Thank you for your concern, but it isn't necessary. Quite frankly, I don't know any of you. And if this Lord Black tries to go back on his word, I'll just kill him, Harry says casually as he started to stretch lightly. You think you can defeat me? Lord Goyle said with a bit of hostility in his voice. Yes. Quite easily, in fact, Harry answered with a bored tone. Well, let's get this thing started. How about we fight here? There must be some large chamber where we can fight. Lord Potter. There is a special chamber for honor duels in the Ministry, Amelia Bones answered calmly. She knew there was no stopping this, so they might as well get it over with. Either way, there was going to be a scandal after this. Well, let's go on then, Harry said with a smile as the door of the chamber opened. And the Ministry staff started to guide Harry to the room. After a few minutes of walking, they entered the dueling chamber, which was a small arena. Contrary to the dueling arena Harry was thinking about, there were seats only on one side and there were many runes drawn on that side with Aurors ready. Most likely protection against stray shots and unforgivables. Since everything is allowed in honor duels. Harry mused as everybody slowly filled the seats. He was also watching the Dark Faction. During their walk to the chamber, Dumbledore, the Ministry, and other lords tried to convince Harry to stand down. As it isn't his fight and killing a national icon is just bad news. But the Dark Faction saw this as a chance. They knew Voldemort was still alive thanks to Harry Potter. If they take care of him now, their lord will be very pleased. For a bunch of pureblood lords, their clemency shields aren't that good. They can hold up against brute force attacks. But when someone tries a subtle approach, they can easily get through. I kind of regret even doing it. It was a waste of effort. And I didn't learn anything new. Harry just withheld a sigh. I can't wait to finish with this shit. I have so much stuff to do, it isn't even funny. First of all, I need to get the Philosopher's Stone to heal Bella and return Melinda to her youth. Then I have to go to China. The lack of a good cauldron is slowing down my other experiments. Which is unacceptable. If I slow down, I start to stagnate. Until I am ultimate class 1, just can't allow myself to slow down. Then I have to go to France. The pots there have exploded in popularity. But that is to be expected. France has the most wizarding alchemists. Since Flamel left clear instructions on how to begin in the craft at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The thing is, alchemy doesn't only require rare materials. It requires rare plants as well. And since the pots grow those, they were immediately sold out. I have to go and fix that mess. Or just knock down those arrogant pieces of shit down a bit. Just because they are rich and influential, they think they can order me around. Give us more pots, they said. Then I have to go back to Salem for a day or two to hold a conference to inspire new students. Of course I'm getting paid for this. Then I need to kill the basilisk. The rite of conquest ritual on a 1,000-year-old basilisk should increase my strength by quite a lot. That is currently the easiest way for me to get stronger. And if I went all out, I should be able to easily kill it. Since it's probably malnourished and most likely insane from being alone for so long. Doesn't matter how strong or magical it is. It's still an animal. Even true dragons get lonely. And whatever Voldemort did to it probably made it worse. The basilisk's only purpose was to protect Hogwarts. It was raised for that single reason. And yet Tom Riddle forced it to kill a student. Who knows what he did to the snake to make that possible? Ahem, a high-pitched throat clear snapped Harry back to reality. Dolores Umbridge was standing there in her pink outfit that made people want to look away with how painfully bright it was. Her toad-like face didn't help at all. We will now begin the honor duel between Lord Goyle and Harry Potter, Lord Black's champion. I whom wish the best of luck, she said with a small grin making Harry frown. These people never learn. I swear it's like a den of snakes and scorpions here. If the people were stronger this would be acceptable. Using every opportunity to gain any advantage. But with me being so much stronger than them it's just annoying. Is this how Dumbledore felt for decades? No wonder the old man went senile. I would have just left these people to kill each other. It's Lord Potter. If you can't even remember that you don't deserve to be a secretary of any position. And if you don't fix your attitude I'm calling an honor duel against you the next time you say any snide remarks against me. Dolores gritted her teeth but just smiled. What use is getting angry? The boy will be dead soon, just like he deserves, filthy son of a mudblood. Fudge coughed in his fist. Right, for the last time are you sure you wish to continue this, he said with a serious tone. Please say no, please say no. I can't afford to lose our national icon. My ratings will go into negative. And I paid so much money just to get him here. Let's get this started already. I have already wasted enough time. Harry said with a bit of annoyance. Making the members of the Wizengamot frown. Harry's arrogance and actions just rubbed them the wrong way. He was looking down on their society and traditions. They felt little pity for the boy. Another genius was going to die young because he couldn't keep his pride and greed in check. A/N, Iron T. Pride and greed. Wizards practically live for both of those. I saw what I wrote and couldn't help but think of this. Very well. Then let the honor duel begin. As soon as Fudge called the start of the duel, a translucent barrier appeared around the spectators. Ha ha ha. Today is the end of the boy who lived. You know I'm feeling a bit benevolent today. How about I give you the first shot? Lord Goyle laughed out loud. He had prepared his most powerful defense. He had planned to humiliate the boy. Destroying his image and increasing his. His lord would surely reward him for this. Sure, I'll take you up on that. Harry just raised his wand and pointed it at his head. The crows shook their heads. The boy was way too inexperienced. By pointing his wand he revealed where he had planned to shoot his spell. Lord Goyle could just use a small version of his shield to completely block the spell. When he saw Harry take a breath, Goyle just raised his wand and whispered, Protego Maxima. It was the simplest solid shield spell. He didn't require to add any suffixes like duo or horribilis. After all, Harry Potter wouldn't know any advanced spells. Harry saw this and smiled as he opened his mouth. Ventus Terribra. Wind Pierce. As soon as he said those words the whole chamber shivered and got goosebumps. As Parseltongue was disturbing for humans to hear. It activated their survival instincts. And in the next moment. Crack. Plutch. The spell drilled through Goyle's shield and into his head, right between the eyes. Silence. The entire chamber was deathly silent. A split second. A single exchange. That's all it took. Goyle Sr. was no more. A powerful and well-known Death Eater. Someone who has experience in fighting with auras was brought down by an 11-year-old child. Harry put a lot of magic in the spell. The same amount as a 7th-year Hogwarts student had. The piercing spell left his wand. As soon as it left, it started to twist and quickly gather the air around it to enhance itself and speed up even further. He looked down at the corpse on the ground as blood was pooling around the head. Harry then turned to the spectators. So are we done here? Chapter 68, Chaos Unfolds. Merry Christmas, people. I hope you all are having a good time with your family and loved ones. So a friend recommended to me that I make a Christmas discount of some sort. And I did intend to make one. But I was drunk yesterday, so yeah. Here it is now. I haven't tried this yet, so I hope it works. It will start from today, December 26, 2024 and last until the 1st January 1st, 2025. It will be 30% off on your first month on all tiers. But once you take a tier, I don't think you can change for a bigger discounted tier. It will bill you the regular price. So look out for that. Christmas code, B8C. Word count. So are we done here? Silence. Harry Potter's question was only returned with silence. The wizards in the chamber couldn't believe what they were seeing. One of the prominent members of the Wizengamot was killed by a young boy. He killed him, Fudge said with a shocked expression. He killed a pureblood lord. Dolores shrieked. Her loud scream seemed to bring the others back to reality. They started to murmur and whisper amongst each other. Impossible. That's impossible. No 11-year-old could defeat an adult wizard. Not even Dumbledore and the Dark Lord could do it at that age. Lucius gripped his cane so hard that his fingers turned red. A/N, I don't get why the hand would turn white after gripping for a long time, as it is common in fics. You. How dare you kill Goyle? Lord Crabbe yelled out. Huh? How dare I? What fucking century do you think you are living in? Harry picked his ear with his pinky finger and then blew it off. completely ignoring the deranged wizard who was getting angrier by the second. That's it. Crabbe pointed his finger at him. Oh no. Lucius looked at Crabbe in shock. He can't be that stupid. I challenge you to an honor duel. He is. Lucius facepalmed. I just assumed he was goading him in and putting on an act for the Wisengamot. Did he not just see what the Potter brat did? He broke through Protego Maxima like it was paper. The brat did say he finished his magical education. But why is he so powerful? And even if I wanted to, I can't stop this. Harry just raised an eyebrow before turning to Amelia Bones. Can he do that? Just declare an honor duel without any reason? I'm confused. If every time someone wanted to have revenge and they ask for an honor duel, how does it end? How do you stop families from just killing each other to the last man? Amelia Bones resisted the urge to rub her forehead. Why can't things be simple for once? She coughed in her fist, putting her in the spotlight, so to say. Lord Potter, to answer your question, once honor duels have been used to target the specific person more than 2 times. The Ministry steps in, calm things down, and reach to a satisfactory conclusion. Harry just raised an eyebrow. You mean you have to step in since you can't afford to lose any more purebloods, right? Meaning once things get too far or the richer family loses too much. They call in the Ministry, who steps in for a price, of course. Usually resulting in the weaker family swallowing their loss. He kept silent about that part. It didn't do him any more good to antagonize them too much. A little was fine. Harry purposefully antagonized them to make things easier for him to manipulate them. Quite, Amelia responded back, surprising quite a few people. But frankly, Amelia didn't care. It was refreshing to see someone speak their mind like this. Harry turned to Crabbe. In that case, I refuse your challenge. This sent murmurs across the chamber. Refusing the honor duel is seemed as shameful and cowardly. But Harry Potter clearly had no problem with fighting and killing. Why? Are you scared, boy? Lord Crabbe said angrily. Fool. Calm yourself. Lucius looked like he wanted to strangle the idiot. The boy even refused. They could use this to smear his reputation. It was a win for them, but Crabbe was too blinded with anger. Harry chuckled, afraid. How childish. Quite a few people smirked and smiled at Harry's comment. After here was a child calling a grown man childish. Why should I waste my valuable time fighting you? I gain absolutely nothing from this. I refuse to move for anything that has no gain for me. Lucius threw the other members a signal to stop him. What would it take? Crabbe Sr. asks, completely ignoring the members of the dark faction trying to stop him. Harry smirked. How predictable. You are asking me to put my life on the line. The last heir of a family that has existed for over 2,500 years. And as the one who did kill me, you would gain a large part of my wealth and properties. So it's only fair that you put in an equal amount of capital. I want everything. Every property. Every business. Every last canute. I want everything you own. Harry smiled maliciously, including your soul. The anger in Crabbe's eyes disappeared. Instead, they were filled with greed. If he kills this kid, all of it will be his. All the gold and properties. And magic dating back 2,500 years. All his. I accept. 3rd POV. Dumbledore watches as Lord Crabbe made it down to the arena. He was glad that he had another chance to observe Harry's fighting ability. Even though he felt that Crabbe Sr. was a moron. Just from the one piercing spell, they should have realized they were not the boys' match in a duel. If they attack him in a large group, then it would be a different story. The duel began. Everybody watched eagerly as Crabbe started with a ruthless volley of dark spells. He was not holding back at the slightest. He didn't want to make the same mistake Goyle did. But no matter how many spells he threw at the boy, they were blocked or parried. And Harry returned fire with some really deadly spells. Dumbledore was analyzing how Harry fights. A lot more experience in fighting than what he was expecting. But the moves were amateurish. Well, it is to be expected. Young Potter most likely spent all of his time with his potions and pots. But to think he has this kind of raw power. He is equal to a 7th-year student in terms of magical reserves. And the spells he uses. He focuses mostly on lethal spells. Most likely taught to him by that old bastard Griffith. That man is extremely troublesome to deal with. He hasn't changed a bit in the last century. Dumbledore had no way of knowing that Harry was holding back quite a large amount of his reserves. Keeping them restrained. After all, wizards are only low-class beings on average. Harry had to keep a few aces in his sleeve for when the time comes to go wild. After a few minutes of dueling, with Crabbe getting more and more desperate after each minute, Harry finally decided to put him out of his misery. He disarmed him, quite literally, by cutting his wand hand off. Then he encased him in a sphere made up of stones. Harry quickly put his wand in the stone sphere at the spot he left open. And in a bright flash an orange fire exploded out from the cracks in between the rocks. Crabbe was being burned alive. Which was true. However, the orange flames were in act. In the core of the sphere a green flame was the one doing the actual burning. Harry gained another soul to experiment with or just purify for a small boost. The sheer brutality of the boy who lived made quite a few people feel sick. A man was being burned alive. Yet the boy had no change in his expression. Lord Potter wins, Dumbledore commented. He had planned to say something else. But at that moment he got a magical signal from Hogwarts. A few hours earlier Quarrelmort saw his chance to strike when the Wizengamot began. In his current state, Voldemort was extremely weak and impulsive. He didn't think things through. And just acted based on his desires. Naturally this triggered Dumbledore's alarm, so he was notified. After waiting for a few minutes he lets out a small smile. Ah. Tom, so disappointing. You can't even get through the first defense. It was only a few minutes later that the alarm on the next trap was triggered. Meaning Quarrelmort takes a few minutes to pass each trap. But Harry, seeing Dumbledore stop talking so suddenly, opened the camera he had pointed at the Marauder's map. And saw where Tom was. He decided this was the perfect time to trigger the alarm on the mirror. The alarm that he had been saving for a moment like this. No. Dumbledore stood up with a shocked expression. Tom had gotten the stone. No. The ward spell in the final room hasn't been triggered yet. Someone else got there first. Someone who sneaked through all his defenses. I need to leave now. Fawkes. To Hogwarts, at Dumbledore's command his phoenix appeared and flame traveled away. Leaving behind a stunned and confused audience. You can leave just like that. Fuck it. I'm out. I have had enough for the day. Harry stood up and walked away with a fed-up expression. But on the inside he was laughing with joy. Oh, this is going to be fun. Fudge quickly composed himself. Now that Dumbledore and Harry Potter were gone along with the deaths of two lords, things were too chaotic to continue. It was best to end it here and ask for advice. Yes, he needed to consult with Lucius. Bang. Bang. He banged the gavel a few times. I am ending this Wizengamot session here. We will reconvene at the next session. And with that he quickly stood up and walked away. He was afraid of dealing with the chaos. So his best option was to leave it to somebody else. While their minister was running away, the Light and Dark members were yelling out about the cruelty show by Harry Potter. While the Grey faction slowly left their seats. There was going to be change. All they needed to do now is figure out how to profit from it. A/N. Plan to make the Crabbe duel longer and a proper fight. Then I was like, why am I giving this scrub a proper duel when he was always just going to get destroyed? I'd rather use the time to continue writing the next chapter. So yeah. That's why it feels so short. Chapter 69, The Stone. It's gone. Eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Word count. Hogwarts. A few hours earlier, after Dumbledore left the castle to go to the Wizengamot, Quarrelmort decided it was his time to strike. With both Dumbledore and Harry Potter away from the castle, there was nothing to stop him. First he ambushed Severus and left him injured and unconscious. This battle took most of the magical reserves in Quirrell's body, but he had enough. Tom walked into the final room. And immediately he was faced with the Cerberus. Now frankly he isn't very knowledgeable about care of creatures. But the big buffoon Hagrid was talking the other night while being drunk. A Cerberus can be put to sleep with music. A quick spell and the giant mutt fell asleep. After that there was a ward scheme on the trapdoor. It took him a while to disable it since the synergy between Voldemort and Quirrell wasn't that good and was actually disturbing the magic in the body, making it hard to use. Voldemort made his way past the traps one by one. And just as he reached the final chamber, all he found was an empty room. Where is the stone? Quirrell asked. Master, I don't see the mirror. Voldemort promptly took over the body. His red eyes scanned the room. But there was nothing here. WHOOOSHH. In a burst of flames, Dumbledore appears with his phoenix on his shoulder. Dumbledore. Where did you hide the stone? The old man ignored him and was focused on the spot the mirror was. He quickly used his wand in complex movements to figure out what had happened when Voldemort had attacked. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green beam of light flew at the old man, who raised his wand and conjured a marble shield. Pest. Dumbledore cursed in his mind. He was done playing around. He aimed his wand at Quarrelmort and shot a blood-red spell at him. Voldemort cast a shield, but the spell slipped past it. A moment after the spell hit him, Quirrell burst into a blood mist. The spell was a Transfiguration class spell that Dumbledore invented. It eliminates the bonds that hold the body together, essentially causing all the cells in the body to separate at once. Damn you, Dumbledore. The wraith escaped the blood mist while cursing him. It quickly went through the wall and disappeared. Now that he had silence, he started from the beginning. And once the results came back and he was shocked. There was nothing. No magic whatsoever on and around the stone tiles where the mirror stood. He expanded his search. The traps. The entrances and exits were untouched before Voldemort came in. No other magical signature was found. There was no wizard in the world that could have possibly done this. Unless it wasn't a wizard at all. Could have someone from the supernatural world heard about the stone being here? No. I cannot let them have the stone. It would be a disaster to the wizarding world and my plans. Dumbledore rushes off to the ministry to get an international portkey to France. He can't call, a period, or flame travel to France. The distance was too great. And sending in an owl would take even longer to notify Flamel. The fastest way was for him to go there personally. Dumbledore got back into his office and used the Floo travel to get to the ministry. Once he was there, he got an international portkey that set off 20 minutes later. Hogwarts. Harry also returned to Hogwarts, but he used the secret passage to do it. He predicted that Dumbledore would go to France to inform the Flemels. He had arranged for the person working in portkey control to inform one of Harry's people when Dumbledore would leave. Harry knew when the old men left, as the international portkeys were always at a specific time. Since they traveled large distances, there was no room for mistakes. And to make sure that the landing zone on the other side was empty as hell. Showtime. I have about 10 minutes to get everything and leave after I trigger the wards, notify the professors. And an whole hour before Dumbledore comes back with the next portkey back to the UK. Maybe even more if he misses that one. Depending on where the Flemels live, I don't know if they are even connected to the French Floo network. Harry drank a potion, so he was now in his adult form, wearing grey and black robes along with a black mask that covered his entire face. The only thing that didn't fit was the broom strapped on his back. He was in front of Dumbledore's office and the gargoyle was staring down at him. Let's see. Harry gathered the small amounts of magic he stole from Crabbe Sr. before he killed him and used his magical signature to open the door. Harry already had a pre-made list of mundane candies, so he used magic to directly test out each and every one in a span of a few seconds. And since he was using another magical signature, even if they tested it on the students later, nothing would be found. And Crabbe Sr. was dead and his body was turned to ashes. So no matter what they compare the signature to, nothing would come out from it. CRRRRR. The gargoyle opened sideways, revealing a spiral staircase. Seriously? Sour Punch. Harry shook his head at Dumbledore's addiction to candy. I hope his teeth fall off soon. He didn't waste any time though, as he was on the clock. He quickly went up the staircase and blasted apart the door, as it would be easier to destroy than the stone guardian that had been saturated in magic for 1,000 years. And it would trip Dumbledore up as to why he didn't blow up the gargoyle. The portraits immediately woke up in trud dash. But Harry was faster. The moment he entered the room, he threw a dozen of small beads that exploded in a flash of light and sound. Bang! The beads held a spell that freezes portraits. This method would again allow Harry not to use his own magic to leave traces. But they also had a secondary purpose. The sound was to stun the phoenix. Cree! Fawkes screeched out in pain. Harry quickly pulled out a small item from his pocket that quickly enlarged into a big bird cage. From the bird cage, golden chains came out and started dragging the bird in the cage. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku, Eternal Binding Chain. Cree! Cree! Fawkes started to struggle and screech. It tried using flames and tried to flame travel away. But it couldn't. It even felt its strength leaving. Thud. With great force, Fawkes was slammed into the cage. Click. 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 As soon as that happened, the door closed and all the locks turned, trapping him inside. The cage bars stared to glow as runes appeared all over the cage. Phoenix captured. Man, this was such a good idea. Unlimited phoenix tears, feathers, and ash. Harry smiled as he put away the cage in one of his expanded pockets alongside the broom that he brought with him. Who are you? What are you doing? The Sorting Hat yelled out. Harry ignored its questions as he approached and grabbed the hat. Why, when the bearded bastard comes back, I'll complain. I'll drive him mad until he finds you. Wait. What are you doing? Stop it right now. Harry put the hat in a box he had prepared that also locked itself once it was closed. He severed the connection that Hogwarts had with the hat. And the hat could no longer be found by divination in the next 48 hours. That's how long both the box and the cage will last. More than enough time for him to put them in some safe house under a permanent and strong anti-scrying wards. As for why he took the hat, why would he leave a powerful weapon like the Sword of Gryffindor in the hands of Dumbledore? Even if he can't have it, there is no reason to let Dumbledore keep it. What if the old man figured out how to go around the rules and pulls it out anyway? Then he would have a powerful weapon to use against Harry. After the bird and the hat, Harry proceeded to ransack the entire office, destroying all of his trinkets, taking any book he saw worth in. Destroyed his desk, finding hidden files, notebooks of experiments. He found a secret room stashed with metals he had created using alchemy along with alchemy books and books he had written himself. Kind of like finished projects rather than ideas in notebooks. Harry glanced at the watch on his wrist. Nice, less than 3 minutes. He quickly exited the office and put on the family cloak. After he had bloodbound it, it revealed its true effect. Rather than a cloak, it transformed into a membrane layer that covered his entire body from head to toe. No getting tangled up, tripping or getting caught on something. You just vanish. Like a ghost. Well, this ghost has C4. Boom. The wall of the office that faced outside was blown apart, leaving a big hole for the intruder to escape using a broom under all of the smoke. Harry casually walked along the hallways as the professors were rushing past him to get to the office. He made his way down to one of the underground tunnels and into the Forbidden Forest where he operated away 2 times. Before using a teleportation circle to 2 of the random locations he had found, then finally teleporting to one of his safe houses. It's a good day to be me. An hour or 2 later I will come back normally as Harry Potter, who was just coming back from the Wisengamot headmaster's office. As soon as the professors arrived they froze in shock. Oh, dear, McGonagall covered her mouth. The entire room was destroyed. The bookshelves were in pieces laying on the ground. His desk as well. All the drawers were opened and emptied. There was even a secret room that none of them knew about. Blast. Snape cursed out loud. This was not going to end well. Somehow an intruder had snuck into Hogwarts undetected, entered the room and robbed the headmaster blind. This is a nightmare. The prophet is going to have a blast once they hear about this. And Dumbledore is going to get a stroke. Marin's beard. Hagrid, who was tending to Fluffy, ran over once he had heard the explosion. Only Flitwick was composed. Dare say a little bit happy. His goblin ancestry was ecstatic to see someone like Dumbledore have this big of a loss. Fawkes is gone, he commented, snapping the group back to reality. Snape quickly looked around the room, but this time in more detail. There aren't enough books on the ground. The thief must have taken them with them. The hat is also missing. And the portraits are frozen. He waved his wand in the air and dispelled the effect on the portraits. The portraits yelled out before realizing the professors were here. What happened? What did you see? Snape demanded. Where danger dash. The portraits started talking at the same time, making it impossible to understand anything. Silence. McGonagall yelled out, and the portraits instantly stopped. She was deputy headmistress. That means she has slight authority over them. Headmaster Phineas. Please explain what happened here. Phineas Black snorted. What happened? You were robbed blind, my dear. That's what happened. A man entered the room after blowing up the door. He was covered from head to toe in black and gray. He had a broom strapped onto his back. He then threw some marbles at us, and after a flash of bright light everything went dark. That's all that we saw. Who the hell did Dumbledore piss off this time? I told him his attitude was going to come back and bite him on the arse. Phineas, must you be so vulgar, especially at a time like this? McGonagall narrowed her eyes at the portrait who just sneered at her. Oh really? What are you going to do to stop me, oh mighty deputy? If I recall, and I should know considering I was headmaster once. You are supposed to assist Dumbledore in running the school. And as far as I can see, the school has never fallen so low in its entire history, including the witch hunts. Snape just waved his hand and all the portraits froze. They didn't have any time to waste. Find Hooch. Tell her to me, Septima, Baths, Haida and Phileas will check the sky for any man or woman flying a broom. Each of us will take one direction to track them down. McGonagall nodded. Right. Then the rest of us will handle the castle and calm down the students. I will call the Aurors. I know Albus would like to deal with this in-house. But not calling them now would make it even worse. Hogwarts was infiltrated, robbed, and attacked. The moment the intruder blasted the door, Albus should have been notified. I have no idea where he is at the moment. We can't wait for him. Call the Aurors and tell them that an intruder infiltrated and destroyed the headmaster's office. The professors are in pursuit and requesting assistance. I will be taking the west side. With that, Snape went to the broken wall as his robes bellowed behind him. He quickly unshrunk the broom he had in his pocket and left for the sky. Blimey. Why did he already have a broom on him? Hagrid said in surprise. Phileas just chuckled. He knew Snape's character well. That man has been ready to run for the past decade. He probably has his emergency supply trunk already on him. Oh well, let's see if we can even catch a glimpse of this mystery thief. Though I highly doubt it. If he is even as half as skilled as running as he is in infiltration, then we don't stand a chance. Chapter 70, Sword of Gryffindor. Word count. France. Ministère de la Magie. At the arriving point for the international portkey. The guard was calmly watching over while sipping on his coffee. The next portkey from England should be arriving at any second if anybody bought the ticket. Many people come to France for the beauty and the high-class magical restaurants. But by far the most visited magical location in the world is Spain. With its markets. The entire district is just one large marketplace. And it boasts the biggest underground market in the world both in size and numbers. However, considering it was a bit late in the day, nobody should be arriving from England. People are usually going back home at this time. Pop. A loud noise followed as the portkey was activated. Someone is coming to France in this hour. The guard stood up and looked at the person who came out of the portkey. An old man dressed in blinding bright purple robes and had a long beard. It took him a second to realize who it was and his face paled. Albus Dumbledore. Due to his actions. Or rather inactions, since he allowed Grindelwald to rampage across Paris and damage most of the magical zones. Dumbledore wasn't very welcome in France. He was actually blacklisted in the country for a while, but then he got into politics, got some important positions, and the ban was lifted. Even though the guard didn't like him, he had to be professional. Monsieur Dumbledore. Welcome to France. Are you here on business or pleasure? Dumbledore glanced at the guard's name tag. Good evening, Mr. Dupont. I am afraid I'm here on urgent business. The guard was grinning on the inside but let out a calm smile. Are you? Well then, let's hurry up with the procedures. Dumbledore was stunned, then he realized what was happening. They are still angry about Paris. That was decades ago, but he quickly composed himself. I'm sorry. But I am in a hurry to see my mentor. Nicholas Flamel. I have urgent business with him. The guard paused. Nicholas Flamel was one of the most powerful men in France. Even though he preferred to stay in the background. But the guard knew a secret. Well, an open secret that is talked among the ministry employees. Flamel and Dumbledore have a shaky relationship. And Nicholas was actually doing some things to get in Dumbledore's way. So there was no actual problem besides pissing Dumbledore off. I am old and tired. I have no children to worry about. Whatever that man might do to me, it will be worth it just for this moment. Oh, well, if it's for Mr. Flamel, then I must give it my best. Come, come. Mr. Dupont grabbed Dumbledore by the elbow and led him into the office to get started on the paperwork. Dumbledore came out of the office 10 minutes later with a furious expression. That insufferable little pig. I had to use legitimacy and a wandless compulsion to make him hurry up. Otherwise I would have been stuck there for even more time. Sadly as it sounds, it might have been better for me to go the legal route. Many eyes are watching over me at the moment. And as much as I would like to use force to deal with all of them, that is the way of beasts who cannot think. The best fights are those where the enemy is defeated before they even start. After walking for some time, Albus reached one of the checkpoints. These checkpoints were known to very few people in the world, and for a good reason. The person in charge of the checkpoint recognized Dumbledore and passed him a small slip of paper. The only way to get to the Flamel Mansion is through these checkpoints. Pernelli Flamel designed their defenses. Besides the frankly terrifying ward scheme that is constantly involving in a giant ward stone that is being charged through a ley line and natural energy over centuries. Their home is under a Fidelius charm. But they tweak the spell allowing for these temporary visitor pass. Once they leave the property they will forget everything about it. They could also forcefully remove the visitor's pass, meaning they could take away the information they have given away. After the information about their location appeared in his head, Dumbledore made his way to the Flamel Mansion. He apparat to the nearest possible point and proceeded to go on foot. But then stopped. The wards on his office back at Hogwarts were triggered and sent him an alert. He froze in place, his mind going as fast as it could. It was pre-planned. The stone. Then my office. I was the target. But how far? From the Wisengamot meeting. They were in the room. Watching me and my reactions. And just when things were getting heated, they chose that exact moment to strike. First they stole the stone through an unknown method, causing me to panic and rush back to Nicholas so that he can use his locator spell on the stone. Then while I was away, they struck again. This time my office. I can't feel my connection to Fox. That means they have my Phoenix and all of the valuable items there. They got me. I don't know who it is, but someone powerful is targeting me. Blast it all. I need to get to Nicholas. When he activates the tracking spell on the stone, I can find the location of the thief. Dumbledore hurried along, walking at a fast pace towards the mansion in the distance. Harry's safe house. Harry sighs as he sits down on a chair. He had done it. Man, that was a bit nerve-wracking. Can't believe I pulled it off. But I got everything I need. The stone is in the Chamber of Secrets. And I have the sorting hat along with Dumbledore's valuables. And I think I have an idea on how to get the sword out of the hat. While he was still disguised, Harry pulls out the hat from the box. Release me, yo dash. A wandless silencing spell for some peace and quiet. Harry just stared at the hat while he cast diagnostic spells on it. Now the hat had been enchanted to give the sword to anyone who needs it to protect Hogwarts from a great danger. Like the original Harry Potter did. That's the condition for the enchantment to activate. Now obviously Harry isn't stupid enough to risk his own life to protect the school. And setting loose the basilisk in the hallways to kill innocent children is just wrong. I mean, I am going to kill the basilisk for its parts. But it isn't a great danger until it actually poses a threat to the children. So what do I do? Scam it. Harry proceeds to split his mind into two parallel thoughts. A very useful magecraft and a clemency spell that Harry heavily abuses. His greatest strength is his mind, high processing power due to a clemency, mind rituals and magecraft spells along with parallel thoughts. And his innate nature as well. Harry put his hand inside the hat. His occlumency defending his mind except for the two selves or minds he had created. One of the minds will think heavily about destroying Hogwarts, massacring everybody and causing chaos. The other one would think all about saving Hogwarts at all costs. But he needs help. Effectively, one had become a great danger while the other a desperate hero who needs help. The mad genius used emotional occlumency to boost the feelings of those thoughts. An insane idea since it could backfire on him, messing with parallel thoughts and giving them emotions could lead to a dangerous situation. But it didn't, and suddenly, he felt a weight on his hand. A handle. The hat started to struggle and move around. But it was useless. Harry grinned as he grabbed the handle and pulled. Shhhhhhhh. A silvery sword was pulled out and it produced a lovely sound. The sword is made from pure goblin silver. It had a big ruby on the pommel and two on the sides of the guard. Along the blade there was an inscribing. Godric Gryffindor. Harry poured some magic into the blade and it flowed smoothly. Very smoothly. This caused him to raise an eyebrow. Interesting. Although it doesn't channel magic better than my wand, it's still as good as an average wizarding wand. I can easily cast spells with this, and this is most likely what Godric used it for. Wand in one hand and sword in the other. He could cast spells from both. Not bad, old man. Harry put away the sword. Now he just needs to add each poison he creates to the sword. And a new one-cut one-death sword like Murasame will be born. Harry put away the hat inside the box. If he was feeling kind, he might just drop it off on some tropical island. The little guy deserves it after being trapped inside a cold dark castle for 1,000 years. Now all I need to do is go back to Hogwarts. I need to synthesize the elixir for Melinda and Bella. Maybe even use the overwhelming vitality in the elixir in combination with blood magic to make Tori feel better. It doesn't really matter. The stone is in his hands and the only problem was that it couldn't leave Hogwarts. For now. Eventually he will crack the code of the stone and get rid of all the safety measures on it. Harry left in a teleportation circle to pick up some things, and in less than an hour he was at Hogsmeade and was making his way to Hogwarts. As he passed through the gates and hallways, he made sure students saw him as much as possible. Going purposefully to the crowded parts of Hogwarts. He had heard rumors and such. About how the castle was attacked. Crazy ideas about who this attacker might be. Conspiracy theories started to pop up. The Hogwarts rumor mill was going wild. Surprisingly, or actually not. Just as he arrived, the professors that were left in Hogwarts quickly called the prefects and ordered each student to return to their rooms. Something that they really should have done before he had arrived. They waited for him specifically. Why did they make such a stupid decision? Harry had no idea. He entered the Lord's quarters and was about to relax and have a drink. Only to find Hope standing near the entrance with her arms crossed and a frown on her face. Harry, while you were away doing your Lord things, someone infiltrated and blew up Dumbledore's office. It was a very big explosion, but surprisingly a lot of things were missing. Like the Phoenix, the sorting hat and a lot of books. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? It was then that Harry remembered the nagging feeling at the back of his head. The one that stuck to him since he was in the ministry. The feeling that he had forgotten something. I forgot to tell Hope about the office heist. Even with his brilliant mind. Some small things slip away unless he focuses on it to remember it. Something that he didn't do this time. Well, crap. There goes my relaxing afternoon. Chapter 71, Flamel Mansion. Yo guys. Sorry for the wait. I said I would upload more and I plan to. But the people at work are so fucking incompetent. I came back and it was chaos. I was like, the fuck did you all do? I was only gone for 3 weeks. I came back and they're like, you are finally here. We are understaffed as hell but hey, won't hire new people. They shuffled things around. Made things work. New work plan that doesn't work. This week was fucking hell. I barely wrote anything this week. Just went home and fell asleep. FML. Anyway, here is the chap. Word count 2300. Ah. It has been many years since I have been here, Dumbledore thought to himself as he stood in front of the deceptively normal gate. Perhaps due to their age, or maybe it was something that they always had. The Flamel couple tried to show off their wealth in the most subtle ways while appearing relatively modest. Their gate, despite its normal size and appearance. Something you would find in the less wealthy wizarding purebloods. It was actually made completely of orichalcum, a magical alloy that is incredibly difficult to create. Mostly because of its properties to dispel magic. Orichalcum shield or clothes will block most magic, an orichalcum dagger can pierce a protego. It's not perfect and a lot of magic can negate some of its effects. It strangely synergizes well with wards and barriers. So it negates direct magic and synergizes with support magic. That also justifies the price of several thousand galleons per gram. The gates opened and there was a passageway to continue, made of just some large stone plates that looked like the ones you could find anywhere in the wilderness. But this one a trick. This pathway led to the main house. From the sides of the pathway there were many glass greenhouses. The stones on the pathway were from a much bigger rock pulled from the depths of the sea. These stones store and redistribute water. Extremely useful for the next deception. Just normal greenhouses? I think not. Albus scoffed in his mind. These greenhouses are perhaps the most expensive thing here. 6 centuries of work, perfecting these. The Flamels boast the largest and most rarest greenhouses in the world. On the magical side, of course. Each small greenhouse was twice the size of a Quidditch field. Most of their plants take decades to mature, some even a full century. They use some of their plants to trade and gather many other materials. Now to their actual home. If an ordinary person saw this house, it would appear normal to him. Just a slightly bigger house than what the Muggles have. But for those who know, they understand why it is called a mansion. The house was made entirely from stones found in magical mines. Each stone was a different size and shape and was meticulously carved with runes so that it connected to another stone. Because the stone was at its most raw state and hasn't been processed, unlike the stones from Hogwarts. They could store magic and the flow of magic was stronger. And even more impressive is that the house was built over 2 undercrossing ley lines. Nicholas paid quite the price to buy this land. But thanks to that and in ginormous high-quality ward stone. The house was impenetrable and could even stop a low ultimate class for a while. Pernelli Flamel was a Grandmaster Warder. She gets many contracts from the supernatural world to design their defenses. A warder with more than 600 years of experience. Her services don't come cheap. While some species have their own ward masters. For some reason or another they aren't as good as humans. This is mostly because of how mana works with their genetics. For the underworld, wards made by devils will obviously be stronger since devils use demonic power. Mana enters their body and gets turned into demonic power. Same with angels in heaven with holy energy and the fallen with their normal light element. But for the human world, wards made by humans are the best. Since their mana is neutral. Even yokai and other factions hire humans to do the job. But warders are usually arrogant old men who think they know best, because warders are always in demand. And Pernell has made many friends with her calm and easygoing attitude. And since she invents new wards every decade or so, she has all her old clients coming for an upgrade. As soon as he entered past the gate, Dumbledore felt the guest right they have applied to the wards. Since he was invited here as a guest, if he were to attack or do something against the Flamels, the wards would activate and target him with double the strength since he broke the guest right. The closer Dumbledore came to the house, the more he felt the wards oppress him. They are a lot stronger than the last time I was here, he frowned as he reached the doors. The doors swung open and Nicholas was there to welcome him. Except the old man didn't look so welcoming. Albus. I didn't expect you to be here. Didn't we agree that you would only come here to return my stone to me, the old man said with his head slightly tilted. As expected of my teacher. He pulls off the senile old man act better than me, Dumbledore mused. Nicholas, there has been a development. A terrible one. Someone snuck into Hogwarts and stole the mirror along with the stone. Nicholas froze for a split second before relaxing a bit and frowning. Stole it. Didn't you boast about how great the defenses in Hogwarts are? And that you even added more on top of that? You gave me your word that the stone would be safe. We made a hayas. Nicholas. This is no time for blame. They got past 200 layers of defense. Without tripping any trap. Even I couldn't have done that. I think they are from the other side. I can't let Nicholas know that he made a hayas with my fake personality. He must already be suspicious by my previous acting. Or he thinks that I have truly started to go senile. Nicholas sat down in the chair as an elf brought both of them tea. The other side, huh? So the supernatural world finally got involved with me. Pretty stupid of whoever it was. It's common knowledge that many people owe us a lot of favors. Looks like I need to remind the world again that the Flamels are not easy targets. You said that you have the stone marked. That you can find it anywhere in the world, Dumbledore pressed. He wanted Nicholas to hurry up. He needed the location of the stone so he could quickly return to Hogwarts. Who knows what damage the thief might have done, or more importantly what he has taken from his office. I can. But strangely enough you seem to be in a hurry to return my stone. Even after you escaped the punishment of the hayas, Nicholas already saw through him. Quite frankly, you were more unpredictable the last time we spoke. Well, of course. That's why I made the other personality. But he will drag this out if I don't admit it. My office was breached while I was on my way here, he gritted out. Nicholas smiled, as he calmly drank his tea. So this isn't about me getting the stone back. This is about you finding out where the thief is. Yes. And I would appreciate it if we make haste. Tack. Nicholas put down his cup. And why would I do that for you? Did you think I would do it just because you asked? What do you want? Albus had already predicted that things would end up this way. The old man just smiled. He enjoyed seeing this cocky brat struggle. The reason he took Albus as a student in the first place is because he wanted another opponent to toy with. He was unrivaled in alchemy and needed some more competitors to liven up the profession. What I want is simple. Give me all the information you have on Harry Potter. Including the prophecy you are keeping hidden from the world. Nicholas asked seriously, causing Dumbledore to freeze. Why would you wish to know that? That's for me to know, and it isn't of any concern, Nicholas said in a no-nonsense tone. People are getting interested in the boy. There is a situation I can exploit to get some rare materials. Not to mention his pots are driving Pernelli mad. Interesting little things. No matter how much we lower our aura and magic, or how much we seal away. As long as we enter a 5-meter radius they crack. What could he want with Harry Potter? Dumbledore mused on the possible scenarios. But then decided to give up. It doesn't matter. Whatever his intentions are with Harry are none of my concern. The boy will die. Now or later doesn't really matter. But it would be best if it was later, after I have taken everything that he has and reclaimed the Hallows. Fine. Flamel clapped his hands. Excellent. Now let's make our way to the library. He stood up and started to walk. Dumbledore followed behind silently to the place where he had spent many days in his youth. And the place of his many frustrations. Flamel's library. A collection of rare and powerful tomes and magic. Oh, how he had wished to read them all. But Nicholas only allowed him to go to the beginner's alchemy section and something from the intermediate. Everything else was warded shut. The library was huge. Much bigger than Hogwarts. Even though Hogwarts is older, Nicholas is richer. Since he has the stone, that means he possesses infinite gold. He can buy whatever he wants, and he does so. Dumbledore looked at the jovial old man. He was obviously not amused when he heard about the stone's disappearance, but he was not worried. It takes a great degree of knowledge to use the stone. And he can just hire people to get it back. A lot of money and a favor from Nicholas is better than a useless red rock. And if Nicholas finds out they try to sell it to some other alchemist. Well, there are plenty of people he made examples of in the past. Nicholas pulls on a specific book and a secret passage opened up. He turned to Dumbledore with a small smirk. How cliché, Dumbledore kept his facial expression still. Seeing that Albus was not reacting, Nicholas sighed. Young people these days. They just don't appreciate the classics. This time Dumbledore's eyebrow twitched. Young. I'm so old that I would have died of old age if I wasn't powerful as I was. He really knows how to get under a person's skin. Nicholas led them to a small room. Dumbledore recognized some of the writing and runes on the walls. A divination ritual room. A powerful one. There are many rare stones and objects here to increase the strength of the scrying ritual. The stone already has a locator spell on it. The scrying ritual is just to make sure the stone is found on the first try. If he tried to locate it the normal way, the thief would just increase the anti-divination defenses around the stone. He saw Nicholas go for the normal locator spell. Are you not going to use the ritual? Flamel smiled. Nah, the ritual is very expensive and frankly I don't believe the thief is very skilled. He is obviously insulting me. By saying the thief isn't skilled, that means I am even weaker than the thief since he managed to rob me. Blast this man. If he wasn't stronger than me I would have killed him already. Albus, you said the stone was stolen, correct? Nicholas said in a strange tone. Yes, Nicholas. They took the mirror and raided my office as well. Then why does my spell say that the stone is still in Hogwarts? Hogwarts. Familiar POV. Hope was chastising Harry for always being so reckless. She was his bodyguard, yet he kept leaving her behind. The snakes were amused. They are so cute together. Sabrina the Malabar Pit Viper watched in joy as Harry was getting yelled at. Harry had enough and kissed Hope to keep her quiet. About time, but I still don't get why they waited, Salazar grumbled before closing his eyes again. We know. You are hapless in things like this. Selena tapped him on the back with the back of her tail. Salazar returned just by smacking her over the head with his tail. Lionesses were cuddling with Astoria. Yay, Hope's wish came true, Kiara said happily. Nice going, girl, Nala roared out a bit. What are they doing? Why is he kissing her on the mouth instead of the cheek? Astoria tilted her head. Normally girls her age already know what kissing is. But since she had a scumbag as a father, she never saw a real kiss, only the kisses her mother and Daphne do to her. Nala's roar startled Hope and she pulled away, turning towards the group she saw that all eyes are on her. Harry just smirked, realized what she was thinking. Hope smacked his chest a few times before leaving the room with her face entirely red. Zeno the Thunderbird was looking at himself in the mirror, trying to find the coolest pose and ignoring the whole situation. Harry looked at the situation and scratched his cheek. Whatever. It all worked out in the end. Now I need to extract the elixir from the stone. Frankly, I completely understand the term waka waka now. He grinned as he felt his mana course through his body, his emerald eyes lit up slightly. Not even 2 months into Hogwarts yet I already have the stone. Now that's what I call progress. And now that I do have it, time to accelerate even faster. Harry Potter is going in the Industrial Age. A/N. Industrial Age. I am a huge Civ 6 fan. I love playing it, I love the freaking challenge. It makes me think. I go out of my way to make Deity, LVL 8, even harder. I'm getting my ass kicked almost every single game. I hold on but it's hard to win. Once I get better with it, I'm going to add a mod that adds 5 more difficulties and another mod that makes the AI smarter. But I rarely play now, don't have the time. Chapter 72, New Magic. Word count. What? Dumbledore stared blankly at Nicholas. The stone is in Hogwarts. I can't get any more specific than that, Nicholas replied calmly, but on the inside he was feeling some excitement. The thief must be reasonably skilled. He must have noticed the thing I hid in the innermost part of the stone. That alone is quite a feat. It requires some knowledge of soul magic to be able to see the core through all the souls in the stone. It is well known that I can track my stone. But nobody knows how I do it. In the past when it was taken from me they just put it under anti-divination wards or hide it in a difficult place like the bottom of some sea reef. But this one saw through it. And hid it in probably the best location possible. Hogwarts is filled with mysteries and hidden rooms. It's impossible to check all of them. Or to even find it. Dumbledore was stunned. Hogwarts. Why would the stone be in Hogwarts? Did the thief return it? Why? Because he couldn't figure out how to use it. Is that why he attacked my office? No. That's just stupid. Why did the thief return it? Think, Albus. As Dumbledore was using a clemency to speed up his thoughts, he reached an answer. To hide it and to set a trap. In his mind it was the most logical answer. The thief has been one step ahead of him all day. And now conveniently the stone was returned to his seat of power. Where he was at his strongest. No, the stone was bait. And if he wanted it back, he must set off the trap. This is turning out to be quite interesting, Flamel smiled, snapping Albus out of his thoughts. Now why don't you start telling me about Mr. Potter as we make our way to Hogwarts? I haven't been in that castle for almost 2 centuries. It's good to stretch my legs a bit when you get to my age. Oh, this is turning out to be the start of a great day. Wonderful. The last thing I needed was someone usurping my authority in Hogwarts. Blast this maniac. I find it difficulty to handle him, even after all those years studying under him. To him everything is a game for his own amusement. Hogwarts. Harry's quarters. Sigh high. Harry sighed depressingly. He was on the couch face down and sulking. Everybody was giving him strange looks. Daphne glanced at him before resuming her studies. Astoria had books on transfiguration. Her priority was to become an animagus. And possibly a potion mistress as she had the talent for it. Tori stood up and approached Harry. What's wrong? You were so happy earlier. She poked him a few times but gained no reaction. Hope patted the girl on the head. Harry got some bad news. He needs a new cauldron from China. But a war started out between some clans, and it grew bigger. Now the entire area is a war zone. Harry was really looking forward to the next expensive model. One that could actually withstand his experiments. Harry sighed even harder. It's not just that it's a war zone. The whole thing got so overboard that the Jade Emperor's court is getting involved. The Taoists were on the move to calm things down, but it would take a few months, maybe a year, for things to become peaceful again. That means Harry has to use subpar cauldrons for his experiments, slowing down his progress. So he was sad because the stupid cultivators ruined his moment. Jade Emperor's court. China's main supernatural faction. Harry just waved his hand as it wasn't really important at the moment. Fucking cultivators. If the Tians die because of this shit, I'm nuking the ones who killed them and the people that started the fucking war. Why don't you just make your own cauldron? Seems like a thing you would do. Potter's cauldron, Hope asked with a confused face. Harry sat up and scratched his head. It isn't that simple. I am a scientist, Hope. Not an artisan. The pots I make are different. They are created using science and magic. Not skill. An artisan trains their whole life to be able to produce top-tier items. Items that I need for my experiments. If I started to learn metal working and cauldron making, it would take me at least 10 years at the bare minimum to make anything near the Tians level. They have been studying and improving their craft for centuries. Same with other professions, blacksmithing, glassmaking. All the items that I buy are premium quality. So that I can maximize my productivity and eliminate any chance of error as much as possible. Hope thought about it, and she had to admit, what Harry said was reasonable. It was also why he was diversifying the things that he was teaching his family and his other workers. Why have Andromeda, Ophelia, or any of others study potion making? It isn't efficient. Let the most talented one become a portioner and handle all the potion making decisions while the others learn some other field. I'm going in the forest to loot again. Maybe it will cheer me up. Harry stood up only for Hope to stop him. Nope. You told me to stop you if you wanted to leave. Dumbledore needs to see you here at Hogwarts and not out there causing a mess. Harry's face fell. Right. I did say that. Damn me and my smart decisions. Hope deadpanned. He was hopeless. Frankly, she was thinking that Harry would still be this way even if the world was burning down. On second thought, he would probably just open up a tiny realm or something and pull us along with his house in it. Food for thought. So what do you plan on doing now? She sat down and pulled Harry's head in her lap. I need to wait a bit until I use the stone. Dumbledore is most likely rushing back here. And if I was the old man, I would probably want to check on me. Seeing as I am an unpredictable variable. But luckily for me, a lot of people saw me after leaving the Wisengamot. Thank God I don't have to go back there. That's Andromeda's problem now. Right, keep forgetting that fucker is dead. Hope raised an eyebrow. Harry always had this dislike about the Christian God. And it wasn't because the church burned witches and wizards. Harry could care less about them. Why do you dislike him so much? God, I mean. Harry scowled. Because he is a hypocrite. It's mostly due to pity for the angels. He created them, his children, and forced unreasonable demands on them. Araquiel, the angel of knowledge. He made her guard and maintain his library. Yet some of the books were forbidden for her. And what happened? She fell one day because of curiosity. Her entire life, her existence. Damned for eternity. Because the bastard practically engendered situations for his children to fall. The ones who passed the test stayed angels, his faithful, loyal and obedient servants. The ones who fell were discarded. The thing that really pisses me off is that he breaks his own rules all the time. He is a thief, probably one of the most famous ones. Leakin, Nemean lion, Tiamat's womb, absolute demise, the spirit of an ice princess. Nereid Kyrie, soul of the king of Atlantis. Aeon Baylor, eye of Baylor, along with a tiny bit of his spirit. Heaven has waged many wars. And he used all the spoils he took to create weapons for humanity. That's true now. It's the only reason I lived after all. But if you look at the statistics from the olden days, the humans who gained the most sacred gears were part of the church. What a coincidence, right? Hope fell silent. So did Daphne and Tori. The little girl didn't quite understand, but she knew Harry was upset. How do you know this? Melinda has never spoken about it. Harry smirked. Supernatural black market. Heaven tries to hide this, but they made a lot of enemies, who actually go out of their way to spread the news. Why don't the other people declare war on Heaven then? Daphne, who was silent until now, spoke up. I mean, if he is dead, then isn't this the perfect moment to strike? Harry shook his head. On the contrary. It's the worst moment to strike. Heaven has the most gathered faith of any pantheon on earth. They have a suicide switch. If any faction attacks them, they will drag that faction down with them. And in the first place, the news of God's death isn't exactly well known amongst the masses. Only gods and leaders know this stuff. Along with some other people. Then how do you know? You never explained that, Hope said in a curious voice. Harry already knew beforehand, but he also had a good excuse. A real one. When my poison started being a big hit in the underworld, I was approached by some people who have a high position. They said they could offer me a place on the table, so to speak. But I have to pay an enormous price. Along with a seat on the table, I also get to learn a big secret. That secret was God's death. They were just arrogant scumbags. One of them probably learned it somewhere and sold it to his associates for a large amount of money. And that kept going on and on, until it became what it is today. They still do keep it a secret. After all, if the masses of the factions knew, they would demand an attack on heaven. And if the leaders didn't want a coup, they would have to do it. And unlike popular opinion, war is bad for business. Sure, they can make huge profits short term. But then the problems start. Businesses start to get eliminated. Weaker ones get absorbed. Then you quickly run out of stock and know where to find it, pressured by powerful figures to make more. It's just not possible to sustain long term unless you are a big company with a lot of shit prepared for the future. Hence, even scumbags in the black market want peace. Peace means people are satisfied, and it's much easier to make deals when you are not hunted or when everybody is not on guard looking for spies. Daphne was just staring at Harry before looking at the ceiling. 2 months. Merely 2 months ago, my biggest problem was Astoria's health, my asshole father, and getting married to Malfoy. Now I have to worry about a supernatural world war because of the whims of gods, demons, and everything else. What is even my life? Maybe I should start learning enchanting and warding. Just in case things go to hell, I can find a cave, ward it heavily, and save Mum and Tori. That seems like the way to go. Oh, I invented a new spell, Harry said offhandedly. Hope suddenly was overcome with dread. Is it a version of the Black Plague? No. It is surprisingly difficult to find a strain of the bubonic plague, Harry confessed, making Hope deadpan, so he did try but wasn't able to find the materials. You will not revive the Black Plague. Hope pressed her finger on his chest. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Harry. That plague killed 50% of Europe from 1346 to 1353. 50 million people died. Hope poked his chest with her finger. Frankly, I call bullshit. Some gods or evil dragons are most likely the cause. Either way, it's way too dangerous to mess around. Harry, you experiments blow up at least 2 times a week. What do you think will happen if you mess around with the Black Plague? Harry opened his mouth, then quickly closed it, point taken. Hope just sighed. What is this new magic that you have developed? Harry grinned and waved his hand. All of a sudden, yellow lights started appearing. They connected, undercrossed, and made various shapes. In a few minutes there was a keyboard and screens made out of light. A second after that, an illusion was layered on top of it. Hope reached out to touch the illusion, but contrary to her expectation, she was able to touch it. How? She said in awe. She hasn't seen or heard of anything like this. Science and magic. The basis for the spell is actually a modified lumos as the foundation. I layered an illusion over it to make it look better and to actually see the screen. This spell is connected directly into my mind via clemency and legilimency. That means I can write and pull up any memory I want. The reason I made this is because humans for some reason think faster when they are writing or typing something down rather than just solving it in our minds. This little spell boosted my efficiency by 12%. Now this surprised Hope. Harry was all about efficiency. Training his occlumency like a madman. Using magecraft spells to increase his brain function to think faster and have more thought processes at once. He even used mind rituals. And on top of that, this spell increased his efficiency by 12%. I swear, with each month he is getting more and more absurd. What will you call this magic? Harry smiled as he started to type something and pull out a couple of memories to prove that it works. Welcome the newest addition to our family magics. I call it Archive. Dumbledore and Nicholas finally arrived in Hogwarts through the flow from the Ministry. All they saw was destroyed furniture. Torn books, papers, and debris all over the office. A secret room that has been emptied. And a giant hole in the wall. Who they really did a number on your office, didn't they? Nicholas smiled. He was enjoying the moment. He lived for moments like these. Dumbledore just clenched his fists and teeth. How dare they? When I find them I will skin them alive. He quickly composed himself. This was no time to get angry. He needed to calm down. Calm down. Don't lash out like some crazy waves. Keep it contained. Like the calm before the storm. Wait for the perfect moment to strike, he kept telling himself, and slowly his mind cleared. There was no time to lose. As soon as he arrived he felt the wards latch back onto him. There were many strong magical signatures here. Aurors most likely. He needed to handle the situation delicately. First of all he needs to get rid of the Cerberus on the 3rd floor. I shall go meet the staff. What will you be doing? He turned to his teacher who just looked at him with an amused smile. It's been a while since I have visited Hogwarts. Don't mind me. I'm just going to stretch my legs a bit around. Dumbledore just frowned. So he wants to search for the stone by himself. Well, he can feel free to try. I have been in this school for a century. Very few know its secrets like I do. He will come to ask me for my help anyway. But I have bigger things to worry about now. Like dealing with the sheep and the fact that Hogwarts was attacked. Do as you wish. Dumbledore said those words and left the office. Flamel, seeing this, just chuckled before he pulled out another device. A compass. Believe me, I shall. Now, let's see how precise I can make this. Oh, how exciting. I feel like I'm a treasure hunter again. Onwards to adventure, he chuckled to himself and left the office to officially start the search for the stone. A/N. Fairy Tale Archive Magic. Chapter 73, Christmas Holiday. Word count. December 22nd. 1991, time waits for no one. Not even a genius magical mad scientist. 2 more months had passed and now it was time for the Christmas holidays. Quite a few things have changed during the past 2 months. First of all, the students were confused by a old white-haired old man wandering the halls. It caused quite a scene when the students learned that this was Nicholas Flamel. The immortal alchemist. The alchemist savant. Even after searching for 2 weeks, Dumbledore and Nicholas still couldn't find anything. Nor any suspects. It became obvious that if they wanted to search the whole castle thoroughly they would need a lot more time. So it was decided that Nicholas would be here as a temporary alchemy teacher. Something Dumbledore was not pleased about. After all, with Nicholas here he was constantly reminded of his lack of authority and control. Due to the deal they made, Nicholas gained all the information Albus had on Harry Potter, including the prophecy. But when Nicholas heard it, he laughed. He was quite amused, seeing through Dumbledore's plan for Voldemort and Harry Potter. But then again, it was a simple plan. Voldemort gets revived. He kills Harry Potter. Fulfills the prophecy. Dumbledore kills Voldemort and becomes once again the greatest and most powerful man in Britain. His name etched into history as the man who defeated 2 Dark Lords, further spreading his influence to help him in his goal of achieving true immortality. Dumbledore knows better than to go around breaking a prophecy. Just the act of breaking one has immediate devastating results. Assuming you survived that, the long-term consequences start. You broke a prophecy made by fate. And she does not take kindly to anyone that crosses her. Now while Dumbledore and Flamel were both searching for the stone, Harry was busy with his projects as well. He had actually denied attending the alchemy class, surprising the staff, since they were sure he would go for it. But what they didn't know is that Harry already had those lessons. It was quite a common concept among the extremely rich wizards abroad. They find a school alumni who was good at occlumency and get a copy of all the lessons they want. Harry bought the lessons that Flamel occasionally gives out in Beauxbatons Academy. They were expensive, of course. But none of them touched on any of the secrets of alchemy that Flamel had. So he doubted Flamel would even teach anything at the level of those memories. Since the students of Hogwarts don't know what alchemy even is, he is teaching complete beginners, and attending those lessons would be a waste of time. Another reason why Harry didn't go is that he was avoiding Flamel like a plague. The man is old and experienced. He wanted to minimize any chance that would give him away. So he just acted like himself and ignored everybody, making it less suspicious. Harry was working on improving his pot production. He was creating and optimizing the whole process, as well as working on ward scheme designs for his manor. He had the entire thing in a 3D model inside his head, which he creates in front of him using his archive magic. Then he proceeds to write runes in each brick and connecting them all. After that it's just many calculations to troubleshoot it and work out all the problems. Harry plans to automate the entire thing in a factory machine line, so that once he is done, he can leave it behind and he can focus on other projects. He hasn't even begun with Salazar and Helga's legacies, as well as Helena's Jagai body. And so we reach the present time. Harry Group POV. Boom. Fuck. Harry's voice was heard as he was flung back with his hex barrier sphere around him. Harry. Stop messing around, we need to leave, Hope called out as she finished the last of the packing. Harry stood up and dusted off his clothes. He looked at her with a confused expression. Leave? To go where? I still need to finish up some experiments. Hope tried really hard not to facepalm. How in the world does he not remember? He has perfect recall. Does his brain automatically delete information he considers useless? Harry. Today is the last day. It's time for the Christmas break. Harry blinked, before scratching his head. Oh right. That was today. Damn it. What? Hope's head popped out of the doorway. I was so not looking forward to this. I have to make so many appearances and deal with people bullshit. I have another press conference in France and the US. Hope deadpanned. Wow, it's so difficult being popular and rich. Taking a few hours out of your day to answer some questions. See, you get it now. Harry smiled at her. Hope only shook her head. Antisocial mad scientist. Let's go. Melinda is very excited about not having back pain anymore. Harry stood up and stretched. Yeah. I have been going to the Chamber of Secrets to create batches of elixir. I just stores them in bottles and leaves them there. I tested it on rats and other animals. But I have yet to test it on humans. The elixir was a bit difficult to figure out how it's made. But he eventually figured out that the souls in the stone are transmuted into a large amount of vitality or life force. So Melinda is going to have to wait a bit. Well, until I find some rouge exorcist to test it on first. No. I need an old squib as well. For better results. Huh. Now that I think about it, I can kill two birds with one stone. I can use the old squib hag on Privet Drive, little whinging. And I can kill the Durslies as well. Hope raised an eyebrow. Why would you need to kill them? Because I'm an idiot. Harry just sighed. I completely forgot about them until recently. The bitch is my aunt. That means blood magic is always an option. I'd rather not have such an obvious weakness. Hope nodded. Then it's fine. As long as it's for our safety, then I don't mind. Let's go. Might as well get a head start. Daphne and Astoria are with Tracy, Hope said in a humorous tone. That girl was fun but also crazy. Harry just sighed. What kind of 11-year-old girl is willing to sign an NDA just so she could join our super secret clubhouse? But then again, it was a smart decision on her part. She gets to stay with her friend and learn shit. In exchange for silence and doing a few favors for me in the future. I have no idea what to do with that girl. But as long as Daphne and Astoria are happier, then it's fine. Hope bumped him with her shoulder. You are getting used to their presence. I might go as far and say you are nice to them, she said with a small grin. Harry raised an eyebrow. Someone has been getting cocky lately. She just stuck out her tongue. Well, I have been training a lot more lately. What kind of bodyguard would I be if I was too weak? Hope flexed her arm and her nails grew longer and short fur appeared on her arm. All of a sudden some blood started to form from her fingertips. Coating the nails and trails of blood appeared on her hand and arm. The Libra sure have interesting techniques. If you haven't shown me their fights, I would have never created this. She flicked her finger at Harry's face, who just formed a barrier in his hand and put his hand behind his back where the attack appeared. Harry smirked. This is why I insist that people who talk about pure blood are morons. If you weren't who you are, this would be impossible. Attacks that travel through space. It's due to your unique constitution that you can accomplish this. Hope just scoffed. Please, like you can't bend space to do the same. Even though she said that, she was very bashful now. That's another concept. I'm calculating and bending space. You will it, and it appears. Almost like devil magic. You were inspired by the werewolf who uses blood magic to phase through things. Wizarding magic helped you create it. And I gave you some calculations to stabilize it. Frankly, most of the time it's not even worth it for me to do it. I can still use space magic, but why bother when I can just blow my enemy sky high? It's like your goal is to cross the street. But instead of going straight across, you are going diagonally in a zigzag pattern. It's still doable, but so unnecessary I just don't bother. I'll study it in the future when I'm strong enough to do some interesting things with space magic. For you, using space/blood magic is the simplest way. Well done, Hope. Hope flushed in embarrassment. Well, can I get a reward? She said in a low whisper-like voice. Harry immediately understood what she wanted. Sure, his words made her perk up and she closed her eyes. But after a few seconds she realized nothing happened. She peeked open her eyes and saw Harry standing there with a shit-eating grin. What's wrong? Aren't you going to claim your reward? Hope realized what Harry was doing. You are a bully. Her face got even redder. She walked near him and kissed him on the lips and quickly ran out of the room. Harry chuckled as he saw this, but then sighed. God, I am not looking forward to puberty again. I'd be lucky if I get anything done with those raging hormones. Well, lust is easily taken care of. But the adrenaline and aggressiveness that comes with it. Well, sorry to any future enemies of mine. On the train back, Harry sat there with his eyes closed. All of a sudden he smirks. He felt something skin his trunk for something. Elf magic. Harry didn't take any elixir with him. Since he predicted that Dumbledore would send elves on the train to check the trunks of students. Just in case, someone wanted to smuggle the stone or an elixir in one of the students' trunks. After we go off the train, I'll teleport back in and use the dark forest entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I'll take some of the batches of elixir I have made beforehand. The stone stays right where it's always been, hidden inside a small hole I created in the chamber and covered up. Ugh. My head hurts. Why math? Whyy? Tracy yelled out while clutching her head. I know. Tonks did the same. Math is evil. It's torture. It's not that hard, Daphne commented while she was reading a book about equations. Doesn't matter how difficult it was. Math, physics, and chemistry were essential for magecraft. Just have to push through. Come on, little one, you have to have some tips for your senior, Tonks said in a hopeful tone. Tracy was right by her, nodding her head in agreement. Have you tried not sucking? Harry smiled with his eyes closed. Shut it. Tonks pointed her finger at him. Child geniuses aren't allowed to talk. Yeah. Tracy pumped her fist. You tell him, sister. Daphne raised her head and looked unamused at the two girls. They were making too much noise and it was distracting. Have tried studying? Tracy gasped and looked at Tonks. He has corrupted her. Tonks grabbed her arms. The charisma of Dark Lord Potter is impressive. We must be on guard. Daphne ignored them both and went back to reading. Hope was playing cards with Astoria while Harry was enjoying the joyful mood. Yeah. This is fine for now. Chapter 74, Christmas Break. Word count. I'm going to delete my Discord. I don't have the time to be there, the server is dead, and people just keep spamming arrow gifs. So yeah. Maybe once I get my shit together, I will start another one. Dumbledore and Flamel POV. We searched for 2 months. And nothing. The elves scoured the entire castle looking for a red stone. Nothing. They even searched through the lost and found room, where all the useless and forgotten things end up in Hogwarts. They only brought a few rubies and that was it. Dumbledore said as he sipped on his fire whiskey. Yes, Nicholas said in a somber tone. He had thought that the stone would end up in his hands by now. But it seems like this thief is smarter than he gave him credit for. They have searched throughout the castle, in hidden rooms. Yet there was no sign of the stone. Well then, Albus. Is there someplace else that we haven't looked in? Dumbledore thought about it and nodded yes. Mr. Potter's quarters and the Chamber of Secrets are the only ones I can think of. Chamber of Secrets. I don't recall ever hearing about that, Flamel said with a raised eyebrow and a slightly accusing tone. They have searched for 2 months yet now he finds the need to tell him about another room. Dumbledore sighed. He really wished he didn't have to deal with Nicholas for the past 2 months. He makes scheming extremely difficult because the man does his best to annoy him. A hidden room made by Salazar Slytherin. It's only accessible to their bloodline and must be opened with a Parselmouth. The chamber can't be forced to open. I have tried getting in. If we force our way through, the entrance will collapse. And the chamber will be blocked forever. And do pray tell who has any blood relation to Slytherin at the moment. Tom Riddle, or as he is known now as Voldemort. Flamel chuckled. You must really regret killing his host now. Dumbledore just gave him a pointed look. I don't believe it's in Mr. Potter's room. He was there with me when the theft happened. And his position makes it politically difficult for me to make a move on him. There is also the fact that I don't want to go in his room. Over the past few months that he has been here, there have been regular explosions happening in his room due to his potion experiments. And he is the type of petty person that would most likely put some of those unstable mixtures as a trap for someone who gets his password wrong. Ah yes. Nicholas smiled. That boy is interesting. I assumed that he would rush in to learn alchemy from me like all the other students. But the boy didn't give me the time of day. How refreshing. And wise of him. Due to his connections with Vincent, he can easily get some alchemy teachers to teach him what I teach now in classes here. So he focuses his time on further improving himself. Nicholas stood up and patted his knees. Well, let's see this chamber, shall we? Why? We cannot open it. Not without Voldemort doing it for us. Flamel clicked his tongue a few times. Have you learned nothing from me? Just because you can't do it, that doesn't mean someone else can't. King's Cross Station. Harry and his group just got out of the train and naturally he was surrounded by reporters. Despite hating people, he was still polite to the press. Only an idiot would mouth off to the journalists and reporters. Good public image means better sales for him. More money equals more experiments. Okay, everybody. I don't have a lot of time on my hands, so how about you ask quick questions and I answer them? I don't want to bother other people. The reporters quickly started their questions. Harry Potter was a hot topic. And everybody was interested in anything that he does. Lord Potter, how was Hogwarts in your opinion? Boring. How were the classes? Lacking. What are your opinions on the new teacher, the famous immortal alchemist? Nicholas Flamel. Don't know, never spoke to the man, I don't attend his classes either. Excuse me, but why not? Didn't you say you would like to learn all magic? I'm constantly improving my skills as a Podiwunner and looking to improve my pots. And I am still young. There is time for me to learn alchemy later. Did you like Quidditch? After a few more minutes, Harry ended the interview and started walking towards Andromeda and Ophelia, who were waiting for them. M.O.M. Astoria rushed to Ophelia, who gladly hugged her daughter. She missed her daughters a lot. This was the first time they were separated for this long. Even the reserved and serious Daphne went in for a hug. Andy hugged her daughter. Nymphadora, I trust you haven't been a good role model for these girls. Don't call me that. The older girl whined while her hair shifted into red and orange colors. Andy sighed, guess I was right. Hope, thank you for keeping everybody in line. She turned to the Tribird, who blushed a bit under the prize. It was no problem, Miss Tonks. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to get a small gift for Melinda and Bella, Harry said with a small smile. They had already talked about this before. Harry was playing the nice guy for the public. Take care, Andromeda just gave him a small wave. There will be food ready when you come back, Ophelia commented as she hugged her daughters. Hope just stared intensely at him, as if transmitting a message through her eyes. Please don't do anything stupid. Harry only replied with a small smirk, before he snapped his fingers. In a span of a single second he disappeared bit by bit. As expected of him, Tonks only sighed. An 11-year-old just pulled off a wandless disillusionment charm. It took her so long to get that one right. Hope sniffed the air. No sound or scent either. And I think there is a repulsion ward around him, one that makes people unconsciously move away, like they are walking into a street sign. Tonks deadpanned, that's a bit overkill, ain't it? Hope looked at her with the same face, that's Harry. His middle name is Overkill. Ah. Yeah, I can see that, Tonks nodded wisely, whatever. Screw the mad scientist. For now there is only one thing that matters. Food, she fist-pumped. Ice cream. Little Astoria also raised her hand in the air. During the train ride, Tonks corrupted her into the way of the foodie. Andromeda facepalmed when she saw her daughter. Good grief, girl. You are 17 years old. You should not be on the same mental wavelength as a child. Let's just go home, Andromeda sighed, and the group started to walk away. Forbidden Forest. Pop. 10 meters above the trees Harry operated in. He slowed down his momentum using a spell and landed on a tree branch. Let's finish this quickly and leave. Harry goes inside the chamber from the entrance in the dark forest. He goes invisible again and reaches a certain boulder. He lifts it up and there was a stone staircase leading underground. Salazar was a slick bastard. He had tunnels in and out of Hogwarts. As expected of him. Harry turned into a crow and flew through the tunnel. The exit or entrance was actually hidden in the ceiling of the chamber. When Harry reached the floor he glanced at the Marauder's map just in case. Only to see two names walking together on the second floor. Albus and X0L at SFL4 Mel. He quickly snapped out of it. Both of them have searched for the stone a lot over the past few months. He doubted Dumbledore could get past the defenses of the room, since it would cave in if someone tried to enter forcefully. But this was a big surprise. What the actual fuck? Does he hide his true name? Is this even his real name, or just the name he allowed Hogwarts to see through to get inside the castle? I knew that Oldman was such a bullshit cheat. No way you live 600 years in this world without becoming high class at the bare minimum. And I stole from him. I do not want to go anywhere near him. Harry's mind raced. If he leaves the stone, they will surely find it. Even if he transmutes the surface. A master like Flamel would be able to notice it. And if he hides it the regular way without any magic, Revelio could find it. And he doesn't want to let out the basilisk. Since he plans to kill and harvest it later on. He can't take it outside of Hogwarts. As Flamel would be able to track it anywhere. Fuck. I need some advice. Harry pulled out the resurrection stone. Salazar Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin. The next moment an ethereal green figure appeared in front of him. Well, I didn't expect you to call me this soon. Especially in my chamber. Have you come for my legacy? Salazar said with a smile as he turned around, taking in the view of his chamber. No time. Enemies approaching. I have something extremely valuable hidden here and they are after it. One of them is an old wizarding alchemist who has lived for 600 years. So him breaking in here is entirely possible. Do you have any other secret rooms in here? To say Salazar was stunned was an understatement. A wizard living for 600 years. Calling him powerful wouldn't do it justice. Salazar sighed, sorry Niño, child. This chamber was hidden in the first place. Why would I have more hidden rooms? It didn't seem worthwhile to do. Harry clicked his tongue. But didn't blame the men. Their time as researchers is valuable. Why waste it on doing useless things? Thanks. I'll call you soon for your legacy. But now I'm a bit busy, Harry said to the men as he grabbed the stone from its hiding place along with the elixirs. Good luck. Salazar disappeared, leaving Harry all alone. But in the next moment the chamber started to shake. They are in. Harry sat down and used occlumency along with some magecraft spells to speed up his thought process. Trying to find a way out of this situation. His mind raced, going through any possible situations. So much so that he got a nosebleed from overusing the spells. A few seconds later he got it. I'm so fucking stupid. Harry stood up and whipped the blood from his nose. He hid any traces of him being here and left through one of the exits. A few minutes later he was outside. He put on the Peveril cloak and activated it. Only a true Peveril he can use the true power of the cloak. The cloak disappeared, instead it turned into a kind of mist that clung to his clothes and skin. The cloak allows someone to bypass wards and any kind of detection. Harry reached the entrance of Hogwarts and floated up to one of the gargoyles on the castle wall. I'm an idiot. I should have done this from the start. What better place to hide something than in plain sight? No one pays any attention to these things. As they aren't even part of Hogwarts' defenses. They are just for aesthetics. And Hogwarts elves don't even bother to clean them. Since it rains a lot here, the rain does it for them. Allowing the elves to focus on the inside of the castle. Harry tapped his wand on one of the gargoyles' hands that held a small stone orb. He made the stone orb hollow and created an opening. He placed the Philosopher's Stone inside and closed up the opening. This was a near-perfect transmutation, as only a small opening was changed on the surface. And the inside was hollow. It's almost impossible to tell. Especially with all the weather the stone has had to endure over the years. They would think that small part was due to weather damage. Once he was done, Harry floated down. And quickly left. Leaving no trace of him ever being there. Now I can relax. But fuck, that was a close call. Flamel is a bigger problem than I initially thought. I'm going to need countermeasures. But for now, I need a drink. Harry went back into the dark forest and started his teleportations and random apparitions until he finally decided it was safe enough to go home. A/N. Opinions on the chap. The idea about the gargoyle came to me while I was at work. I had planned for something else initially. But I think this is much better. Chapter 75, Empty Chamber. Word count. Albus, why are we in the girls' lavatory? Flamel looked at his former troublesome student with a strange expression. Dumbledore's eyebrow twitched slightly. This is the only entrance to the Chamber of Secrets that I am aware of. 50 years ago a student was killed by a basilisk stare here. So most likely this is the entrance, or rather the exit, that the basilisk comes out from. A basilisk under the school. Fascinating. It must be very powerful if it's been alive for 1,000 years, Flamel said with a curious tone, but even he wasn't foolish enough to fight against a basilisk that old. If he had the appropriate reinforcements that are of similar strength as him, then maybe. But he only had Albus with him now, and no matter how strong he thinks he is. Albus was only a mid-class mage, right in the middle of it, a bit higher than that at best. The sink here is the entrance, Dumbledore spoke up once they entered the bathroom. Interesting. Flamel got nearer to the sink as he started inspecting it. Why, I haven't seen enchantments like this in quite a while. The last I saw of this specific variant was in Spain in my youth. Spain. Not India. Dumbledore said with a slightly surprised tone. Bah. You young people don't know anything anymore, Flamel said in an old man tone, taking more shots at Dumbledore. Parselmouths aren't unique to India. There are many places in the world where people speak to snakes. Whether through obscure rituals or just a gift from nature or the gods. People have spoken to animals for centuries. I believe Salazar came to Britain from Spain. Ironic, isn't it? The least liked Hogwarts founder had the most influence in history. Because of his reputation and recognition. 2 new schools popped up in the world to become powerhouses. Ilvermorny and Academia Magica Occulta. Both of his students went back to their home countries and created magic schools that now rival Hogwarts. Yes. Dumbledore had his lips pressed in a line. That particular fact did not sit well with the ministry. Or the other schools, as the respective headmasters always kept talking about how old and obsolete Hogwarts is. Now then. Where is it? Flamel started to go through his pockets. Until he pulled out a worn-out wooden snake puppet. Along with some red liquid that looked like blood. But it was much too dark to be human blood. Flamel placed some blood on the faucet and pointed the head of the puppet there. Open, he spoke out loud, and lo and behold. $open dollar. KRRRR, KRRRR, KRRRR. The entire sink started going down, revealing a passage underground. A parcel mouth owed me a favor, so I collected it by recording his words in this puppet made out of special wood and snake bones, Nicholas explained, knowing that Albus was curious as to how he had pulled this off. I never knew something like that was possible. I searched for so long for a way to open the chamber. But the secret must be in the blood. Only a blood descendant can open the chamber. Nicholas must have used blood magic. I won't even bother asking. I know he won't tell or will just use this as an excuse to act senile. Dumbledore watched silently as Nicholas went in first. Every few seconds Nicholas would scan for traps. So it took them quite a while to reach the end of the staircase, only to find the bones of many animals. I think your assumption about this being the basilisk's exit was correct. But it's even more accurate to say that this is a disposal point. It's actually quite well trained. Salazar must have trained the basilisk to deposit the bones of its food here, so that he could just vanish them or use them for rituals. Quite an easy way to get bones, I must say. You don't have to do any work and just feed your pet. Flamel levitated a few of the bones to see that they were strangely in perfect condition. Maybe Salazar modified its stomach acid, just to burn through flesh and not harm the bones in any way. They went through the tunnel filled with bones. Each footstep made cracks on the bones. Dumbledore just huffed. He waved his wand and conjured stone blocks to make a pathway. The stone blocks crushed the bones underneath. But now they have a path. Nicholas just laughed. "You getting quite fussy for someone being so young. If an old man like me has no problem with it, why should you?" Dumbledore had just about enough from Flamel. "Well, I don't exactly have your experience with robbing graves or making them." He gave them an appointed look. "Yes. I know how you made that stone." Flamel glanced at Dumbledore and smirked. His smirk basically said, "So what? I hate this infuriating man." Albus turned his head away from his mentor and focused on creating the path. After a minute they reached the door, a large circular metal vault door with a 7-headed hydra on it. The snake heads looked very realistic and lifelike. Sigh. "Great," Flamel sighed as he used more blood. The puppet hissed and the metal door opened. "After all that, they have finally entered the chamber." "Who?" Flamel said with interest. This place was very old and magical. It was very rare to find places this well preserved in the world. "The Chamber of Secrets," Dumbledore mumbled. He had been searching for a way to enter here ever since Myrtle died 50 years ago. The knowledge and secrets that must be kept here. It might help him with his goals. "Well then, let's begin." Flamel pulled out his wand. But it was far different than an ordinary one. It was made out of metal that looked like silver. And it had a red gem on the tip. Instead of a wizard's wand, it looked more like a magician's wand. Dumbledore eyed the wand warily. Nicholas himself created this wand. And a man of his caliber wouldn't make do with anything subpar. The wand was an alchemical creation, he could easily tell. But how he managed to do it or what alloys were used was beyond him. Recognizing those with a glance was difficult. Nicholas smiled as he pointed his wand downward in a reverse grip. Pi Omicron Kappa Alpha Lambda Pi Tau Omega, reveal. A pulse of magic erupted from his wand. The pulse traveled throughout the chamber, scanning it completely for the stone. That was ancient Greek. Albus watched as the pulse ended. It was quite a powerful spell as well. Much stronger than an ordinary Revelio. Nicholas sighed when he didn't get any results back for the stone. But he did learn that it was here. There were residual traces that only he could pick up. He was not too disappointed, rather he was excited. He hadn't had this much of a challenge in locating the stone for quite a while. It will end up in his hands, one way or another. The thief cannot keep it hidden in Hogwarts forever. When he grows overconfident, that's when he will lose. But he did get a result from the basilisk nest. But that hasn't been opened in decades. So the thief couldn't have put it there as well. So he has a brain to avoid the basilisk as well. That means he is reasonable and not reckless. Should we search the nest? Dumbledore looked at the very obvious head statue. The most likely place where the basilisk was. Flamel turned to him and looked at him like you would look an idiot. If you want to fight a 1,000-year-old basilisk, go on ahead. I'm not looking forward to dying just yet. With those words, Nicholas turned around and started walking towards the tunnel. There was no stone here. And his skin didn't pick up on anything else. So he would rather not waste any time in such a dreary place. Albus, on the other hand, watched Nicholas walk away. He had finally reached the chamber. And he refused to believe that there was nothing here that he could use. But what both of them didn't know is that when Tom Riddle set free the basilisk 50 years ago, and used his unorthodox methods to control it, he didn't seal it back correctly. Nor did he feed it before sealing it again. The hibernation charm wasn't fully activated. So the basilisk had slowly starving for the last 50 years. In its very weak state, they could have easily defeated it. But such was their luck. Potter Mansion. Harry arrived at his home. He practically dragged himself inside while cruising about meddlesome old men. Then he stopped in place. Oh great. Now I sound like a Scooby-Doo villain. Ugh, I need some headache potions. I get trigger happy when I am grumpy. Harry pulled out a few vials from his coat and drank them all. Relief instantly came to his face. He was much more relaxed now and his head didn't hurt as much. Much better. I should have done that from the start. Well, considering I almost gave myself a brain aneurysm, I can overlook this mistake. He arrived at the living room where everybody was already waiting. Food was on the table. The whole family was here. They even invited Narcissa, who was wearing less expensive clothing, but she had a more relaxed expression on her face. Well, someone is enjoying their freedom. Harry, what happened to you? Hope stood up and rushed at him. Harry looked confused before he looked down on his clothes. He had a blood stain on his shirt. He got rid of the blood in the chamber, but didn't clean himself off when he left. Fuck, Harry waved his hand and the stain was gone. Nothing to worry about, just a little nosebleed. You don't get nosebleeds. You overused the mind spells again, didn't you? Melinda pointed out, knowing far too well how Harry operates. Yep. I even went further than last time too. I'm so good. Harry puffed up his chest. He broke past his limits on using his mind spells. Little by little, he was improving. Of course you are, Melinda sighed. This was nothing new with Harry. Hope sighed. Did you take your potions? Harry patted her on her head. Don't worry about it. I took some potions. For now, let's just enjoy the night. Tomorrow, we use the elixirs. Hearing this, everybody got excited. Melinda suddenly got an idea and smiled. Harry, you said you are always saying how great at magic you are, right? Yeah. Harry raised an eyebrow, wondering where this conversation was going. Melinda simply snapped her fingers and a house elf appeared. Please bring me the photo album. In the next second there was a photo album, and Harry realized where this was going, but he didn't care one bit. Melinda opened it and started at the beginning. So when Harry was just a toddler, he tried to make his toy float. When he failed, he got angry and fussy, so he set fire on them all instead. She showed a wizarding photo of a red-faced Harry while he was swinging his hand around in anger before the toys erupted into flames. PFFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Tonks started to laugh while clutching her stomach. So you were a pyro since then? Yep. Damn, I was good, Harry shamelessly admitted it. In his mind, being able to set things on fire with his mind when he was just a baby was a huge achievement. That actually might explain his affinity with fire magic in general. Nymphadora. Like you have any right to talk. Tell me again who turned her face into a pig and was stuck with a snout for 2 days. Andromeda crossed her arms, but it was clear she was withholding a smile. Don't call me that. Now, Andy. Don't torture the poor girl. Ted stepped in as always, trying to keep the peace between the two. Can I set things on fire like that? Astoria innocently asked, causing Ophelia to kneel down next to her. No, honey. Harry is just special. Normal babies don't do things like that. Most do something small like drag their toys near them or change color of a toy. Melinda kept showing off photos, hoping to embarrass her student. Oh, and here is a naked photo of Harry. The photo was of a 2-year-old Harry shamelessly walking around naked. His clothes were all in cinders and his skin was blemished with ash. He had set himself on fire by accident. They all turned to Harry, who was smiling. Oh, I remember that. It was my first time making a fireball, but it exploded in my hands. I was lucky my magic protected me when I panicked, or I would have gotten seriously burned. Good times. At this moment everyone except Astoria had the same thoughts in their mind. Pyromaniac. Melinda just sighed again. Right. I forgot. He is completely shameless. His skin is harder than his stupidly powerful barriers. Let's just start the feast. Yes. I'm starving. Bring me some chicken. Chicken, obviously. Harry fist pumped as he went to the table. He hadn't eaten anything the whole day and had to deal with the stone fiasco. Everything else can wait. For now, food. And with that, a nice family gathering started, filled with food, drinks, and laughter. One of many that will follow in the future. A/N. Next chap, Melinda and Bella get young. Harry returns to 4 Privet Drive after 10 years. What will happen to the Durslies? Find out next time on HP/DxD, Raven. Couldn't help myself XD. Chapter 76, Privet Drive. Word count. The next day Harry prepared some things and teleported to Privet Drive. He stopped once he saw the whole street. How dull. It reminds me of the American dream houses. Nice law, white fence, a well-maintained house. Is this what ordinary people do with their time? A silent competition of who has the better house or better life. Harry couldn't even process such thoughts. Frankly, if he didn't already have a mansion, he wouldn't even bother to build one. He was the kind of guy who could live in a small room so long as he had a big plot of land where he could build his labs, greenhouses, and vivariums. There it is. The iconic torture house of Harry Potter. The worst kind of muggles besides criminals. It was 7 a.m. Right when the workers leave home to get to their workplace. He didn't want to wait for the afternoon to pick up everybody. And it was too much of a bother to find where Vernon works. So he woke up a bit earlier. Harry approached the door, his magical senses picked up the wards on the place. I see. So this is what the old goat tried to do. Quite ingenious in its own twisted way. But far too inefficient. For the price of putting a huge burden on the target, I could have set up much better defensive protections. Dumbledore basically just made sure Harry Potter couldn't be found by wizards. In exchange, all of the wards would be powered by him. Melinda asked a friend to help out. That friend put the burden on Petunia and Dudley. Now, how do I do this? I'm not one for being squeamish or morals. I don't need pesky things like that. All of them will die. I will not allow any possible dangers for me and my family. But how do I maximize the use of their deaths? Their souls are worthless. Their only worth comes from the fact that they are Harry Potter's blood relatives. So a blood ritual? Nah. The only one I can think of is the Kinslayer ritual. And that has bad side effects for short-term power. Harry mused for a while before he snapped his fingers. I got it. When in doubt, just make things more chaotic. The situation in Britain is already volatile. Now what would happen if the supernatural world got involved? Something like a stray devil kills Harry Potter's relatives. Harry cast a notice me not charm on the whole street and house. He then started to look through his pockets before he found it. A small box. He threw it on the ground and it expanded. It turned into a cage. Inside the cage was a chained and starving stray devil. Harry captured this one with a simple bind. So it must have been a recently reincarnated devil. But now he was just a monster that looked like an insect chimera. Harry pressed his wand into its temple. Since it could no longer be considered a person. Go inside and quickly kill everybody. You are allowed a few bites. Then come back out. The insect monster nodded and charged into the house, breaking down the door. Screams and yelling followed, before things turned deathly silent. Well, that takes care of that. Now nobody will be able to use the Dursleys' blood against me. Next stop, Arabella Fig, the friendly neighborhood spy squib. That's a hell a lot of cats, was Harry's first thought as he reached Fig's house. This is kinda sad. Oh well. At least I will put her out of her misery. Harry opened the door and petrified the cats. Get back, thief. Fig came out of the other room holding a shotgun. Harry just waved his hand and she was petrified as well. Okay. First test using the elixir. He pulled out a bottle from his pocket and just shoved it into the old lady's mouth. He didn't want to risk directly moving it into her stomach using magic. This was the peak of alchemy, not some medicinal potion which are designed to some extent to be compatible with specific healing methods. Harry watched carefully. Dozens of magic circles moved around Fig, running all kinds of diagnostic spells. He wasn't going to miss a thing. After a few moments it finally started. Her hair started regaining its brown color, her wrinkly old skin with dark spots was becoming smooth and normal. She grew taller and her body started filling up. No longer was she skinny and frail. Now she was fit and somewhat voluptuous. And those were just the external changes. Harry was monitoring her internal organs as well, especially what effect this will have on the brain. Fascinating. It's like watching someone go back through time. But there are no temporal anomalies. The elixir was basically just a giant shot of pure vitality and life force. It was revitalizing every single cell in her body, even her brain, returning it to their prime age at around 25 years old. Harry continued to look for any side effects. Everything seems normal. Pulse is steady, brain waves look fine, the internal organs are working as they should be. If I didn't know she was an old lady a minute ago, I wouldn't be able to tell her age by her body. The only reason I can tell now is because of her mind, that I can peek into the memories, and because of how old her soul is. The Philosopher's Stone is truly a masterpiece for being able to produce this elixir. Now let's see what happens if I give her one more shot. Harry poured one more elixir down her throat and waited for the changes. He waited and waited. And nothing. No visual changes at all. Harry frowned as he looked at Arabella. He then looked at the diagnostic spells, and they also showed nothing. Okay. Either the second dose did nothing, which I highly doubt. Or it increased her vitality even further, but I can't look into that. Damn, I wish I knew some senjutsu right about now. And I can't call for a yokai for help. Who knows just how much her life force increased. That would just put a large target on my back. Whatever. Something to research in the future. For now at least I have proven that it has no negative effects on squibs. Goodbye Arabella. Harry pointed his palm at her. He knew that eventually Dumbledore will come here, so using any unique magic was out of the question. So he did it the simple way. He used magic to stop her heart, then vanished her body. Quick and simple. Now all that was left to do was erase all traces. The old-fashioned way. 5 minutes later Harry was standing in the corner watching the house burn in fire. A common gas leak. Huh. You know, maybe Hope and Melinda have a point about me being a pyro. Nah. They must be imagining it. Harry left the crime scene while whistling slowly, heading to his next location. After 2 hours, he finally found a 40-year-old witch that nobody would miss and was an absolute bitch. The woman was stealing from Muggle-born orphans, overpricing items when they come to visit without a teacher. Harry has never had any qualms about killing. To him his research and family are everything, but if he can he will avoid hurting innocents. After doing the same tests on the woman, Harry concluded that the elixir is safe for Bella and Melinda to use. Now all that's left to do is go back and get the wine and champagne bottles ready. Meanwhile in the pet's room in the mansion. Who let the dogs out? Who? Scree, 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 scree. Zeno was jamming and singing along. Isn't he a bird? Sabrina asked with a tilted head. No, he is a mammal with wings. Selena leaned over her to watch Zeno as he jumped around. Wrong. Thunderbirds lay eggs. He is basically an eagle with 2 legs. Nala yawned out as she was laying on her mattress. Oh, Kiera spoke up as she saw Salazar slithering up to Zeno with a pissed expression on his face. He is dead meat. Who let the dogs out? Salazar glared Zeno as he activated the small amounts of magic that he had in him. His body grew slightly, but more importantly his muscles became stronger. He then jumped with no mercy. SKR, cough. Cough. The Thunderbird started to choke as Salazar coiled around his neck and squeezed. Shut the fuck up. A reptile is trying to sleep here, Salazar hissed in Zeno's ear. The Thunderbird was technically the youngest of them, even though he was the biggest. Help. Zeno cried out. And everybody else just turned their heads away. Traitors. Zip it and go to sleep, bird brain. Salazar squeezed harder until Zeno finally passed out. He uncoiled himself and slammed his tail in the supersized CD player Harry made for them to turn it off. Each button was as big as Zeno's foot, so it was easy. Finally Salazar hissed out, some peace and quiet. The King Cobra made his way back to his den to continue his nap. All while the others kept quiet, that is until Sabrina started talking again. You sure he isn't a mammal? 'Cause I don't know a bird that likes to laze around as much as him. The others just sighed and went to do their own thing. Ignoring the dumb snake. While everybody was waking up, Harry returned from his side quest. All of the people from yesterday's party slept over in the Potter Mansion. There were more than enough rooms for a few dozen more, so it was no problem. The house elves were preparing breakfast. Some people, mainly Dora, Sirius, and Astoria, who were on the same mental level, got tired from too much partying. Oh Harry, you are already back? Melinda asked in surprise as she was reading the morning news. And by morning news she means the gossip and rumors that are constantly circulating around the supernatural world and criminal underworld. There are many newspaper agencies in the supernatural side that gather, sort and publish information. Ironically, they try their best to stick to the facts and not fabricate the truth. Since there are so many of them and each is backed by strong and influenced people, there is constant competition. If one agency tries to spread propaganda or lies, the others will brutally criticize it and try their best to take it down, one less competitor for them and more profits. In that kind of cutthroat world, a legitimate newspaper agency was created. Naturally, the big factions each have their own means of information control. Newspaper, TV, radio, etc. Through which they spread information and propaganda to their own people, as well as monitor them. Like Devinet from the Devil faction. This is how Melinda and Harry are always up to date on recent events. That and their usual contacts in the underworld. Some things are not published by the agencies as it's important and valuable news. First it's being sold to the bosses, who get a priority on this kind of information. Then a week later it's being released to the public. As Viper, Harry's poisons are very much still in demand, and he carries quite a bit of weight in the assassin side of the world. Harry smiled at Melinda as he slumped into the chair. Yep, I finished the testing. The elixirs are safe to use. Now all we need to do is gather everyone and let the show begin. Melinda smiled softly at him. Thank you, Harry. Truly. For going so far. Harry waved his hand offhandedly. Meh, stop with the mushy stuff. We are family. I quite literally owe you my life. So I find it quite fitting that I'm going to be giving you another chance at life as well. She smiled and said nothing. But the warmth she felt in her heart said it all. She truly had no regrets taking Harry in. He was a handful, caused her a lot of stress and didn't listen to her at all most of the time. But it was undeniable that he cares. Otherwise he would have never put himself in such a dangerous position. Once she gets her youth back, she will try her best to use her decades of experience and try to break through the level. As a magician and as an enchantress, she was going to aim for high class and the next level of enchanting. She will do anything she can so this family of her stays safe and protected. Chapter 77, Author Note. I will delete this later. I forgot to put it in the chat, lads. I do read the comments all the time. Get Harry this, he should invent this. He made a mistake. He is childish, pyromaniac gets boring. He is 11. DxD plot starts when he is 28. He has all the time in the world to grow and mature. Yes, he is an old soul in a kid's body. But hormones and shit affect how the mind works. Wait until puberty hits him, if you think he is unhinged now rolling on the floor laughing. But yes, he won't stay like this, the relationships will deepen over time. He will mature. That is all. Enjoy the chap. Beer mug panda face. Chapter 78, Youth. Word count. Once Harry gathered everybody in the living room. He put his hand in his pocket. He dramatically put an ornate box on the table and opened it. The box contained 2 crystal vials of silver liquid. Ta-da. Elixir of Immortality. One of the most wanted items in the world. Everybody was watching him silently and judging him. Hope just facepalmed. Really, Harry? Melinda sighed. What was wrong with Harry's brain? Was there even a need for a dramatic reveal? Andy said with an amused expression. Harry might be insane, but he is still just 11. Moments like these is where he shows his true age. And I'm glad to see that he isn't completely cold on the inside. Sirius looked like it was offended by Andy's remark. Is there a need? Andy, how could you ask that? Cool reveals are an important part of revealing treasure. It's a man's romance. How boring would it be just to place it on the table? I thought I was interesting, Astoria said with her hand raised to her face. Yeah, Mum. Haven't you seen any movies? Dora was beside Sirius with her hands on her hips. I can't believe you are actually my mother. So uncultured. I know, right? Sirius shook his head, so disappointing. Smack. Smack. Andy smacked them both on the head with an annoyed expression on her face. That's enough out of you jokers. Tori instantly hid behind Ophelia. Andy seeing this leaned a bit. Oh sweetie. I'm not going to hit you. You are far too precious for that. Dora was outraged. You won't hit her, but you will hit your daughter. This is domestic abuse. I say we sue her. Sirius protested with his fist in the air. Andy just waved her wand at both of them and cast a silencing charm. Please continue with your explanation, Harry. She left Sirius and Dora pointing at their mouths and trying to get rid of the charm. Idiots, Bella scoffed internally as they continued to point their wands at their mouths. Then they tried casting the spell on each other, only for that to fail as well. But despite the chaotic situation, Bella was very excited. After months she was finally able to return to her original age. No more waking up and looking at an old and withered face. No more will she cry to sleep at night. Bellatrix Black will be back. Harry ignored Sirius and Dora. He pointed at the elixir. I have already made sure they are safe. So now all that is left for you two to do is to drink them. Bella turned to Melinda, who just smiled warmly at her. You can go first, child. I'm old, but I'm not about to croak just yet. Break the chains that bind you and be free. Thank you, mumbled Bellatrix softly, but it was obvious how grateful she was. Now Bella. I tested this out on a few people and each time they had different ages. So for now I can only theorize it brings them to the peak age they imagine themselves as. So it might turn you back to 17 or it might be 20-something. Just keep that in mind as you drink the elixir. Bella nodded at Harry as she took the flask and drank it in one go. Return me to 17. I want to be 17 again, she repeated over and over in her mind. Then finally the potion started working. Bella gasped as she felt the vitality, the life force course through her body. It spread out everywhere, revitalizing her cells. Well, this is something you certainly don't see often. In fact, for ordinary mages you would never see this in your lifetime. Time being reversed on a person. Melinda watched with a smile as she watched Bella's sunken face return to normal. Even with Harry's potions, fixing the years of malnourishment in Azkaban would take a while and there was always going to a permanent mark. But now it was all gone. Her figure filled up, skin unblemished, hair returning to silky black. Andy and Narcissa stood there dumbfounded as they looked at their sister. She looked exactly like she did when they all went to Hogwarts together. Even Harry was surprised by how beautiful Bella was. Well, I already knew how she looked from her memories. But seeing her like this, I understand why people even now talk about her beauty. Depends on which timeline this is, but if Voldemort truly ignored Bella when she was in the prime of her life, then he is either gay or asexual. Which I find hilarious. It must have been so tedious for him to seduce women. While she is pretty, she looks so much better now. Astoria's thoughts as always were the most kind. As children have no filter on them. They will say things good or bad without a second thought. Yes, she is, honey. Ophelia looked at Bella with a strange expression. She was younger than Bellatrix Black, joining Hogwarts when Bellatrix was already in her 6th year. She didn't have many chances to talk to her, but no matter where she went, Bella was always at the center of attention. It was not just her beauty that captured the attention like the Vela. It was the way she carried herself. Like a lioness walking through a clearing filled with herbivores. Right now, as Bella regained her youth, she was hit with the strangest sense of déjà vu. Bella looked at her hands in disbelief before touching her face, feeling the soft and smooth skin underneath her palms. Harry smiled once he saw her expression. He summoned Mirror Alice and floated it in front of her. Bella finally got a good look at herself. For months every morning she would wake up to a hollow older version of herself. She would put a glamour on her face. But if you touched the skin it would still feel older and dried out. Now she remembered the old sensation of her skin. The way she looked, the usual sarcastic smile that she was used to seeing was now a smile, a bright smile with an expression of pure joy. Harry did it. He actually did it. She turned around and threw herself at the boy who saved her. Since she was 17 she was quite a bit taller than Harry, but she didn't care how awkward it was. She cried her eyes out as she bet her face on the crook of his neck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank dash, she just kept repeating it while sobbing and crying. Harry was stunned for a second before he chuckled and patted her on the back. You are very welcome. I guess I'll be the first one to say it. Welcome back to the land of the living. Bellatrix Black. After hugging the life out of Harry, Andromeda and Narcissa both grabbed Bellatrix and started to laugh and cry. The mood in the room was infectious. Many people were happy and giddy. Harry turned to Melinda. Your turn, old hag. Who are you calling old, you midget pyro? Melinda said as she raised her staff. Who are you calling a midget? I'm 11 and I'm already taller than most 13-year-olds. Ehem, Hope coughed into her fist, breaking the two up. They had the strangest relationship. It was hard to tell who was actually in charge. Right. Well then, let's see how you do. Or are all of those stories from when you were young fake as hell? Melinda got tick marks on her forehead but calmed down. Damn this brat and his sharp tongue. I know he is trying to keep me distracted so I can be less nervous. But even when he is nice he still shows no mercy. I'll show you fake. Melinda grabbed the flask and drowned it in one go. After a moment she started to change. Her hair got longer and more pink in color. Her small hunched frame grew. She was taller, fuller. Her body and beauty returned to her prime. She was a badass sexy 25-year-old mage. Damn girl, Andy complimented her with a smile. The others were also stunned. An old granny with wrinkled skin turned into this incredibly attractive young woman. Oh, Melinda sighed in relief as she stood up. Yes. No more back pains. Ha 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 ha. Take that, old age. She then paused and looked down at her big chest. Actually, I take that back. Forgot about this. How is this fair? Young or old busted women will always have back pains. Tell me about it, sister, Andy said as she looked at her own chest. Hee 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 hee. Feel free to be jealous, peasants. Dora yelled out as her breast size started to change. From her normal C cup to a then to double D, I shall never have back pain in my life. Mew ha ha ha. Andromeda silenced her again. Ted facepalmed. Honey, you just got rid of the spell and that's the first thing that comes out of your mouth. Where did I go wrong? WMM WNGM WTMMMM. Hey. What's wrong with me? Dora started talking only for some mumbling noises to come out. Andromeda changed up the spell, so instead of a full silence she could now mumble. But it was more complicated to remove it. You look beautiful, Melinda. Hope hugged the now young woman. Which Melinda gladly returned. She patted Hope's head with a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, dear. And thank you, Harry. Harry just smiled. Thanks between family members is unnecessary. Good. Melinda rolled her shoulders. Then you won't mind going out for a quick workout. She started to stretch. Harry just grinned. Are you calling me out for a spar? Yes. I need to check if there is any problems with my mobility and my magic. Melinda nodded and Harry looked happier than ever. He raised his hand and started to move his fingers. The joints on his finger bones popped as a fireball appeared on his palm. I have been waiting for this day. Payback for the torture you put me through as a child. Melinda scoffed, oh, don't be such a drama queen. I just made you try on some clothes before you burned them all. There were girl clothes in there. Same thing, Melinda said offhandedly. You are an old hag. Chapter 79, Spar with Melinda. Caught the flu. Got pretty bad. Took a sick leave for a week. Been writing slowly on Pat, but it's been slow. When you cough or sneeze every few minutes with a headache, ideas just don't come to mind. I have been sick for 2.5 weeks now. First week, meh, I'm sick, push through it. Second week. SOS XD. Going back to work tomorrow, we will see how it goes. I'm feeling better, but no appetite and can't sleep. Eating just once a day, forced because I know I have to eat, and waking up every few hours when you sleep, that's not fun. I have no idea what I got, but I know a lot of people are getting it. Stay safe, guys. You never know with all the shit that's popping out these days. Word count. Harry took everybody on a field he had warded beforehand. Nobody could sense or find them. Well, nobody except a few certain chief gods with sight or divination. But those were special cases. Everybody was outside the barrier. Ready to watch the show. Are you ready to get a beating, you cocky pyro? Melinda smirked at him as she twirled around her staff. Oh, I have been waiting for a good fight. It's even better that I get some payback on you. I couldn't hit you when you were just a bag of bones before, Harry said with a mad grin. Hope sighed when she heard both of them. Why are they like this? They obviously love and care about Echoer. Thunderous, both of them. I do have to thank Harry for those manga collections he got me for my birthday. I need to read the next chapter. Things were just getting good. Hope the shoujo manga addict XD. Well, age before beauty. So you can take the first shot, Harry said with a smile as he was holding his staff in front of him. Melinda got a tick mark on her forehead. You little shit. I have a feeling he fixed my age mostly to make fun of me. Well, if you insist. Mid-class Inferno Lance. Melinda pointed her wand and a big red magic circle appeared on it. From the circle a big fire lance was launched at Harry. In a few moments it was right in front of him. Harry, seeing the attack, just raised his hand. A bunch of blue hexagonal shields started stacking on top of each other. Boom. The fire lance hit the shield, breaking 2 of them, but the rest held on. Melinda twitched once they saw this. He improved his shields again. Like they weren't stupidly strong before this. Hope just resisted to facepalm. Working on those shields were one of Harry's favorite pastimes. He wants to see how overpowered he can make them. So he does different calculations on how to make them better and stronger. Not to mention his escudo shields. Once the spell wore off, Harry just smiled at her. Let's get wild. Triplamoris. A line appears on the back of both palms before it splits and reveals a mouth. This was Harry's spell where he transfigures his flesh. He pointed his staff at her. Heido number 63. Raikoho, X. 3 beams of lightning flew at Melinda. Harry wasn't holding back. Heido number 54. Heian. Heido number 31. Shakeho. A reddish-purple flame and a ball of red destructive energy followed Melinda as she dodged the lightning strike. He isn't hold back. Good, Melinda thought as she slammed staff in the ground. Terra Golem. The ground started to shake as a big earth hand rose from the earth and blocked both attacks. Soon there was a 7-meter earth golem standing in front of Melinda. Both she and Harry had an unspoken agreement to call out their spells. This was a spar, it was just to make sure nobody got hurt by accident. In a fight they would obviously not call them out like this. Hey! That's my spell. Harry yelled out. He created those golems to work in his factory. Neutrally they were smaller and in different shapes. His pot factory was similar to a machine line. He had bought the spell in the black market and modified it. So. You never said I couldn't learn it. Melinda smiled as she pointed her staff at Harry and the golem ran at him. You want to play like that? Well then let's play. Stay alive, Melinda. Harry raised his staff as wind started to gather around it. It started to compress, making a fast spinning ball of wind. A few moments later there were 4 whitish protrusions on the sphere. They were sharp and curved. The air started to shake and screech. Heido number 64. Rasen Shuriken. The blue orb with white shuriken-like blades flew at the golem. Melinda, with her years of experience, immediately felt danger from that attack. She pulled out many different shaped staffs and slammed them in a row in front of her. The staff started to glow in different colors and a strong purple barrier was erected in front of her. Boom. SHHHHHHH. The Raisin Shuriken hit the golem and its tiny wind needle started to disintegrate its whole body while pushing it back. It slammed into Melinda's barrier but the wind needles couldn't penetrate it. You bitch. You were always on my ass for having too many enchanted items. What the hell are those? Melinda laughed. I never said I didn't have any. I just said you had a lot of them. She pointed her wand as lightning erupted from going straight for Harry. Harry gathered mana into his hand and slapped the lighting away. Take this then. He pulled out some glass orbs the size of marbles. He was holding 4 in each hand in between his fingers. It was the unstable mixture he was experimenting with. Everybody else POV. Boom. Boom. Bang. Boom. They just watched explosions happen in the giant barrier like they were fireworks. Fire, earth, and lightning was being thrown around constantly. Damn, they are really going at it. Sirius whistled at the damage they were causing. Well, both of them are mid-class magicians. Hope commented, think of them like upgraded versions of Dumbledore or Voldemort. Yeah, like that isn't horrifying. Ted smiled nervously as he pulled on his collar. Hado number 10 fire brids. Harry yelled out. And 10 fireballs formed behind him and started to spin in a circle. And like a machine gun the fireballs launched themselves at Harry. One was fired and it moved to the side to from again while another one was launched. He then speeded up by launching 2 and creating 2. A few moments later Harry speeded up again. Launching 3 attacks in 1 second and creating 3. Harry. When did you invent this? Melinda yelled out as she ran and shielded herself from this onslaught. Muhahaha. The spell is fully automatic. I can keep firing these as long as I have mana in my body. And the spell is from Tsukimichi Moonlight Fantasy. He is insane. How much magic do you need to power that spell? Dora said in awe. This was a faster attack barrage than a team of Aurors. Fiend fire. Harry pointed his staff at Melinda. Isn't that overkill? And I thought Harry didn't like that spell, Bella said with a confused expression. He doesn't like how wizards use it. But it is an interesting spell. Especially in the hands of someone like Harry who primarily has an affinity for fire magic. Hope explained. Fiend fire has a certain sentience. It can shift forms on its own and spread fast to cause chaos and destruction. Hence it's difficult to control. The dark reddish-orange flame started to shift. It turned into a large cobra snake. Harry slammed his staff in the ground and called the power from his bloodline. Light green flames erupted from his feet. The green flames gathered to form a large tiger. I'm not done yet. Protego Diabolica. Harry waved his staff around him. A ring of pale blue fire surrounded him before rising to the air, forming a dragon that stood protectively behind Harry. The strongest dark defensive magic. Holy shit, Dora cursed out loud. Merlin, this can't be real. The wizards and witches were speechless. This is the first time they have seen something like this. Protego Diabolica, that's Grindelwald's spell. How does Harry know it? Narcissa asked with a gasp, but she didn't ask anybody specifically, it was more of a mutter. Actually, that spell is not his, he is just the most famous user. It's a particular difficult spell due to its contradictory nature. It's a dark spell which certainly complicates things, but its function is to protect the user by attacking. And the high magic required to cast it makes others stay away from it. Because like fiend fire it can attack you. If you mess it up, the spell could designate you as the enemy instead of the user. That's why it's so infamous. Hope showed off her knowledge. She wasn't Harry's assistant for nothing. Harry held nothing back during their lessons. Overkill much? Melinda's sweat dropped as the 3 large beasts loomed over her. Just a little, Harry gestured with his thumb and index finger being close together. Cheeky brat, Melinda laughed as she brought out a large pot with various engravings on it. Runes in many different languages. Harry quickly tried to read the runes. The result just confused him. The main function of this pot was storage. How about you cool off a little? Oceanus Dimitus, Melinda grinned as she spoke the command to activate the pot. In 1 second large amounts of water erupted from the pot. A giant tilde wave that engulfed Harry and his fire beasts. The beasts struggled as steam came out of them, but in a few moments they were quickly quenched and snuffed out. Harry, who was submerged, just looked at this with a deadpan look. She had to ruin my cool moment. And where the hell was she hiding this thing? Though I do admit it's a genius idea. One that I will steal. He isn't going to drown, is he? Ophelia said with a bit of worry. Harry was practically flung away by the water. But before anybody could even answer, Harry just swung his arms and the water around him started to vanish. He stepped on the muddy ground drenched from head to toe. Had a nice swim, the pink-haired woman smiled smugly. Harry just tapped himself with the staff and he was instantly dry. He was not amused by that move. But then an idea popped in his head. He grinned as he raised his staff in the air. Let it rain fire spears. Harry called out and a magic circle appeared above them. Melinda instantly looked upwards and created a shield above her. The circle glowed ANDDD. Poof. A small smoke cloud came out of it and almost immediately disappeared. Huh. Melinda stood there flabbergasted and so did the rest of the crowd. Snap. And Melinda was blasted backwards. Harry's cheap shot hit her dead on. Oh you. Sirius put his fist in front of his mouth as he leaned back a bit. That was a cheap shot. That was Harry, Hope just sighed, yet she couldn't help but smirk in the end. In his words, if you don't cheat in a fight, then you die. This world isn't nice enough to have fair fights. It was dirty as hell. I fucking love it, Dora fist pumped, but this time Andromeda heard her properly. Smack. Don't curse in front of me, young lady. Mum. Not in front of others. Everybody ignored the usual Tonks family drama. You cheated. Melinda stood up with her clothes and hair a little scuffed and burnt. Hell yeah I did, Harry said with his chest puffed up and hands on his hips. He was very proud of what he just did. Aw. That was so worth it. But let's stop here. Unless you want to get muddy and dirty, he pointed at the ground below them. Because of Melinda's water attack and the explosions that the two of them caused. The sparring arena was a mess. And it would take a while to rebuild it. Melinda looked at the mud before grimacing. She was not in the mood to get dirty, not after she finally regained her good looks. And she knew defeating Harry would be a difficult challenge. Even if both of them were similar in mana levels and she had more experience due to her age. But he was just too sneaky and was absurdly more stronger than her when it came to firepower. I need to enchant some things to attack instead of me. Like a cannon or a big bomb. She mused to herself. She didn't have any particular talent for combat. But she wasn't one of the best enchanters in the world for nothing. She could figure something out. Fine you brat. Let's end this, she said as she started to leave the arena. Harry followed behind her. Good, because the house elves notified me that the feast is ready. Let's party, people. Harry raised his fist in the air and numerous cheers were heard from the others. Mostly Sirius and Dora though. Melinda smiled once she saw this. But she planned to sneak away later into the night. Mama needs to get laid. It's been decades since the last time and I now have an itch to scratch. Watch out, world. Heartbreaker Melinda is back. A/N. What did you think of the chap? I love it that Harry is such a cheap shot. Rasen Shuriken and Firebrids were also cool in my opinion. Harry needs to fill up the Hado empty spaces XD. Chapter 80, China Flashback. Word count. Am not very keen on visiting the US. The situation there is just, well, chaotic, high crime rates, the whole woke thing, the police thing, and now Trump thing. But if there is one place I would visit, it's New Orleans. The birthplace of jazz. Ha-yeah, Harry yawned as he came out of his room. They partied quite a bit last night. He took the whole group to New Orleans. One of Harry's favorite places in the States. The music, the food, the culture. It was special. Well, compared to the rest of country that was killing each other because of skin color, this was top tier. But there was another reason why New Orleans was special. It was one of the few places that witches still practice the old ways by forming covens. The first family magic created in the world. Harry was making good connections to research this in the future. A solid base is needed for anything. And more connections always help. The lack of a good cauldron is really slowing down my research. Should I just risk it and go now even if they are in the middle of a war? Well, the last time I was there things did not end peacefully. China. 2 years ago. Harry is 9. Hope is 11, looking 12. Similar to Ning Air from TDG. Harry in all of his wisdom ditched Melinda at the tea shop. He disguised himself as a bit older. And Melinda put makeup on Hope to make her look slightly different. Apparently here people are sensitive to any form of magic. They can easily detect it. So Harry didn't use any magic whatsoever. It's amazing what kind of trick street magicians will come up with. The Belmonts learned from the best street magicians, thieves, and showmen. Stilted boots, patting on the shoulders and chest to appear older. Precise makeup to literally become someone else. Making it easy to become the perfect bait for monsters of the night. He and Hope were wandering around in the market looking for interesting things to buy. When all of a sudden a young man in white robes stopped in front of them. Behind him was one tall fellow and next to him was a chunky one. They both wore black robes and looked like your classic lackeys. The one in the white robe stepped in front of Hope with a suave look on his face. Oh, such rich auburn hair, skin pale as jade, lips red as cherries and deep azure eyes. This young master is enchanted by your beauty, young miss. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? The girls around them sighed at how romantic this was and how lucky the girl is to gain the attention of a rich young master. Hope hides behind Harry. She was extremely creeped out by this random guy. Hope was only 11. She understands that she is supposed to protect Harry from danger. But he will protect her from the creeps and pedos. naturally seeing the girl get away from him behind another man. He got angry. He snapped his fingers and the goons behind him moved up trying to look intimidating. This young master is the heir of the sword sect. I deserve this young beauty much more than you peasant. Unhand her. He pointed his girly fan at Harry whose eyebrow was twitching. How much longer is this pansy loser going to keep talking? Seeing that Harry didn't respond he got angrier. It seems this mere toad thinks he has the qualifications to lust after Swan. Humph. He raised his chin higher looking down at Harry. You don't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. Kowtow 3 times and cripple your cultivation. Do this and this young master will spare your life. Generous is it not? Mob number 1 answered, yes. Yes. How generous of you. Mob number 2 pointed at Harry with a smug look on his face, you bow down to the young master's generosity. Okay, that's it. Harry pointed both fingers at the grunts. Sigh, bind. Both of them froze in place and then slowly started falling towards the ground face first. The spoiled brat didn't expect this. How dare you? Courting death, he slams his feet in the ground. I will kill 9 generations of your family. Harry started walking up to him. What are you doing? Harry didn't answer and just kept walking while the young man retreated in fear. What are you doing? You can't attack me. Harry used a spell to stick his feet to the ground and raised his hand. My father is the sect leader. Slap. Did you just dash, slap slap? STO dash, slap slap slap. ST dash, slap slap, IT, slap slap. Harry just continued to slap him repeatedly. But he got tried so use his magic to make the goons slap him. The people in the market looked with wide eyes as this was happening. Someone dared attack the young master of the city. They quickly scattered. Knowing that trouble was coming. Harry got bored from the sorry sight in front of him. But just as he was about to leave, he sensed someone coming at him from the left. Die for harming the young master, an old man wearing greenish-blue robes yelled out. He was moving quite fast with a green energy formed in his palm. Elder, the young master yelled out, but because his face was so swollen and bloody he could barely say the word. Harry stood still as he calmly watched the old man punch at him. Hex Shield Archive. A hexagonal flat shield appeared in front of Harry, completely blocking the attack. But this one was yellow, a different color than his usual translucent blue. Preposterous. The elder yelled out in shock. Harry just narrowed his eyes as he broke down the spell. Fascinating. So it is true. The things that the cultivators call chi, or whatever. It's all senjutsu. They are gathering power from nature, harnessing it. But not all of them are the same. The brats had no magical core inside them. But this old man has one. He is a wizard. A Wixen as some people call us. Surrender, boy. And your punishment will be quick, the old man got in a stance. Do you people ever shut up? Harry said with an annoyed look on his face, but can they not see the difference? Or is wizarding magic just not valued as much here? Whatever, maybe they think it's some sort of talent. I need more information. The old man got angry from Harry's tone, humph. This junior has eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. Then die, boy. Harry pointed his hand at the men. Bakudo number 61. Rikujikoro, 6-pillar prison. As soon as he called out the spell, 6 yellow light beams struck the elder, trapping him in place. What is this technique? I cannot feel any chi from it. Unhand me, little devil. Harry snorted, yeah right. Bakudo number 63. Seijo Sabaku, binding light chain. As another security measure. You will not get away with this. Once the sect leader hears about this you will wishing you were dead, the elder spat out in anger. THS Rith. After WLKLLOU. That's right, father will kill you, the spoiled brat mumbled out. Harry then maliciously smiled. Oh really? Then it's better that he doesn't hear about it then. Huh, HH. The elder and the little brat were surprised. Hope wasn't the edge of this mountain top near here. Hope just smiled, yep, just 2 kilometers north. Harry turned to the cultivators who now had pale faces as Harry lifted them with his magic. Why don't we go for a little bungee jumping, boys? But without the rope. 5 minutes later Harry just threw them off the cliff. Ah! Back to the present. Harry stopped reminiscing about the old days. Yeah. It's better that I don't go there right now. That's just asking for trouble. War does bring opportunities, but as an outsider, all I would be is an easy target. I'll let things settle down over there. The Jade Emperor's court and the Taoists will handle everything soon anyway. Ding. Harry hears a melody in his head. Oh. My alarm went off. The goo ritual is finished. Harry quickly made his way to the vivariums, where he keeps his insects and poisonous animals. Near them there was a sealed-off area with lots of wards. Just in case whatever monster he creates tries to escape. Open fucking sesame, Harry lifted off the lid. "Aw. It fouled," he said in a sad tone. All of the creatures in the jar were dead. Harry's goo rituals failed. Man, what rotten luck. Well, it is a 60% failure rate, so I didn't expect much. But I really wanted the first one to work. What a waste of resources. Guess I can recycle and feed the carcasses to the other insects and animals to increase their own poison before I use them. Just as he was about to float out the parts, he noticed something move inside. Harry immediately jumped back and spell circles appeared above him and on his hands. I scanned that jar. There was nothing alive in it. Harry got closer and saw what was digging itself out from the body parts. A scorpion. A little green scorpion. That thing isn't alive. No fucking way. Harry didn't make a super insect as he planned. But he did create something he never meant to. Something he didn't know that was even possible. He made an Ayakashi. A vengeful spirit. It is said that the first yokai are born from the emotions of human, especially the powerful emotions of fear, yearning, or hate. But there are other ways for a yokai to come into being. From the violence of natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, windstorms, or volcanic eruptions. After coming to Exodance, they generally fall into 3 categories. If they gain intelligence, they become a full yokai. Mischievous or malevolent, it doesn't matter, they are capable of thinking and making choices. So they are a yokai. If they do not gain intelligence, they remain wild beasts filled with ominous energy from powerful negative emotions. Becoming an Ayakashi. Some become Uriai, ghosts, but those are special cases. In this case, the insects that consumed each other during the goo ritual had a lot of hate for each other, so none of them survived. But the emotions during the ritual, the fear, hate and desire to feed, was enough for an Ayakashi to be born. Harry looked at the small dark green scorpion that looked extremely venomous. He used the little control he had over his soul to imprint on the creature. And now it would follow all of his commands. He moved it left and right. Made it jump and even dance. Aren't you the cutest little poison murder machine? Don't worry, little guy. I'll keep feeding you my magic and various things to make you even more dangerous. And soon I will make sure you have plenty of fellow Ayakashi. If I remember correctly, Surzex's knight, Tsuji Okita, did some rituals that allowed him to become a host for yokai and Ayakashi insects. An Abirame in the DxD world. Apparently each of his yokai is at the beginning of mid-class at the bare minimum, and some are all the way to peak high class, and he has hundreds and hundreds of them. Let's see if you guys can grow up to become a mini insect army. Mwahaha. On the balcony in the mansion. What's wrong with him? Dora pointed at Harry from the balcony. The boy was laughing like a maniac. Hope sat down without even bothering to look too much at him. Harry was not exactly improving his image with the new family members with his actions. Just forget about him. He does that sometimes. Ignore it for long enough and you will get used to it. He looks like a cartoon villain. Like the ones I saw on TV. Astoria perked up on the balcony rail and giggled. All I see is madness, Daphne commented dryly. Then again, if he wasn't like that, he probably wouldn't have so many achievements at such a young age. Oh no, he is definitely insane. Hope didn't even bother to defend him. Even I stay out of his way when he gets like this. Because it's more than likely he will do something that will probably get him killed. I'm like that. Dora pointed at Harry, who now had his wand on the little scorpion. In Gorjo, the spell hit the scorpion and it started to grow until it became as big as a cow. Kaya. Daphne, Astoria, and Dora quickly ran away. Hope just watched as she facepalmed. Not again. Harry. Melinda's voice was heard from the first floor. Did you make another world-ending experiment? I hereby name you say dash, nope. Stupid moron. I almost named it Circuit after the Egyptian goddess. Damn you, my beautiful brain. Wait, I got it. From now on your name shall be Edward. Edward Scissorhands. Chapter 81, Wizarding Side. I have hit a bit of a snag with how to end Arc 1, ironic since Arc 2 is more planned out. But better late than for it to be shit. And I had loads of things to do this week, so writing has been slow. Enjoy the chap. Word count. Hogwarts. It was the winter break, and both Albus and Flamel of them were still searching for the stone. Well, Dumbledore was. Flamel was mostly irritating him and amusing himself while watching Dumbledore fail. Nicholas had no worry about the stone. Oh, it was important and priceless. But he had more than enough elixir to last. And he had an empty spare stone waiting at home. He was much more interested in this thief. The Philosopher's Stone is perhaps one of the most tempting things in the world. Yet this one has only used it a few times and only for the elixir. Unlimited gold and eternal life right at their fingertips. And yet, the first thing they do is hide the stone in plain sight. A genius hiding spot. A massive castle with many hidden rooms. Meaning the thief can come and go as he pleases if he knows the secret entrances and exits. If this was anywhere in the world, Flamel would have gathered an army or blown the stone up. But this was a school filled with children. And was an important location to wizarding kind. Hogwarts still has many undiscovered secrets. Destroying it is a good way to get hunted down by other countries. Did you check the toilets? Nicholas said with a soft smile as Albus turned to glare at his former teacher. Yes. Nicholas. Do you perhaps have any new bright ideas? Dumbledore practically spat out. He had never been so irritated in his life. The Philosopher's Stone right beneath his nose and he can't do a thing. Flamel smiled jovially, actually yes. Instead of looking for the stone, we should look for the method the thief used to get in and out of Hogwarts. That ought to be easier than finding a tiny stone in this giant castle. Who knows, the thief might have pulled out a stone brick, hollowed it out and left the stone in there before putting it back. No, our best way to find any clue about the stone's location is finding how the thief moves around. Have your ghosts look for hidden entrances, tunnels or hidden rooms. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. I have already tried that. The ghost searched all the rooms they can. Flamel perked up on that. They can. So there are rooms that they are not allowed in. Well, not exactly. They can go in, but they won't come out. Whatever the founders hid in the castle has some arcane protection, something that affects ghosts. They are so terrified of those rooms that they don't even speak about them. Just leaving some vague words. Oh, you mean like you constantly do? Keeping information hidden from others. Nicholas couldn't help himself, he had to take a shot at his prideful student. Dumbledore's eye twitched. Yes. Even former headmaster have died in their search for the rooms. I doubt our thief has access to them or even knows where they are. I have limited control over the ghosts in the castle as headmaster. They can refuse to give me information about the rooms. But they did tell me nobody has entered any for over 100 years. Flamel's eyes twinkled in amusement, the exact same spell that Dumbledore used on his eyes to make himself look more mysterious and to make it easier for people to look directly in his eyes. Legilimency has never been easier. Albus just rolled his eyes and walked away. Yo, continue searching, leaving behind a chuckling Flamel. Maybe I should shake this thief's hand before killing him. This is the most fun I have had in quite a while. The burrow. Why isn't anything working? Fred said in a frustrated tone. He was crushing a piece of paper with their prank plans. We have tried to prank Potter since September. But every time the prank just fails or it gets turned against us. George grumbled as he crossed off a prank idea with his quill a few times, leaving just an ink stain. And someone is pranking us back. I fell down the stairs 3 times. And I checked, I took precautions. How did they get me? Fred scratched his head. They put itching powder in my clothes. During a class, twice. How? And why haven't we thought of that before? Also, Angelina got some pictures of me making out with another guy. Did they get my hair and polish themselves? There was silence for a few moments before George raised his head. Brother of mine. Isn't Potter's little bodyguard strangely always near us when these things happen? Fred frowned. You know, I have noticed the same thing. She was eating popcorn in the corner when Angelina confronted me about cheating on her. Could it be that it isn't Potter? But his girlfriend? The brothers shared a look before both of them stood up. Oh, it is on. While the twins were preparing for a prank war that would just end in failure and Hope's real-life drama comedy. Their sister was in her bed looking at a newspaper cutout of Harry as he waves at the crowd. Ah, he is so handsome. So perfect. So strong. She was laying on her stomach, her hands supporting her head as she constantly moved her feet up and down. Suddenly she turned to another set of pictures, but these ones were stuck on a wooden plank and were very damaged. It looks like they were repeatedly stuck with a knife. They were pictures of Hope and Harry. And more recently pictures of Daphne and Tonks with them as well. These were pictures taken in Hogwarts. Well, memories that students sold for some quick cash that were developed into pictures. It's not fair. Thack. Ginny stabbed a knife on the Hope picture as she glared at it with hate. Harry is mine. He is my Prince Charming. Thack thack. Why can't he see that? It's because of them, isn't it? They are whispering into his ears. Pushing him away from me. They need to be gone. They need to die, 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 die. She kept stabbing the photos over and over with a crazed expression on her face. What she didn't know was that her mother was watching her. Molly Weasley stood there under a disillusionment spell and watched as her daughter was spiraling deeper into her obsession. She inwardly sighed. She was the one who filled her daughter's head with hopes and dreams, ensuring her that she would someday be Lady Potter and live in a castle like a princess. And she would have, if Dumbledore had done his job. But that thing was anything but the boy they were told he was going to be. If anything else, Harry Potter reminded her of him. He and his Death Eaters ruthlessly killed and did whatever they wanted. She saw the memories, she read the news. The casual way that he acted he took a life. The way he easily killed a Death Eater that has fought Horus in the past. No, my family must not get involved with him. Forget the money, while getting the Potter fortune with a long-term scheme would have been nice. If the boy ever found out, dying would be the least of our worries. He is young now, but he has already expressed his interest in dark magic. And we would probably be the first to test out his spells on. She went out of the room silently, dropped the spell and went back in, hopefully to dissuade her daughter from her obsession. Ronald. Stupid bastard. Thinks he is so cool. Getting to skip any class he wants, lucky bastard. And he doesn't even eat at the Great Hall, thinks he is too good to eat with the rest of us. I heard he eats gourmet food in his own room. I want that. And he gets to hang out with pretty girls. I don't get why that's more important than food but all of the guys in the common room. But if they say it's something important then I want it too. To be all cool and rich. Wear nice expensive clothes and eat expensive food. Oh, how good it would taste. Yeah, only someone as great and awesome as me deserves a life like that. Not some arrogant twit like Harry and Malfoy. I heard he killed someone and he got away with it. Stupid rich bastard, using dark magic and using money to get away with blah blah blah. Ronald Weasley kept whining in his head as he was doing his chores outside in the snow. Granger residence, I realized I haven't said a word about Hermione. But she really is useless to Harry. Hermione and her parents Emma and Daniel were sitting in the living room. They watched in silence as their daughter kept pacing and ranting. He doesn't even come to the lessons, he skips all his classes and comes in occasionally to show how better he is. It's not fair. I study all the time, much more than any other student, yet I can't beat his scores. It's cheating. How come he gets to start school early? They said he already finished his education when I just started mine. We are the same age yet he knows more than me. Honey, Emma said in a gentle tone. He and the other kids from older families have personal grimoires, old magic that they keep for themselves, that's not right. Magic should be shared with everyone. Honey. They must do this to be better than Muggle-born like me. We are purposefully being discriminated against. Hermione. Emma yelled out, surprising her daughter as she had never yelled at her before. Honey, sit down and take a breath before you pass out. Hermione just plopped down on the couch and took the break she didn't know she needed. Hermione. Dan said in a calm tone, I know that you are frustrated, you have always been the best in your old school. But you are getting too worked up. You are new to this world. Take your time and learn at your own pace. Emma, who was beside him, nodded, comparing yourself to Harry like that will actually make things worse. The only thing you should be comparing herself is to your past self. As long as you are better and smarter than the person you were yesterday. Then you are improving. Hermione bit her lip, but they have secret books. Emma sighed once again, honey, those books are like family recipes. You don't give them out to everyone. If everyone knew your granny's cookie recipe it wouldn't be special anymore. They have worked hard to improve on their magic. And it's not right to ask them to share it with everyone for free. I know you want to learn everything and be the best. But you don't have to do it now, or else you will lose the important things along the way. Tell me, how many friends have you made at Hogwarts? Hermione looked at the ground and spoke in a quiet tone, none. They say I am too bossy and a know-it-all, they also call me a teacher's pet. But they were doing their spells wrong and I wanted to show them how to do it right, and what's wrong with me raising my hand if I know the answer? Honey. Just because you know the answer doesn't mean you have to answer first. The teachers know you are smart. But they need the other kids to learn as well. So when a teacher asks a question, wait a bit and give the others a chance to answer. If they don't know, raise your hand or just don't. I'm sure the teachers will ask you anyway, Dan said kindly, as he put his hand on her shoulder. And don't tell others what to do. If they want help, just tell them that they can always ask you. You don't need to give them the answer. Nobody likes a bossy friend. So tone it down a little and try again. Can you do that, sweetie? Hermione just slumped a bit, yes, Mum. Good. Emma beamed proudly, now let's make your favorite pasta. You want to help out? Really, she said enthusiastically. Yep, Emma smiled and her daughter rushed into the kitchen. Hopefully this lesson will stick and she can make some friends. Magicians hanging around in Diagon Alley. Gatto has sent men into the Alley. They had orders to invite Harry to work for Gatto, and if he refuses, they were to take him in by force. But all they found was a closed store. Harry pulled out all pots outside of Britain because they went back on the agreement. The store only had one note on it. Moving products to other countries because the British ministry fucked up. The men looked at each other and they all had the same thought. Gatto is not going to like this. Chapter 82, I'm seeing 2. Word count. I have been writing the other fics on my pad. Got some inspiration. happy with how it's going. Harry, keep that thing away, Melinda said in a no-nonsense tone. Click, click, click. But you why? It's so cute. Aren't you my little death machine? Harry says in a childish tone as he scratched the back of the scorpion. Harry. That thing is just a baby and yet a drop of its venom is strong enough to kill an elephant. Hope stood far away from the little green scorpion. It practically screamed death to her, her instincts were going haywire and she was used to Harry's poisons. The sheer potential of this scorpion scared her. I know, isn't it great? Harry smiled at her. He bathed his insects in his poisons, further increasing the toxicity of their venom. Then he used them in the goo ritual. But instead of creating a super bug, he made a freaking Ayakashi, a demon that grows with age and negative emotion. And Harry has been feeding it the passive mana that he leaks out when he isn't training to condense the magic in his body. No, it is not. I'm afraid of going to sleep. Melinda slammed her staff into the ground. Harry just sighed. Fine. Come, Edward. The little scorpion scuttled across his palm to the back of it before landing on his middle finger. It coiled its legs and claws around it and curled its tail up. The little scorpion looked like a ring due to his deep jade color. There, he won't leave my finger unless I order him, and he can just sit there and hibernate, feeding on my passive mana. That reminds me, I need to take out more money to spend on insects. I'm going to make a freaking army of either super bugs or Ayakashi insects. It will be glorious. Harry said as he fist-pumped with his arms above his head. Melinda opened her mouth only to close it. Hope patted her on the back. Let's go, Melinda. You need a new wardrobe. I know how picky you are about the material since you will enchant it later. Leave the maniac alone. The now young Melinda just sighed. I thought getting younger would be less stressful. Oh, how wrong I was. Harry, just don't blow up the place while we are gone. Huh. Harry turned his head around with a confused face. In front of him was his archive magic screens, and on them were magic diagrams of fire magic and explosion magic combined with some unstable ingredients. Did you say something? Melinda just turned to Hope. Call everybody in the house, we are going on a girls' trip. It's not safe to stay here. Hope nodded. Harry, if you are going to blow stuff up, use the Sahara. He just gave her a thumbs up, lost in his research. A few days passed and Harry continued to do what he does best. Discover new things, improve the old ones and sell stuff for money. Since he finally made his pot production fully automatic via a golem assembly line. Or in this case, transmutation line. He found out that it would be difficult and expensive to make golems be able to make the whole pot at once. So he made a factory line where each golem is responsible for a quarter of the pot. It was cheaper and much easier to do, and it lowered the errors that the full golems sometimes made. He created the same system for simple enchantments on weapons. Now he was making batches of his potions and poisons to make more money and continue expanding his influence over the black market. The Viper's popularity was seemingly climbing higher and higher. Viper's weapons, potions, and poisons were known to be of consistent quality. His weapons were basic compared to his potions or poisons. But it got the job done and was considered as good starting gear for beginners. The few weapons that Harry personally enchanted sometimes went for quite a bit of money. His archive magic made it possible to handle so many things at once, as it was a tool where he could use the full potential of his mind. But all things would come to an end as it was time for Harry Potter to make his press conference in Paris. There were times when he would have to come out in person and speak to the vultures. Reporters/journalists. Or would he? Melinda froze in surprise as in front of her stood two Harrys. She reached her hands out and was able to touch both of them. Harry, what am I looking at? Please tell me you didn't clone yourself. The world is not ready for this kind of bullshit. Both Harrys chuckled. If only she knew what kind of shit the world would get into. The Sephiroth Grawl is one of the more busted Longinuses. And that Damphor has a subspecies that makes it even more broken. Melinda, spoke Harry on the right, you are looking at the solution to my problems. I read up a bit on gods, and how they can appear in many parts of the world at the same time. They split a part of their mind and create a magical body for them so that they can move around. You copied the system of avatars that gods use. How in the world did you do this? Is it like clones that yokai use? Harry tilted his head a bit and raised his hand and started to shake in exasperation. Showing she was close. Yokai use ki or chi to accomplish this. I call this thought projection magic, and there are various levels of the spell. You are looking at the second level. Well, the prototype of it. Harry corrected himself and then formed another copy. So now there were 3 Harrys. He touched the new copy and his hand went right through it. The first level is basically just a holographic or illusion projection with a part of my mind or a legilimency probe in it. It can see, hear, and speak, but it can't touch. My mind is linked to it, so I receive information in real time. That was a bitch to figure out since at the base it's an illusion. But thank those devil bastards. Wizarding magic came in clutch even if it doesn't make any sense. Melinda nodded, she had heard of things like this. God Loki was quite famous for them. The second level is a physical copy but without any power in it. So this clone can take my place in press conferences, meet people, help out around the lab, help with brewing or calculations since it has its own thought process which sends the information back to me. It's quite handy if I'm being honest. I can imagine, Melinda mumbles, and the other levels. Harry got serious, but this time it was the clone who spoke. The final level is a clone with some of my power or maybe even above that is a clone that I can hold half of my power. Maybe even make a clone they can be charged up to match me in power. But from what I read that is nearly impossible to do. Otherwise everyone would be doing it. A copy can never be as good as the original. Even this level 2 clone can only exist for 5 minutes. But I just created the second level yesterday and this is just a prototype, eventually I can make him stay longer. Choosing what method of clones to use was tricky. I had so many options. Shadow clones, Vegapunk route, DBZ clones, I even thought about Jean Mori clones. Where the power of the clones matched the strength of the original but that depended on the proximity of the original. I have no idea how to even begin to make that. I think I need Senjutsu for that and I currently don't have the power to sustain those kinds of clones. Eventually I decided on thought projection from Fairy Tail for multiple reasons. First of all the clones are linked in real time with the original. Shadow clones while possible to create would just overload the brain once they pop. And 2 clones could be studying the same thing by accident which is a waste of time. The mind link eliminates that problem. The second reason is that the physical clones are durable. Jalal split his power in half and the clones can go a very long distance away from the original. If the clone dies that power just returns through the link. I'm going to need to modify the spell so that the clone forms with half of my power but doesn't permanently hold it. So I can regenerate the missing half. Like a shadow clone. And if possible make a clone that can hold just as much power as myself where I can slowly fill it up to full power. But I have no idea how to make something like that. As it violates the laws of equivalent exchange. My other clones will disappear once the magic in them runs out or they return to me. But what would I need to build a permanent clone that is linked to me and I can send it magic? Senjutsu possibly. Snap. 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 Melinda snapped her fingers in front of him. I know you are thinking about your project. But we really need to go if we are going to make it to the conference. Harry sighed, there is no escaping this. His clones weren't up to the level where he can just send an illusion clone to Paris. He just recreated the spell. It still has a lot of problems to fix. Let's get this over with. Paris. Everybody of importance knew that Harry Potter was arriving in Paris. This was a tremendous opportunity for a lot of people. For example, the reporter that Harry remembered and addressed when the meeting between delegates happened. Chloe Blanchett from Live Magique. She received quite a bit of rise in popularity. One good photo of Lord Potter would go for a fortune. So now everybody was getting ready to make a deal or at least get the attention of the young protégé. Reporters. Businessmen, politicians, and even the big boss of the Ministère de la Magie. The French Minister of Magic. Ministre Jean-Luc de la Cour. Who was currently in his office with his family. Apolline his wife and his 2 daughters Fleur and Gabrielle. Fleur was 14 and Gabrielle was 5. Apolline was goddess in human flesh. She was simply stunning. Long silver hair to her back, deep blue eyes that looked like sapphires. A voluptuous hourglass body that would make men go crazy with just a small sway. And her Vila charm which increases her beauty to anyone who is attracted to her. Making them an easy target for Vila to prey on. She looked like she was carved by the gods. And in a way she was. Vila were originally creations of the Greek gods. It was a challenge of who could create the most beautiful avian as a gift to their chief god Zeus. Many goddesses created different kinds of birds. Strong, smart, stunning, but only Aphrodite took it a step further. Her birds turned into gorgeous and sexy women. Hera naturally was furious when Zeus declared that he liked her gift the best. She cursed the creatures to stay in their half-bird half-human form, like the harpies. But with that curse she gave them the ability to use fire. And a new breed of magical creatures was born. Throughout the years with studying magic and mating with humans until they die, the Vila were able to shed their avian form become what they are today, witches that have a strong charm, control over blue fire and access to their avian from whenever they want. But over thousands of years that instinct of theirs still remains somewhat. That's why people still call them man-eaters. Anyway, the Delacours were a normal dysfunctional family like any other. Jean and Apolline both understood that their marriage was purely political. He makes things easier for the Vila in France. She helps him out with the subtle side of politics. Causing mischief, seducing men with her gestures, causing trouble in married couples. Everything was so subtle because in the end she was innocent. It was always other men who did something first. And that had consequences to their career and marriage. That's not to say that they don't hold any affection towards one another. You can't be together with someone for 15 years and not get used to each other's presence. It might not be love, but it works out for them. Their daughter Fleur, on the other hand, was probably bipolar. As being a Vela born in a high-class family, she was buelled during her childhood, where it takes a while for a Vela to hit puberty, as that is the stage where they gather the magic needed for it. So from the age of 8 to 12 they look the same age. But after 12 they look older and more seductive. Fleur was only 14, but she looked like a well-developed 16-year-old. That naturally attracted jealousy from the other girls and stares from the guys, which she manipulated with glee as payback for what they said to her a few years ago. She enjoys living the high life and manipulating men with her charms. It makes her feel strong and confident. So she would forget the times when she was small, lonely, and weak, where she cried herself to sleep. She has a reputation of a cold-hearted bitch, but cares a lot about her sister. So the young students were warned by their older siblings not to bully Gabrielle, or Fleur would literally break their family apart. Jean-Luc looked at his family with a small smile. He was exhausted. The press conference was a big opportunity for him in magical France, but it was also a nightmare. The logistics, security, favors that he accepted for people to meet and talk with Lord Potter in the limited time frame he had given them was very stressful to work out. Luckily Harry Potter decided to do all that before the press conference, as he wanted to be done with it and leave. And they are obviously talking in French. So Papa, what did you call us here for? Fleur said as Gabrielle sat in her lap and she was braiding her hair. Gabrielle enjoyed spending time like this with Fleur, and her hair always turned out cute and interesting. Isn't it obvious, sweetheart? It's about the VIP that is about to arrive in our country. Apolline smiled sweetly as she watched her daughters. They were her pride and joy. Fleur tilted her head slightly and had a confused expression. Harry Potter. What about him? We already had this discussion. Didn't you say I was going to try and charm him? He is still just a little boy. Jean-Luc pressed his hand on his face lightly and sighed. His daughter's arrogance knows no bounds. And the problem was that she deserved to be arrogant. Perfect grades, both theoretical and practical. Her control over her Vela flame was also excellent. And in a Vela's case, the more powerful she was, the more beautiful she would be. And Fleur was declared as a once-in-a-century talent in his wife's Vela coven. That little boy apparently has perfect diplomacy. We have received word that any charm is completely useless at him. And he is brutal and cold-hearted. At the age of 11 he had already been in 2 honor duels where he killed 2 of England's pigs. Pure-blood lords. Jean coughed in his fist, correcting himself. Piggies. Gabrielle said with her hands in the air. Jean felt a chill down his spine as Apolline was giving him an icy stare. He quickly got back to the topic. Seducing him is out of the question, he is too young anyway. So tone down your arrogant attitude when you are in front of him. Remember, he has already finished his magical education and is stronger than you. Don't provoke him and don't let him provoke you. Just be courteous and show him the beauty of our city as his guide while I set up the meeting spots in the conference venue. I changed the location of the last one since I heard that some of the pureblood morons in this country plan to attack Harry Potter for ruining their business. A group of hit wizards are waiting for them to show up. Short-sighted fools, Apolline said in a cold tone. Harming Harry Potter was equivalent to harming a world-class celebrity. It doesn't matter what country they are from, they are coming to France and will start a war on you. Yes. Well, they will be taken care of. Now I just want to make sure nobody does anything stupid to annoy the boy. Lest he take away his pots from France as well. Fleur sighed and rolled her eyes. Fine. I will play the perfect daughter in front of the little boy. But I want the new purse that just came out, she said with sparkles in her eyes. Apolline chuckled when she saw her daughter's expression, as if agreeing with her attitude. Jean just shook his head. I will never understand women. She has dozens of purses. Why do they want more? Chapter 83, Vive la France. Word count. Paris, France. Harry arrived in Paris at the designated location. There were people already there waiting for him. Hope and Melinda were out shopping. They would join up later. Hope wanted to be with Harry as protection. But in the end he was only going to be meeting wizards. So he sent them shopping so he doesn't have to go with them later. A team of French Oris acting as security. The person in charge was Captain Pierre. But in reality it was the guide. Apolline Delacour and her daughter Fleur. Obviously the minister wouldn't let anyone else have this great opportunity to make a relationship with Harry Potter. If it was going to be anyone, it would be his own family. Welcome to France, Monsieur Potter. I am Apolline Delacour. This is my daughter Fleur. Fleur smiled charmingly as she curtsied. Hello, welcome to my country. Both mother and daughter expected some reaction from the boy. While their charm doesn't work on children, even them and young teens show some reaction, like seeing a beautiful painting or something interesting. But all they got from Harry was a raised eyebrow. Delacour. Of the court. You must be the minister's family. Fascinating, so this is the effect that Vila have on people. Both Vila were surprised. You can feel the allure. Fleur said in shock, if he can feel it then he is really immune to it. Yes, Harry nodded and raised his hand and did a little twist. It appeared like he was holding something between his fingers. Harry's eyes glowed ever so slightly. Really fascinating, pheromones enhanced by magic and a hypnotizing visual effect. And that is just the tip of the iceberg, with complex magic woven into your very DNA. Harry smiled slightly. This isn't some random mutation through centuries of breeding. It was man-made. Or should I say God-made? The legends were true. But that means any further research will involve divinity. Pity, I'm nowhere near at the level to mess with that stuff. Especially with an abstract topic like beauty or charm, that won't be useful to me at all. Both were shocked by the way the boy casually just broke down the basic effect of their Vila allure. In mere seconds after meeting then and without any direct examination on them. No spell was used as far as they saw. But the boy did something. Well, shall we get going? Apolline smiled politely, but on the inside she was deeply shaken. Genius. What were those old geezers smoking? There is a genius in every generation. This boy, I have faced oppression, discrimination, battles to the death and much more. None of those scare me as much as the fear of being in his presence. He gives away nothing. His magic is impressive for his age. It is the same as final year student. Yet my instincts, the instinct of a magical beast is going haywire. One part wants to mate with him as an apex specimen. The other wants to run away as far as possible to ensure survival. And that part was winning fast. It's like feeling death in the air. Like a gazelle meeting a lion only a few meters away. Lead the way. I'm sure you people have the route made so I can deal with the pests as soon as possible, Harry said in an annoyed tone. The main reason he was in France was because some stuck-up nobles were demanding more pots. Harry set up a limit to how many pots someone can buy at once. So he gives a chance to the public, to the little guy. So amateur potioners and alchemists can grow some of their ingredients at home, subtly raising the quality of those professions. Why? Because when shit hits the fan with Cow's Brigade, people don't all come looking for him to increase production and join factions. He will always sell his products because of the great quality. So when times get rough there will be more people to pick up the slack. If he was the only one he would be a target. But if he was just the biggest fish in the pond, most would leave it alone since the big fish usually fights back. In Harry's case it was more like a shark in a pond. Apolline nodded as she guided Harry to meet some people. Naturally Fleur didn't forget her role. She stuck close to him. She was polite and flirtatious. So, Harry, she said sensationally, her melodic voice attracted quite a bit of attention from the Aurors. They felt pity for the boy. They thought this honey trap would surely work. How did you accomplish so many things at such a young age? Harry just glanced at her. I studied hard, he replied in a dry tone. To him this honey trap was a big joke. First of all, his hormones haven't still activated, though he should be starting puberty in the next few months. Second, they would have a bigger chance if they brought a rare book or artifact to work as the honey. A beautiful girl might have worked if he had lost his intellect by some miracle. Other than that it would be impossible. He had seen and read enough situations where people die because they use their dick to think instead of their brain. So what if the woman is drop dead gorgeous or stunning? Even if Aphrodite herself came in front of Harry to seduce him, he would bolt out of there like Ophis was chasing his ass. If she is too pretty, then there was a big chance she was sent by someone. Or just wants to rob you blind. Fleur withheld an eye twitch at his attitude. What was with that Halfus cold reply? But studying hard doesn't bring this kinds of results. You must be very special to do so. Harry just shrugged and didn't bother replying. Tried as she could to get his attention, even went as far as over-the-top flirting and touching. Something she has yet to do with other men. With them it was usually just a light touch with her fingers, grabbing their necktie or a palm on the face to get them nearer before she escaped. But when she tried to touch Harry, her palm got cold, like deathly cold, it got numb and she lost all feeling in it. And that's because Harry deactivated his usual enchantments. Otherwise she would have had to cut off her hand with how cursed it would be. She put her arm through his and were now with linked elbows. She didn't forget to brush up his arm against her chest. Even though her entire arm went numb. I'm sorry if my daughter's English isn't good enough. She has focused her studies on her magical subjects, Apolline cut in before the mood became even more awkward. Don't worry, I speak French as well, Harry replied in their language this time. Both mother and daughter smiled as their eyebrow twitched. Here they were trying hard to keep the mood pleasant and Harry was making it worse. What they didn't know is that he was doing it on purpose. One of the other things he learned from Vincent was to make people as uncomfortable as possible, putting him in a better position. Be shameless and make others feel awkward. Guaranteed to make you profit. That old man has been doing it for 100 years. He is rich and not dead, so there has to be some truth there. You speak French at your age, that's very impressive, Fleur replied back in French. She was faking it as best as she could. I speak 5 languages. Harry replied, but it wasn't in a bragging tone, it was the same dry tone he had been using since the start. Very impressive, Apolline commented, and she was honest about it. The boy seemed more impressive by the minute. But they have received information that the boy is terrible with politics. And he was about to meet the traditionalists of France. In her opinion, they were just as arrogant as the ones in Britain, maybe more. British wizarding society is mostly closed off with little international trade or communication. They think they are the best because Hogwarts was the first European magic school in Europe. But in the last 100 to 200 years they have been rapidly declining more than ever. All while the rest of Europe has been improving, even with the chaos Grindelwald and Hitler caused. Even with the Muggle-repelling wards, some stray shots hit some wizarding homes in rural areas. That's why everyone in Europe has a problem with Dumbledore. He sat and waited while they were suffering. Many men lost their lives against the Dark Lord and his acolytes. Though there was a bright side. It was not just the traditionalists, a few of the neutrals and progressives were here as well. Not to complain, but build a working relationship with Harry Potter. Meeting politicians. Apolline took Harry to a restaurant where the first group of politicians were. The 3 men that were inside were the most powerful men in France. Each politician is the representative of their faction, so they get to go first. Then the second and third group. Each faction has their own block. Not everyone in the faction agrees or likes each other. It's just that their ideals and philosophy is similar. Frederick Diefenthal, Bernard Farcy, and Daniel Morales. White, Grey and Dark faction. A/N. By the way, these are the cast of French Taxi franchise. Except sadly for the last one, the main character. Sami Nasseri, who played Daniel Morales, did some shit with drugs, fights and prison, so I'm not putting his name in my book. Pity, I really liked his character in the movies. They were my favorite French movies. Asterix and Obelix are next. Greetings, gentlemen. Apolline smiled politely at the 3 leaders. Ah, Apolline as charming as ever, Bernard smiled. He was an old man with half-bald hair and a mustache. He was wearing a cream-colored 3-piece suit and was smoking a cigar. As the leader of the neutral party, he had considerable skill in politics and bureaucracy, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep the profit-chasing neutrals somewhat in check. Thank you, well, I have done my job with escorting Monsieur Potter. Would you like me to stay and wait for you or to leave, she asked the boy next to her. Frederick and Daniel frowned, while Bernard simply smirked. The minister wanted to stay and to hear about the conversation. He would naturally hear it later on from various sources. But with Apolline here, she might be able to sway the young men into her corner with her charms. Harry just sat down. Do as you wish as long as you don't interrupt me. He then looked at the 3 politicians. Now, gentlemen, give me one good reason why I shouldn't pull all of my pots out of France after the stunt you have pulled. This threw everybody off, even Apolline. All of them started at the boy in shock. You have a deal with France. Daniel slammed his hand on the table. They had heard that the boy was arrogant. But to show such disrespect to them was unacceptable. He didn't bother even to acknowledge them. Yes, I do. But my factory in France might break down, and of course I would have to shut it down to repair it. Frederick, the leader of the progressive faction, just shook his head. Threats right off the start. You don't have any experience with politics, do you, Mr. Potter? I don't see the point of me wasting time with delusional people who think too much of their position and so-called power. I have better things to do with my time. You think our positions mean nothing? Bernard asked curiously. This was a good opportunity to discover the mindset of this rising star. Do they? You have heard the news. I can kill all of you in less than 10 seconds. So you have no magical might above me. The 3 men frowned but didn't say anything. Nobody liked being called weak, but it was the truth. They had seen the memories of that day in the Wisengamot. The boy was a true magical powerhouse despite his very young age. In terms of money, I think with my legacy, my potions and pots, I am or soon will be richer than all of you combined. As for your political power and hold in France, tell me, how many people do you think won't betray you if I offer them a chance to cooperate with me? How many of your loyal allies won't stab you in the back for the ticket to take their house to the top? The mood in the room got downright frosty. Apolline was visibly sweating. This was not what she had in mind when she thought they would discuss politics. I make no loss if I stop selling my pots here. There are more than enough people willing to buy them elsewhere. The demand is much bigger than the supply after all. I simply decided to sell them to the people to gather goodwill and allow the low-income wizards a chance, and in turn give an opportunity for magic to progress. So tell me, gentlemen, what use do I have out of all of you, out of France? Frederick and Daniel flushed with anger. This boy was making a mockery out of them. Bernard on the other hand frowned before he came to some sort of realization and let out a hollow chuckle. Haha, so that's how it is, do you truly see us like this? Or is it all wizards? You see us as nothing more than first gens or nomage. He shook his head as he spoke softly. We are to you what they are to us. Disposable, and their only use is to benefit us. Isn't that right? Bernard looked Harry in the eye, and so did the other two who had shocked expressions on their faces. Harry smirked a bit. At least one of you gets it. A nomage. A nomaj. How dare you compare me to those pathetic creatures? Daniel quickly pulled out his wand and his arm was turning to point at Harry. The rest rushed towards their wands as well. But Harry was faster. He raised his hand and clenched a bit, his fingers forming a claw. Goo! Daniel quickly brought his hands to his throat. He couldn't breathe. He found himself being slowly raised above the ground. He was being chocked. This is why I dislike interacting with wizards. It's like having a fly that keeps buzzing and distracting me. I want to reach the peak of magic, and I can't do that with you people slowing me down. Harry let Daniel down, who quickly started to breathe heavily, grasping for a breath. The most basic rule of negotiation is for both parties to have something that the other one wants. We have nothing that interests Mr. Potter. So why are you here? Frederick, the leader of the Progressives, asked with a wary tone. Quite simple, you will make the other fools stop this stupidity, or I will come and challenge everyone to a duel and kill all of you. The one thing I find amusing is your archaic laws. The magically stronger people can just challenge and kill their enemies. So make them stop or blood will flow through the streets. Bernard summarized. Pretty much. Harry nodded. The three looked at each other and sighed. This was not the way it was supposed to go. Harry made them swear oaths to keep things under control and not spread the news they heard in the room. At this point it didn't even matter, but better safe than sorry. A good public opinion might be useful in the long run. Aren't you going to put me under oath? Apolline, who was walking alongside him, asked. I think there is no need. You didn't reach the power you have now by just being pretty. You should know what you can or can't say. Now can you take me to the press conference? I want to end this and leave. Of course. Press conference. Harry just arrived in the room where the conference will be held. There were many people there, filled with reporters, journalists, and cameramen. As he got to the podium, he saw four figures that everybody in the room seemed to be ignoring, each sitting by the back of the room. He froze for a single second before he literally put his body on autopilot while his mind ran faster than it has ever done. What the fuck are they doing here? Harry was having a panic attack. He recognized the four figures immediately. After all, they are one of the strongest people in the world. On the left corner there was a woman in white robes. She was modestly covered, but it did little to hide her voluptuous figure. Her head and eyes were covered by a hood, but her curly blonde hair was visible. Harry caught a glimpse of her innocent face, and could only think how unnaturally perfect it was. In the middle was a man in his 20s who was dressed in a suit. He was tall, handsome, had black hair with a few golden bangs and a black goatee, but the most interesting thing were his violet eyes. At the right corner there were two people. One was a tall man with long green hair and the other was a young woman with black hair in twin tails. Both were dressed in suits. Seraph of Heaven. Gabriel the Messenger. Governor General of Grigory. Azazel the Scapegoat. Mao of Research and Development. Ajuka Beelzebub. Mao of Foreign Relations. Seraphal Leviathan. Well, this has been fun. Time to leave. Like right now. Harry quickly sent a telepathic message to Hope, code Black. Get the fuck out of here. Hope was so startled she let out a small squeak in the backstage. Code Red was an extremely dangerous situation involving dangerous people. Code Black was Armageddon, no chance to fight back and run away as fast as possible. In this case, her just being here puts Harry in danger since he would have to protect her. Roger. Hope literally grabbed Melinda despite how much bigger she was and out her over her shoulder and dashed out of here. Harry stood at the podium with a smile on his face. Why the fuck are they even here? A/N. Next chapter everything will be explained. Short story. It's Azazel's fault. Chapter 84, Biblical Faction. Word count. 3 days earlier. Underworld. Grigory territory. Azazel was in his office reading through reports on his spies across the world. As well as official ambassadors. The Norse is still the same. Old Man Odin has been absent as usual. But in his case he is just enjoying himself at a pay clubs. I should meet up with him once just to maintain good relations. Azazel placed the report in the read pile. This was one of his most tedious jobs as Governor General. He would much rather be researching sacred gears or working on his gadgets. Azazel was one of the first angels to fall. He is also a first-generation angel at that. The same generation as Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael. Michael and his twin Hell were the first angels. The first sons of God. Well, until Hell rebelled, discarded his holy powers and somehow changed his race, becoming Lucifer, father of the devils. And yet time waits for no one. Even he and God died. That's why Azazel was obsessed with reaching peace. Because if they don't, then the apocalypse might really be upon them and nobody will be left to fight. One of the biggest things his father has predicted was peace between the races against a common enemy. But he wouldn't say what enemy. And during the Great War he didn't care. But after God died, his eyes opened, and he pulled back from the war. If they had continued, Heaven would have used their suicide button and take all three factions down. The survivors would be picked off by other factions. They can call him whatever they like, insult him till their throats go dry. He was Azazel, leader of Grigory and the most dangerous fallen alive along with one of the most intelligent people in the world. He didn't have the time nor the patience to deal with unimportant opinions of some low-level scrubs. He was a high-class, high-functioning sociopath, manipulating others with his charms and charisma. Many people would rather fight strong enemies than just sit down and deal with him. High-class as in fancy. What is this? Azazel raised an eyebrow as he read through a report about the devils. Ajuka more specifically. He and Ajuka have a silent intellectual competition. It started as a prank on his side, but then it grew to this competition where they send each other puzzles or something silly as a magical bomb to defuse in under 10 seconds. Whatever it was, the puzzle must have a logical solution. It was just a way to kill the boredom and they did it once a year at most. Ajuka has been stressed by some pots. Wait, I heard about this. Azazel picked up another report that he glanced at a month ago. It was in the unimportant pile. Here it is. Harry Potter from the wizarding community has developed magical pots which can increase the growth speed of plants by 3 times. This pot can only be handled by humans within the low-class power capacity. Any other species in the pot will break. The stronger the individual, the sooner the pot would break. It has been recorded that a low-class fallen approached the pot and it suddenly broke when he got 1.5 meters away from it. While impressive, this discovery is of little use to Grigory. Azazel went back to his report on Ajuka. Interesting. A suicide switch in every pot. And apparently it has frustrated Ajuka so much that he has broken over 50 of them. It says here that he even tried to use a robot to break open the pot. But the pot still broke apart into unusable pieces. The reason we have so much data on this anyway is because all of the tests must be done in the human world with the help of humans. Otherwise Ajuka couldn't have gotten hold of the pots in the first place. Azazel called his secretary over the land phone. Get me any information you can on Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the woman said in a surprised tone. Well, I did hear the kid was going to do a press conference in Paris 3 days from now. Our spies there picked up movement from the wizards and the church. But that always happens when wizards do big events. Press conference EY. Cancel my plans for that day, Azazel said with a grin that meant trouble for anybody involved with that thing there. Understood, sir. And might I remind you that Cadre Shemhazai has said he isn't doing any more of your work if you don't finish this batch of documents. And Azazel slumped. God, he hated paperwork. Aren't you supposed to be my secretary? Yes, I am. You pay me to remind you of things like this. Mary said in a light tone. Well, it's time for my break. Good luck, boss. Her cheerful tone made Azazel sigh even more. I'll show you later. I need to finish this up so that I can have some secretary sex later. But as usual, the spy game went both sides. When his secretary went on break, she told some of her workers to compile a file about Harry Potter and find out where the press conference is. The spies saw her serious look and tone and came to the conclusion that this is for Azazel. And if Azazel was going to a backwater wizarding community, then there must be a damn good reason to do so. The Fallen on Devil payroll delivered this news to Seraphal, and the Fallen who intentionally fell to gather information for Heaven also did the same thing. So the whole reason this thing started was because Azazel didn't instruct his secretary to do it quietly. She did her job the same way as always. But for important things she does it herself to avoid an information leak. Once Ajuka heard that Azazel is going, there was no way he was being left behind. If Azazel cracked the code for the pot, he would hold it over his head for the next decade. Seraphal decided to go because Ajuka got tunnel vision when it came to science and magic, so she chaperones so that he doesn't screw up. The man forgets to eat when he gets focused on his projects. They pay an assistant to remind him, one that he couldn't fire. If Ajuka doesn't eat for 4 days, her job is to bring food into his lab and put it there until his brain realizes how hungry he is. Heaven heard that Azazel and 2 Maus were coming, so even though they didn't know why, they had to send someone. It was the next day they received information about the pots and it caught their interest. Azazel underestimated how his actions would affect the situation. So instead of just meeting him, Harry has to deal with 4 powerhouses. A/N. What do you think? Rolling on the floor laughing. Such a small thing and it completely screwed Harry over. Like some poor dude invents a new motor or SMTH. And a month later 4 big CEOs are at his shop. I would shit myself. Back to present. Harry was at the podium. He observed the crowd while hiding the panic attack he was having on the inside. Okay, I don't know what they want or why they are here. I'll just play it cool and give Hope and Melinda time to escape and activate every single ward in the house. Then Hope will go to prearranged locations that he will later go to and leave dummy trails using his magic, that he stored in a bottle to leave like breadcrumbs. So that when Harry teleports from that location it will lead to 2 different locations. They will be chasing 2 people who teleport randomly. Then going through portkeys and apparition with some old school moving through city alleys. It was an improved method to make sure they aren't followed. Let's do this. Harry smiled for the cameras. He was ready to answer some questions. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, Monsieur Potter, Senior Potter. Many reports started to talk at once. Many of them from different countries and agencies. Everybody had something to ask. Seeing that he was in France, Harry decided to go with someone he knew. He smiled at Chloe, who returned his smile and stood up. Fleur frowned once she saw this. Harry never gave her any kind of reaction, but he was smiling at this unimportant woman. Why does he smile for her? I am much more beautiful. Does he like older women? But I am older than him as well. Wait, he is 11. Papa said that he isn't even interested in girls yet. Why must he be so complicated? Fleur bit her nail in frustration while her mother watched her with a smile. Young love. But you have quite a challenge, my daughter. You had to pick the one boy that shows no interest in you and has a heart made of ice. As a mother, all I can do is give you my support and say is good luck. Apolline smiled wistfully. Chloe was ready with her question. She waited for the camera people to have the best position for the shot. How was your experience here in Paris? She started off with the most basic yet the most important and tricky question. The first opinion of the public will depend on this. If he says something bad, the people will dislike him. If he fakes it too much, they will notice and have a bad opinion of Harry. If he cared about that sort of things at all. But Harry will at least try to keep things neutral. He won't go out of his way to be some celebrity, but having a somewhat positive reputation goes a long way in long-term plans. Paris was fine. It's a beautiful city with extraordinary culture, art, and food. Some of your nobles left much to be desired, but all in all I would call it a good experience, Harry said in a calm tone. Not too much, not too little. Give a plus to the culture and a jab at the nobles. Many of the public agreed with his little jab. Happy that someone was actually talking about it instead of it being hidden in the media. And nobody would try to twist Harry Potter's words. At least not now. Every country in the world wanted those pots, for many reasons and departments. If someone pissed Harry off, they would soon be without a job. Even if Harry was the most unlikable scumbag. They still couldn't write anything bad against him this early. And Harry didn't plan on giving them a reason to do so. Excellent. I am happy to hear that. Chloe said with a smile. Now we have to ask, do you plan on increasing the inventory in your shops? A lot of people are eager to get their own pots. Chloe gets another question because this is her country. Harry likes her more than the rest and because she asked the general first question, saving the others of doing it. Harry let out a bright smile. No, I am not. The current production has been carefully calculated. Each country receives a set amount of pots in the few stores there per week. Now a new facility to produce these pots is being built. So people just have to wait a while. Then the other reporters started asking. Why not let other people invest? Why is it taking so long? Does he not have enough workers? How are his potions doing? What is he planning with his studies? But then came the kicker. Azazel asked a question. Mr. Potter. How do you plan to solve the error in your pots? In some more magical areas in the world the pots break because they are so fragile, and some extremely powerful magicians in the East said that when they get too close to the pot it breaks instantly. So he is here for the pots. Well, that's reassuring somewhat. That means he isn't here to kill me and take my sacred gear. But I don't plan on selling to other races. They do enough harm to the world without having more magical plant resources. Yes, that's a good question, Mr. Azazel, he smiled, eyes locking with Harry. Motherfucker. I don't even need to use legilimency or any spells. I can tell how fucking outmatched I am just by looking at his eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Even normal humans, when they search the truth in another person, they look in their eyes. Harry is sensitive to souls from the studies he has done on Peveril magic. And in front of him was something ancient. Something old and powerful. The first humans walked the earth 5 to 7 million years ago. Azazel was much older than that. Well, Mr. Azazel, I don't plan to solve it at all. Sure, it might be a flaw in my pots. But it doesn't affect most of the human population. Only a few strong individuals and locations can't use my pots. And while that is sad, they can always hire other people to use the pots for them. Grow the plants they need in their place. Then Harry saw Ajuka raising his hand. Oh come on. Mr. Potter. If they are so fragile, how do you handle your own pots? Ajuka asked. He desperately wanted to know. Anything at peak low class or above can't handle the pots. He deduced that the boy was most likely at the beginning of mid-class. Otherwise he wouldn't have the power to act like he does and survive the wizarding and supernatural world. But if he was mid-class, how was he touching the pots? Is he more skilled at manipulating mana than him? Does he have some ability to suppress the mana in his body to minimal levels? Ajuka just doesn't know, and it's driving him crazy. Harry was suppressed by this question. He couldn't help it. He knew it would probably get him killed, but this was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Harry let out the smuggest look he can. Oh that. I can't touch my own pots. I just designed the creation process. After all, I can't let people steal my design. Crack. The phone in Ajuka's hand was crushed to pieces. Azazel bent over slightly while holding his stomach and his hand over his mouth. But even then his snicker could be heard. Ha 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 ha. This kid is a riot. Ha 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 ha. The ball's on this one saying it in front of Ajuka. He knows exactly what he did. I'm so glad I came here. Serafal practically jumped on Ajuka and put her ice-covered hand on his neck, then slid down to his upper back to chill this nerd off. Chill off, we are in public with Azazel and Gabriel, she whispered harshly. Ajuka shivered from the cold and regained his composure. But he was still slightly angry. All that lost time, all those experiments. He was sure the creator had created some loophole for him to use the pots. It turns out that even he couldn't touch him. The problem was unsolvable from the start. Thank you. Thank me later, nerd. We have to find out what Azazel wants with the kid. Serafal gave him a smirk. After the conference, Harry went into the back room. He pulled out some chairs and a table and positioned them correctly and added some spells on them. He also pulled out a fluxy and lit the magical cigarette and a bottle of fire whiskey and poured himself a glass. Time for Plan C. Well, I didn't expect all of you to come here, Azazel said in a casual tone as all of them were walking towards the backstage. Ajuka, sure, but not the two of you. Serafal and Gabriel glanced at each other. Serafal considered herself Gabriel's rival. After all, both were the only women in their groups. And it pissed Serafal somewhat that Gabriel was really famous in the underworld. Her innocent and airhead personality was a big plus on the devil's kink list. Gabriel, on the other hand, didn't understand why Serafal was being so aggressive. The war was a long time ago. It was time for peace. But her brother Uriel is against it, saying that all evil must be eliminated in their father's name. Michael just acted as a leader and mediator between all three of the seraphs. Well, between Uriel and Raphael. Nobody could resist Gabriel's sad and tearful face. I'm here to make sure, Ajuka, and you don't do anything stupid. Serafal said in a somewhat cheerful tone. Aha, Azazel said offhandedly, not believing her. And you, dear sister of mine. Gabriel frowned a bit. She didn't like the way he was calling her sister, even though it was true. We received word that you were all coming here. Paris is still under heaven's control. So I am here to keep an eye on things. Her child, you are too young to smoke. Gabriel ran forward with a worried tone. And are you drinking? It is a sin to get drunk. She ran towards Harry, who was sitting on his chair. In front of him was a square table with chairs for all of them. Each would take a side. Azazel eyed the position of the chairs and table. There were 2 chairs on one side and opposite of them was 1 chair. But opposite of Harry was a chair that was completely white, obviously meant for Gabriel. Who? Either that is a coincidence and it was all he had on him. Or he purposefully made it so he has an equal standing as us. So coincidence of confidence, we will see. But if one thing is for sure, he dislikes heaven. So much so that he would rather sit closer to fallen and devils instead of Gabriel. Well, I wouldn't be drinking if 4 big shots didn't just show up at my conference, now would I? Harry said in a sarcastic tone as took a puff from his fluxy. He does have a point, Serafal agreed with the kid. They all sat down on their chairs. They all felt the magic on the chairs, but it appeared the only function was to make it more comfortable. Wizards really have interesting magic, was a thought they all shared. Anyway, Serafal felt for him, really she did. She does this bullshit on a daily basis. People coming to her office or calls. Or she has to go and meet with some arrogant leaders. Or just normal leaders who were pissed at her because of what some stupid young devil did. Harry drowned a shot of whiskey, and the next moment later he burped out a small fire. Hey, what was that? Azazel said with interest. He was half a second faster, otherwise she would have asked it. Fire whiskey. Specialty of wizards, it has a good taste and has a strong kick. If you don't fight the magic, it will form and release itself like a burp but with fire. Harry explained as he poured himself another one and pushed, the bottle slid to him. Azazel didn't even bother to check it for poisons. He just took out a glass out of nowhere and poured himself one. A few moments later he let out a fire burp. Ha ha ha, that was fun. Where can I find this? Harry just raised an eyebrow. Who do you think created this? Azazel looked at the bottle in confusion before he realized that he was drinking magical whiskey. Man, I love Ireland. Do you have magical scotch as well? We have magical everything. Harry just raised his glass and took a sip. Azazel looked like he had discovered a new continent. Guess I know what I'm doing for the next few months. Hey, gimme some. Seraphal slammed the table. How dare they enjoy good alcohol in front of her? She needs it more than them. Let them try out her job and see which one is more stressful. Azazel didn't say anything and just slid her the whole bottle. Seraphal, however, didn't let the fire burp form, but she still enjoyed the smooth whiskey with the strong kick. Oh yeah. Mama needs more of this. I have decided. This is curtail for the operation of the Foreign Affairs Department. I will need an increased budget for these crucial work supplies. Zexjon will handle the council once he also gets a taste. Never underestimate the distance Alco, cough, devils will go to for a quality bottle. She quickly typed out the message to her fellow Mao telling him to deal with it. She also poured another glass and teleported it. Oh. Good idea. Azazel saw what she was doing and did the same. He sent one to Shemhazai and said to relocate some funds for a new item in the alcohol department. The Fallen already had a department for it. They were drinking long before some devils were even born. Gabriel and Ajuka were just watching them with judging expressions. Drinking so much is a sin, noisy alcoholics, both will be unbearable later. Harry looked at them with a strained smile, seeing the big shots make themselves at home. Well, this is fun and all. But would somebody please tell me why the big shots from the biblical faction came knocking on my door? Chapter 85, Biblical Faction. Word count. Well, this is fun and all. But would somebody please tell me why the big shots from the biblical faction came knocking on my door? Harry looked at them, poorly hiding how he felt on the matter. Well. I'm just here to meet you. Huh. Harry and Seraphal both made a baffled expression. Of course, Ajuka facepalmed and Gabriel looked confused. What was so bad about that? Azazel just looked offended. What? I wanted to meet the kid that has been messing with Ajuka for weeks. Is this bitch for real? I'm having a mental breakdown because Azazel wanted to mess with Ajuka. Harry felt like throwing one of his grenades in his face. I'm going to kill Azazel and Ajuka. Can't believe I wasted a day for this. I could have spent the day with my cute baby sister. She is so precious holding her milk bottle and teddy bear. You mean I have the Slave Trader Incorporated and the only godless pantheon up my ass because you wanted to meet me? Harry said incuriously. The gazes of all four of them turned serious. How do you know about that? Gabriel asked in a calm voice. Harry looked at them with a raised eyebrow. You guys must be joking. You really think the death of the Big G is a secret? Every god in the world knows it. It's just a secret you keep so the grunts don't cause trouble. And do you really think none of your people wouldn't sell the secret? If you spend enough money, any information is available. Azazel and Seraphal just sighed. Stupid greedy bastards. They already had an idea of who among them would sell that information. And besides that, Sacred Gears already give away a big clue. Balance breaker. It's obvious once you think about it. Azazel just smiled. Smart kid. So people are finally starting to notice that stupid bug. Sacred Gears weren't built with balance breaker. It happened after the Great War. A bug that allowed a sacred gear to evolve. But if it's a bug, why hasn't God fixed it? People will naturally make some theories and eventually they will realize that the biblical God hasn't been seen in centuries. So it's not that he won't fix it, it's because he can't, because he is dead. Heaven and the church have also been unhinged in the last 400 years with many angels falling further. And what do you plan to do with this information? Ajuka asked, his eyes locked onto Harry. Trying to get any information from his body language and facial expressions. Nothing. I want nothing to do with the biblical factions, especially heaven. Harry crossed his arms. You seem to be holding quite the grudge against my old men, Azazel said with a smile. He knew what it was probably about. The boy was a wizard and the church did not take kindly against his kind. Do you still hate the church for what they have done? Gabriel said in a sad voice. Despite being in Seraph, they do not have much control over their worshippers, and at that time, they didn't even try to stop it. Harry laughed. About what? Let's take it from the top. Mass genocide, declaring other pantheons as pagan in fear of losing worshippers. But still taking their holy weapons and using them. Ha. So true. Hey Gabriel, you still have the Norse swords, do you plan on selling them anytime soon? Azazel laughed, he was having a blast today. It's not every day that you see a kid with the balls to mouth off in front of a seraph. Man, I wish Uriel was here. It would have made it 10 times better. Gabriel just gave Azazel a glare while pouting. Harry didn't stop talking. The only reason heaven hasn't been attacked is because of all the gathered faith you guys have or something like that. You are the supernatural equivalent of North Korea. Nobody wants to touch them in case they go nuclear. Ha 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 ha. My God, it's so true. And I just got the image of Michael with the fat man's head. He quickly took out his phone and texted one of his people, Barakil, quickly photoshoot Michael's body with the face of the North Korean leader. Kim Jong something. Right below, touch my church and I will nuke you. Then spread it across the Fallen network so they can get a laugh out of this. Azazel, do not insult my brother. Gabriel glared angrily at the perverted Fallen, but the glare turned out more cute than intimidating. Harry ignored their byplay and continued, moving on. Let's see more mistakes heaven made. The witch hunts, Camelot, Excalibur, Yana of Arc. Gabriel actually got a bit angry at that hit close to the heart. Joan was one of Gabriel's favorites. She couldn't do anything and could only watch in tears as the young woman lost her life. That was not our fault. No, you just stood by and watched as the church burned an innocent girl who led an army to victory, then had the gall to name her saint. Harry slammed his fist on the table. The mood got serious. Though Azazel and Seraphol were enjoying the tongue-lashing Gabriel was getting. Is that it, child? Gabriel said in a calm voice. Angels of her level have great control over their emotions, so that they don't fall. Even though Gabriel was somewhat naive and emotional, she was still a seraph who has lived for eons. No. I can't stand the hypocrite you call your father. He places rules on you and forbids you from reading a goddamn book. But where did he get the materials for his little toys? His proud creations. He steals them from other pantheons. Canis Lycan, Greek. Nemean Lion, Greek. Annihilation Maker, Mesopotamian. Dragon Albion and so many others. Thou shalt not sin was a joke from the start. The devils and fallen are scum. Kidnapping, raping, killing and enslaving them with evil pieces. But at least they are not literal angels hiding behind humanity and just making excuses for the mistakes their asshole control freak and thief dad made. Azazel whistled, wow. That was a load off, wasn't it? He grinned. The Maus and Gabriel were not amused with their flaws being shoved in their face. The new Maus were all about keeping a good image and erasing the bad reputation of the devils in the past. But in Harry's opinion, with the evil pieces, their reputation got worse. Ajuka's eyes narrowed. But kid, do you really think it was such a good idea, mouthing off in front of us? Your pots are not that important to keep you safe. You are here without any backing. Harry looked at Ajuka, who said that I don't have any backing. Careful there, this kind of arrogance is the reason the original Satans died, wasn't it? They thought themselves the most powerful and look where it got them. Oh burn! Azazel put his fist in front of his mouth, but he shut his mouth when both Ajuka and Seraphol turned to him. But the grin on his face never went away. Azazel was enjoying himself too much. This was peak comedy. Harry suddenly grinned, his previous stress and anxiety disappeared, and you mentioned something about me being safe. My safety was never in question. After all, I was never here. Asterisk BZZZCK, BZZZ asterisk. Harry's figure started to glitch, like a broken computer screen. All four of them suddenly stood up and cast their spells. The results came back right away. A clone of some sort. And with that the clone turned into a static faceless figure and disappeared in thin air. What the hell just happened? Seraphol just asked incuriously. Azazel and Ajuka were going back the sequence of events that lead up to this moment. The table, the whiskey, and cigar. His aggressive attitude and mouthing off like a beast trapped into a corner. Deliberately dragging it out as much as possible. Playing on the hostility they held against each other. After all, who doesn't want to hear the dirty secrets of their enemy come out in the open? We got duped. That's what happened. Ajuka rubbed his temples. I must be slipping if I fell for such a simple trick. Guess going 40 hours without sleep wasn't such a good idea. I even drugged the worker Seraphol and Surzex put to look after me. She should be waking up soon now that I think about it. All of it was a distraction, to buy himself more time to get away. Even if we chase after him now, it would be of no use. At least 15 minutes have passed since we entered here. It was carefully planned. The kid bet on the fact we wouldn't use any diagnostic spells or spells at all. So that we wouldn't put him on edge or to make a good impression. He just played a massive bet with his life and won big. Ha ha ha. Well played, kid. Well played. Seraphol frowned as she looked at the results of her spell. Ajuka, what kind of clone was that? I haven't seen anything like it. The men just frowned. Neither have I, at least in the hands of a mortal. That was more similar to an avatar than a clone. You think so too, huh? What a kid, to think he could make something like that. An avatar allows a god to be in many places at once and receive information in real time. It could have been just an ordinary clone, but the magical trace it leaves is different. More complex, more real. I'm looking forward to the day he grows up. This world needs more smart people in it. Azazel took the bottle and was preparing to leave. You won't attempt to contact him again? Seraphal asked with a skeptical tone. There is no point. He is paranoid, and once he perfects the spell, it would be difficult to tell them apart without running a diagnostic spell on him. No, it's better to wait for the kid to feel ready. Once he can play with the big boys. Then it's time to make deals. Oh, and here is a bit of advice since I am in a good mood. I suggest you warn your brats to stay away from him. The kid had the balls to trick us, if any of them try to force him into a peerage. Then you will be losing some pillar heirs. Au revoir, goodbye. As Azazel was leaving, Ajuka also stood up. Well, this has been a waste of time. I came here to learn the secret behind how he is able to hold the pots and ask him to join my peerage. But it turns out there is no secret. They really are just that fragile for everyone except low-class humans. And given his opinion about the evil pieces, I have no doubts he would have denied my offer. Not surprising really. Every genius I ask always says no. Yeah, they are too smart to accept the deal, except if they are already old. And even then most just die with pride. Seraphal patted Ajuka on the back. But it isn't a waste of time. Not completely. We just found out about a monumental discovery. Magical alcohol. I need to hurry back and grab some funds and buy as many as I can. Magical girl Seraphal might be getting a power-up in the form of a special magical cocktail. Sarah grinned at the idea. Her show was meant for children and teens who are horny for her. But at the end of the day they were devils. Some things like violence, drugs, and alcohol were normal for them to see. See you around, Gabriel. The bubbly alcoholic Mao waved at the seraph. She didn't want to start shit about the exorcist since her people weren't any better. Both Maos teleported away, leaving Gabriel alone at the table. She sighs and leaves, heading off to a nearby church and diving at the cross at the top of the building. In a flash of light not visible to the ordinary people, she disappeared. Heaven. So nothing happened. Azazel wanted just to meet him. Raphael asked incuriously. It was hard to believe. Azazel doesn't do things without gaining any benefits. I believe that he did. Apparently our fallen brother has discovered the existence of magical alcohol. Gabriel's words made her brother sigh out loud. Now that sounds like Azazel. Michael just chuckled, seeing their faces. Interesting. So you all got tricked by this child who isn't even a teenager. One seraph, one cadre, and 2 Maos. That's quite an achievement. What can you tell me about him? Well, he is a wizard as a start. Uriel just clicked his tongue. Of course he is, might as well be a devil spawn. Brother, calm yourself. He is just a child, Michael said gently. For now. You remember what the wizards did, the horrors they caused. They are just as worse as the devils who created them. It's why we burned them to death, Uriel said with righteous anger. I presume that will affect his opinion about us. Raphael asked his sister with a resigned expression. As the seraph in charge of logistics, those pots would have been appreciated. As angels they don't really need food. They gain their sustenance from the faith of their followers. But the increase in food would help feed their exorcists and the people in need who go to the churches. Yes, I feel terrible for the children. Gabriel lowered her head sadly. I wish we could have come to an agreement. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. All of them smiled once they saw their sister's sad face. She was the most innocent and emotional of them all. Even after Ian's, she was still the caring little sister they knew from the day they were created. So sister, what's his personality? The current leader of heaven smiled, then winced as he quickly rubbed his temple. Seeing this, Raphael chuckled. Odin again. Asterisk. Michael sighed. Yes. That was a war horn. The church must have done something against the Norse. He can be so petty sometimes. When a human says God's name or prays, it causes a headache to devils and evil beings. Michael can hear those prayers if he focuses enough on a singular one. But when a god does it, especially a powerful one like Odin, it becomes a loud noise in his head. And since he doesn't have complete control over the system, he can't fix this. I will check on what they did later. Now continue, sister. Gabriel proceeded to explain her meeting. His aggressive attitude and dislike towards the 3 factions. But then changing to calm yet cocky when he escaped. Due to his acting, it's quite difficult to make an accurate assessment. But his dislike for us is real. He recounted several of our failures and how he realized that father was, well, dead. Gabriel rubbed her arm. Even after 400 years have passed, she still can't get used to it. But from her perspective, he has always been there for Ian's, guiding them with his light and compassion, yet a short while ago he had died during a war. Many of them still grieve. Michael just lowered his eyes as he stared at the table. It is my fault for not being able to manage the system better. If a child has noticed the truth about the balance breaker, then many more will soon realize as well. Uriel put his hand on his shoulder. Don't place all the burden on yourself, brother. You handle it better than anyone, only you are fit for this role. If anybody else tried, they might be crushed by the system itself. Every day you put yourself under considerable strain to make it function as well as you have. I know I would definitely just make it worse. The current General of Heaven laughed, lightening the mood in the room. Well, there is nothing we can do about the boy. If he doesn't want to cooperate, then that's it. If he started selling them to our enemies, we might have some reason to target him. But as of now, he is just a neutral independent supplier. We can still get the pots. But it will have to be done by ordinary humans and not our people. Wizards really dislike us. The boy even made it so that the pot shatters when it comes into contact with minimal holy power that our exposits and priests have. That's a subject for another day. For now, let us focus on more pressing matters at hand. There have been a number of disappearances among the Balkans. The Orthodox Church has sent reports suggesting of vampires. Some might possibly be devils. Michael said seriously, and everybody else also followed. It was going to be a long day as usual. Potter Mansion. Outside on the green grass, Harry was lying down and breathing heavily. He had strained himself with running and teleporting. He took even longer than what he usually does, to make it so there is zero chance of him being followed. He had just arrived and immediately dropped himself on the grass. Holy shit, I can't believe I pulled that off, he said out loud in disbelief. Then he started to laugh, a laugh of relief and pride. 5 ultimate class beings and he just duped all of them. It was extremely risky. If they had found out from the start, he wouldn't have had time to escape and would have definitely been caught. And by running away, he had put himself in an even worse position than what he would have if he stayed. But his risk paid off, mostly because of luck. Harry, are you all right? Hope rushed out of the mansion. She had never been so scared in her life. If Harry got hurt or caught, she would never forgive herself. She knew in her mind that she would only be a burden. But it's her job to protect him, and she has been failing at it. He just looked at her and grinned. I'm fine. It worked out in the end. Good job with getting Melinda out of there so quickly. He stood up and patted her on the head. Hope teared up and just pulled him into a hug. I'm so happy that you are all right. Tears started to fall down. Harry just let her have this and held her tight. I got lucky. But someone obviously blabbed about this meeting with the supernatural side. I'll be paying the Delacours a visit. They were in charge of this whole thing. Obviously it's not their fault. But I can use them to find out who did, then I'll show him a world of pain. I thought my heart would give out from how fast it was beating once I saw them. Hope chuckled lightly even as she was crying. So even you know fear? Harry tapped her lightly on the head with his knuckles. Of course I do. Fear is normal and needed. Fear is what stops humans from doing something extremely stupid. Without fear, you are just a moron who would rush in and get yourself killed. It's important to fear, but not to let it consume you. You have to let it become a drive that pushes you to become stronger. I will. I will become stronger. Hope said with fire in her eyes. Not just you. All of us have to become stronger. Otherwise we won't be able to keep ourselves on the sidelines once the war starts. A/N. Opinions about the chap. Asterisk, from the Kaleidoscope FIC. It was too funny not to use. Props to him for thinking of it. Not true, by the way. An eon is 1 billion years. An era is several hundred million, a period is tens to several hundred of million years, an epoch is tens of millions of years. But eons just sounds better. Chapter 86, New Ideas, New Plans. I have been working on my other fics as well. They are coming along nicely. patreon.com/alcoholic_pand. Word count. I fucked up the 82ch. With French politics. I thought about it a lot. And nothing came to mind. I'm not good with politics, I don't have the mind for it. I'm kinda disappointed in myself, not gonna lie. In the large busy kitchen at Potter Manor, the elves were moving back and forth. Harry acquired more elves to help out around the manor. He has many greenhouses and vivariums that need constant care. Astoria was sitting in a chair humming to herself as she was kicking out her legs. She had a smile on her face and was in a good mood as she watched the elves work. Lady Astoria. We can take the snacks up to the room. There is no need for you to wait. Astoria shook her head and her wild blonde hair got in her face. She didn't have to worry about neat appearances and things like that here. She was home and could do whatever she wanted. Nope. Daffy has been working hard with studying and training. I want to give her a blueberry pie and some juice myself. It's my job as the bestest little sister in the world, she finished off with a small fist pump. The elf just sighed. Fine. But don't you be doing our work again. This be our job. Maybe, Astoria giggled, things have been so fun lately. especially with how happy Melinda and Bellatrix were. The mood in the mansion was better. Everybody was happier. I need to show Daffy my Lego house. I worked so hard on it. Here, eat while you wait. Sippy, one of the original 5 elves that Harry met, gave Astoria a plate filled with snacks. Sippy was now head chef, and commanded other elves. Thanks. Tori stuffed a cookie in her mouth, crumbles falling down as she did so. One of the new house elf just waved his hand and the crumbs disappeared before he got back to work. You know, I never did ask if I can visit her. Daphne's room in the Potter Manor was a lot more modern than her old room. One thing Harry insisted on was going for quality and functionality. He also gave them complete freedom in picking the furniture and design. The walls on the room were painted like a forest, and with magic the walls were extremely lifelike. It was like she set up her room out in an open forest. Even the ceiling had clouds and a small sun-like light that brightens the room. At night it would change to a star-covered sky. Her bed was also interesting. A dark oak bed frame. Green fluffy pillow and cover, that looked like beautiful magical moss, with a few flower patterns on it. The wool carpet below looked like grass. She also had a few plants in the room that she took care of. For her desk, she went with a minimalist design, so that it wouldn't interfere with the room. A slightly large, simple modern dark wood desk, with a few drawers. On the desk there books, notebooks, and some pictures of her and her family. Along with the picture of everyone in the manor. Melinda and Hope made a copy for everyone. To know they were safe and protected, and that family sticks together. She really loved her room. Her father would never have allowed her to do something like this. But her own feelings about her new family were complicated. She knew that she was forced to be with Harry and have his children. But why did everything else seem perfect? She was treated well. Harry didn't boast or hold his position over her. They were young, but she knew a few purebloods their age already commanding and expecting their future wife to follow them like servants, especially for girls of lower families. She also expected this from the boy who killed her father and took over her family. Yet Harry barely talked to her. And when he did, he was nice and polite. Well, as nice as Harry can be. He was more interested in his research than anything else really. Astoria loved him dearly. He was gentle and nice to her. Her illness had been completely slowed down using blood magic and partially removed. Instead of weakness, Tori was energetic. And the animal transformation would happen even later than expected. Harry said once she becomes an animagus, the curse would be useless. They could focus on removing it later on when they have a better grasp on the malediction curse and blood magic so it doesn't pass on to their children. Daphne was currently working hard with her studies. She was feeling a bit of pressure. Everyone in the house was a lot more knowledgeable, even though most of them are older than her. She understood that she had just started her magical education. Harry was a freak of nature. Magic comes to him like instinct. She had seen him read a book for the first time, try out the spell and making it work right away, perfecting it after a few more tries. Then throw away the book because it was useless to him. The boy practically breathed magic. Everything he did, it was about improving himself or making things more efficient. He was not someone you want to compare yourself to. But Hope was, and she was sort of a role model for Daphne. Just 2 years older, and she had also nearly finished her magical education. Besides her being a hybrid, she had to study and work hard for her magical education. Peer pressure was an amazing thing. Daphne had never really been academically competitive. Or had a desire to learn. But it seems like Harry's insanity and learning the truth about the dangerous world they live in lit a fire in the wizards and witches. She knew her mother, Andromeda, and Ted also went back to studying. Especially arithmancy, math, and science. Preparing themselves to learn magecraft. Knock, knock. Knocks on the door broke Daphne out of her thoughts. Before she could even answer, Tori burst through the door with a million-watt smile. Daffy. I brought snacks. She pushed the door with her shoulders and body while holding a massive tray holding a pie, some plates, and tea. Daphne palmed her face. Tori, you have to wait, you can't just enter into a room without permission. Astoria only giggled, completely ignoring what Daphne said. Snacks now, talking later. She put down the tray on the desk and smiled proudly, puffing up her chest and her arms on her hips. Her eyes were sparkling, practically saying, praise me for being a good sister. Daphne sighed, then she looked at Tori with a wry smile. She put her hand on her head and started to pat her. Thank you for thinking of me, Tori. Hee hee. Astoria closed her eyes and laughed, enjoying the quiet moment with her sister. Now what have you been up to? That's right. Tori jumped up. She realized there was another reason she came here for. I made a Lego dollhouse. Come, let's go to my room. Oh no, let's get Mum. Yeah, and then we can play together. Oh, we can get Harry and Hope too. We can get more snacks, we can play house and stuff. I'll be the mom and. Daphne put her palm on her mouth to stop her from rambling. Tori, let's just go. She had already lost her focus. Not that she was very focused from the start since she lost in thoughts. MKYYY, Tori mumbled out with Daphne's hand still on her lips. Both went in the hallway to go look for their mother, but soon after that they heard footsteps. They saw Harry walking towards them, carrying something heavy in his arms with more things floating behind him like. Hey Harry, wanna play? Tori waved her hand cheerfully. Hey, little one. I'm a bit busy, I'll find you later if I have the time. Harry smiled at her cheerful attitude as he passed by. After a few moments he was gone with the sisters looking at his back. Yay. Harry said he would play with me. Astoria jumped up and down in joy. Daphne resisted the urge to sigh. He didn't say that. He said if he isn't busy. Which is never. I'm half convinced he works in his sleep. Tori heard footsteps again. She turned to see the person she was about to ask. Hey guys. Harry grinned at them as he also passed by, fully aware that he had already passed them since the clone and him are mind-linked. Tori looked at the way Harry left then at her sister. She did this a few times and frowned. Daffy, I might be feeling sick. I just saw Harry 2 times. You are not sick, Daphne said with a deadpan expression, and don't bother to understand it. It will hurt your head more. Just think of it as Harry Potter things. Daphne had long given up on understanding all the crazy stuff Harry does. And it wasn't her place to understand it. She first had to learn the basics. Tori mused before she nodded with a smile. That makes sense. Anyway, let's go get Mom. I can't wait to show you my toy house. She grabbed Daphne by her hand and dragged her away. Daphne could only smile. She hoped Astoria would be cheerful and happy like this for the rest of her life. Harry POV. Ugh, Harry put down some of the materials in the workshop. He stretched his back as he heard his joints pop. I need to work out more. Fuck, I really don't want to do it. I don't think I hate anything more than working out. I'd rather just stay in my lab. But I have to. If I want a bigger mana pool, I need a strong body to handle it all. Sure, I don't have to work out as my body will naturally adapt to my growing mana. But doing it this way speeds it up and I can get a bit more than if I let naturally develop. Let's see now. Harry pulled up his archive magic. A yellow holographic keyboard and computer screens showed up in front of him. This was technically his mind and he didn't need it since he was doing this for years. But humans for some reason think and work faster more efficiently if they are writing something down rather than just thinking it in their head. That's the reason he recreated this magic. Ayakashi and Gu ritual. With the clone being somewhat functional now, I can speed up my experiments. When I improve the spell further, the clone can do his own research since he will have access to magic unlike now, which is just a physical copy of myself. The main experiments I need to work on now are the Ayakashi spirits with the Gu ritual. Those are rare to form as I have found out. But even if they don't form, I still get a super bug. I can breed it later and use it for an even more advanced Gu ritual. I want an army of these things. Mostly for their numbers that can be used in battle, but also for the unique poison the super bug will develop through mutation. The more mutated the poison is, the harder it is to make an antidote or get rid of it with magic. Harry moved on to the next folder. Soul and spiritual strength. Finally, after freaking forever, I'm getting some real returns on increase of in my spiritual strength. I hope once it gets strong enough I can start weaponizing it. Making my bleach spells into the real deal. Powering them with spiritual strength instead of just magic like I am now. In DxD only a few people are actually capable of damaging souls. Technically all gods can attack the souls of low class, but that's because they have no defenses, so to speak. But for the real fighters, only death gods can attack the soul directly. That's why Hades is feared, not just because of his power, but because fighting him is frustrating unless you have any methods to defend your soul besides using your magic as a buffer. Moving on to the next tab, magical weapons. I need to update my guns. They broke during the vampire fight, as expected, but they preformed well as a prototype. I want to finish that and make enough to arm my family. I also need a sniper rifle. I do have a few long-range spells, but they take a bit of time to prepare, and are quite loud. A magical sniper rifle sounds nice and can be used by others. A weak clone or Melinda can just hide and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Having a shit ton of power might save you from getting your head blown off, but you would still get a killer headache or concussion. And that's all I need to finish them. Bakudo spells, sealing spells. I need more sealing in my arsenal. Seals are one of the most OP things no matter the what world. God managed to seal Trihexa, the apocalyptic beast, something a lot more powerful than him. So if I can't beat someone, I'll just seal them for like an hour and run the hell away. Fire spells. Fire is by far my strongest element, and the element I have the most affinity for. I need to work more on flame control, and try making or recreating fire abilities. There are many places to draw inspiration from after all. Oh. Wait. Fairy tale. How did they make dragon slaying magic? Oh fuck. It had something to do with the creature teaching a human its magic. So the creature's mana, in this case dragon, god, devil. Wait, there were lacrimas as well, so cores of that creature work as well. Wait, make a new folder. Slayer magic. So I know dragon slaying was created by Irene and the dragon Belzarian, whom she later took his name and added it to her own, Irene Belzarian. The dragon gave Irene his magic power, and using her own power enchant. She uses her ability to change and alter landscapes, climates, and terraform of the world, as well as manipulate the atmosphere, objects, people. And Zeref said that she's prodigious when it comes to attaching and detaching magic from objects. So she used enchanting to attach the dragon's magic onto her body. Ugh, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Slayer magic turns you slowly into that type of creature. Every species except humans have anti-weapon for each species. Dragon Slayer swords and Samel poison are a big drawback to being a dragon. Maybe I can figure out just how to make the magic without it turning me into the species. Well, this is all theoretical anyway. Real dragons are also hard to fight. Maybe I can start with something small, like wyverns and devils, to see if I can create a flame that can injure them, since fire is element that suits me the most. Wyvern slaying flames and devil slaying flames. I can work on upgrading the wyvern slaying into a dragon one if this even works. But it looks like I'm going to need a shit ton of wyvern and devil magic in parts. Plus I can get a boost from the Rite of Conquest. Time to go hunting again, boys. Chapter 87, Too Much. Never heard of it. Word count. Ministry of Magic. Dmile Department Head Office. Amelia Bones was reading through reports on her desk. Her office was very Spartan-like. It was cold and unwelcoming. Just by being in her office, most of her men were nervous. Wood and metal bookcases. Along with many spinning devices and mirrors. All magically enchanted to warn for danger. She had a few newspaper clippings and certifications that she framed on the wall. On her desk, there were only 2 personal items. 2 photos. One of her niece Susan Bones and another from her entire family. Her father and mother, her fiancé at the time who was hugging her from behind, her brother Edward and his wife, and little Susan in their arms, bundled up and looking around curiously. It was a time of happiness and laughter. It was before the Civil War officially started. But now it was down to her and her niece. She was in her 40s, still young in wizarding terms where the average lifespan was 150 years. But she didn't have it in her to look for another partner. She was dedicated to her job, to justice. But she was working in a flawed and corrupt system, where the people she was chasing after called all the shots. It was hard, stressful, exhausting work. Unrewarding as well. But someone had to do it. Scrimgeour, she called out at one of her captains who were in the office. Yes, ma'am. He took a step forward with his back straight. Rufus Scrimgeour, he was an old lion. There were streaks of gray in his mane of tawny hair and his bushy eyebrows. He had keen yellowish eyes behind a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles and a certain rangy, loping grace even though he walked with a slight limp. He gave an impression of a tough man with a shrewd mind. He was very interested in politics and was always on the lookout to gain more power. But even he knew better than to antagonize the woman in front of him. Amelia Bones was tough as nails. Even after losing most of her family, she did not break down. She became more ruthless, using all of her political power and ambition to push through the rank she holds now. It was fair to say that she has done the most to push back the traditional faction than anyone else in this country. How's the dragon situation? Amelia asked even as she continued to read through the reports he had sent her. But the problem was she also had other things piled up and had many other similar reports. Well, as you know, 3 days ago someone started to hunt down dragons all across the world. Including in some very well-protected sanctuaries, where they would free the dragon and lead it away. After that, signs of battle were found along with some dragon blood. The likely assumption is that they are dead. Rufus explained as he read through his notes. Another captain continued the conversation. Today we got 10 more reports. 2 Romanian longhorns, 2 Peruvian viper-tooths, 3 more common Welsh green, 2 Ukrainian iron bellis, boss, they even got a Hebridean black. Amelia sighed and rubbed her brow. An Hebridean black is a rare dragon and an endangered species. Newt's commander was not going to be happy about this. He was very invested in protecting them. Do we have any leads? Besides the obvious damages where they had fought, none at all. Whoever did this was good. My guess is a large team, 1 or 2 to fight the dragon or subdue it. And another team to clean up any traces they might have left. The public is noticing, while most are unconcerned. A few businesses that rely on dragon materials are worried. Rufus scoffed. Even Potter has noticed the situation and he is reclusive and cares only about himself. Well, his reason is selfish if you think about it. The other captain scratched his cheek as he brought out a newspaper. Harry Potter has appeared once again. Stop hunting dragons, you bastards, I need them for potions, was on the front page. Harry Potter has invested a lot of money in a dragon reserve and is buying up dragons all around the world. Some dragon sanctuaries are actually sending some of their dragons at his new place so that they can be protected from poachers. A/N Harry is gaslighting hard on this one. Send some more Aurors at the sanctuaries to watch it. Maybe they will get arrogant and come to hit the ones in Britain again. It's a bad look for us to be caught doing nothing at a time like this. In the meantime, use this opportunity to watch how the DxD the esteemed traditional party members will react to this. Yes ma'am. Potter Manor. Harry. Why are there over 30 dragons outside my window? Melinda's yell echoed across the manor. Outside in the nice lawn that the elves worked hard to restore were dozens of dead dragons scattered around. Well, where else was I supposed to put them? Harry yelled back, then turned to the corpses on his front lawn. Maybe I did overdo it. He stood there as he watched the sight of blood pouring down the wounds of the wyverns and into his lawn. Nah, it's just the right amount. Hope stood behind them with an angry expression. She insisted that if he is fighting wyverns then she would be there to watch his back. But this took way longer than she expected. She was tired, no she was exhausted. They have been moving for 3 days straight. She needed a bath and some sleep. There is only so much cleaning charms and magical items to reduce the need for sleep. Flashbacks. What up ugly? Harry waved his hand. Roar. A common green Welsh roared at Harry. I declare a right of conquest. Come at me beast, we shall battle to the death. He is having way too much fun with this. She was watching as Harry challenged the wyvern while wearing a Zorro costume. He got bored after killing the 10th one so his impulsive thoughts ran free. And he got the idea to mess with this one at close combat. And for some reason his first idea was to dress up in black, with a mask and a hat, to swordfight a dragon. Fear me if you dare, he said in a dramatic voice as he pointed his rapier at the wyvern. That's the right actor, but wrong movie. After the 15th dragon Hope tried to stop Harry but he just kept saying one more time. One more dragon. Okay I lied, but seriously one more. I promise this is the last one. I will smack you if you say one more time. You won't distract me this time. We are going home. Hope stomped her foot on the ground. Harry just smirked and started walking towards her. Oh no mister. If you think another kiss is going to distribute MMMHH. Harry, I will drag you home if I have to. Hope was chasing after Harry who was chasing after a wyvern that couldn't fly because Harry put holes in them. End flashbacks. I'm going to get a shower and then going to bed. If you ever go on something stupid like this again, you will be going alone, she yelled out as she stomped her way inside. Harry scratched his head, but you are the one that insisted on coming in the first place, was what he wanted to say out loud, but he didn't want to start the conversation. Harry. Answer me. Melinda yelled out. Chill out. They are dead anyway. I'm about to get more that are alive. I'm opening a dragon labo sanctuary. A dragon sanctuary. I definitely am not going to take some of their blood essence from their heart to experiment with. Well, time to get to work. House elves assemble. Pop 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 pop. All of the elves showed up but they didn't say anything as Harry instructed. Everybody talking at once just leads to chaos and he doesn't understand a thing. Good. We are going to be dissecting these wyverns. I will be doing most of the work. You guys will need to store the materials once I am done in the stasis warehouses. We're number 1 for materials and we're number 2 for the dragon flesh so we can eat it later. Titus, you are in charge as usual. Yes, Master Hadrian, the old elf said calmly as he bowed slightly and the others followed. For Harry, the last time he used the right when he first arrived in the manor and killed that manticore. He received an 8% boost to his magic and a 15% boost to his body, as magic had deemed it that's what he needed the most. In the Belmont's records even receiving 10% boost was something rare. But most of those hunters were 15 to 17 years old. Right now I am on probably at the start of the middle zone of the mid-class power-wise. But if we are going for a fight, I can take on a peak mid-class. It would be hard, but I have enough tricks in my sleeve to make it work. Magic spells, soul attacks with peveril spells that I need to practice more now that I think about it, golems to use as buffer and just to annoy people, poisons, insects and ayakashi that are constantly increasing. I should get more though, maybe make some necromancy shit with skeletons to annoy people more. Oh, there is a cool project. Make some skellies, coat their bones with magic alloy and give them weapons that I make. They won't be strong, but for shits and giggles it's going to be awesome. No. Focus, Harry. The first thing that Harry did was cut out a small piece of the hearts of each dragon. Then stood still and took a deep breath. I, Hadrian James Potter, call upon the right of conquest. I have killed these creatures before me alone with no outside interference. I am calling for magic to judge my right. He then proceeded to eat the piece of the heart of each wyvern. A wyvern is typically at peak low class, that's why it needs teams of wizards to handle it, while Harry was mid-middle class. Considerably more powerful than them. But if you take account his age, then he should receive a noticeable boost from 30 wyverns. Then an incredible heat rose from within his body. So much so that his skin flushed red. He felt like he was boiling, his insides were itching as well. Oh fuck. Harry gritted his teeth in pain. Maybe doing them all at once wasn't such a good idea. But I think it's more impressive this way, and maybe the fact that they are all together will give me a bigger boost. Thud. He fell on his knees, his teeth grinding with how hard he clenched down. You stupid idiot, Melinda rushed out of the house, the others followed behind her, especially Hope, who had a furious expression on her face and covering herself with a bathrobe. She was in the shower when she heard Harry's screams. Why can't he stay still for 5 minutes without doing something stupid? No. I need to do this. Harry raised his palm and stopped them from coming closer. Melinda saw the open chests of the dragons and immediately realized what he had done. How can you be so smart yet so stupid at the same time? What possessed you to do them all at once? She yelled out as she stopped others from coming nearer, no to interfere with the right. Harry just chuckled even while being in pain, his eyes glowed with power and determination, no guts, no glory. After a few minutes of suffering it started to slow down and then it stopped. Thud. Harry dropped on the ground on his back as he looked at the sky. Ugh. That was exhausting. He yelled out loud, well, more like whined. Whack. Melinda smacked him on the head with her staff. Hey. Harry groaned as he put his hand on his head, rubbing the spot. Don't hate me. You deserve that. Melinda glared down at him. He deserves a lot more. How can you get into trouble minutes after I left? Hope crossed her arms and Harry saw that her hair was still wet, while her skin as well, as she was wearing a bathrobe. Harry chuckled, sorry for interrupting your shower. But I'm pretty sure it was worth it. Harry checked the changes to himself and was utterly flabbergasted. Magic increased by 75%. His body was also improved, all attributes related to the body increased by 100%. He was literally twice as strong, fast and durable than he was before. This increase shot him up very high in mid-class. This world classified strength depending on how destructive your attacks are. Harry currently with just magical force can easily destroy a few street blocks. For him to classify as a high class, he needs to be able to destroy a city region. Each jump between class and subclass was big, but it only applied to destructive force. What good is it being a high class when you can be poisoned or sealed? Sure, a high class can massacre 100 mid-class opponents. But it only takes one wrong move for you to die. That's why Harry prefers versatility over raw power. Was it scummy to use dark spells, Bakudo sealing, poison and golems as buffers? Yes, but he didn't give a damn. His versatility is what makes him dangerous, and what will keep him alive. Screw honor in duels, if he is a tight spot he is getting the fuck out of there. Ha ha ha. The gains of this were great, running around for 3 days hunting these things all around the world was so worth it. But I need to wait at least a year to do this again. My body needs time to adapt to the changes. So are you finally going to stop and rest? Bellatrix said with a grin. The more powerful Harry was, the bigger the odds of her getting her revenge. The Death Eaters hide under some strong wards. Ask Harry to break them, then she goes in and gets her revenge. Hell no, Harry laughed with a big smile. I'm getting some more stuff. But for now I have work to do. He looked at the wyverns laying on the ground. I need to process these before they bleed out or lose their magical properties. Now that I think about it, can I use the wings to make some flying artifact? Harry mumbled to himself as he started to think of how interesting that could be. Melinda heard him and was also in research mode. Well, technically it's possible. But since you are using monster materials to craft an artifact and not an enchanted object, it would require alchemy. And you are just starting out with that if I remember correctly. Meh, I'll do it some other time, seems like a fun idea. But for now, let's butcher some lizards, and just for dramatic effect. Harry pulled out an apron and some cleavers. Clap. 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 Only little Astoria was clapping, the rest deadpanned. And that is why I like her more than you guys. Astoria is getting cake after this, an expensive one I got in Paris from Patisserie Mariel. Yay, the little girl threw her hands in the air. Oh come on. The really expensive one. Tonks complained, that shop was really famous and was owned by a squib. It was really a popular spot and cake sold out before you even knew it. Yep. Harry said shamelessly. Hope just turned around and went back to her shower. I'm glad I already bought some stuff during our travels. I can share some for favors. She smirked at that. Young or old, women just loved cake, but Hope then froze. Damn. I'm picking up his bad habits. Favors for cake. What am I doing? I'm just going to share some later. Is insanity actually infecting? We will never know. Chapter 88, Devil Hunting. Word count, 3,000. A small, lesser-known church in Scotland. And it was purposely placed so and kept that old ruined appearance. This church was in fact a supply location for stray exorcists. Even though they have been officially cast out of the church, the officials don't do anything to stop them. Since stray exorcists hunt down devils and fallen of their own free will, they saw no reason to do so. And the church that was being corrupted as it always was, someone was always looking to make a quick profit. The pastor of this church he blesses weapons for stray exorcists and supplies them with anything they need. Holy water, light weapons, and such. For a price, of course. The pastor's name was Thomas Keene. He was 50 years old and was an extremely greedy individual. He literally bought the position he has now. He was currently looking at his ledger and seeing what he needs to stock up on. He raised his head. Someone has entered the territory of the church. He felt the holy wards notify him that someone was here. These wards operate on a different system than the normal ones. They are linked to the faith system. Faith is what powers them, not magic. This church was blessed by a high-ranking priest in Rome. The door opened and a young man walked in. He was wearing black clothing underneath a white cloak. He had black hair and green eyes with a kind smile. "Greetings, Father. I am Patrick White. Do you have time for a confession? There have been many sinners around and I am in need of some help." Thomas just smiled. That was the code. Many sinners around means devils or fallen. Or some pagan pantheon. "Of course, my child," he smiled at the young man. "There is always time for a believer of the Lord. Come, come." Thomas led him into the hidden back room, stocked with materials and weapons. "How may I help you?" Thomas said with a somewhat greedy smile. "I am in need of holy water, holy bullets, and to bless these." Harry pulled out some silver staffs with an ornate cross at the top, as well as some silver daggers, silver bullets, and small crosses. He had taken some of the silver that he had and transfigured it into some Christianity-related items. Thomas smiled. "Old school, huh? Don't like the new light weapons?" Harry just smiled. "It was the way I was taught. The new weapons don't feel right. I can feel our Lord more closely when I fight with these." "I understand, child. I felt the same way." He opened his coat and showed the silver daggers and silver gun that he had hidden. "Let's get you set up, for a small donation to the church, of course." He let out a smile. Harry followed up with a smile of his own, naturally. "All in the name of our Lord." Ha 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 ha. Both men laughed slightly at the statement. Instead of being a pastor and an exorcist, both looked like two greedy businessmen. Harry left the church with a smile on his face. He got everything he came here for. Now it was time to hunt some devils. In the interest of keeping things fun and making trouble for others, Harry decided to troll a little. He grew himself some crow wings. It was advanced human transfiguration. But because a crow was his animagus form, it was a lot easier than, let's say, turning into a half-shark like Crumb did. Not that he can't do it. He learned his lesson. He can now turn his nose and ears into wolf ones, thanks to the scans he did on Hope and her help afterward. It made tracking his prey much easier. USA. California. Come out wherever you are." Harry was tracking a mid-class devil. Compared to the low-class, they can keep their human form and don't lose their reasoning. Meaning they can hide in plain sight. Harry was using his wolf nose that was hidden under a glamour and was searching for any type of magical signature. And looks like Lady Luck is smiling. He found something, a magic signature not belonging to a human. "Hello there." Harry quickly pulled up a disillusionment charm and unfurled his wings. He flapped them a few times to check if everything is functional. "I can't use these for combat. It's better if I fly using normal magician methods, but for trolling people it's perfect." Harry tracked it until he landed in front of a bar. Which was exactly where you would think a devil will go. What the hell? You can't make this shit up. In one corner there was a tall young man sitting there and drinking his whiskey. He was wearing a casual outfit, black jeans, and a black shirt. He was definitely a devil, but strangely enough it didn't look like he was marking anyone to hunt later. The dude was just drinking in silence as he watched a group of people warily. That group of people, deacons, basically assistants to bishop and priests. They looked like they were celebrating, but there was no alcohol, only cola. And even more hilariously, there was a rabbi in traditional clothing and a big-ass beard. Fucking Jebediah is here as well. A priest, a rabbi, and a devil walk into a bar. It's like the start of a bad joke. There was only one thing left to do, leave this place and wait outside, because he was not getting in there. That's just testing karma, and he knows exactly how much of an asshole he is. With his luck, lightning or a meteor might fall on him. Marcus. Devil inside the bar. Why does this shit keep happening to me? The man just sighed as he finished his drink and called a waiter to pay. All I wanted was to enjoy a nice quiet drink. Is that too much to ask after spending 40 years in enslavement to a sadistic bastard who loved to torture women? So I killed him and the rest of his peerage. Does it really demand that much of a search squad? He was a minor noble. And the peerage I part of was filled with broken women, dead inside. I was the only man and was more of a bodyguard to that scum, but at least the Queen Peace helped out in escaping. I made sure that I was peak mid-class before escaping, so that I wouldn't mutate into a savage monster. Now I have been on the run for 2 years. That will be $24, a bubbly waitress arrived and gave me the receipt. I was in no mood to leave a tip, so I just paid what I owed and left. Why did those priests and that rabbi have to come in this bar? There are dozens of them, but no, they come to the nearest one in my neighborhood. Marcus just walked blindly as he reached a park and decided to sit down and look at the sky. The world has changed so much in 40 years, and gotten so much more expensive. The food is shit unless you go out of your way to find places that serve food without additives. The music has changed, some of the new stuff is good, but autotune ruins it for me. Love the internet, it's a genius invention. But people now have access to worldwide knowledge and apparently they just got dumber, I should know. I was a professor before I was enslaved for having a sacred gear. I never knew, and apparently it's a strong one. When it's really not. Starling Blue allows me to fire blue light arrows that have a similar energy wave to fallen light spears, so they hurt devils. It's only really strong against them, and the pig enslaved me so that he can raise his ranking in the rating games. Tap. 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 Marcus immediately looked towards the direction of where the footsteps were coming from. He was a young man with short black hair, he also had black wings on his back. A fallen. How did they find me so quickly? I have been changing cities every 2 months and have barely been using any magic at all. Sigh, why won't people leave me alone? Marcus summoned Starling Blue, he pulled the string and a light arrow materialized. He was ready to shoot no matter what direction the fallen went. Maybe because you are a stray devil that hunts and eats humans, the man chuckled, his hands raised ready to fire magic. I have never eaten a human in my life, fallen scum. I killed my enslaver and escaped. You don't look too strong considering you only have 1 pair of wings. I am peak mid-class, this is not a fight you can win, Marcus said in an intimidating tone, hoping to scare off. However, compared to his expectations, the fallen just looked at him in surprise. You what, mate? You have never eaten a human. This time Marcus was surprised. What? Well, this is awkward. Harry lowered his arms to scratch his head. Do you mind repeating that? Harry pulled out a black orb and started floating it slowly to the devil. This is a truth orb. If you are saying the truth it will glow green, if you are lying it will glow red. Marcus eyed the orb warily, but it stopped just outside his range, so even if it exploded he would have time to escape. I have never eaten a human. I just escaped from my master, and have been running ever since. He spat out the word with hate. The orb glowed green and Harry facepalmed, just my rotten luck. The first strong stray devil I meet is an innocent 1 foot. Harry sighed as he pulled his orb back and got rid of his wings. But not by folding them, no, the wings literally glowed as they disintegrated, then the light got to his back, he simply undid the transfiguration on his bones and muscles. What the fuck? Marcus stepped back. You are no fallen. Yeah, I'm a magician, man, what rotten luck. I was hunting stray devils, fallen and exorcists, but I didn't expect to meet an innocent devil of all things. Marcus called back Starling Blue but was still cautious of this magician, so now what? Well, you have seen too much, but it wouldn't feel right to kill or harm you, especially when it's not your fault. So how about we do this? Harry rummaged in his pockets before he pulled out a pill in each hand. A red and blue pill. Take the blue pill and live your life as it is, it will wipe your memories of this meeting. Or take the red pill and come under my employment. You will be safe and I will make sure you are no longer hunted. I just need you to guard some of my properties. It's not that dangerous, you will be well paid and have loads of free time to catch up on things. Marcus just deadpans at Harry. I not have caught up with the times, but I did watch The Matrix the other day. Really? Ripping off a scene from a movie. Harry just chuckled. What can I say, it's a good movie. What will the red pill do to me? Marcus eyed the pill, he was thinking about the offer, not running away anymore sounded tempting. Harry smiled, it will give you the coordinates to a safe house. Once you are there you can chill for a bit until I come back. I will give you a full workup, to check for any injuries or problems with your evil piece. After that we talk business and you start working. Just like that. You don't even know me. Hell, I don't even know your name. Marcus said incuriously, he did not expect this to happen today. A random job offer from a stranger who wanted to kill him. Just like that. I need strong people because this world is filled with idiots. And idiots do stupid stuff like attack my stores. I don't need to know your personality to know that you are capable. Oh, and if you are hung up on working for someone weaker than yourself, it might be a good idea to tell you that I'm keeping some of my power locked up and have a wide arsenal of abilities that will allow me to defeat you. If you want to spar sometimes I'm also up for it. Marcus looked at the pills with a conflicted expression. He didn't trust people and his trust issues are justified. But he was tired of running. 2 years and moving cities every 2 months was difficult. He wanted a place to settle down, somewhere to have a home, get an apartment and live in peace. Not to carry his entire life around in a backpack and suitcase. He took the red pill from Harry's hand. I'm in. And the name is Marcus Pierce. Well, that was unexpected. Harry continued his search for devils after Marcus left. I seem to have a habit of picking up random employees. But as long as they are useful I don't mind. And he is peak mid-class. Technically stronger than me, but he won't be able to defeat me. Not with the gear and spells I have prepared for devils. Now on to the next one, and is it bad that I hope this one is a scumbag? 4 hours later in the forest. Raw. Die fallen. A stray devil lashed out. He was half mutated into some kind of scorpion humanoid. How about no? Harry smiled as his wings flapped. He snapped his fingers and a fire explosion engulfed the devil. It will take a lot more than that to kill me, the devil yelled out, but it was wary of the green light spear in Harry's other hand. That was just an imitation using Lumos. It had no offensive capabilities, but it was a damn good bluff. Bang. 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 Harry pulled out his pistol and shot holy bullets. Once they hit the devil they start to burn and melt its flesh. Ah. Sigh, how disappointing. Its mind it's too far gone to give a good fight. I barely collected any data from this one. Bakudo number 61 Rikujikoro, 6 prison rods. Bakudo number 63 Seijo Sabaku, winding binding chains. 6 rods of light impaled the devil immobilizing it, then a big long chain made of light coiled around it and trapping it in place. Harry pulled out a big syringe and flung it at the devil. It pierced its skin and heart. The syringe slowly filled up the blood of the devil. This was something Harry developed. It specifically targets the blood with the most essence. After that he just ripped the evil piece from its soul. This can be used to further research devil-slaying magic. He eyed the pawn piece before he stored it away. Once the evil piece was gone, the devil started to trash around in pain and mutate even further. Seeing this, Harry just took 5 the silver staffs and impaled them in the ground around the devil, making a circle. The Belmonts had an old Bible which they used to hunt devils. The older the Bible the more power it had and could summon from heaven via prayers. They had marked out some pages that were particularly useful against devils. Only priests could use God's name. Trained exorcist. But since God died, anybody can really access his system by saying his name. Just by saying God or Jesus. You activate the system. If you are a devil, you get punished. If you are a human, it grants you the use of God's name for exorcism. Harry had used these on devils for the fun of it to see how effective it was. But this time he wanted to try a different kind of chant. One that he had heard in his previous life. The baptism rite. I will kill. I will let live. I will harm and heal. None will escape me. None will escape my sight. Be crushed. I welcome those who have grown old and those who have lost. Devote yourself to me, learn from me, and obey me. Rest. Do not forget song, do not forget prayer, and do not forget me. I am light and relieve you of all your burdens. Bluish-white light erupted from beneath the devil. The light already started to burn him. Ro-woo. Let me go. It hurts. Harry completely ignored him and focused on the chant and the holy power that heaven's system was providing. Do not pretend. Retribution for forgiveness, betrayal for trust, despair for hope, darkness for light, dark death for the living. The light got stronger, the stray's limbs started to crumble. Relief is in my hands. I will add oil to your sins and leave a mark. Eternal life is given through death. Ask for forgiveness here. I, the Incarnation, will swear. Kyrie eleison. No. With one last scream the devil was disintegrated into ashes. There was absolutely nothing left from him. The wind blew and just scattered the ashes into the forest. Fucking awesome. I gotta try that again. Harry smiled as he turned into a raven and flew to his next target. May God have mercy on those unfortunate souls because he certainly won't. Chapter 89, Hunt is over. Word count. DIE, a stray devil who called out as he threw fire at Harry. He was mutated into a half-goat creature. Ironic since the devil is represented as a satyr. Fire against me. Harry just chuckled as he decided to show off. He let the attack hit him but not before he placed some fire protection spells on himself. Fire was the element that he was best at. Even Melinda said that she hasn't seen anyone with more talent with fire spells in her long life than Harry. As soon as the flames got near him, Harry extended his magic, taking control of the flames and dispersing them. If the stray was stronger or more skilled he wouldn't be able to do this. Will you do that? What how you do that? The stray yelled out some gibberish and threw some more attacks at Harry, more fire attacks. Harry just sighed, what's with my luck and these mutated unintelligent mid-class? I have a theory on that. If a devil is mid-class before it escapes there is a high chance it will keep its form and intelligence. But if it's high or peak low class, they escape, but because they are far from their master, the demonic energy rampages. They eat people with high amounts of mana and break through mid-class. But they still remain as they are, just stronger. The stray screamed out in frustration as its attacks failed. It rushed Harry, deciding on fighting him in close quarters. You want a fight? You will get one. I have been slacking on my CQC lately, close quarter combat. Harry pulled out his gear. He was using the sword of Gryffindor and the silver holy gun. Come on, ugly. I need the workout. Harry raised his sword and gun while smiling. Raw, the stray flung its claws at Harry, who simply leaned backwards and dodged. He raised his gun and shot at the devil, right in the mouth. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets hit the devil. One hit his tongue, the other his cheek. The blessed holy bullets immediately started to burn the flesh, causing excruciating pain. Harry, while leaning backwards, twisted his body, and swung his sword with his right arm. He did a full spin so the sword went down, then as spun back his right side was facing the devil, and the sword had generated a lot of momentum and it was heading towards its face. But it wasn't mid-class for nothing. The beast-like devil raised his hand to block the strike despite being in extreme pain. Got you, bitch, Harry smiled. The sword of Gryffindor wasn't just sharp. The red-haired bastard also used it as a magical foci, meaning a tool to use magic with. Sectum Sempra. The sword glowed green, the original color of the spell, and sliced through the devil's arm, and the green spell left the sword and flew into his chest, causing a large gash on the devil's chest. Rawu. Herdisis, the devil fell on the ground and started to trash because of the pain. Harry whistled once he saw the damage and looked at the sword. Not fucking bad. He stunned the devil and sealed his magic up, before stuffing him in a portable trunk. On to the next one. A rhino. Seriously? Do the mutations depend on what type of evil piece you have? Harry scratched his head as the stray was having trouble with all of the transfigured stone creatures that were rushing it. It was strong and durable, but it was slow. He just had to spam his spell and it was overwhelmed against smaller, faster creatures. He literally just made a couple of dozen stone wolves and the stray couldn't move. It kept destroying them one by one easily, but it was stuck and surrounded. The type disadvantage is bigger than I thought. Harry mused. If this was the case, then defeating rooks would be a piece of cake. The stray threw off all of the transfigured creatures and rushed at Harry. Well, at least I can try out a few things. Harry pressed his thumb and index finger together. Snap. Boom. A fire explosion engulfed the stray, only for it to burst through the flames a second later. This is to be expected. Flame alchemy is just normal fire created through scientific methods. There is very little magic involved in the process actually. But it's not like it doesn't have its uses. Snap. Snap. Bzzz. The little lightning sparks landed right beside the devil's ears. Boom. Boom. Ahhhhhhh. The stray clutched his ears. That explosion definitely ruptured his eardrums, that or it injured them. But you really shouldn't open your mouth like that. Snap. The next explosion happened right in his mouth. Snap. Snap. His eyes burst into flames. The devil fell on the ground clutching his eyes in pain. His mouth and throat were burnt and dry. He could barely scream. Pinpoint explosion. Even weak spells like this have their uses. Now to seal up this piece of shit and to the next one. Ah, another stray was trashing on the ground. His leg was chained to the ground. Damn, these poisons work fast. Harry was looking at his half-empty bottle. The one he was using now just causes neurological pain and paralysis. Harry mixed it with a bit of holy water, wondering if the water would dilute the poison. Which it did, but ironically it caused even more damage to the devil. Since to them it's holy poisoning and just regular poisoning. I will kill you and eat your bones. I will kill your family. Interesting development. A new research topic as well. Find poisons that don't dilute as much in holy water. Maybe some specific poisons that are meant to be mixed with water. Harry then looked at the little scorpion on his finger that was asleep and acting like a ring. The scorpion absorbed all the mana that Harry naturally releases and the one he purposefully releases when he does mana training. I wonder. Harry woke up the little green scorpion and let it poison the devil. After a few seconds the devil didn't seem affected. He was still trashing in pain, but he did that before. Does it not work on Dev Dash? Ahahahaya. It hurts us. Kill me. The devil started to trash around even harder. It started to claw out its own body. Harry blinked at the reaction, then looked at the scorpion who was clicking his claws on his hand. Never mind then. This didn't go according to plan. Harry was locked in a magic battle with a bishop piece. This one kept her intelligence, but unlike Marcus, she needs to consume humans to stay in her human form and not mutate into a monster. But Bishop still had a lot of magic power, and this one looks like it has been alive for quite a while judging by the number of different spells she has been throwing at Harry. I will not be enslaved again. I will not become a plaything for any men. The woman screamed. She was tall and voluptuous, brown hair and brown eyes. As a devil it looks like it increased her beauty, or maybe she was that beautiful from the start. Oh, shut up, you 8 children, you don't really have a lot of moral ground to stand on. Harry was a few meters away from her, his eyes focused and his staff in his hand. This woman was different than the rest. That much was obvious. Both of them were locked in a deadly duel. Reyaha, the woman raised her hand and an orange magic circle lit up. Harry however ignored the spell circle. It was impossible to read through the defenses of a magic crest to see the spell. But he didn't have to, all he had to do was maintain eye contact. In the next second the woman's spell activated and lightning blitzed at Harry, but he was ready for her. Harry slammed his staff in the ground and it started to transfigure it to many floating iron balls. The iron balls acting as a lightning rod got hit by the attack, completely dispersing it. The clash was so bright that both sides were forced to close their eyes for a moment. How are you doing this? How can you know my next move? Harry clicked his tongue at the white flash. He wished he could conjure some sunglasses, but he needed to keep eye contact to use legilimency. The devil threw a fireball straight at Harry, then followed up by 2 wind slashes that were going to pass through the fireball and ignite, creating 2 flaming fire slashes. It was a flashy move she planned to use to distract her opponent, then just shoot out an earth spike behind them in their blind spot. It has worked surprisingly well in her past battles. Harry just threw a shield up behind him and pointed his staff at the attack. Aqua Draconis Maxima. From his staff a large stream of water erupted before it transformed into a leviathan. It roared as its water teeth aimed at the devil. Harry followed up by forming a bunch of earth spikes from her sides and back and launching them at her and above her so that she couldn't fly away. But he didn't stop there. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75 quintet of iron pillars. 5 iron pillars engraved in runes appeared high above her. This was a strong sealing technique that Harry recreated, one that he did so perfectly compared to the others who still needed tweaking and improving. The woman flinched when she saw all those attacks, but she was quick to defend. 2 magic circles appeared in her hands. Aqua Shield. Wind Shield. Wind Shield. A dome of water formed around her and it started to spin at high speeds. Then she created another dome made out of wind, which increased the speed of the water. She trusted that the high-speed water shield would be able to block the attacks, but the pillars above her were a problem. She didn't understand what they did, but they had runes on them. And anything with runes is dangerous and 90% of the time is related to sealing. Fireball. A huge fireball formed to the side above her. Harry raised an eyebrow when he saw what she was about to do. Not bad, he smiled as he used the staff to draw some lines on the earth. You don't stop to see if your opponent is defeated, you prepare the next move just in case. The attacks arrived, the water leviathan crashed into the dome, but due to the high-speed rotation it was dispersed. The earth spears actually helped, they crumbled in the dome and were carried away by the current, helping break down the water beast. Ha-iya. She swung her hands and the fireball launched itself at the pillars just as they were a few meters above her. Boom. The fireball exploded and moved the pillars to the side, just barely missing the stray. Who quickly dropped the dome. She was sweaty and tired, taking deep heavy breaths as she looked at the young teen in front of her. How is he doing this? We are equally matched in magical reserves. How is it that I am the one being on the defensive? Devil, do you know what the difference is between wizards and devil's innate magic? Harry said casually while smirking at her. Wizards? Those devil knockoffs, the failed product. The stray frowned as her eyes darted around. Trying to look for an opening to attack or just leave. A devil is stronger and can use their imagination aspect to form powerful spells without the need to do calculations or chance. A wizard, however, is a mutation. While they don't have as much freedom or power in creating spells, their powers are far more versatile, reality-bending and illogical. It doesn't matter how much a devil can try, they can't make so many different kinds of potions or do something illogical like causing the enemy to puke slugs. The casual way that wizards mess with the laws of physics as well, manipulating mass, velocity, space and time. And they don't even realize it. Any one of those would be a clan bloodline ability for the devils. For a wizard to create a spell it takes time, effort, some calculation, and a whole lot of luck. A simple flame spear would take months for the average wizard to create. While a devil can simply imagine it into existence. But they can also never do the things wizards can. So both sides have their pros and cons. Harry refocused on the battle. He raised his palm towards the stray, clutched his hand and pulled back. The devil suddenly found herself in the air, flying towards Harry, no not flying, being pulled, by some invisible force. No, I can't let him come near me. She unfurled her wings and flapped them, slowing herself down. She threw a wind blast with a wide area effect. Her goal was to push Harry away so he doesn't come close to her. Harry was blasted backwards and she landed right where he was standing. Harry also did a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground. And by gracefully in his vocabulary was like a bull in a china shop. His feet dug into the ground a bit when he landed. Harry smiled and raised his hand. I haven't used this since I learned it from Flitwick. The spell that was supposed to grant him the title of Grandmaster in Charms. But they refused them because of the amount of power and skill required to use this spell. 5-ring flame control. Harry summoned a large flame in front of him, then he started to manipulate it using charm work. From the large flame a big flame tiger jumped out, then a large snake, a lion, a thunderbird, and then a small dragon the size of a car. Whoa. That takes a lot out of you. But I'm pretty sure there is a similar technique in some Chinese novel. Wait, I wonder. A/NBTTH reference, 5-ring flame expelling technique. Harry pressed his palm on the flaming dragon and pushed in his green flames. The flames on the dragon changed from normal orange-red to an eerie green. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The devil paled once she saw the fire beasts. The problem was that their strength was not low at all, each of them were almost peak low class, alone they would be no problem to her, but the brat was here, all he needs to do is keep her busy and the beasts will attack her from behind. I'm leaving, there is no reason for me to fight this kid, eating him would increase my strength, but that's provided that I can do it. Her wings unfurled, she was clearly trying to escape by flying, she even made a shield with a magic circle to stop Harry from shooting her down. But he only stood there and watched her with a grin. He is not stopping me. Then sayonara shitty brat, she lowered her knees to jump up and fly away, when all of a sudden the ground beneath her glowed, the runes Harry drew previously came to life, ironically powered by the devil's magic as she stood there. If Harry powered them himself she might have noticed them and landed on a different spot. Golden light chains shot up from the runes and bound themselves around the devil. No. She started to trash, tugging the chains hoping to break them, but it was no use, she gathered magic in her hands to throw it down at the runes. Like I'm going to let that happen, Harry manipulated the beasts, they all rushed at her, the 4 normal ones attacked each of her limbs, burning and pulling them away. She screamed out in pain as her limbs were being ripped and burned. But the last one, the green fire dragon made up of Harry's emerald soul devouring flame, struck her chest, attacking her soul, the attack quite literally shocked her soul, she slumped down, unable to move. Damn, that was awesome. Flitwick is the GOAT. How the hell did the man come up with this when he has just above average wizarding mana reserves? Some people really do go above and beyond their race. I wonder if he would be interested in future projects. But now that I know it works and so well that I have to try other fires. Fiend fire, Grindelwald's blue flames, some wyvern flames, oh man, there are so many choices, and I'm making new flames as well. This is going to be great. Like the insane pyromaniac mad scientist he is, Harry stood there laughing and fantasizing for a few minutes before he grabbed the stray and left. He wanted to go and start researching so that he could bring these ideas into reality. Voldemort POV. How humiliating. That I would have to possess the body of some muggle-born. But I do have to admit, it's much easier to possess this man over a wizard who constantly uses his magic. I can practically feel his atrophied magic that has been barely used since he left Hogwarts. Voldemort was walking through Nocturne Alley with his hood pulled up, he was going in a bar that his Death Eaters used to frequent. But there is one thing I have noticed during my time as a wraith. My thoughts are too chaotic. Too wild. I hate to say it, but it might be a side effect of my Horcruxes. Nobody has made as many as me. I was the first, and so the first one to feel the consequences. Suddenly he picked up on a signal from the Dark Mark. Voldemort uses the mark to make them complacent and to make sure they don't backstab him. The mark is like a link to them. He can use their magic so he is always topped up. They are like living batteries to him. I need to find a Horcrux and merge back just to see if there is any improvement to my condition. If not, I need to search for a way to heal or replenish my soul. My recent bout with Dumbledore made it clear how much the old man has been holding back. I definitely underestimated him, that persona he has created. He sat back and watched as my followers slaughtered his people, each of my battles with him ended in a draw, when he was perfectly capable of killing all of us. A hooded man entered the dark and shady bar, all eyes went to the hooded man. Nobody in that bar was an idiot, their wands were always near their hand. They are used to the dark life they lived. Always ready for trouble, always ready to fight or run. Voldemort followed his mark and saw a hooded man sitting alone on the table in the corner, his back against the wall. One of the best and safest spots in the bar. Just by this you could determine the man had some sort of position. He slowly and confidently went towards the table, ignoring everybody else in the bar. This wasn't blind confidence. Even with his current body, Voldemort was sure he could kill everybody here. He sat down on the table. Leave, this is no place for scum as yourself, the man on the table spat out, the wand in his hand pointed at this new arrival. Voldemort found himself smiling. He snapped his fingers, casting a silencing barrier around them. Might you sure have grown confident not to speak this way to your master, he raised his head allowing not to have a look at his face and saw his red eyes. The men just looked shocked as he stared speechlessly. His mouth moved but no words came out. Focus, fool. My lord, Theodore Not Sr. trembled in his seat, his face pale and his hands started to shake. I have returned, gather the rest and find Lucius, tell him to bring the item I have left in his possession. There is much to do. Paris, France. Snap, that's it. Snap, beautiful. Snap, yes, yes. Strike that pose. Snap, snap. A pale blonde woman was in some fancy lingerie doing a photo shoot. This was Narcissa, and she was now a Victoria's Secret model. And she was having the best time of her life. Yes, darling, perfect. An effeminate man said with a heavy French accent. You know just how to bring my vision to life. Narcissa chuckled at that. That's me. She had been using magic since she got here. If anybody tried to get frisky with her they suddenly got erectile dysfunction, and she was reading the mind of the designer and producer, so she knew exactly what poses they wanted her to take. Well, that's all for today. I have to go and develop these. See you soon, darling. The effeminate man gave her a wink before he walked away with a runway walk. Narcissa just gave a wry smile. He is a nice guy, but I'm not used to gay people. The modern world sure is different, but in a good way. I'm glad I found him. BZZZ, 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 and here is another reason. Mobile phones. This is amazing. Nokia 7110. I can call people with the press of a button, no need to write letters or haunch over a flu call with just my head in the fireplace. The internet is amazing as well. Harry said it will be revolutionary. She looked at the call Idaho before her face scrunched up. Sirius Black. What does this fool want? She picked up the phone. What do you want? Hey cuz. I'm at this cool place with great music and I met this funny guy. Wanna come over and chill? He is a riot. Narcissa facepalmed. Why would I want to hang out with you? Come on, don't be like that, we are family again, and it's not like you have anything better to do. She couldn't help but sigh at that. She was just starting out her new life here. And making friends that aren't going to use or backstab her was difficult. What's his name anyway? He said his name is Ruvel. A/N. Okay, BTTH obviously was a big inspiration for this. Harry having that spell and now getting new fire magics reminded me of heavenly flames. Then I remembered there was a flame Xiao Yan made himself using beast spells. And of course there is fairy tale slayer flames. So Harry is going for this route for now. He needs a bit of attacking power. And Sirius fucking up again. Harry is going to be pissed. Chapter 90, Ruvel Phoenix. Word count. Narcissa decided she will go to the bar. Just because she didn't have anything else to do and she needed to socialize. It was one of those nice, quiet lounge bars. A strange choice for Sirius, but then I have seen weirder things. She looked around and saw Sirius drinking and laughing with a very handsome muscular man. He had long blonde hair, light blue eyes and wore an expensive suit. Mama likes. She smiled and walked towards the table, but as soon as she did her silver bracelet shook once. Then once more. Narcissa's eyes widened. This was a security measure Harry gave her. A bracelet for the girls and a watch for the men. It detected the energy signatures of people nearby. Once is a confirmation of supernatural. Another buzz is a devil, 2 buzzes is a fallen, 3 is an angel. He programmed those in because they are the most likely to appear because of his meeting with the leaders. They can be upgraded later. A devil, how come Sirius didn't notice? Oh, that fool, he isn't wearing his watch. Narcissa resisted the urge to facepalm. She just brought out her phone, sent a quick text to Hope since she knew Harry wouldn't check his, and walked towards the booth. Good day, gentlemen, Narcissa said with a fake smile as she approached. Sirius looked up. Oh hey sissy. This is Ruvel, my new friend. Ruvel, this is my cousin Narcissa Black. This guy is a riot, he has been everywhere. The man next to him just nodded. Hello, I am Ruvel Phoenix, and I haven't quite been everywhere, I just travel a lot for business. Pleasure to meet you, Narcissa also nodded before she sat down and ordered some wine. So how did you end up with my sad excuse for a cousin? He mostly prefers to chase after women's skirts. Hey. I take offense to that, Sirius frowned but didn't deny it. Ruvel just chuckled. Well, I was here to make a business deal in Paris, but it fell through. So I just came here to enjoy a quiet drink when I saw Sirius here after he was rejected by a woman. Sirius looked at Ruvel like he was betrayed. Low blow, man, low blow. Where is the honor amongst brothers? Ruvel just raised his glass. It was there until you told that waitress that I was into her. I am a married man. My wife would have my balls in a box if I did anything without inviting her first. Sirius just whistled. Damn, you are a lucky man. That I am, Ruvel just smiled. Narcissa was wondering how to keep the conversation going. Harry is going to be here soon, but Ruvel seemed pleasant enough. So maybe I can just call him out on being a devil. He doesn't seem like the type to overreact, especially with how he is enjoying the mood in the bar. I might even be able to get some info. Ruvel, forgive me if I am blunt or rude. But are you perhaps a devil? Narcissa asked in a polite and awkward way. She had mastered acting because it was needed of her to mingle in the pureblood society. Ruvel looked surprised. Oh, you can tell. How interesting, nobody noticed me while I was here and I thought I was hiding my power fairly well. You are a devil. Cool, I didn't notice a thing. Narcissa resisted the urge to facepalm. She just sighed. That's because you are an idiot, cousin. It's obvious Reggie got all the brains judging by the grades you both had in school. Oh, and our Lord is going to kill you for forgetting your watch. Sirius was just about to protest the insult about his intelligence when he looked at his wrist and saw that the watch was not there. He immediately went pale and sweat started to appear on his forehead. Oh, you have a lord. How fascinating. Now that I get a good look at you, both of you have some small magical reserves. Magicians perhaps. But they don't have lords unless it's an old family. Those guys just from organizations, Ruvel said with some interest. He was so focused on the failed deal that he didn't even notice anything. But to be fair to an low ultimate class like him, Narcissa and Sirius who only had mid-low class reserves, they were practically bugs. He was the heir of the Phoenix family, the first son, the one who handles all business-related matters and a constant high scorer in the championship rating games. He was even stronger than his father who was the current lord. But the fact that they were wizards or humans didn't bother him, nor does he look down on him. Ever since he took over the family business, he realized that money is a universal thing. Who cares what race they are if you can do business with them and make money? His younger brother Ryder took over the production of Phoenix Tears, while his youngest brother Riser just started his education. The boy was still playing with his toys and running around after them. And the second son doesn't have a name. So I will just call him Ryder. Narcissa shook her head. We are not part of any official organization. And we aren't magicians, we are wizards and witches. Ah. I haven't seen one of your species in decades. Do you still fight and bicker amongst yourselves while being completely isolated? Sirius threw his head back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Yep. You are completely right. Cheers to being away from those fools. Sirius and Ruvel clicked glasses and drank, while Narcissa hid her face in shame. Can't you see what I'm trying to do here, you imbecile? Well, not like Devil Society is any different. We are just not isolated, but it's completely the same, except we have been doing it for millennia. Most devils hate and look down on humans. But I'm a businessman. If they are intelligent and have money, then I don't care what race they are. Ruvel chuckled as he raised his glass. Narcissa nodded at that. That was a good mindset to have, something that Harry lacked at the moment. But his approach was also logical. Devils have the numbers and the strength to back up their deals and not get taken advantage of. Harry currently can't afford that luxury, so he avoids all contact with the strong supernatural factions. I think our Lord would love to have a conversation with you, Sirius said with his cheeks a little red. The alcohol was getting to him. But that's when he heard footsteps approaching their table. And I think I really should make it so you can't drink any alcohol anymore for you to learn your lesson, Harry to Sirius with a cold glare. Sirius paled and sobered up quickly. He tried to speak more but his voice wouldn't come out. Harry just sighed and ignored the fool. I apologize in this fool's place. He might have said something completely stupid, and I trust half of it is because he is an idiot and the other half is the alcohol. Ruvel just smiled. No harm done. I actually enjoyed his company. Don't be too hard on him now. Harry smirked. No promises. The drinks are on me. It was nice to meet a reasonable devil for once. You have met other devils. Who was it? Ruvel said in a curious tone. Harry picked up Sirius by his collar and started dragging him away. Say hello to Seraphol and Ajuka for me. Just say it's from Harry, they will know. Oh, and Azazel did something strange. An unknown fallen has been hunting down stray devils for some reason, and with that he walked away. Narcissa stood up and curtsied to him and followed behind Harry. All while Ruvel sat there with his jaw dropped. What the fuck did just happen? And how did a kid like that meet two of the Maus? And he knows Azazel. Did I just miss on a big opportunity? Ruvel sat there and gathered his thoughts. No, actually I think I dodged a bullet. Whatever is going on with that kid, I want nothing to do with it. I thought to stay here and put a few $100s on the kids tab. But I'm going home. Today has been a rough and strange day, and I'm heading back before it gets worse. Back in a safe house. Good job for covering Sirius. I will increase the money you get from the black accounts. Harry nodded to Narcissa who just smiled, then he turned to Sirius. Sirius, your money is being decreased. And no more alcohol for you. Whyyyy. Ruvel was nice. Sirius whined on his knees. But you didn't know that, you fool. If you had your watch on, you would have known, and if you still decided to talk to the men, I wouldn't have had any problem as long as you didn't give yourself out. But you were neither wearing the watch or the clothes I enchanted to cover your magical energy. You practically had a big S note on your forehead that said, I am a wizard. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad, Sirius whined like a child. You know what, I got the perfect punishment for you. My familiars need the exercise. You will be their training partner for 1 week. No wand and they can chase you around. Sirius paled at the thought and he bolted for the door. I refusee. Wash. A long bandage appeared out of nowhere and tied up Sirius like a mummy. Enjoy the rest of your day, Narcissa. Oh, and Andy has been planning some sort of girls' night. Get into contact with her for the details. Harry proceeded to drag away a struggling Sirius. He trashed around and did his best puppy dog eye look, but Harry just ignored him. Actually, he went down the road with the most bumps and stairs instead of teleporting back home. Just for a bit of fun. Marcus doing his job. Marcus POV. Head of security, that's the job Harry had given him. It completely threw Marcus off guard. Sure, he swore some oaths not to betray Harry and his organization. But really? He didn't even know Harry for a week and the kid just gave him such a high position. His salary was great. Health care, practically the best since Harry himself gave him a checkup and fixed up some tiny problems. He had a nice home and a few drop house locations. When he goes to other countries to inspect if all the store are doing well, he stays in nice hotels. Surprisingly, things were going great. Hey. Bring out your owner. We want to talk to him. That is until now. Marcus looked at the front door of the stud and a group of people in suits were standing there looking all intimidating. Well, I guess it's time to get to work. It's like they always say. A kill a day keeps the idiots away. Hogwarts. In the halls of Hogwarts, Albus and Flamel were still looking for the stone. But their search has been fruitless and tiresome. Well, I think that's as far as our search will go. We have been everywhere in this castle. The most likely scenario is that it's hidden in some sort of brick and I do not have the patience to scan every brick in this castle, Albus, Nicholas said with a bit of impatience. He has been away from his research for too long. It would be better to just wait and let the thief take it out from here. Then he can track it again. And what do you suppose we do, Nicholas? Because I am running out of ideas, Dumbledore said in an irritated tone. Well, I don't know, I trusted you to protect my stone. Looks like it was misplaced. Flamel smirked a bit, he just can't help himself at taking another jab at his former student. Dumbledore started speaking when he saw a figure swaying in the hallways. It was Sybil Trelawney, the divination teacher. Did she get drunk again? Honestly, the only reason why I keep this woman around is because of her connection to the prophesy. But she really needs to stop with the alcohol, I have had enough complaints already. Sybil, my dear. What are you doing? Dumbledore's eyes widened once he saw her face. Her eyes were misty and unfocused. He had seen her before this way, only once before. He knew what was about to happen, but he was too late to stop her. Turn and turn and turn again. You see the what but not the when. The chosen child who mocks fate, fades away in the light. From the shadows he strikes, unseen, unheard, like darkness in the night. Death shall come to him. A bargain be made, hellfire raised. A weapon be made, leaving ruin at its wake. Turn and turn and turn again. You see the what but not the when. Run, run. The hunter comes. The school's great name forgotten in the end. A new sun rises, a new dawn comes, emerald light shines, bringing chaos and fun. Watch thyself or you may lose thyself in its rays, for thy might be like Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. Dumbledore looked at his teacher who had a large grin on his face. Interesting. Looks like there might be some merit to staying here after all. A/N. Pleasey comment. I need the opinions of the prophesy. Not sure about, fades away in the light. I meant it in a different way. By the way, there are some changes that can be made to these as well. With the shadows he strikes. A weapon be made, but it would be raised twice. A bargain be made, hellfire raised. A weapon be made, from hell itself raised, leaving ruin at its wake, hellfire blazed. Leaving ruin in its way. Turn and turn and turn again. You see the what but not the when. Is from the Underland. Don't know what it is, but I found it online. The Prophesy of Blood. Chapter 91, Prophesy Results. Word count. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had rebuilt his office since the mysterious thief blew it up. But it was a lot more bare, his rare book collection was gone and now he basically just had some decorative books and trinkets. The biggest loss was losing his phoenix. Not only was Fawkes a money-making machine, he also was a good subtle reminder to the wizards of Britain, the lost sheep, that he was the leader of the light. As phoenixes gather around, worthy and just people, which is false. They just go to the most powerful person at the time and bond with them to continue their existence. Truly losing Fawkes was a big hit. Dumbledore thought as he sat in his chair. Ever since he regained his original personality, things got better. He can say they didn't. He quickly and ruthlessly gained back some of the political power he lost, reminding people of who he was again. But then things started to become more chaotic. First he lost the stone, and was led around by the mysterious thief. Even with his former mentor Flamel, they got nowhere in their search for the Philosopher's Stone. Then some stray devil killed and ate the Durslies. Which was a pity, as they were always a quick and easy backup scenario to use their blood to trap Harry Potter once he becomes a threat. Now that option was lost. But the way they died is a problem. A stray devil appearing in London was rare. Not only was it rare, it was nearly impossible. The Protestant Church headquarters was here in London, many magical families, the magician organization Golden Dawn was also located here, as were the Pendragons. As well as our own DOM was keeping a lookout for strays. It was an impossible net of surveillance. The other parties usually ignored wizards unless they caused too much damage to civilians, muggles. But if any stray were to enter the England, they would be immediately captured or killed. And yet somehow a stray got past all that and, by pure coincidence, attacked Harry Potter's relatives. I highly doubt that this was intentional. But even more worrisome is that someone who knows about Harry Potter's importance. Frankly, it's also believable that Harry Potter did this. It wouldn't be hard, he just had to ask his American allies to do it. But a new problem has arisen. A new prophecy. Turn and turn and turn again. You see the what but not the when. This line warns against an attack, something that I know but I don't know when it will happen. The chosen child who mocks fate, fades away in the light. Chosen child who mocks fate. This can only be Harry Potter. His existence is mocking fate by just surviving Voldemort's attack. But fades away in the light. From the shadows he strikes, unseen, unheard, like darkness in the night. This part is simple, yet also contradictory. Harry Potter striking from the shadows. That boy is bold and brass. He would kill you right in front of others without worrying about the consequences. Death shall come to him. A bargain be made, hellfire raised. A weapon be made, leaving ruin at its wake. Now this part is a problem. Death shall come to him. Voldemort and his Death Eaters perhaps. They join forces and create some sort of magical weapon. I can't be sure, especially with the stunt Harry pulled at the Wizengamot. Turn and turn and turn again. You see the what but not the when. Run, run. The hunter comes. The school's great name forgotten in the end. School's great name will be forgotten. Hogwarts will get destroyed, or perhaps another magical school. Does Harry go dark in the end? A new sun rises, a new dawn comes, emerald light shines, bringing chaos and fun. Watch thyself, or you may lose thyself in its rays, for thy might be like Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. This is the problem with prophecies. They are so confusing you can never be sure about what they entail. But what I do know is that I need to be prepared. More prepared than I am now. Perhaps it's time I go on the offensive. Dumbledore in his arrogance decided that the prophecy is about him, when in fact the target was not specified. It could be one person or it could be multiple. Flamel POV. So what do you think? Nicholas asked his wife Pernelli about the prophecy. She is more skilled in divination than him. Oh, it's one of those prophecy. Pernelli frowned as she saw the sheet of paper. Nicholas nodded that much he knew. This was a prophecy that can be interpreted in different ways. More often than not, these ones had double meanings. Right of the bat, the second line, the chosen child who mocks fate, fades away in the light. Does he figuratively or literally mock the fates and fades away in the light? It could be a simple teleportation spell, a synonym for ascending to godhood, or he just walks into a room filled with light, and many other meanings. It's useless to try and figure that out. Nicholas gave a nod to that. It was too vague to make any sense of it. Now the third line. From the shadows he strikes, unseen, unheard, like darkness in the night. Seems simple, he becomes an assassin or hunter, but it could also point to the chosen child becoming a beast of the night. So vampire, devil, werewolf, any of those would fit the bill. That's why I don't like this type of prophecy. But after that, things really get interesting. Death shall come to him. A bargain be made, hellfire raised. A weapon be made, leaving ruin at its wake. He will meet a death god or their servant and make a deal with him. Any weapon created with a god's assistance will be powerful and deadly. True, but death gods are quite reclusive. Not much is known about their personalities except that they hate other gods. Well, stuck with a job like that, I'd hate the company and other employees as well. Run, run. The hunter comes. The school's great name forgotten in the end. Again, it could point to just being a regular hunter, but the beasts I mentioned previously are also hunters of some kind, but the part about the school is what's interesting. Its name will be forgotten in the end. What end? End of the year? Decade? End of the war, or just the end of anything really? But what is sure that a great school will fall? Hogwarts most likely, the prophecy was delivered there after all, and things have gotten more chaotic as well. Nicholas mused as he rubbed his chin. Even more now that your stone is thrown in the mix. I know, right? Nicholas just grinned. He really was like a kid in a candy store at the moment. He hadn't been this excited in quite a while. Pernelli just sighed. They had a reserve stone just in case that held enough energy to continue their immortality. Nicholas had moved some of the souls from the original in the reserve just in case. Frankly, it would be better if they lost the stone, then people would stop annoying them. They can always just play the "we have enough elixir in reserve to keep us young" card. Then they can just quietly disappear in the background. She shook her head, getting rid of her thoughts. Nicholas wouldn't go for it. He was too flashy for this kind of thing. Pernelli looked at the next set of lines. These ones, however, are clear. A new sun rises, a new dawn comes, emerald light shines, bringing chaos and fun. Watch thyself or you may lose thyself in its rays, for thy might be like Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. It's a warning to whomever tries to go against the chosen child. The sun synonyms are interesting, however. Could be figurative, or perhaps he will gain light or fire abilities. Who knows? She shrugged. Prophecies were fickle and vague, this type even more so. Frankly, the best thing to do was to ignore them, lest they make a self-fulfilling prophecy like Dumbledore and Voldemort had done. In my opinion, doing anything against this prophecy will only make it stronger, if the Potter boy is really who this prophecy is about. Then it would be best to kill him in a precise and quick strike or not to make an enemy of him. Nicholas nodded. Then again, it's not really our problem. Hogwarts is probably the one that's going to suffer. Right now I have to deal with a thief. I have got to admit I'm looking forward to the day he moves the stone from Hogwarts. Then the chase can really begin. Okay, enough of that, time for dinner. I got my hands on some aged wyvern meat, she said with a smirk as she watched Nicholas's eyes light up. Have I mentioned how much I love your cooking? The alchemist smiled gratefully. Not in the last 3 months, no, she smirked at him. Then I have to say it more often. I'll go get the wine. Something that pairs up nicely with this. He gave her a quick kiss on the lips before heading off to the wine cellar. Even after all these years I still got it, she smiled to herself as she went in the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Underworld devil territory. Damn that cheeky brat. Say hello, he says. Sarah Fall slammed her forehead on the table. Now, Sarah. Don't place your anger on some random child. Even through another heir did something stupid again. Plus you got something from that meeting, didn't you? Surzek smiled as he glanced at the bottle of fire whiskey near Sarah. Sarah grabbed the bottle and cradled it like a baby. Ah, if it wasn't for this little one I would be slaughtering devils right about now. Well, I have been enjoying these quite a bit. Pity Graphia doesn't let me drink a lot. It will interfere with my work, she says. Surzek sighed as he propped his chin on his hand. Ajuka is still locked up in his lab. The boy using his clone spell like that inspired him. He is now even more obsessed. In his own words, this is revolutionary. I thought only gods can create avatar as extensions of themselves. But if a human did it, so can I. This will increase my research efficiency at least 5-fold. Sarah Fall took another sip from her glass. At least he is happy with the meeting we had. And boy, did that kid have a sharp tongue. He ripped a new one for heaven. Frankly, if our new generation had as much balls as him, we could have fewer headaches. Surzek nodded at her comment. While devils have been raising their numbers, the talent on the other hand isn't that big. Sarah Fall slumped in her seat trying to relax before she remembered something and got angry again. And how does that brat have information about a mysterious fallen before me? She perked up again and grit her teeth. I had to dig deep within our reports to find it. Some unregistered fallen is cleaning up the strays and exorcists. To make things even worse, I called Azazel about him expecting to be rejected or him acting smug. Azazel spat out his drink and almost choked. I think it was genuine. He had no idea, according to him, no fallen matches that description, and every stray fallen was in that region at the time of the attacks. Surzek raised an eyebrow. A new gen fallen perhaps. Some kid who raised himself and is now hunting down villains, he said with quotation fingers. A vigilante fallen. Finding justice for humans. That sounds like a cliché movie for teenage girls. All we need is a female protagonist he rescues, and let's just make it an anime. Sarah suddenly put her hand on her chin and had a thoughtful expression. Wait. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Maybe a Leviathan crossover episode. Leviathan versus fallen antihero. Ho ho ho, I can feel the ratings rising already. Oh aye. Leviathan. Underworld to Leviathan. Surzek waved his hand in front of her face to get her attention, but she was lost in her own world. Bzzz, bzzz. Huh. Sarah snapped out of it and answered her phone. Leviathan-sama, a loud pleading voice yelled out through the phone. Beelzebub-sama won't eat. He trapped me in a soundproof barrier and is ignoring me. 2 facepalms and sighs followed. Stupid Ajuka. Almost. I have almost got it. And speak of the devil, his voice was heard through the phone. Help me please, the secretary pleaded even more. You could hear her crying, he is really starting to scare me. Serafal deadpanned at Sirzex, I did it last time. It's your turn. The red-head devil just reluctantly nodded as he stood up. I will have the avatar clone. I won't be beaten by a little boy. Ajuka's crazy laughter echoed in his lab. Please hurry up. He is going crazy. Serafal slammed her forehead on the table again. I really hate that kid. The last time Ajuka was this excited he barely slept for a year and he made the evil pieces back then as a result. I don't need more trouble because of another invention of his no matter how it helps our species. If he makes another invention that brings me headaches I swear I track down the brat, bring him to Ajuka and kill them both. Chapter 92, Back to School. Word count. January 5th. 1992, HP authentic date DxD. Winter holidays are over. It was time to return to Hogwarts. Harry has done a lot of things over this short winter break. And has had many incidents, or as he likes to call them, fucking anime encounters or raised flags. But with his usual style of doing things, if there is a problem you either deal with it, ignore it, or run away from it. He shows us which one depending on his mood. Apparently some of the rich magician families of Britain have set their sights on his business. Marcus informed him after he and the Fenrir werewolves tore apart the men that attacked his shops. Harry was very happy that he hired those guys. There is nothing better than instant return on investment, especially if it was a long-term investment plan. His plans for China were unfortunately well blown up, quite literally. Instead of the war dying out like Harry predicted because the Chinese pantheon and deists got involved. It became even worse, since some other factions decided to make things even worse and try to weaken the factions in supernatural China. As a result they made things worse for the wizarding society there. Harry was not happy about that. He was in a bad mood for a day or two. His plans for his precious new pot got delayed by a year or two. Depending on how long it takes for the situation to calm down. He tried to reach to his underworld contacts to get the pot delivered to him. But the price was so high because of the war, even after the discount they offered to get in good favor with the Viper, Harry decided it just wasn't worth it. Whoever said war is good for business, come in front of me so that I can blast your face off. This is what Hope recorded in her notes with an amused expression as she listened to Harry rant. Train station. I hate this. Harry was one again, laying on Hope's lap with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept the last 3 days. He was finishing up all of his experiments from home and packing up the ones he couldn't so that he could do them in Hogwarts. The train. Dora said with a relaxed expression. I mean, I get it, being stuck in a train for hours when you have ADHD must be like torture. I do not have ADHD, but I do hate the train. Harry denuded the notion, causing everybody in the cabin to scoff. Sure, Tracy, who joined them, also had the same expression as the rest. She might not be a member of the family, but she got to know Harry's personality by now. Right, how could I make such a mistake? Dora said dramatically. You do not have ADHD. You have IMSRM, I must research magic. The others just look at Harry to see his excuse, but Harry didn't say anything, he was just frowning. You won't deny it? Daphne said with a raised eyebrow. No, I'm considering if I should send a letter to the Magical Disease Center. I know a few people with the exact same mindset as me. I wonder what their reaction would be if they got a letter saying they were infected with IMRM. Harry said with a small grin. The girls just looked among themselves. Yep, he is insane. Even little Tori understood that Harry was a bit strange. Harry, go to sleep. The last thing we need is you blowing up the castle because you are cranky, Hope sighed as she started to comb through his hair. She loves these moments with him, just simple acts of intimacy. Sure thing. I'll leave everything else to you. Harry smiled at her and fell sound asleep. You know. He is kind of cute when he is asleep, Dora said with a slight smile. It was like watching a bloodthirsty hellhound fall asleep and just be a cute puppy. Duh, he is handsome. Awake or asleep isn't going to change that, Daphne said as she turned a page of her book. It was just a fact. Harry was a handsome guy, no need to deny or twist it. His personality, on the other hand, it won't be mentioned. Tracy turned to her friend. Daphne, are you perhaps a witch's witch? Do you play for the other team? Daphne got a tick mark on her forehead. Smack. She smacked Tracy with her book. Assault. Daphne has become a violent girl. Stop making stupid comments and I will stop hitting you. She sat back down and started to read her book on magecraft and magic. Written by Harry Potter. Mage X Magic for Beginners Volume 1. Right under the word beginners there were a few characters. Apparently Harry put it in as a joke. They were the Japanese characters for dummies. He had planned to write down idiots, but apparently if you want to improve yourself you are no longer qualified to be called that. I think he is pretty, Astoria smiled as she ate her sweets. Tracy got tears in her eyes and hugged the life out of the little girl. Never change, my sweet little Tory, you bundle of cuteness. Don't become a harsh cold person like your sister. Smack. Ow. Another compartment. Are you ready, brother of mine? Absolutely, my mirror image. We have spent the entire winter break improving our design. The new and improved canary cream will definitely get them. And past guard dog Hottie Hope. Who even came up with that name? Can't say my handsome twin. But it was probably a Gryffindor. Most definitely. But enough about that. Let's get this show on the road. Their friend Jordan, who was in the same compartment as them, looked back and forth at their shenanigans. I pray that you won't die, brothers. There is still much to be done, like trying to have a threesome with Angelina and Alicia. Fred and George made it in front of Potter's cabin. The door was charmed to be locked, but they never planned to open it. The entire winter break they have been practicing their banishing spell. Specifically the variant that healers use to banish potions directly in the stomachs of patients. Their little brother Ronikins was naturally their test subject, and they have figured out and modified it so that it could go across walls. The canary cream, they specifically developed a new version for Harry Potter and his group. The only people they haven't been able to prank. Hope just turns it back on them. But this time it will definitely work. 1, 2, they whispered. 3, both of them waved their wands at the magical cream in their hands, then at the compartment. Both grinned, expecting to hear screams soon when. Grrrrrrrx. Their stomachs grumbled. Oh. This wasn't sup, chirp. Chirp, to happen. Chirp. Chirp. Why did it fail? Hope inside the cabin just sighed as she lowered down her hand. Idiots. If they just applied themselves in the right way, they would become something great. Harry did mention that these two have the most potential in the entire school. More than some of the teachers, and I see it. Being able to create these pranks require quite the bit of ingenuity and research. Ironically, some of their methods are revolutionary for wizards, yet they waste their time on useless things. A pity. The train ride continued. The prefects tried to undo the transformation on the twins but failed. So they just locked them in an empty compartment until the end of the ride. Do we wake him up? Tori poked Harry's cheek. He was deep asleep. Harry is the cautious type, right? He won't like being exposed, Tonks said while waving her hand. The guy was hardcore. Being seen weak might be insulting to him. Nah, he won't care, Hope smiled wryly. He might think it was amusing. Everybody was confused. Daphne frowned. That didn't make sense. What do you mean? Harry is never really asleep. A small part of his mind is always working in the back, and he has automatic spells set in, and that part is keeping them in check. As far as I'm aware, he has a triple hex barrier on him at all times. His Escudo green barriers and a lightning skin spell all on standby. That's way too paranoid, isn't it? Tonks said with disbelief in her voice. Apparently when this idiot went to hunt a devil alone, he was almost killed by the sheer speed of the devil. If it wasn't for his auto defense, he would have died. So naturally he made the defense even better. Hope shrugged her shoulders as she picked up Harry in her arms. Let's just do it this way. She cast an illusion on herself and made a fake Harry appear beside her. That was her limit. Illusions aren't really her forte. What if anybody notices? Tracy asked in a somewhat worried voice. Harry would just probably laugh it off. Hope laughed and the group slowly made their way to the castle. Feast. It was time for the return feast. As usual, the staff was sitting at the main table. Dumbledore looked pretty happy at how the students looked at him with awe. This is how it should be. With me guiding these sheep like a shepherd. His teachers as usual either had happy smiles seeing the students return or stoic faces. Well, a stoic face, which changed after he saw a particular student and his group enter the hall. Did you have to carry me like that, Hope? Harry yawned in his hand. He still felt sleepy. What, you embarrassed, feeling ashamed? Tonks bumped him with her elbow, hoping for the boy to get embarrassed, but she also knew the chances of that happening were slim. Harry just scoffed. Shame. I left that in my mother's womb. Oh, that's a good one. I'm using that. Tracy just laughed. Sure thing, Pip squeak. Well, I'm going to the puff table. See you guys later. Harry sighed as he looked at the Ravenclaw table. Let's get this over with. I need to go and check the room for any tampering later. Once everyone was seated and the students accounted for, Dumbledore raised his chalice and tapped it a few times, gaining the attention of the students. Good evening, and welcome back to Hogwarts, my dear students. I hope all of you had a wonderful winter holiday. For the 5th and 7th years, I would recommend not to relax, as it is their OWL and Newt year. Well, enough of that, let the feast begin. Dumbledore raised his hands with a smile. Food started to appear on the tables. Still looks as unappetizing as ever. But that's because my standards are higher, I guess. Harry just took a chicken drumstick to eat. Not before checking for any poisons and potions, of course. The rest did the same with their preferred food. It's good to see you again, Potter, Blaise said with a smile from nearby. Harry raised an eyebrow. He was certainly cheerful. Yeah, you too. You appear to be in a good mood. Had a good winter break. His face brightened. Yeah, my mother chewed me out for not being a Slytherin and how much of a disgrace I was and for not making connections in Ravenclaw at least. It was awesome. Are you a masochist? Tracy blurred out and everybody turned to her. How do you know that word? Hope said with a bit of surprise. Rom novels, Tracy said with a fist pump, it's the wisdom of the gods. Harry choked up a bit before laughing. Don't say shit like that outside Hogwarts, some idiot god might really smite you. Potter, you believe in gods? Blaise said with a bit of surprise. Harry didn't seem to be the believer type. Harry just smiled maliciously. Believe? No, I know. Every single one of those arrogant, self-centered bastards is real. Don't mistake this for faith. I have proof. I would suggest you be very careful when saying a god's name outside. Hogwarts offers some protection against divination and scurrying. But if you call on a name, they can literally watch you from above. Be especially careful about the Greeks. Those are some of the worst scumbags to ever walk the earth, Harry said with a bit of advice. This was a type of experiment for him. Blaise was neutral and not a part of his group. He wondered what a child would do with this kind of information and what the consequences would be. Especially since it would have little to no effect on him. It was just plain curiosity, seeing what the regular folk would do with that kind of information. Deferment of Mysteries definitely know about the supernatural and are keeping it hidden on purpose. Would this cause a change in the status quo? Let's wait and see, Harry smirked on the inside. Hope just facepalmed. There it is, his nasty side. I feel pity for the wizards. Harry just keeps bullying them and they don't even know it. Honestly, it's not really their fault. They are so uneducated and their culture is so stupid. They are like frogs in a well. They don't know anything about the real world outside their well. And I can't blame them. They are safe, they are fed and alive. Yet Harry takes this as a personal insult. He can't believe that a race with such potential is just squandering it away by doing stupid things. In his mind, because he can do it, they have the potential to do it too on some lower level. And it's true, Andy, Ted and Ophelia are making progress. Daphne, due to being younger with her mind being more flexible, will probably reach greater heights than them. Ah. I see, Blaise said with a stiff expression, then he froze, realizing students might have overheard their conversation. He turned around and saw that nobody was actually paying attention, except for the staff. Harry cast a spell as soon as you started talking to him. A notice me not and some for anti-eavesdropping, Daphne said as she took a bite from her food. Harry nodded. You are getting better at felling mana. I wasn't subtle about it, but it's still difficult for students to notice it. You are improving with your studies. Well done, Daphne. Yep, Daphne is the best. Astoria smiled with her cheeks were filled with dessert. She looked like a hamster. Daphne blushed a little from all the attention on her, but she still kept her cool. Hey, you said your mother. Do you mean the Black Widow? Tracy said with complete casualness as she stuffed her face with food. Daphne and Hope twitched. Tracy, you idiot. You don't ask something like that. Blaise's smile left his face. This was a sore subject for him. Well, she does get called that, but there was never any truth. Chill, nobody here cares about things like that. Hell, I probably kill more people in a month than your mother has in her lifetime. Harry just shrugged. Again, he was messing with the kid. Even if he knew this information, he was smart enough to keep his mouth shut. And if he wasn't, well, Harry's reputation as a ruthless killer would spread. Meaning less trouble for him with the wizards. Especially since this source of information would come from the Zabini Mafia family. I see. At this point, Blaise was just repeating himself. But how are you even supposed to answer that? Wizards, I assume. He tried to keep the conversation going. Anything that attacks me or my business, honestly. Wizards, humans, devils, demons, fallen angels, exorcist, the usual. Harry started counting on his fingers. Blaze.exe shut down. His mind just went blank. Ah. Youth. Always fun to mess with kids. But still, the kid has a lot more growing. I just put a forceful haze on him to keep quiet about this part. He has early training from his family and decent occlumency shields for a firstie. Yet he didn't notice a thing, and I purposely allowed it to be sensed. At least it will be funny for a while to see how he will act. A/N. Harry just doing crazy shit and chaos to amuse himself. Frankly, if I was in Blaise's place, I would just avoid Harry like a plague. Who willingly talks to someone who killed 2 people in public? That's just asking for trouble. Anyway, there is no bigger plan for Blaise. He now can only talk about gods existing and not everything else. A experiment driven by Harry's curiosity. Either way, the results will be interesting to him. Will the kid share the secret and get rid of the weight off his chest and cause mild panic among wizards? Or will he keep it hidden, and how he will go forward with this new knowledge bomb he got dropped with? Kind of a cruel thing to do to a 11-year-old kid, if you ask me. Well, see you in the next chap. Chapter 93, Time Flies. Word count. April 22th. It's been a few months since Harry returned to Hogwarts. So far nothing interesting has happened outside of some magicians trying to interfere with his business. But the stray devil Marcus and Michael along with his Fenrir wolf pack took swift care of them. Since then Harry got back, he has been in the library. He was determined to copy the whole restricted section to get it out of the way. Having a clone and Hope now learned the spell really sped things up. Hope knew beforehand the Gemini spell. But she didn't know how to make the copy permanent. On days that he was not copying in the library, he was in the room of requirement/room of innovation copying the blueprints so that he could build his own. Having a clone sped it up, sure, but it went down from 5 years to 2.5. Harry's only comment was an eye twitch and saying that he needed to upgrade his clone spell so that he can make more. But considering that he already upgraded the spell and his clone could use some magic now, that was already an improvement. It was currently the Easter holidays. They began on 12th of April and will end on the 24th. And of course that meant absolutely nothing to Harry. He has been stuck in the library non-stop for 3 days. He and his clone haven't slept at all, their faces were pale and had dark circles under their eyes. Hope comes by every day, but she didn't want to spend so much time copying books. She had other duties as well. But Harry insisted on finishing it as fast as possible. So for 3 days without a wink of sleep, he kept spamming the permanent Gemini spell. After 3 days, it's finally done. Thud X. Both Harry and his clone slumped to the ground exhausted. I'm finally done with the shitty place. Tap. 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 Hope walked into the section Harry was in and she was holding back a smile. You alive down there? Nope. Not one bit. As you can see, I'm one step from becoming a corpse. Carry me back. I think as soon as the clone joins back I am gonna cross dash. Harry didn't even get to finish his sentence before he fell asleep. Literally from exhaustion. Hope just sighed. He is so hopeless. Who in their right mind spends 3 whole days spamming magic? Even with his reserves he was running on low, especially after he spilt a part of his magic to his clone. Doing research and thinking for 3 days doesn't compare to non-stop spamming spells, you fool. Why did I have to fall for this idiot? Hope just smiled as she picked Harry up and started walking towards their room. Guess I'm an idiot too for falling in love with him in the first place. Despite her words, the smile on her face never left. Dumbledore POV. Ah. Done. Dumbledore finished the last of his paperwork for today. Not the Hogwarts paperwork, of course, he pushes all of that onto Minerva. It was paperwork related to his allies. He used a spell that can give his back and shoulders a massage. You would be surprised how much it helps at his age. Things are much less stressful now that Nicholas has left. But he couldn't just leave quietly, he just had to insult me before he left. That insufferable old man. I'm leaving. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid that I will become useless just like you. Sigh, can't even find a priceless treasure in his own castle. What a disappointment. I hate him so much. Dumbledore clenched his fist, before relaxing and taking a few deep breaths. Flamel had always been something of a trauma for him, someone he couldn't surpass no matter how much he tried. The Potter boy has done nothing but spend time in the restricted section. It's difficult to pinpoint a person just with the Hogwarts wards, but I have been getting better at it. And this will serve as good practice for when I need to absorb the magic in the wards to boost my power. Right now I can barely hold in what did Nicholas call it beginning of high class. But when I get my youth back and make my body stronger, I can probably absorb a lot more, maybe even to the later stages of high class. Then I will be an unquestionable leader of magical Britain and the other magical communities will follow, just like they always have. Just when he was finished, 3 owls holding letters appeared at his window. Dumbledore saw this and sighed. For the last few months he had been putting out fires from the stunt that Harry Potter pulled at the conference. His reputation took a big hit, but now it was almost back to normal. No, that's wrong, it was beyond that. Now that the original Albus was in control, he was a lot more politically savvy. Bribes, blackmail, threats, and even assassinating a few key figures. Right now his position has never been stronger. But that means the opposition has also risen. He is seen as a big threat. Oh, these are from my old colleagues. I have been waiting for these. Dumbledore smiled. He had contacted some old friends, especially those specializing in divination. He gave them bits and pieces of the new prophecy to hear their opinion on the matter. After a few minutes of reading the letters his expression got worse and worse. Damn. It's no use, every one of them has their own interpretation. The prophecy is too vague. This type of prophecy is truly the worst. But at least I'm almost sure it involves Harry Potter. I just need to keep an eye on him and watch for any changes. Flitwick's office. During the past few months the professor has been having fun with his conversations with Harry. They were very enlightening. That boy sure has guts, and is probably insane. He actually gave me homework. Oh, the irony, a student giving teacher homework, and it was not easy. Cheeky brat, giving hints and advice to improve my own creation. Flitwick scribed a bit on the paper notebook with his ballpoint pen. And I do have to admit, while he gave me this offhandedly, this notebook and pen truly do make things go faster. Have Muggles progressed this much? They were using fountain pens not too long ago. A/N. We shifted to ballpoint pens somewhere during WW2. They were especially popular after that in 1950s and 1960s. And we still use them today. But at least I can work faster now. And I will have more time to do research. That cheeky brat, he really knows how to fire up old people. Conversation flashback. Have you given up on gaining the Grandmaster title? Harry spoke as he sipped his tea in Flitwick's office. The professor just gave him a sigh. It was not easy for me to reach my current status. Their prejudice against half-bloods is stronger than ever. I had to become a master duelist and a mastery in charms to be recognized and work at Hogwarts. Harry scoffed. That's because this society is led by talentless and weak scum whose only thoughts revolve around money and their desires. Why don't you leave? Flitwick shook his head. It would be the same no matter where I go. And if I leave, they will surely hire some incompetent ass to work here. I can't do that to the children. Heh, I'm the only shot they have got. Harry smirked at that. Then the next course of action is simple. Create another spell, something that will be even more amazing than before. You say it like it's so simple. Harry smiled as he raised his palm. A tiny flame appeared and then split off into 5 animals right under Flitwick's eyes. This was the first time he saw his spell being used. His eyes widened as far as they could. Hook. It's your spell that I modified. It's a miniature version, but it still needs all the magic an adult wizard has to create them. I'll teach it to you later. It's your spell after all. A researcher's path never ends. We just pick a new project, and I have just one for you. Line. Flitwick's eyes sharpened, determination filled him for the first time in years. Tell me more. Harry grinned, and sinker. What do you know about Dragonfire? Outsourcing for the win. A/N. This Flitwick reminds me of Kasiki from Dr. Stone. An old man who has finally found people who think like him and a whole world has been opened up to him. I took inspiration from that. Snape. He was still feeling pissed off. He had bumped into Potter during his patrol. And made a snide comment about his so-called research. Harry ruthlessly put him down. A third-grade portioner has no right to speak to me. Especially since he can't figure out how to improve the Baruffio's brain elixir. A simple potion that increases the taker's brain power by 4% for a bit even after working on it for 2 months. Simple. Snape growled at him. Wait, how do you know what potion I was working on, you brat? Snape raised his wand at Harry, who just smirked. Your clemency shields aren't as strong as you think. Oh, and I suggest you put your wand down. If not, there is only one question you have to ask yourself. Do you feel lucky? Punk. Or are you going to end up like your Death Eater buddies bleeding out on the floor in front of me? The veins on Snape's face pulsed, his face was red and his hand was shaking. He was furious, but looking at those cold green eyes, and the memory of Goyle and Crabbit dying to this brat flashed in his mind. He scoffed and angrily left, never knowing what Harry was thinking. Yeah, right. Like I want to get in your perverted head. I just peeked in your lab, you idiot. And might have thrown something in to mess with your potion. A/N, bruh, Harry is a menace XD. 24th Easter holidays end, Norbert hatches. Harry slept for 2 whole days before waking up, feeling groggy and starving. Ugh. I'm never doing that again. Harry rubbed his forehead. Hope walked into the room. You always say that and then do it anyway. You need to rest, Harry. She brought him some potions to relieve the headache. Agreed. I will chill for the rest of the day. My beautiful awesome brain needs some rest. Hope huffed, happy that he finally got some common sense. Yes. Yes. But you really need some rest. You are pushing yourself far too much. And resting is imper dash. So I will be resting by doing another raid in the Forbidden Forest. A simple stroll and taking anything that catches my eye. Hope looked at him with a deadpan face and facepalmed. It's useless. There is no fixing him. At least eat something first. Naturally, sippy. Pop. Yes, Master Harry, the Potter house elf popped right in. Please make a couple of Italian dishes, please. I'm feeling famished and I need my energy for the raid I'm about to do. Right away, Master. Sippy popped away. You will join me, right? Harry smiled to Hope, who just sighed. She didn't need to ask him to clarify that question. Join him for lunch or the raid? He is Harry, of course he means both. And she can't let him go alone, or he might just burn down the forest. Hope just smiled, always. A/N. January 5th. School starts again and ends in June 20th. Chapter 94, Another Day, Another Raid. Word count. After Harry ate his fill, he exited Hogwarts doors and headed off to the Forbidden Forest. But just as he was about to go further, he sensed something. Something in Hagrid's hut. This feeling, it's draconic. Oh yeah, the dragon egg. Hagrid is about to hatch a wyvern. How foolish, keeping a wyvern in a hut that is mostly made up of wood. Well, good luck with that beast tamer. Wait, he had another one. Right, I forgot about that thing. The Cerberus pup that's stuck in the third corridor. Well, if they are going to keep such a rare beast like that, I don't mind taking it. As Harry thought about it, a smile appeared on his face. Oh, there it is again. That nasty smile on his face, he is scheming something again. Well, Hope, let's go into the forest, Harry said with a bite and sunny smile. Hope instantly got chills. He is planning something bad. Harry practically skipped to the forest. A small insect left his sleeve and flew towards Hagrid's hut. Even if Harry owns wyvern reserves, he has never actually seen one hatch from an egg. This will at least be useful for future experiments. Do wyverns imprint on the first person they see? Or do their instincts overwhelm these memories of their parent? If so, the only way to truly tame one is through power. That, or if you are some cheat dragon tamer like Asia. Even dragon kings and heavenly dragons just like her. Why are some people just lucky to be born with OP powers? A/N, says the descendant of Peverils and their soul magic DxD. Then again, on a global scale, not that OP, plenty of people have a variation of this power. It's mostly due to the fact of his past memories, giving him the creativity to create new spells. Or recreate in his case. After he entered the forest, Harry created a clone carrying a third of his power. The clone suppressed his strength and sneaked back into the castle through the secret tunnels. The clone was the one carrying the cloak, so he could easily pass through any detection. He headed towards the third-floor corridor, sneakily disabling or tricking any traps and wards he came across. Until he finally reached the door. Let's see this overgrown puppy, Harry smirked as he opened the door. He purposefully didn't put a silencing charm on it to see its reaction. When he saw the creature, all he felt was pity. The three-headed dog was malnourished and starving. But even with that, as soon as it saw Harry, it stood up ready to attack. This must be one of Dumbledore's schemes. No way the animal-loving Hagrid would let the creature starve. Maybe to make it more feral and attack any intruders. The dog jumped at Harry, who just smirked and let out some of his aura. Sit, his voice carried authority and coldness, like death itself was in front of the dog. Scrrrrrr. Cerberus immediacy used its paws to stop itself even as they screeched against the stone floor. It looked at Harry with fear and confusion. As a magical beast, especially one descended from Cerberus, it was unmatched. Even the old human with the long beard didn't make him feel this kind of fear. And this human was weaker than him. Why does he create this aura? Now let's see what we are dealing with. Don't worry, I won't harm you unless you attack. Harry casually approached the dog. He noticed how it was tracking his every movement. You are quite intelligent. Nod if you can understand my words. All three heads nodded, causing Harry to chuckle. I didn't see this coming. Even without a familiar bond to someone to boost your intelligence and sentience, you are still this clever. I guess I shouldn't underestimate the blood of Cerberus. Harry raised his hands and magic circles appeared around it. Cerberus leaned forward, ready to pounce as soon as it felt pain. If it was going to die, this human would follow. Let's see. Middle, low-class powers, kind of disappointing. Well, you are malnourished, so maybe high-low class once you are all fixed up. Your age? 11 months old. Harry spoke up with wide eyes. You are still a puppy. Woof. So what? Harry just looked speechlessly at the big dog, no, at the big puppy, before he burst out laughing. Hey. Do they feed you? The dog tilted its head before nodding. Woof. Woof, every day, but it's never enough. It lowered its heads to the ground, clearly feeling hungry. So they do feed it, but it's not enough for it, hence it's malnourished and not dead from starvation. Do they not know that it needs more? Or does Dumbledore not want it getting stronger? Too many unknowns. But their loss is my gain. Hey, do you want to be free and eat till you're full? The dog nodded its head and wagged its tail. Then come work for me. You obey my commands and I will let you run free in a forest and eat a lot. But you will always obey my commands. The Cerberus frowned but eventually nodded. If it keeps up its current state, the malnourishment will stunt its growth, making it permanently weaker. And as a beast with intelligence knows, the weak get devoured. Welcome to the team, Harry smiles as he takes out a whole trunk from his pocket and it sucks Cerberus in it. Harry put on his cloak, left the room and activated all the wards and traps before leaving. Dumbledore's eyes snapped open as his jaw dropped. The Cerberus is gone. He is connected to the wards, so if something that's strong compared to wizards suddenly disappears, something had to have happened. He rushes to the third-floor corridor. But everything was like he left it, the wards and the traps were still there. Dumbledore clenched his fist. It's the thief again. Blast it, how can he come and go as he pleases? Does magecraft really make that big of a difference? I have defeated plenty of magicians just with wizarding magic, so why am I still the one losing? Albus was frustrated. When he was in his 30s traveling the world, he came across a magician who absolutely destroyed and humiliated him. He threw him a book, basic rundown of the world, and left, but not before saying a few words. Educate yourself, you barbarian, maybe then you would actually be a challenge. The book contained a basic view of the factions across the world and their strength level. This book practically traumatized Albus as he was considered one of the strongest wizards alive. To learn that you were an ant to the people in the supernatural side was scary. And to this day Albus avoided them with a passion. He removed any and all books from Hogwarts and Britain that mentioned anything related to the supernatural. At least until now, he had to have some contact with the broker he went to sell some of his alchemically created metals for some funds. And he was not happy with the newest update he received about the world. Apparently things were getting even worse. And it was only because of the Pendragons, Golden Dawn, and Protestant Church that Britain was left alone. That and the royal family employs a lot of powerful guards. Magicians, wizards, swordsmen, former exorcists, anyone they could get their hands on that will accept their money. I need to find this thief. If left unchecked he could rob me and the school blind. Meanwhile with Harry. Click. 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 Spiders came out of the trees and small hiding spots in the ground. Hundreds of them. Hope was creeped out, while Harry was just rubbing his chin as he was looking at them. If I kill enough of them, do you think an Ayakashi might be born? Harry. I really don't care. Can you just get what you need so we can leave? Hope shivered as the spiders moved closer. She was not really afraid of them, but just watching hundreds of human-sized spiders move and click their fangs. Fair enough. We will just dump all the corpses together and hope for the best. There isn't really a ritual or spell for this, necromancers have them, but the end result is always to gather it in the form of energy to increase the strength of their creations. But the Peverils have almost exclusively studied soul magic. It would honestly take way too much effort to find the right necromancer and then develop a spell for it. Especially since my Ayakashi are just for numbers. That time would be better spent hunting down strong Ayakashi that have existed for decades or centuries. Harry spread his hands and wind blades started to mow down the spiders. Hope also did the same. Together they just spammed the spell and every once in a while use a strong stupefy to knock some spiders unconscious. Harry would place the corpses and some of the live spiders inside a goo ritual later to see what happens. The other spiders would just become a poison and silk production factory. Let's move on. 15 minutes later. Why? The giant spider's gravely voice cried out in pain. What have we done to you? To me nothing. You are just a convenient way for me to get materials. Goodbye Aragog. A single wind bullet left Harry's finger and killed the big spider that has been alive for 50 years. Harry stretched and popped some joints. That took a while, but at least now I have some stuff to sell for some quick cash. Experimenting and research requires a large amount of money. Harry quickly burns through cash like it was nothing. Frankly, he spends more than he makes. That's why every week he dedicates a day to creating stuff, poisons, potions, weapons. Anything that he can sell off. Let's go back to the castle. A/N check the footage in HP. The spiders when spread out were actually bigger than Harry and Ron, so bigger than 12-year-olds. I always thought they were similar size to a large dog. So they are 150 plus cm in length. That's scary actually. And of course things weren't that simple. Some mutated bears attacked him on the way back. They have no value to me. Boom. After killing all of them, a group centaurs attacked him, because apparently the bears were tamed by them and served as guard dogs. Art is an explosion. BOOOOOOMMMMMM. Hope's eye was twitching as her hair was flung back from the shockwave. He is definitely doing this to mess with me. He used to do it for the memes, as he said, whatever that is. But now I think he is actually enjoying causing explosions. Or maybe I'm wrong and he enjoyed it from the start. You shall not pass. BOOOOMMM. A white shield appeared and pushed back the centaurs. Harry was giggling like a child as he was doing this. Sometimes I wonder what is really going through his head, but then I remember that it would be better to never find out. Harry continues to raid the forest on his way back since he took a different route to get back. Dumbledore looked from his window and just sees explosions happening in the forest. What is that boy doing? Is he burning down the forest? Bang. Minerva rushed into the room. Headmaster. The forest is on fire. Dumbledore turned to her with a deadpan expression. Really, who would have thought? Chapter 95, Another Hunt. Word count. 211. 200 motherfucking 12. 200 shitty 13. 200 whoring 14. Sigh. On the side, Hope placed down the bar she was using to do squats. Do you have to be so vulgar? You are ruining my concentration, she said to Harry as he was doing push-up with weights on his back. Harry raised his head and had a pissed-off expression. Not because of Hope, he was always angry when he works out, yes. I hate working out. It's so annoying and a waste of time, but without a solid body I am basically a glass cannon. If by some stupid flag a god were to make an anti-magic area, or some overpowered physical fighter were to get through my barrier, my body will be the last line of defense. I need it to be as strong as possible. You haven't been hunting any monsters lately, is there a reason for it? Hope tilted her head. She assumed that Harry would just go on a genocide and wipe out as many creatures with the right of conquest and increase his mana and body. It's simple, but from the data I have gathered from my records and the few books on Senjutsu and Tuki, I theorized it would be better this way. The larger the reserve of life force, aka the stronger the body, the more difficult it would be to manipulate Tuki. You would have a lot, but it would be harder to get control. So each time I kill a monster and gain a boost. I try to get used to the increased strength I have. That should help me out when I finally get started with Tuki. I have too much stuff on my plate to start with it now. Tuki requires a lot of time. I have to wait until I perfect the clone spell first. Harry did 250 push-ups and stood up. His body was covered in sweat and his muscles were sore. Ugh. Harry rolled his shoulders, but yeah, you make a good point. I think I have enough of a grasp on my current level. Time for another boost. You are not leaving alone, you got it. Hope pressed her finger on his chest. You have to fight alone. I get that. But just in case someone tries to come for you when you are weak after the fight, I will be there. Hell, if you start losing the fight, I am intervening. Sure, you will get some kind of backlash for breaking your word in the ritual, but better that than being dead. Harry raised his hands. Fine, fine, I'm not going at it alone. Please be careful, Hope said with worry clear in her voice. I'll be fine. Hope just deadpanned. He is going to do something stupid. 100%. Motherfucker. He is fast. Harry jumped to the side. Krrrrrrr. A large creature scratched his barrier with its claws as it landed with great force, creating a crater under its feet. Hope was further away watching the battle. Her heart was beating fast and she was extremely nervous. I'm going to die from worry. I'll be fine, my ass. He had to go for this one. Who in their right mind fights a Nundu alone? Row, the beast roared. The gigantic black leopard was covered in poisonous spikes and was constantly releasing toxic gas from its mouth. It was double the size of an ordinary leopard. Its claws dug into stone and the paws crushed it. It crouched and dashed. It was like a black blur as it moved through the terrain. That wouldn't be such a problem if its movements weren't so unorthodox. The magical feline dashed in sharp corners, going from one spot to another, completely avoiding going in a straight line like normal animals. Harry blasted it with fire brids like a machine gun, yet the beast waved through his attacks. Wizards can defeat this. I call bullshit. Harry yelled out as he just exploded the entire area in front of him, then blew out wind to spread the flames. It's because of you. Hope yelled out, you just had to go for the biggest Nundu in the region. A team of wizards is needed to handle one average 1 inch. Despite Harry yelling and grumbling, he was completely unharmed. He waved his staff and random spots on the ground and stone were transfigured into muddy pits. Die already. Harry raised his staff. He added another firebrid machine gun, and started to throw around lightning spells. But with its speed and magical resistance it just pushed through all of it, appearing once again in front of Harry with the intent of ripping him alive. Like I'd let you. Harry slapped his hands together towards the beast. Harry caused a shockwave from his hands and sent the leopard back. Bakudo number 61 Rikujikoro, 6 prison rods. Harry created 6 light rods and they flew at the leopard, who somehow twisted in mid-air, getting hit by only one in its back. The rod slowed it down a bit, but that was enough. Bakudo number 63 Seijosabaku, winding binding chains. Bakudo number 63 Seijosabaku, winding binding chains. Harry called it out twice. 2 huge chains made out of light flew at the beast. It managed to dodge from being enveloped completely, but the chains still got 2 of its legs. Got you now. Heido number 64. Rasen Shuriken. A spinning sphere with 4 sharp white protrusions that spun even faster. Harry slammed the sphere on the leopard and it exploded. The shockwave harmed the beast, but the tiny wind needles pierced through its magic-resistant hide and into its muscles. Ha-yeah, Harry let out a sigh. I need better tactics against speed-type opponents. Anybody else and I can just spam spells until they die. Maybe an AoE depuff with Arresto momentum. Gravity magic and time magic. I need more fucking clones to increase my research speed. That's my priority. Then I can be Vegapunk 2.0, except I won't be stupid to give them personalities, they will be just copies of me, but with a shared mind. Hope arrived near Harry and saw him mumble and pace while going through ideas. Harry, finish the ritual first, she tapped him on the shoulder, breaking his thought process. Right. I'm curious what magic will give me for this one. Funny thing, this ritual, it almost exclusively focuses on the strength of the beast and the age of the human instead of my power as well. Maybe once I am older and more powerful I might get lower rewards. Since I am young it registers it as a big accomplishment no matter how much stronger I am than the creature I fight. I'm going to abuse the shit out of this. I wouldn't expect anything else from the scumbag mad scientist. Hope sighed in expiration. Truly there is no limit to how low he can get. Who in their right mind is planning to make an army of Ayakashi insects to freak out his opponents and poison them to death? She shivers at the thought of fighting against something like that. Harry is basically plans to bully his opponents into defeat with his crazy ideas. Army of insects, army of golems made from alchemical metals with magic and physical resistance, alongside his spam spells, that and his sealing techniques alongside his healing. A summoner, mage, support with healing, sealing, and enchantments. He is like the most broken character in a video game, the one you want to avoid because he is so annoying. Harry ate a piece of the heart of the Nundu and magic exploded around him. He grit his teeth as he felt the changes happening to him, that continued on for a few moments, then the results came back. A full 25% increase to his magical reserves and none for his body. Is it random? Or does the beast I fight have different results? Last time with the Manticore I got 8% increase to magic and 15% to my body. Whatever. I just gotta keep killing more. But first let's get used to some of this extra magic. I can pull off some of my bigger spells more easily now. Of course it's all in the name of science, not just because I want to see big explosions. Hope was just staring at him with a blank face. I'm going home. Voldemort POV. In a hidden location Voldemort and some Death Eaters were waiting in silence. The mood was suffocating. It was obvious their master was displeased. He gave the order to Lucius months ago, yet the object still hasn't arrived. So his mood has been getting worse by the day. Today they had received news that Lucius had managed to slip away. The door opened and a hooded man entered, but you could still see his long blonde hair. Master, Lucius pulled down his hood, revealing his face as he kneeled down. I have brought the item you wanted me to protect. He pulled out the diary and gave it to his master while he was still bowing. Yes, you have. But you are late. Voldemort hissed, causing everybody in the room to shiver. I have had to change hosts due to your failure. Forgive me, my lord. The Orus and Ministry were keeping a close watch over me. I had no chance to leave. Lucius said in a soft tone, but he was covered with cold sweat. It was obvious he was terrified. Crucio. Voldemort pointed his wand at Malfoy and he dropped on the ground screaming out in pain. The Dark Lord knows him well. Lucius was obviously up to something. He was always the scheming type. Which was true. Lucius didn't like that he was basically a slave. And after the Dark Lord fell, he did rather well for himself. Now that Voldemort was back, he would lose his hard-earned money. Well, what was left of it after Lord Black took what was owed to him? Lucius searched high and low for any signs, but Lord Black was nowhere to be found. He reached out to people, asking if any of the former Black members might have had a bastard that they kicked out of the family. He had found nothing, so his only choice was to go back to his master. I will not forgive another failure. Voldemort glared down at the men. Lucius was still twitching, his eyes were teared up and his voice hoarse from all the screaming. Many thanks for your mercy. My lord, he barely managed to stand and speak. Voldemort just scoffed at the pathetic scene in front of him. He took the diary and went inside the room he prepared. He was going to commence a ritual to fuse his soul back. He was afraid that being out like a wrath might have weakened him, so he decided to fuse just one of his Horcruxes. It took a full day for the soul to safely fuse back and regain his old body. The pain he felt as a wrath, the endless hunger to cling to his immortality was gone. Voldemort looked at his hands, then at the mirror. He still looked like a snake creature, but there were traces of Tom Riddle in there. This was a homunculus, a fake body. After the soul was fused, something strange happened. Voldemort discovered that his thoughts were clearer, he could think and plan better. Even his magic improved. He came to a shocking realization. Splitting my soul was a mistake. It had made me immortal, yes, but also weaker. Just one Horcrux would have been enough. Why did I make more? I feel calmer. Did I seriously plan to go back to Britain and fight Dumbledore, after he had revealed the power he had kept hidden all this time? No, I need my other pieces back. I'll just keep one Horcrux. I will just bury it under the water off the White Cliffs of Dover. If I recall, it is now a sanctuary because of all the animals living there. And wizards avoid it because of the smell and noise. I need to find my other Horcruxes, then I can begin any planning. I might not realize it, but missing pieces of my soul has declined my cognitive process. Just like the previous version of me didn't realize how bad his original plan was. I might not realize it as well. The Potter boy already has my ring. For him to be wearing it, he must have destroyed the enchantments and curse on it. My soul as well. The easiest one to retrieve now would be the locket. I will start from there. A/N. Buddy, you are about to be in world of disappointment. Harry has them all except the diary and Nagini. She hasn't been turned into a Horcrux. So Voldemort can't do anything now. Chapter 96, Dark Mark. Word count. Hogwarts. Snape's personal quarters. Severus Snape was doing his potion research as usual. Several potion cauldrons were simmering while he was recording the changes of each recipe. He had always done so, but now with more drive. After the Potter boy insulted his craft, he was determined to improve and show the world that he is still a great potion master. Potion masters gain recognition by making new potions, which requires a lot of funding as it wastes materials. Or they improve old recipes, that also gains recognition since it saves time and ingredients for potion masters across the world. Just as he was about to pour the liquid into some vials, pain coursed through his body, but it was most concentrated on his left arm. No, his eyes went wide as he rolled up his sleeve, and saw the dark mark move, and it became more and more clear. He is back, Severus said with horror in his voice. The monster that took Lily away from him was back. The Dark Lord has returned. No. He never left, Snape chuckled wryly. He has now just gained a body. Meaning somebody must have helped him. So the Death Eaters are united again. Another war is coming. I need to inform Dumbledore. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was frowning as he looked at the potion professor's arm. The dark mark returned to its previous glory. It was no longer faded, but the jet black tattoo was moving erratically. This is troubling. Troubling. Severus looked at them and speechlessly, this is a disaster. According to the prophecy, only Potter can kill him. And the boy is pretty much inclined to let the Dark Lord do as he pleases. Albus nodded at that. Harry Potter has stated the Voldemort is of no concern to him. The worst-case scenario would be them working together. Damn that blasted prophecy, without it I could have just gone and killed Voldemort. It was my mistake letting him live for too long. I wanted him to spread more chaos and fear to cement my position further. Then the prophecy appeared, ruining my plans. What are we going to do, Headmaster? Severus broke his thoughts. Well, I'm going to reassemble the Order of the Phoenix. After that we need more information on his movements. I can assume he will want to play it more carefully this time. So he might make a move on the Ministry. If he calls you, you know what to do. Albus gave him a look that sent shivers down his spine. Damn it. Damn them both. Snape cursed in his mind. Of course, he nodded and left the office. Snape was trapped between two megalomaniacs. And he had no way out. Dumbledore watched Snape leave with a hidden smirk on his face. The best thing his weaker personality has done is to trap that man. It's amusing to watch him try and survive. Now how shall we deal with this? Voldemort is of no concern to me. At the end of the day, I can just destroy his current host body and he will be back at the starting line again. But he is really becoming such an annoying pest. Quite frankly, I'm so close to just capturing him and letting the Potter boy kill him. The boy clearly has no problems with murdering someone. But that situation doesn't work in my favor. The boy would take the fame and elevate his position in this country. And I can't have that. Decades of planning and effort. Even with the small setback I have suffered, my position is rock solid. I have enough people in my corner and my enemies fear my retaliation. The others I have enough secrets to blackmail them. Albus frowned, there are too many things to do. With the thief hanging around and causing trouble, I can't make any careless moves. He has already taken too much from me. Perhaps it's time to strike back. I'll lay down a trap and wait for him to spring it. Demstrang. Demstrang Institute was one of the 3 largest wizarding schools in Europe, next to Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. It was located in the far north of the continent. Its location was kept a secret even from students. It was founded in 1294 by the great Bulgarian witch Nerita Volchanova, who served as the first head of the school. And just like Hogwarts, it was a castle, except with only 4 floors and fires were lit only for magical purposes. So the castle was cold all the time. The students were expected to use warming charms by themselves. It had very extensive grounds, however, larger than Hogwarts, and was surrounded by lakes and mountains. In the winter they get very little daylight, so they spend most of the time inside the castle, aside from the occasional fun in the snow. But during the summer students were very active, flying all over with brooms, swimming in the lake and hiking in the mountains. Demstrang primarily accepts purebloods, but to meet the required funds to upkeep the castle and pay for the professors they accept half-bloods as well and even half-creatures. Naturally these students were heavily discriminated against. Purebloods wore an armband on their right arm while the others wore it on the left, making it easier for the purebloods to identify the lower blood. But many students still go there, because the school teaches both light and dark magic. It's especially focused in combat magic. Gellert Grindelwald was the school's most famous, most infamous student. He was a true genius when it came to magic. Grindelwald's experiments in dark magic were considered too dangerous for the students. After a certain amount of time, Durmstrang could no longer ignore Grindelwald's dangerous studies, and expelled him. There are rumors that he had his own secret room inside the school where he conducted his experiments, and even after all these years, it still hasn't been found. Going to the present day. Igor Karkaroff was the current headmaster of Durmstrang. Nobody trusted him, but he was a pureblood and knowledgeable about magic. Both light and dark. Igor had to take some heavy oaths to get the position. And it had worked well for him. Well, until now. No. Ivan was in his office panicking. Why? Why is he back? He is supposed to be dead, he yelled out hysterically, after the Dark Lord had died, and he had barely escaped Azkaban by snitching on his former allies. He named many Death Eaters who were currently residents at the prison filled with Dementors. Potter killed him. Ivan put his elbows on the table and grabbed his head. He is immortal. I need to leave, find a safe place. No. This is Durmstrang. I won't be able to find a place with as many wards as here. And the environment will be against them. I need to tell people. Warn them, I have gathered enough influence over the years to ensure I will be heard. Maybe I can convince the ICW to send more protection around the schools. Especially this one. They will be coming for me. They will not leave a traitor alive. Worse, they will make an example of me. Ivan was getting more and more nervous by the second. I can't sit here and do nothing. Time is not on my side. I need to leave now. He kept talking to himself before he finally had enough. He bolted out of the chair and into the nearest fireplace, where he disappeared in green flames to start warning his allies and to request help. A/N magician families, 5 that made an alliance. I'm sure you forgot about them. So did I, to be honest, and this is a sort of reminder. They were mentioned in CH55. Arthur Brooks, looks like third Kira. Thomas Prest, Sakio from Yu Yu Hakusho. Oliver Russell, Gato from Naruto. Edward Connolly, A/N Yoshikage Kira. From JoJo. Neville Townsend. A/N from Blacklist. The 5 magician families were gathered again, only a few months after their first meeting. Despite Oliver's boasting, he didn't manage to acquire the pots. But that wasn't enough to force a meeting. The situation in Britain and the black market has changed. Russell. What's the matter? After all of your talk you still failed. Thomas smiled lightly while taking a puff from his cigarette. Yeah, Gato. What happened? Brooks mocked the short man. They mess with him by calling him Gato, meaning little cat in Spanish. To mock him for his height and how fast he runs away at trouble. Don't call me that, Oliver spoke in a deep and serious voice as he glared at both of them. There have been compilations in Britain. Edward and Neville already knew the situation in the wizarding world very well, since they have many squibs and some muggle-born wizards under their employment. Naturally, both don't mention a word of this to anyone, even to each other. Both have proof that the other is doing the same thing, yet both can't act upon it, lest the other members get interested and cut into their profits. Oliver continued. The British wizards pissed the boy off, so he pulled back all of his pots from Britain. When I sent my men to invite the boy for a talk, all of them returned dead except one to deliver back the news. The boy has a pack of some mutated werewolves that look like giant wolves. Each of them is peak low class. So next time I sent mid-class members. Same thing happened, but this time it was something different. The boy had hired a devil. That got the attention of others. Nobody here wanted to mess with the devil faction. Do you know his identity? Edward narrowed his eyes. If there was a devil in Wizarding Britain, he might have to pull out his operations there. Neville Townsend was having the same thoughts. Oliver shook his head. He didn't say anything, but my men tell me his power is within mid-class. The leaders got more relaxed. If it was just a mid-class devil, then it was probably a stray. The pureblood devils are arrogant, they throw their name out left and right, just to get more fame for themselves. Thomas Prest scoffed. A single mid-class devil is causing you trouble. Gato, that is pathetic even for you. All of them here were high-class magicians. They had their own pride. If there is trouble, just send one of the family elders to clean it up. Shut it. The problem isn't the devil but the brat's location. Nobody knows where he is, and the only sure location is Hogwarts, unless you are willing to attack that damned castle. Prest, Gato spat out, and Prest fell silent. Other forces have tried, but breaching Hogwarts was nearly impossible. Doesn't matter if all 20 families attacked it together. That castle sits over 7 ley lines, and has absorbed mana for 1,000 years. Attacking it is just a waste of time and resources. Arthur Brooks leaned back in his chair. Have you tried going to other countries? Do you think I am a fool? As if the magician families will allow us to make a move in their territory. Compared to us, they are more than happy to buy out every pot. Just because the brat has the support of the wizarding American government. Edward Connolly sighed, even if they are just a bunch of low-class savages. They are still a government with thousands of people in it. Attacking Harry Potter is declaring war on them. We might be able to get away with it because of the Pendragons, Golden Dawn, and the Protestant Church makes it difficult for them to launch an assault here. But other countries don't have that buffer. Then I suggest another attack. One more. We send out a few of our high-class members after the kid. If that fails, we just have to purchase the pots like everybody else. Neville Townsend suggested. Doing anything more than that is just bad business. There can't be any emotion involved in business, no matter how many family members have died or how much you have lost. You have to know when to cut your losses. Oliver gritted his teeth. He has lost a few men to Potter, but he understands the situation. Agreed, but I will only send one high class. You have to send the rest. The leaders looked at each other and nodded. Agreed, X. Then let's move on to our next subject. How can we make money from the current situation in China? Hogwarts. At the second-floor girls' bathroom. Daphne and Tracy were surrounded by 10 Death Eater children. Malfoy, not junior, and older students. She wanted to see the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and run a few magecraft diagnostic spells that she learned. Or attempted to do it anyway. When then students entered the bathroom and blocked off the exit. They threatened them and said they would harm Astoria if they didn't do as they said. Malfoy laid out his grand plan to poison Harry Potter and weaken him. To show him his true place in this world. But all Daphne kept hearing was blah, blah, blah. Say what you want about Harry Potter, he might be insane, a murderer, a merciless mad scientist. But he doesn't hold back when it comes to protecting his people. Everyone in his family or friends gets items that would protect them. Even Tracy got a bracelet. They were in no danger whatsoever and knew enough spells to fight back. Daphne just continues to watch them with a blank expression, while Tracy was trying her hardest not to laugh in their face. Was I really afraid of these imbeciles? Daphne shook her head. Well, let's try this spell that my mother and Andromeda made. A mix between wizarding magic and magecraft. An ice-type spell, frozen balls. Daphne waved her wand and all of the boys fell on the grounds, crying and screaming while clutching their crotch. Tracy couldn't keep it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Oh Merlin. They fell down like dominoes. One on top of another. Ha ha. More effective than I thought. Daphne waved her wand again and cast a diagnostic spell on them. Yep. The spell worked fine. Mother will be glad it works. Let's go, Tracy. Oh, I can't breathe. Tracy was leaning against the wall still laughing. Daphne sighed and took her by the arm to lead her away before she passes out from laughter. But she had a smile on her face that was refreshing. Today looks like it's going to be a good day. She had no idea how much chaos this will cause among the purebloods or what kind of amusement Harry was about to get. A good day indeed. Chapter 97, Growing. Word count. Hope and Helena were making some small talk, while Harry was running complex simulations using the Room of Innovation. He had his clone with him, both using accelerated thought process and parallel thoughts as they were unconsciously pacing around the room. Harry has been rapidly improving over the past few months. Was this normal with people in your age? When wizards were stronger? Helena shook her head somewhat. But that's not the real reason. In my day, wizards had no choice to improve, otherwise they would die. That feeling of danger motivated them to grow. Harry is completely different. Thanks to the medical books and mind magic that I have been reading, I can better understand and explain it. It boils down to the fact that Harry is very young. Children improve the fastest. Regardless whether it's studies or sport. That's because their minds and bodies are malleable. Harry pushes himself to the limit. With his body and his brain. There is still so much that we don't know about the brain. But at the end of the day, it's still a muscle in a way. The more you use it, the stronger, or in this case the better it gets. Harry runs extremely complex simulations in his head. Theories, plans, new potions, new enchantments. He constantly pushes the limit, causing his brain to adapt to the stress, so to speak. Hope nodded, the same with his magic. Just the process of purposefully draining his body from magic causes the air around to him to distort. And since the magic is released from his body and not via spells, he gains improvement in that regard as well. Just what you would expect from a guy who hates training. It's not that he is lazy, he is a workaholic, the opposite of lazy. But he hates training his body with all his heart. And will find any way possible to cheat or lower the training time, but not lose results, Hope sighs. She recently overheard Harry as he was mumbling out loud about a super serum with the elixir of life as a base. Something about converting the life force into physical strength. Helena frowned as she noticed something strange. Why doesn't he use rituals for his body then? Hope chuckled. I asked him that exact same question. Harry doesn't have much knowledge on rituals as he doesn't view them as that important, but everybody knows there is a limit to how many rituals you can do. From what he knows, he theorized that every body has a different limit, their talent, their bloodline. It mixes things up, usually those people can do more. So Harry said, and I quote, "Why should I waste a ritual slot for my body when it can be reserved for my beautiful mind or my soul?" Ah. Yes, that sounds like him. So he is committed to strengthening his mind as much as possible. Helena nodded. The past few months she has known the boy. She has gotten a good read on his personality. The stronger the mind or brain, the more calculations you can do, meaning stronger and more complex magecraft spells. Some items do help out a lot, like your mother's diadem, but even with them, your own power is the key. Hope continued her explanation. Indeed. No matter what items or rituals you use, the base, the foundation is what allows those things to be effective. Just like my mother and her friends. Their items were not the things that made them strong and well-known. It was their own power and their knowledge in their respective arts. Suddenly both Harrys froze and looked at each other. Hope and Helena also stopped. It was obvious that one of the Harrys got a good idea. Well, good is a relative term. It was a good idea in Harry's mind. To anybody else it might as well be a disaster. You think it's possible? Harry asked his clone. It will be difficult for sure. But hey, we managed to recreate Hado number 90. The clone answered with a smile. That's true, Harry nodded, but we need more processing power. A lot more processing power. Which means more clones. It always boils down to more clones, the clone facepalmed. Since they had linked minds, the clones were the original. Just the same personality with a tiny bit more independence. Rather than clones, they were just a split part of Harry. Anyway, this will be a long-term investment. No need to get heated up. It will take forever to gather the materials even if it works. But if it does? The clone smiled. If it does? Then we might be able to get a direct line to the top. Harry grinned. Hope and Helena were looking at them with strange expressions. Hey, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Helena asked Hope with a sweat drop. Hope just facepalmed and sighed. Forget about this. I'm making a nuke shelter. No, better yet, look for a way to go to another dimension or realm. If Harry messes up, worst case he probably will blow up the planet. Helena was surprised. Hope, that's too much. Harry doesn't have that kind of power. Hope just pointed at Harry. Does that look like the face of someone who would think even for a second before creating a black hole large enough to swallow the planet? Helena looked at the two Harrys who had large grins and an excited expression. Another dimension it is then. A week later. On the edge of Hogwarts territory near the village. A group of Aurors have arrived and were making their way to the castle. Normally they would just travel into the fireplaces in the castle. But Dumbledore locked them so nobody could travel into Hogwarts without the password. So the Aurors were forced to come to the castle on foot from Hogsmeade Village. Through the forest on large stairs made out of blocks of stone. Is this really a good idea? One of the Aurors couldn't help but say. The boss told us not to antagonize Harry Potter. Another man sighed. Nothing we can do about it. The minister ordered this. What are you whispering over there? Auror Dawlish called out. He was put in charge of this mission. It's no surprise with how much kissing he does. The undersecretary ordered us to get this done as quickly as possible. Yeah, the Greengrass family is Potter's side. Of course she and the minister want to lower their reputation using any means. And they didn't say it, but how can a girl attack several boys all at once? They were in the girls' bathroom, for God's sake. Of course it's their fault. This is going to blow up in the minister's face. Most of the Aurors knew this was going to end badly. But it is their job. A few minutes later they meet with Hagrid, the keeper of keys in Hogwarts. And the unofficial guard of the castle. He escorts guests in and out of the grounds. Oh. Didn't see you, THRE, Hagrid said in surprise. Do you have business at Hogwarts? Dawlish stepped up and practically sneered. Yes. Take us to the headmaster. Tracy and Daphne were in the library talking. Tracy was saying how all the Slytherin boys were now afraid of Daphne and avoiding her. Some even shivered under her cold gaze. Do you think you will be in trouble? Tracy says in a worried tone, one of those rare moments that she wasn't her usual bubbly self. No. Daphne replied confidently, even if they wanted to do something they can't, because of Harry. How will he protect you? That is so romantic. Tracy swooned and Daphne deadpanned at her. Well, not exactly. The reason I don't fear them is because there is nothing they could do. At the worst they will expel me from Hogwarts. And seeing as Harry has a copy of every book here and is a better teacher, I lose nothing. And there is also the fact that Harry has specified that if any people from the ministry were to come, he would deal with them. And he didn't say it in a protective way, more like a childish glee. Tracy then realized, he is going to mess with them again, isn't he? He can't wait for that to happen. I think he just loves causing chaos. He is like a bully really, but instead of bullying a person, he is bullying magical Britain. Tracy had a thoughtful expression. I always just assumed it was, well, beneath him to mess with weaker people. Well, yes and no. From what I have seen, he doesn't really care much for wizards because they are wasting their potential. But Harry is also extremely petty. And the British wizards tried to mess with him. So he is probably not going to stop anytime soon. I think at least he will try to tear down the ministry before he stops. Tracy's lip twitched. You call that petty? For us it's insanity, anarchy, and a revolution. For him it's pettiness. He is the type of guy that if you mess with him he will ruin your life. And since the ministry is the ones who started it, he is going to burn it to the ground. Yeah, sounds like him. Pyro. Tracy just nodded like a wise sage. Pyro. Then all of a sudden Minerva approached them. Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, you have been called to the headmaster's office. Tracy and Daphne looked at each other and sighed. This was going to be troublesome and a waste of time. Daphne tapped a particular symbol on her bracelet and stood up to follow the deputy headmistress. Dumbledore was sitting in his office and quietly fuming. The Aurors were here, and they didn't even bother to send him an owl in advance. This is my school. My territory. Coming in here like this is an insult. This was also the ministry trying for a small power play to see how much they can get away with. Since Dumbledore sealed off the Floo network to Hogwarts and has been constantly making big moves, the ministry decided to see what's the limit they can push. He was quite angry with the ministry. This was blatant disrespect towards him. Perhaps they need another reminder to know their place. The door opened. Minerva and the two girls walked in. Ah, thank you Minerva, Dumbledore said with a kind smile and then looked at the two girls. Don't be nervous now, we are going to get this all sorted out. Dawlish scoffed. Sorted out? There is nothing to sort out. They attacked 10 pureblood children and caused serious harm. They are being arrested. And how exactly did those 10 arrive in the girls' bathroom where the two young ladies were? Minerva said with a raised eyebrow. Unimportant, Dawlish swung his hand. It is not my job to investigate. I only handle the arrests. They can argue their case in the ministry once they are in custody. No, Daphne said, simply suppressing the adults in the room. What? Dawlish. I will not be going anywhere. And why is that? Dumbledore said in a curious tone before he felt something ping on the wards and then sighed. Don't toy with me, girl. Both of you are being arrested right here. Right now. Boom. The doors flung open very fast and very loud. Everybody turned to see Harry Potter standing there looking at the Aurors. Or what? He smiled at them. What will you do if they don't? Dawlish frowned but still carried on with his duties. Then we will have to resort to the use of force. Really? He stepped in front of the girls, both unconsciously relaxing slightly. I'd like to see you try. Use force against me, I mean. He grinned as magic gathered in his eyes, lighting them up slightly. His wand was already in his hand. Are you planning to go against the ministry? Dawlish yelled out, putting up a brave front. Oh, using the ministry's name, are we? Then you don't mind if I use mine? Let's just get this over with quick and simple. I'll just declare a blood feud against you. You get your allies and I will get mine. The winner is the one who survives. The Aurors behind Dawlish paled. How did this escalate so quickly? And in blood feud against Harry Potter is insanity. The boy can just buy off almost any wizard in the world. He doesn't even need to do anything. People will come to him, begging to fight in his place so they can get rewards later. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore cut in, I'm not sure you are aware, but you can't declare a blood feud on an Auror. Their ally is the ministry. Albus tried to calm the kid down. But on the inside he was excited to see where this would go. If they really go through with it, both of his enemies will weaken themselves. I'm well aware, Harry said in a calm tone, the smile never leaving his face. So what is your answer? Are you still going to attempt to arrest them, or will you go back to the ministry and clear up the misunderstanding, saying there was a mix-up in orders? This was blackmail. Very blatant blackmail. Auror Dawlish's eyes were bloodshot. His veins were pulsing, his blood pressure through the roof. He was just about to open his mouth and insult the kid when... Stop talking. A hurried voice barged into the room. What are you idiots doing here? Chapter 98, Blood Feud Causes Panic. I am back, people. And I survived. 6 cocktails a day plus beer. Word count, 2030. I will delete the A/N tomorrow or the day after. What are you idiots doing here? Amelia burst into the headmaster's office. She was out of breath, clearly hurrying to arrive here. She was just sorting through some files when she received a report that some Aurors have gone to Hogwarts to arrest a student. Naturally, this seemed strange to her since she has the final word on all cases. But some Aurors go in charging first, hoping to get a lucky break in a case to better their career. She asked which student they were going to arrest and spat out her tea when she heard it. Those morons were going after Harry Potter's people. And they were even bigger idiots since it was obvious the girl was defending herself. They should be arresting the male students instead. This had Umbridge and Fudge written all over it. She rushed to Hogwarts hopefully before Harry Potter does something crazy again. Boss. Lady Bones. The Aurors were surprised and relieved that someone reasonable had finally appeared. Dawlish, however, didn't even blink, just following orders, ma'am. Amelia deadpanned. She was extremely pissed. Oh. Strange, I don't recall ever giving you the order to come to Hogwarts, she said in a calm, cold voice. The minister and the undersecretary gave this order directly. Dawlish as usual didn't know when to shut up and his head was so stuck up in his ass he couldn't see the situation clearly. Dumbledore was enjoying the power play in front of him. Any discord within the ministry was always an amusing sight to see. I really should go to the continent again and get more allies. Or blackmail some more. Things are getting far more complicated to my liking. And it's all because of the boy. Because of his youth and inexperience, he doesn't play by the same rules as the rest of us. Instead of gathering allies, all he does is create enemies. Though to be fair, I was the same after I finished Hogwarts. Thought that I was invincible. Took me a few years to realize my faults. Harry Potter is the same, just even younger and even more brash. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, then came to a realization. I'm so stupid. There has been a perfectly good loot chest all this time and I had completely forgotten. The old man's boyfriend is still stuck in that prison. I have the elixir of life. I can get a perfectly good worker under some extremely heavy oaths, or I can just rip apart any memories I can and then trap him with the soul flame and extract any memories I might have missed. Or just cook his soul and add its power to my own. I need to make a pit stop to Austrian Alps, to Nurmengard Castle. It was such a twisted, sick way that they screwed over Grindelwald. Trapping a man in his own castle for over 50 years. In just a tiny cell room. I don't care if Merlin himself gave you the order. You run it through me first. Amelia called out loudly as she glared at Dawlish. But the minister. Dawlish said with his hands spread. We'll hear it from me. Amelia crossed her arms. Well, looks like I won't be declaring a blood feud. How disappointing. I was looking forward to getting a bit of revenge, Harry said with a shrug, causing a few of the Aurors to shiver in fear. He was being so nonchalant about killing a lot of people. Amelia sighed. Mr. Potter, there will most likely be a trail about this matter. I thought it would be prudent to warn you. Harry just chuckled. That was a reaction she was not expecting. If there is a trail and they try to manipulate whatever evidence they have to frame Daphne, I will just declare a blood feud against the whole ministry and call all my allies from across the world. Everybody instantly understood what he was hinting at. Allies. Meaning all the governments that want to get better deals with Harry for their own countries. It would be a bloodbath. Amelia is horrified and so were the Aurors, even more so than before since the boy was actually looking forward to doing it. You are willing to risk all the lives in Britain. To kill everybody involved in the ministry. Dumbledore asks with a raised eyebrow. Harry just smirks. Not my problem. If they want to commit suicide, I am more than willing to help them out. Mr. Potter. Your parents would be so disappointed in you, Minerva chastised the young boy who only laughed. Disappointed? Like I give a damn what the dead think. The living must survive in this world, the thoughts of the dead don't mean shit. The boy is bold, I will give him that. But still far too young to realize the consequences of his actions. Well, I will just watch from the sidelines as the situation implodes on itself. And for once I had nothing to do with it. I'm completely innocent in the matter and my enemies are fighting amongst themselves. Maybe my luck is changing. Did somebody slip me a drop of liquid luck? Harry signaled the girls to follow him. Please remember that I wanted nothing to do with this country. You are the ones that brought me back and are causing problems for me. If you think I'm just going to sit there and be like everybody else, letting these inbred fucks walk over me, you have another thing coming. I won't hesitate to wipe you all out. Best of luck to you all. Harry waved his hand as he continued walking, not even bothering to look behind. The two girls did glance at the ugly faces of the people inside. Dumbledore coughed into his fist. If you would be too kind, I'd like to get back to work, he said with a slight smile, but his meaning was obvious. Get out of my school. Amelia really hated the old man, but there was nothing more to do now. Thank you for your patience, headmaster. She led the Aurors away, going back to the ministry. Fully aware of what an annoying day it was going to be, sometimes this job is just not worth it. Ministry. You didn't bring them back, the toad shrieked, and Fudge was just as unhappy. Well, considering the evidence that you have gathered is not enough to make an arrest. Amelia drawled, purposefully annoying them. I ordered your Aurors to arrest them. Umbridge yelled out, her face going red. It was not a pleasant sight. Ah, yes. Go arrest someone in Harry Potter's group. Do you realize how close he was to declaring a blood feud against the Ministry? Amelia emphasized that she was dealing with people who had the IQ of a monkey. If you don't point it out, they are never going to get it. A blood feud. Amelia turned around and saw Lucius and a few lords with him entering the minister's office. Of course this pain in the ass is here. Amelia, is it true? Fudge said with poorly hidden fear in his voice. Yes. Lord Potter clearly has no problems with it. He would do it without blinking an eye, gathering all the countries that wish to ally with him, which is all of them. And crush the ministry. We must avoid that. Fudge yelled out. Of course you dumb oaf. Amelia's eye twitched as she regained her composure. Perhaps we need a change of plans, but he could also be bluffing. Lord Not mused. What am I doing here? Lady Bones was rethinking her life choices. Stuck in a room with moronic pompous assholes. The lords in the room were not happy, and since the minister was on their payroll and Harry had humiliated the ministry, displeased was a light word for his current state. They had tried to get to Harry through his people. Yes. England has one of the strongest wizards in the world. They wouldn't dare attack us, Lord Parkinson said with a smile. The Dark Lord has also revived. Even if they attack us, we will show them their place. But the boy's threats are too big not to take seriously. Yes. What if he does decide to do it? Potter doesn't really seem all that sane, the minister added. Amelia looked at the ceiling, ignoring the others. If they do something stupid, I'm quitting my job. Fighting dark wizards is one thing. But I will not be fighting in a war against every magical community in the world, just because these morons couldn't leave a crazy, yet brilliant teenager alone. Wait, he is 11, he is not even a teen yet, he can cause another wizarding war. Lovely, the fate of the world depends on the mood of a child. I need a drink. Hello Austrian Alps, Harry looked around at the beautiful scenery. I expected more snow, but then again it is spring and almost summer. You know, this is kinda nice. He stood for a while and enjoyed the feeling of nature. Yeah. I'm coming back here, it's peaceful. But for now I got work to do. He activated the Peveril cloak and it transformed into a thin membrane that went over him. After that Harry just used a floating spell and flew towards the location of the prison. The floating spell was quite common but was not very used. And the reason for it is quite ironic. Despite being versatile, it is very slow and it's difficult to make quick turns, making it useless in battle. And magicians prefer not to waste time, so they simply teleport to their location instead of flying. The only instance when it is used is so magicians can go up in the air where it was safe and activate their projects on the ground. It served well in Harry's current situation. Riding on a broom was a pain since he had to manually keep a disillusionment charm on it. And with that he was set to explore Nurmengard Castle. Harry casually strolled past the few guards that were in the prison. Since it was so well built and prisoners had their magic sealed, it required very few guards. Just like Azkaban. And naturally, whenever Harry goes to an interesting place, he gets distracted. Oh, that's an interesting enchantment. This rune scheme on the bricks is brilliant. Mechanical traps outside the cell if they escape by any chance through the cell, and all the magical protections. Nice. This went on and on. He finds something interesting, gets lost in thought, reminds himself of his goal and then gets distracted again. It took him an hour to get to the right cell because of the interesting things he saw. Grindelwald really was a genius to create this place. I got a lot of ideas on how to improve my home. I can't wait to get started. He finally had found the right cell. Inside the cold cell made entirely out of stone sat a thin, weak, frail old man. He looked like a corpse. Muscles atrophied so much that they have almost completely disappeared. His bones clearly visible through his skin, his bald head looked like someone put on a skin mask on a skull. But his steel blue eyes were clear as always. They looked almost grey and were as powerful and bright as in his youth. A/N. In the books Grindelwald has blue eyes. Guten Tag, Herr Grindelwald, Harry said with a cheery tone. They were in Austria, obviously you go with German to set the mood. Your accent sucks. What do you want? The old man didn't even spare him a glance. Still looking at the wall as before. Harry immediately realized. The old man was in his mind palace. Of course he is. He has been trapped here for decades. Not a lot to do. Might as well work on mind magic. I've come to make a deal, of course. What can you offer me in exchange of your freedom? Now that got Grindelwald interested. A/N. Don't. It's a scam, XD. Chapter 99, Gellert Grindelwald. Word count. I've come to make a deal, of course. What can you offer me in exchange of your freedom? Grindelwald turned to where the voice was before he scoffed. Don't play coy with me, child. I can't see you but my ears work just fine. Oh right, forgot I had that. Harry removed the invisibility effect. Aha, he clearly didn't believe the boy. And my freedom. What a laughable plan. First of all they bound me to this cell. I cannot leave at all. And second of all no sane person would release me. Unless you tell me your true goal, stop wasting my time and leave me be. Harry just smiled. Well, apparently age and isolation haven't dulled his mind. You are completely right. See, old man, you have something I want. Your memories and experience. So either you agree to work for me, in that case I will free you and restore your youth on the condition that you take some extremely powerful and controlling oaths. Or I rip your soul out of your body and I take the memories through force. The old man just frowned. I am Gellert Grindelwald, one of the most powerful wizards to ever walk the earth. I will not follow some arrogant child who thinks he can get everything he wants. Go and tell your master or teacher that if he wants to talk to me he can come here himself instead of sending an errand boy. Harry blinked. He thinks I'm just a messenger. Well, now that's interesting. I didn't mention my name, but would he even recognize it? You think I'm just a messenger? Old man, you really might be going senile. Oh, how rude of me. I just realized I didn't give you my name. Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. If it's any consolation, I think you were right with your idea. Sadly, it wasn't possible from the start. Grindelwald's eyes widened for a split second, clearly recognizing the name. So he does know me. So you are the magical genius who developed those pots I have heard so much about. Gellert rubbed his chin. And how have you heard about me? The old man scoffed. Boy, I might be a prisoner here, but I still have people loyal to me. I periodically get information about the state of the world. Harry raised an eyebrow. Even about the other side? Who? You even know about them. Then again, with your creations it was impossible for them not to notice you. Harry smiled. When did you learn about them, before or after your war? Grindelwald sighed as he slumped slightly. After. You are correct, my goal was impossible from the start. Even if I had conquered the magical people, as soon as I started a large-scale invasion on the Nomage, the supernatural community would have killed me. Yep. Definably, and since you were fighting your war mostly around West Europe, it probably would have been the Church. You didn't go too far north for the Norse and didn't bother Britain too much, so Tuatha De Danann from Ireland wouldn't have cared as well. Well, since their dwindling faith they really don't care about anything other than their believers. Impressive, you know even more than me about the current state of the world. How sad, a brat barely out of his dippers has surpassed me. You couldn't have gotten to where you are without power. Most likely you have as much power as I did in my peak. Grindelwald leaned back against the cold stone walls. What the world has come to, even a child can come here and mock me. Well, I am once in a millennia talent. So what is your answer? Will you follow me or will you die? Harry said completely seriously. The small talk was over. Grindelwald took a breath and looked fearlessly at Harry Potter. Get it over with. I have gotten tired from all this useless talking. Harry shook his head. A pity. Well, looks like we are going to have to do this the hard way. He spread his arms apart and clenched his fists. Magic circles formed around his fists and the ward alarms were instantly activated. They were made so that if the slightest bit of magic was used in the area where Grindelwald's cell was located. Harry uses magic to block off the entire section of the prison so he is not interrupted. He sealed off the entrance and exit with transfiguration and put up a barrier as well. They would not be getting near him. He uses legilimency first. The old man's mind was extremely well protected. Far more than any wizard Harry had encountered. Ah! Grindelwald trashed in pain. For an ordinary wizard, even for someone who specializes in mind magic, it would be impossible to break a mind that has been designed and improved for decades. But Harry wasn't ordinary. He has a lot of practice going through wizards, devils, fallen and vampire minds. Using them for training. And since Grindelwald's magic was sealed, he couldn't use it to boost his occlumency shields. Harry was currently a lot stronger than Grindelwald and was used to tearing apart minds. He wasn't anywhere near to the level of skillful information extraction. His methods were crude and painful. But it's the best he has currently, and he gets quite a bit of information from his test subjects. Harry gets as much information as possible from Grindelwald before the old man's mind broke, then he just used the Emerald Soul Flame to capture his soul and burned his body, so he can slowly extract any information he missed. Before it was just up to chance what information he would get. But so far Harry has captured dozens and dozens of souls in there. Slowly trying to unravel the mystery that is the Peverell family magic. Soul magic. It was deep and complex magic. One of the hardest magics that is possible to study. It would take time, lots and lots of time to improve. But it will be worth it. Since he was done here, he just blows up wall of the cell and leaves. He places an illusion on himself to look like Grindelwald and leaves on a broom. Making everybody believe that Grindelwald had escaped. Might as well cause a little chaos to get the British off his back. He made his way to a nearby town and dropped the illusion in an alley. After that he returns to Hogwarts, completely uncaring about what he has done. The news of Grindelwald's escape reached the leaders in the wizarding world. And as Harry predicted, chaos followed. The horror from the previous war flashed in their minds. Everybody was afraid. Grindelwald was a master of dark magic. Who is to say he cannot regain his youth? Who is to say he cannot rebuild his army? Many of his supporters are still alive. His acolytes, who have never forgotten their cause. Everybody was making preparations. Ironically, Harry's potion and pot sales went through the roof. Everybody was stacking up for war. Potions would be invaluable to saving the lives of their soldiers, as will pots for growing the plants quickly so they could start making their own potions. The Americans' wizards were on alert. Grindelwald caused chaos in New York, so they were eager for some payback. The leaders of Europe, however, were extremely nervous. The previous war ravaged the wizarding region. Hogwarts. How did you escape, Gellert? Dumbledore was sitting in his office, thinking about the news he had just received through his network of people who are indebted to him. He had received the news directly from one of the guards he had placed in Nurmengard Castle. And it was not good news. He still couldn't figure out how Grindelwald escaped. Gellert designed and built that castle to house his enemies and take safe refuge in, not thinking that he would be imprisoned there one day. It was foolproof. He had double-checked everything himself. The cell could not be broken out from the inside, and the prisoner's magic was completely sealed and rendered useless. The security was strict. Not many people even know where Grindelwald was. Less than 100 people from various governments knew he was even alive. This is going to blow up in our faces rather badly. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. Did one of his acolytes infiltrate the castle? But all guards are carefully chosen and each have a complete background check done on them. Even the slightest bit of inconsistency with their records and they are denied the position. Any contact at all with traditionalists and blood purists and you would be denied. In a way, all the guards are part of the white faction from the Austrian magical government. Dumbledore stood up and started pacing in his office. Why can't things just go my way for once? This has been one of the worst years in my life. Now I have to add Gellert to my list of messes I need to clean up. On the other hand, however, this is a great opportunity. The people are panicking. They will look to their leaders for answers and hope. And those leaders will ask the only person who has ever defeated Grindelwald. Myself, of course. I can use this as leverage against the people who strongly oppose me in the ICW. The International Confederation of Wizards. If I play my cards right, I can even throw Voldemort in the fray. My influence can even surpass the one I had gained after I defeated Gellert. He started to pace faster and mumble to himself. The portraits in his office just kept quiet and watched the old man scheme and plan. Yes. Yes. This could work. Dumbledore smiled as he mumbled to himself. Now I need to start making preparations. Just to give some of those members a little nudge. The next day, news spread like wildfire. Gellert Grindelwald escapes Nurmengard. Escaping after spending 46 years in prison. The worst Dark Lord in history is free. Grindelwald wasn't killed. Why? Why was the truth hidden? The people were obviously in panic. All sorts of newspaper companies were reporting the same thing. Grindelwald was still alive. He was being held in a castle for almost 50 years. And now he had escaped. How was he alive? They have been told he was killed in the final battle. Why was he imprisoned and not executed after all the crimes he had committed? And how did he supposedly escape this inescapable prison? Harry looked at the newspapers with a smile on his face as he drank his cup of coffee. Ah. Nothing like a little chaos to start the beginning of a great day. Chapter 100, End of the School Year. The days passed by and turned into weeks. The Hogwarts school term had ended. It was time for students to go home. And something interesting happened. Something that even Harry didn't expect. Sure, he expected the occasional scuffle with dark wizards and for the governments to start preparing. What he did not expect was for Grindelwald's acolytes to actually start doing large-scale movements. Every last member of Grindelwald's former guard assembled. And they attacked small government offices and workers. As a message. We have returned. And what self-respecting Dark Lord would Voldemort be if he didn't act as well? There have also been a few Death Eater attacks in Britain. Harry Potter should be proud. He has single-handedly caused more chaos in one day than there has been in the last 20 years, including the rise of Voldemort. As that really only caused problems for the wizards living in Britain. And he kind of was on the train back. Harry was looking at the newspapers with a twitching eyebrow. The whole situation seemed comical to him. How the fuck does shit like this happen? He snorted. Are these idiots really just causing chaos to hopefully attract Grindelwald? Or did someone actually take command? And of course Tommy Boy is going to use some of this chaos to his advantage. It would be stupid not to. I'm going to do the same. I need to increase the production on my products. The way things are going, I'm going to make a killing. Then I'll lose that money right away. Research really does take a lot of money. 70% of my new experiments end in failures. But this is uncharted ground, completely new things nobody had even thought of. Frankly, if they are gathering in masses now, it's worth the effort to find them and take their souls. Free loot. Ah! Finally. Dora's yell broke Harry out of his musing. She had finished her Hogwarts education. I wish you good luck to your future endeavors, and remember, Hogwarts will always be your home, she said in an old and wise tone, imitating Dumbledore as he gave the speech at the ending. It was the same speech every year anyway. No more Hogwarts. No more studying. Twack. Harry hand-chopped her on the head. Ow. Dora grabbed her head and looked at Harry with a tearful expression, and he was not amused. What are you saying? Your studies are just beginning. You will be starting on advanced arithmancy later. Dora gasped and put her hand over her heart. No. Harry rolled his eyes. Stop being so dramatic. Dora hugged Hope, her arms around Hope's neck and her head on her forehead on her chest. Hope, save me. Hope just chuckled and patted the older girl on the head. There, you will get used to it. She had her fair share of frustrations about numbers. Magecraft uses science. Mostly math, physics, and chemistry. Magic needs arithmancy and runes. Runes is magic in a written form, the most powerful written magic. Arithmancy are magical numbers, calculating anything and everything you need to from spells, rituals, potions, rune arrays and wards. Only when magecraft and magic are used together can a wizard or witch reach their full potential. But math hurts. Dora just continued to whine like a child. Harry wondered if she was doing it now because she really didn't have any friends growing up, because of the whole, you look like Bellatrix Lestrange thing. Or maybe this is just how she is, acting like this to make it easier for the younger ones. Tracy and Astoria were much more at ease with her because of her silly shenanigans. I for once am glad. I even think I am, ahead of schedule. Harry gave a relaxed smile, making the girls in the train compartment blink. That was rare. Schedule for what? Dora asked in a confused voice. There was a time limit on something. My plans, of course. In just 1 year in Hogwarts I have completed my task of copying the books I didn't have from Hogwarts. The entire restricted section has been copied. I have Rowena's legacy and currently in the middle of copying it. I have gotten Helena to agree to join me. She has locked the Room of Innovation, now nobody could access it. I got the 2 vanishing cabinets fixed up, now we have a safe passageway to and from the room. I have the stone. And I'm expanding my business empire. Pots are now fully automatic. I have Muggle-born workers under contract doing enchantments on weapons. But the problem is potions, in a way. It's not even that big of a deal. I just have giant ordinary potion cauldrons and make large batches of potions. My brand guarantees they will be perfect. I just can't leave that job to anyone else. Not until Andromeda gets a bit better with magecraft, then she can boost her mind a bit more, then she can slowly take over that part. You guys can help her out once you become better. I will do my best. Tori raised her arm high in the air with an excited expression. Since she was being taught by Harry. Potions was actually kind of fun. Throw this, crush that, mix it up, wait a bit and boom. She makes one of Harry's original potions, a levitation potion where she can have fun and levitate in the house. Daphne just sighed and patted her head. Tori had no right to be this cute. Tori gave a beaming smile and snuggled up to her big sister. Harry, how long would it take Helena to get to our house? Hope asked the mad scientist. A few hours of flying. It's not like I can teleport her or put her inside my expanded trunk. Magic involving spirits is usually just capture or exorcism. So she is going to fly there. Helena will be coming with them to the Potter Manor. Harry still needs to start research on guys to make a vessel capable of storing her soul. She has been very helpful to Harry with theoretical stuff in wizarding magic. Well, I can't wait to get home. I have so many ideas and stuff I want due to this summer. After a few hours they make it back to King's Cross Station. Harry left the train and stretched. He turned around to the group behind him. Tracy was picked up by her family. Who were quick to get her. Not because she was with Harry. But because the situation was volatile and they wanted to get their daughter home. The Davis family was neutral. Which in the current political climate, makes them targets. We still have some time to kill. How about we go around London? You can buy anything that catches your eye. I'm feeling a bit peckish, I could go for some fish and chips. I want music records. Dora called out in excitement. I need to go to the butcher's. Hope coughed in her fist, hiding the slight blush. Harry smiled. Right, need to buy more meat. We are lacking in variety because a certain someone stuffed her face on the last full moon. Hope glared at Harry for pointing it out. She has gotten a lot better at handling the full moons. The stronger she gets, the less effect it has on her. But she also gets hungry that day and has a desire for meat. Naturally, Hope won't go around eating raw meat. But smoked meat and medium rare are certainly on the menu. I want dolls. Tori shyly raised her hand. Done. Harry answers immediately and Tori jumps in joy. You Daphne. The girl was surprised he addressed her. Daphne was quiet for a second before she realized she doesn't know what she wants. I don't really know. She never really thought about hobbies and such. She was already grateful for being able to decorate her room. Meh, Harry shrugged. If you see anything that catches your eye, just buy it. You need hobbies. With those words, everybody turned to Harry with a strange expression. You are one to talk. I have hobbies. Harry crossed his arms. He was being judged. Like what? Hope raised an eyebrow. Magic and magic. If I ever get bored of a project, I just go to another one. It's relaxing. Harry answered like it was obvious, proving to the others that he is a magical nerd through and through. Except most nerds can't blow up a small mountain in a dozen different ways for fun. Hope just sighed. Let's go, the others are getting ready for the party later. You sure Helena will make it in time? Hope, she is a spirit that can go through walls. She just has to go in a straight line. She will get there before we will. A few hours later they got everything that they needed. Hope got some different kinds of meat and cheese. Dora went to the record shop and bought a lot. Astoria dragged around Daphne and bought dolls. She even got her sister a Daffy Duck plushie. Much to her chagrin. Daphne didn't know what to get, but she saw a billboard about nails and was interested in how colorful and nice she looked. She found a set of nail polish caught her eye and she wanted to try it out. Harry ate some food and bought beer. It was quite relaxing, but it wouldn't be Harry unless something strange happened. He noticed a pair of disguised exorcists following a certain civilian. The only reason he noticed them in the first place is because of the way they moved, and they had larger mana reserves than ordinary humans. Exorcists, at least low-level ones, just use mana to strengthen their bodies, so that they could slash or shoot at supernatural targets. Now this gave Harry an idea. He wrote a letter on a simple piece of paper. He wrote some nonsense that he was an information broker and sympathized with the church. He had found out that devils and some magician planned to attack some church members, and they were hiding in a certain warehouses. Warehouses that he knew because he extracted the memories of the magicians that attacked his shops. He made his handwriting sloppy and rushed but still readable, to show how panicked he was. After giving it another glance over, Harry nodded at himself, folded it, and used magic to slip it into the pocket of one of the exorcists. After that, Harry just continued to eat his food before joining the group. Make trouble for my shops, will ya? Well, let's see how you like this. A/N. Next chap will be the end of Arc 2. I thought about doing the Leaving Feast, but then decided against it. All we would get is just a drawn-out chapter about Dumbledore spreading more nonsense. Word count. By the way, on Sunday I will be doing a mass release on Alcoholic Panda's snippets. Those are my other fics. The whole thing will be like a sneak peek. It will be at least 10 chapters of different fics, so enjoy.